Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a book, Time to Play with a Man. In the fleeting moment that Xie Mi transmigrated into the story, she found herself stabbed and subsequently hospitalized. When she opened her eyes again, a handsome man stood at the foot of her bed. Huh. The man sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Xie Mi, you truly deserve this. That line. She had a strong inkling of who this individual was. The male lead of the story, Xiao Jingxi. She had transmigrated into the book as the eponymous female supporting character, Xie Mi, who happened to be the girlfriend of the male lead, Xiao Jingxi. The original character had harbored a fervent obsession with Xiao Jingxi since high school, relentlessly pursuing him for 5 years until, at last, they were together through his charity. However, after 2 years of dating, the now acclaimed actor had never considered making their relationship public, instead going to great lengths to avoid any association with her. The original character had grown accustomed to such humiliation, not only lacking any grievances, but actively cooperating with Xiao Jingxi's efforts to distance himself from her. That was until recently. Xiao Jingxi had collaborated with the fresh-faced newcomer, Su Shuangrong, on a drama that had become immensely popular. Traditionally averse to rumors, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly began to generate buzz with Su Shuangrong, igniting fervent enthusiasm among their fans. Simultaneously, the original character was inadvertently captured by paparazzi, revealing her phone's wallpaper photo, with Xiao Jingxi leading to rampant speculation. In a swift retort, Xiao Jingxi dismissed her with the words "not familiar," casting the original character into the spotlight of public scorn. Labeled as a delusional dream girl, she faced a month-long barrage of insults trending on social media. Last night, she was brutally stabbed by an extreme fan of the couple, landing her in the hospital. Unluckily, this was precisely when Xie Mi crossed over. She had endured a literal stab. Tears streamed down her face. What's this? Shedding tears of regret. Xiao Jingxi leaned down, gripping her chin with palpable force, a mocking smile playing at his lips. When you deliberately expose your phone wallpaper to force me into making our relationship public, where were your tears then? His girlfriend had been attacked by his fans, yet he showed no concern and instead admonished her truly a quintessential scoundrel. Xie Mi felt a moment of breathlessness. No, you're stepping on my foreline. Xiao Jingxi paused for a moment. A flaw. Old lady destroys the parking lot. With a sudden burst of energy, Xie Mi sprang up and slapped Xiao Jingxi thrice across the face, then charged at him, kicking and striking in a frenzy. She then flipped a trash bin over his head and shoved him out of the room. Door closed. Locked. All in one fluid motion. Finally, she returned to her hospital bed, clutching her bleeding wound, yet smiling with delight. Her mood had significantly improved. Outside the door, Xiao Jingxi's furious voice echoed. Xie Mi, get out here. Once again, he resorted to that commanding tone. The original character's love had been so humble that Xiao Jingxi felt assured of her devotion, treating her with utter indifference. He merely took advantage of the original character's affection for him. However, Xie Mi, unfortunately, had been the male lead's most ardent anti-fan before her transmigration. She had penned scathing posts deriding him, and it seemed she was now facing the consequences. No matter. Since she was here, she would act recklessly. Swish. Xie Mi flung open the hospital room door, gazing calmly at Xiao Jingxi. He regarded her with an expression of anticipated understanding, sneering slightly. I'll assume you're merely delirious from the anesthetics and won't hold this against you this time. In a week, he'll be appearing on a variety show with Shuangrong. You'd best behave. This incident should have taught you a lesson. Apologies, I forgot something, Xie Mi interjected, cutting him off. Xiao Jingxi's gaze darkened, irritation evident as he suppressed his anger. Forgot what? Xie Mi swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen, exclaiming, I forgot that I've already given you face. The moment she realized she had transmigrated, she had come to a profound understanding. Life is such. If you don't like it, fight back. Life and death are trivial. Xiao Jingxi could no longer contain his rage, bellowing, Xie Mi. Ultimately, she reported him for causing a disturbance in the hospital. Xiao Jingxi was carried away by 4 security guards. Xie Mi felt quite satisfied. She returned to her bed, munching on an apple while reflecting. What stage had the plot progressed to? After the original character was stabbed by fans and hospitalized, Xiao Jingxi would appear on a dating variety show with the female lead, Su Shuangrong, garnering rave reviews. Out of jealousy, the original character would succumb to darkness, wreaking havoc and inciting Xiao Jingxi's disdain, ultimately leading to a breakup. In the end, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would develop feelings on the show, successfully holding hands. The original character, on the day of their announcement, would be tragically stabbed to death by extreme fans. What a thoroughly satisfying conclusion. But alas, the wheels of fate would begin to turn at this very moment. As a frequent name on trending topics this month, Xie Mi's name surged once more. Yet this time, the trending topic bore a slightly different flavor. Xie Mi, time to play with a man. The catalyst was a Weibo post she had made 5 minutes prior. Xie Mi, feeling a bit bored lately, looking to play with a man. Sports students over 185 centimeters with 8-pack abs. Send me your photos privately. Local preferred. Rose. Such a statement was hardly something a female star should utter. It was explosive, utterly explosive. A torrent of haters descended, flooding the comments section with vitriol. Yet Xie Mi remained unfazed, diving into the fray and exchanging barbs with her detractors, using their mothers as the center of her insults and expanding the radius with relatives and organs. Terrified, her management company suspended her Weibo account, but she retaliated by registering a new account and even went live, publicly addressing a certain CP fan. I have no interest in small-brained men, some CP fans. Please refrain from yelling at me. The last one who stabbed me is now behind bars. Who will be next? Come on, keep stabbing me. It'll blow up the earth. Bystanders who stumbled into the live stream nearly fainted from shock. All right, they had seen accommodating personalities before, but this was their first encounter with a self-destructive one. Xie Mi's classic quotes from the stream also trended. I stand on the ground as a middle finger to the world. A punch to this world. Netizens couldn't help but comment. What a beautiful state of mind. Xie Mi had gone mad, and the other 2 individuals involved in the incident could not escape scrutiny either. A multitude of netizens flocked to Weibo to inquire about Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong's thoughts on the Xie Mi madness incident. Su Shuangrong shared a selfie with a fatigued face after finishing work. Su Shuangrong, tired. Though she did not respond directly, it hinted at her weariness stemming from the situation. Fans were distraught, showering her with comforts in the comments. Xie Mi caught wind of this. Xie Mi roll. Xiao Jingxi also issued a statement. Xiao Jingxi, once again emphasizing not familiar. Xie Mi rushed to respond again. Xie Mi, you roll too. Haters were infuriated, claiming Xie Mi was deliberately acting out to attract Xiao Jingxi's attention, likening her to a clown in front of the couple, asserting that she would never catch Xiao Jingxi's eye. Xie Mi laughed, ignoring the 7th call from Xiao Jingxi and sending him a message before blocking him. Xie Mi, let's break up. Your fans say, I'm not worthy of you. Chapter 2. Ideal type. 185 centimeters, 8-pack abs sports student. The very actor, Xiao Jingxi, who was deemed unworthy of Xie Mi by netizens, was presently standing beneath her building. He was clad in a hat and mask, concealing his face, yet unable to hide the fury burning in his eyes. You want to break up with me? Xie Mi nonchalantly adjusted her bangs. Isn't that what the message clearly stated? You're not thinking of shamelessly begging for reconciliation, are you? Oh! Xiao Jingxi suddenly laughed, as if he had come to a realization. I see. It seems you have finally recognized how dull your character is and wish to change your approach to rekindle my interest. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong method. He narrowed his eyes slowly, his expression one of disdain. This will only make me feel more repulsed. Click! A flash of light broke the tension as Xie Mi snapped a photo of him with her phone. Xiao Jingxi paused, instinctively reaching out to snatch the device from her grasp. Xie Mi deftly dodged beneath his arm, swiftly manipulating her phone. Moments later, Xiao Jingxi's phone began to ring. His agent's anxious voice crackled through the line, Jingge, there's been an incident on Weibo. Xiao Jingxi hastily retrieved his phone. He found that Xie Mi had just posted a new message. Xie Mi, whose dog is this? Come claim it. Accompanying the post was the photo she had just taken of him. Xie Mi. Xiao Jingxi gritted his teeth, but when he looked up, he only saw her rapidly retreating figure, fueling his fury further. If you dare to leave, you'll never get a chance to reconcile with me in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Xie Mi quickened her pace, even executing a slide to vanish from Xiao Jingxi's sight. Xiao Jingxi was both enraged and amused. All right. You better not come crying to me for reconciliation. 2 days later, news broke that Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would be appearing together on a dating variety show, flooding Weibo. It seemed deliberately staged for Xie Mi's benefit. Couple fans celebrated like it was the new year, taking the opportunity to mock Xie Mi. Zhuge Liang Jingjing. The little couple is heading to a dating show, while someone is still acting like a clown. Nanbo too. They even edited a photo claiming that the film emperor visited her at home. Does she really have a delusional disorder? Ichi Hajio. Thinking about it, she's quite pitiful, willing to disgrace herself and feign madness to catch the film emperor's attention, only for him to completely ignore her and announce his dating show with someone else. What a slap in the face. The smiling CP reigns supreme. It is quite evident that the esteemed actor Xiao is deliberately showcasing his protective demeanor towards his partner, infuriating the madwoman. This dating reality show, titled Human Love Observation Room, excels in its promotional strategies. At the peak of the Xiaorong CP's popularity, the announcement of these two guests was made, while the identities of the other four guests were shrouded in secrecy. This not only garnered immense attention, but also left an air of suspense. As CP fans reveled in delight, netizens eagerly anticipated the reveal of the remaining four guests. With this unprecedented fervor, the program finally reached the day of its official broadcast. As the title suggests, Human Love Observation Room is an observational dating show where several male and female guests will reside under the same roof. During this period, they will face various experiments devised by the production team to unveil the most authentic chemical reactions between men and women. The show is presented in a live stream format, allowing viewers to send real-time comments. As the premiere commenced, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Here it comes. I stand firmly with the Xiaorong couple. Let anyone dare to oppose them. I've heard there's a mysterious guest. Respect the truth. Oh, why are all the guests wearing masks? Indeed, this is the first segment orchestrated by the production team. At this moment, the 6 guests are seated in separate luxury vehicles en route to the filming location. All 6 guests don masks and are equipped with voice changers, ensuring their identities remain perfectly concealed. No faces, no voices, solely relying on a collision of souls for their initial encounter. The male guests are adorned with panda, tiger, and fox masks, while the female guests wear rabbit, peacock, and salted fish masks. The salted fish mask appears rather incongruous, however. I assure you, this is not a deliberate act of sabotage by the production team, but rather a choice made by the guests themselves. I'm curious to know who chose the salted fish mask. What a clever tactic, selecting something so out of place that it captures attention. This salted fish is no simple character. Wow, the panda guy has an incredible physique. Those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, simply breathtaking. Shuang Shuang's fanbase is called Rabbit Rome. So the rabbit lady must be Shuang Shuang. I'm genuinely moved. With such a great physique, it must be the esteemed actor Xiao. As the comments flooded in with speculations about the guests' identities, the PD presented a questionnaire to the guests inside the vehicle. This is a survey regarding your ideal type. Please fill it out thoughtfully. We will use the results to assign you your first date partner for today. Under the salted fish mask, Xie Mi smiled confidently. The process unfolded just as it did in the novel. The only difference is that she, who was never meant to participate in this dating show, is here. Her motives are quite simple. She merely wishes to toy with a man. In the novel, her favorite character is the second male lead, Yu Hongxian, a robust athlete with an impressive physique. Unfortunately, in the show, Yu Hongxian falls for the female lead, Su Shuangrong, only to be manipulated and face a tragic fate. Xie Mi has resolved to capture Yu Hongxian's heart personally, reveling in the bliss of winning over a handsome man. 8-pack abs. She is here. The guests gradually completed the survey, which was analyzed by professional psychologists, culminating in conclusions. Miss Rabbit's ideal type is a gentle, cultured man who is occasionally a bit domineering. Miss Peacock's ideal type is an emotionally stable, clean, and respectful man. Miss Salted Fish's ideal type is a man who is 185 centimeters tall, possesses 8-pack abs, and studies sports. Wait a moment. Something peculiar seems to have slipped in here. Isn't it just an athletic guy with 8-pack abs? Same world, same me. Sister, please delete that. I'm genuinely sweating. Even the seasoned director, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself bemused by this scene. While he anticipated that inviting this particular guest would yield entertaining results, he did not foresee such effectiveness. He now harbors concerns about the program's future boundaries. Your first date partner has been assigned. The vehicle halted in front of a romantic seaside restaurant, and the PD smiled, directing them, "Please proceed to the beach. Your date partner is awaiting you there." Upon disembarking, Xie Mi fell into contemplation. A seaside restaurant? This doesn't seem right. In her memory, Yu Hongxian was first assigned to a garden restaurant. Given that her ideal type perfectly aligns with Yu Hongxian, it would be expected for them to be grouped together. Could it be that she misremembered the details? Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a novel, playing with a man. In the blink of an eye, Xie Mi had transmigrated into a novel, only to find herself stabbed and rushed to the hospital. As she opened her eyes once more, a strikingly handsome man loomed before her. "Huh!" The man sneered, his tone dripping with scorn. "Xie Mi, you truly deserve this." This line. She could likely deduce who this insufferable person was. The male lead of the story, Xiao Jingxi. She had transmigrated into the narrative, becoming the namesake female supporting character, Xie Mi, who was currently the girlfriend of the male protagonist, Xiao Jingxi. The original character had been infatuated with Xiao Jingxi since high school, relentlessly pursuing him for 5 years, ultimately ending up together through his benevolence. However, after 2 years of dating, the now esteemed actor Xiao Jingxi had never once considered making their relationship public, instead going to great lengths to avoid any association with her. The original character, accustomed to her subservient role, not only bore it without complaint but actively cooperated with Xiao Jingxi's efforts to maintain distance. Until recently, Xiao Jingxi had collaborated with a new rising star, Su Shuangrong, on a television drama that became a sensation. Known for avoiding scandals, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly began to stir rumors with Su Shuangrong, inciting extreme enthusiasm among their fans. Simultaneously, the original character was inadvertently photographed by paparazzi, revealing her phone's wallpaper photo with Xiao Jingxi, which sparked rampant speculation. Xiao Jingxi, however, dismissively retorted with "not familiar," throwing the original character into the eye of the storm. She was labeled as a delusional fangirl, subjected to a month of online vitriol. Just last night, she was violently attacked by extreme fans and ended up in the hospital. Quite unfortunately, it was during that very moment that Xie Mi had arrived in this world. She had literally taken a stab for it. Tears began to fall. "What's wrong?" Feeling regretful, Xiao Jingxi leaned in, gripping her chin with force, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "When you purposely exposed your phone wallpaper to coerce me into going public with our relationship, why was there no sign of tears then, His girlfriend had been stabbed by his fans. Yet instead of showing concern, he chose to admonish her, truly the epitome of a scoundrel. Xie Mi felt a surge of suffocation. "No, you're stepping on my line." Xiao Jingxi paused for a moment. "A weakness? Old lady destroys the parking lot." With a swift movement, Xie Mi sprang up, delivering 3 resounding slaps to Xiao Jingxi's face, then lunged at him, kicking and hitting in a frenzy. Finally, she appended a trash can onto his head and kicked him out of the room. She shut the door, locked it, a seamless execution. In the end, she returned to her hospital bed, clutching her wounded side, yet a smile broke through her pain. Her mood had significantly improved. Outside the door, Xiao Jingxi's furious voice echoed, "Xie Mi, get out here." As expected, it was that commanding tone once again. The original character's love had been so abject that Xiao Jingxi was fully aware she was utterly devoted to him, allowing him to treat her with such disdain. He merely took advantage of the fact that she was enamored with him. But unfortunately, Xie Mi had been the male lead's greatest critic even before her transmigration. She had written scathing posts denouncing him, and it seemed she was now receiving her comeuppance. It mattered not. Having arrived, she would embrace the madness. Swish! Xie Mi swung open the hospital door, gazing calmly at Xiao Jingxi in the doorway. Xiao Jingxi wore an expression of expected disdain, letting out a cold laugh. "You'll assume you're out of your mind due to the anesthesia. I won't hold this against you this time. A week from now, I'll be appearing on a variety show with Schwangrongbis to keep your head down. This incident should have taught you a lesson." "Forgive me, I seem to have forgotten something," Xie Mi interrupted his tirade. Xiao Jingxi's gaze darkened slightly, irritation creeping into his voice. "Forgot what?" Xie Mi delivered a swift kick to his stomach. "I forgot to mention that I've already given you face." The moment she comprehended her transmigration, she had made up her mind. Life is but a game. If one is unwilling to back down, then let it be a fight life and death be damned. Finally, Xiao Jingxi could no longer contain his rage, roaring, "Xie Mi." In the end, he was reported for causing a disturbance in the hospital. Xiao Jingxi was carried away by 4 security guards. Xie Mi felt a sense of satisfaction. She returned to her hospital bed, munching on an apple, reflecting on the situation. What stage had the plot progressed to? After the original character was hospitalized by a fan, Xiao Jingxi would join the female lead, Su Shuangrong, on a romantic variety show, garnering rave reviews. In her jealousy, the original character would succumb to darkness, creating chaos that would draw Xiao Jingxi's disdain, leading to a bitter breakup. Ultimately, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong would develop feelings on the show, culminating in a successful relationship. The original character, on the day of their announcement, would be brutally stabbed to death by extreme fans. What a satisfying conclusion it was. But alas, the wheel of fate was about to turn at this very moment. As a frequent guest on trending searches this month, Xie Mi's name surged to the forefront once again. This time, however, the trending topic bore a slight twist. Xie Mi plays with a man. The catalyst was a Weibo post she had made 5 minutes earlier. Xie Mi, feeling a bit bored lately, planning to find a man to play with. Sports students over 185 centimeters with 8-pack abs. Send me photos privately, local preferred. Such words were hardly what one would expect from a female celebrity. It was explosive, truly explosive. A deluge of haters flooded in, the comments rife with vitriol. Yet Xie Mi remained undeterred, personally engaging in a verbal battle with the haters, drawing circles with mother as the center and relatives and organs as the radius, expanding it wide. The management company, alarmed, suspended her Weibo account, yet she swiftly registered a new one and even went live, publicly addressing a certain CP fan. I have no interest in brain-dead men. Some CP fans should stop whining here. The last one who stabbed me is already behind bars. Who's next? Come on, keep stabbing me. It'll blow up the world. Bystanders who stumbled into the live stream nearly fainted from shock. Ah, how delightful it was to witness a personality type so eager to court disaster. Xie Mi's iconic phrases during the live stream also trended. Sister standing on the ground is a middle finger to the world. Punching this be world. Netizens couldn't help but comment. What a beautiful mental state. Xie Mi had truly lost her mind, and the other two individuals involved in the incident could not escape scrutiny. A throng of netizens flocked to the Weibo accounts of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, inquiring about their thoughts on the Xie Mi going crazy incident. Su Shuangrong shared a selfie looking fatigued after wrapping up filming. Su Shuangrong, I'm tired. Though she didn't respond directly, it hinted at her emotional exhaustion from the whole affair. Fans were distraught, showering her with consolation. Xie Mi, catching wind of this, rushed to comment. Xie Mi, get lost. Xiao Jingxi also issued a statement. Xiao Jingxi, once again I emphasize, not familiar. Xie Mi quickly replied. Xie Mi, you get lost too. Haters were infuriated, claiming that Xie Mi was merely trying to attract Xiao Jingxi's attention with her antics, insisting she resembled a clown before the young couple, and asserting she would never capture Xiao Jingxi's gaze. Xie Mi laughed, ignoring the 7th call from Xiao Jingxi, and before blocking him, sent a text. Xie Mi, let's break up. Your fans say, I'm not worthy of you. Chapter 2. Ideal type 185 centimeter sports student with 8-pack abs. At this moment, the illustrious Xiao Jingxi, whom netizens claimed looked down on Xie Mi, was standing outside her apartment building. He was clad in a hat and mask, obscuring his features, yet his underlying anger was unmistakable. You want to break up with me? Xie Mi casually brushed her bangs aside. Didn't I make it clear in the message? You're not planning to cling to me for a reconciliation, are you? Oh! Xiao Jingxi suddenly chuckled, as if he had come to a realization. I see. Seems you've finally recognized how dull your personality is and want to spice things up to rekindle my interest. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong method. He narrowed his eyes, a look of disgust crossing his face. Your actions will only repulse me further. Click. The flash of a camera went off as Xie Mi snapped a photo of him with her phone. Xiao Jingxi halted, instinctively reaching to snatch the device away. Xie Mi deftly ducked under his arm, her fingers flying over the screen as she quickly typed something. Moments later, Xiao Jingxi's phone began to ring. His agent's voice was frantic on the other end. Jingxi, there's a problem with Weibo. Xiao Jingxi hastily pulled out his phone. He saw that Xie Mi had just posted. Xie Mi, whose dog has wandered here? Come claim it. The accompanying photo was the one she had just taken of Xiao Jingxi. Xie Mi. Xiao Jingxi gritted his teeth, but by the time he looked up, he could only see Xie Mi's retreating figure, causing his anger to boil over. If you dare to leave, you'll never have a chance to reconcile with me again. Upon hearing this, Xie Mi quickened her pace, even adding a dramatic slide, disappearing from Xiao Jinx's view entirely. Xiao Jingxi was both furious and amused. All right. You better not come crying to me for a reconciliation. 2 days later, the news of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong appearing together on a romantic variety show flooded Weibo. It seemed to be a deliberate attempt to provoke Xie Mi. Fans of the couple celebrated exuberantly, taking the opportunity to mock Xie Mi as well. Zhuge Liang Jingjing. The couple is off to a variety show while someone is still acting like a clown. Nambo too. They even photoshopped an image claiming Xiao Jingxi went to her house. Does she truly have a delusion? Ichi Ha Qiu. When one thinks about it, she's rather pitiable, willing to demean herself and act mad just to grab Xiao Jinx's attention. Yet he doesn't even acknowledge her, instead announcing a variety show partnership, which is a slap in the face. The smile of the CP is supreme. It is evident that Emperor Xiao is being intentional, fiercely protective of his wife, driving the madwoman to exasperation. This dating reality show, titled Human Love Observation Room, is exceptionally adept at promotion. At the peak of the Xiao Rong CP's popularity, the announcement of these 2 guests was made, while the identities of the other 4 guests were kept confidential. This not only captured immense attention, but also left ample room for mystery. As CP fans reveled in joy, netizens were eagerly anticipating the identities of the remaining 4 guests. With this unprecedented hype, the program finally arrived at its official broadcast day. As the name suggests, Human Love Observation Room is a show centered around the observation of romantic interactions. Several male and female guests will reside under the same roof. During this period, they will face various experiments arranged by the production team, showcasing the most authentic chemical reactions between men and women. The show is broadcasted in real time, allowing netizens to send live comments. As the premiere commenced, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Here it comes. I raised the banner for the Xiao Rong couple. Let anyone dare to oppose them. I heard there's a mysterious guest. Respect and cherish. Oh, why are all the guests wearing masks? Indeed, this is the first segment set by the production team. At this moment, the 6 guests are seated in separate luxury vehicles, en route to the filming location. Each guest is adorned with a mask and equipped with a voice changer. They will perfectly conceal their identities, relying solely on the collision of souls for their initial meeting, devoid of visual or auditory recognition. The male guests wear panda, tiger, and fox masks, while the female guests don rabbit, peacock, and salted fish masks. The salted fish mask does seem somewhat out of place, but to be fair, it was not a deliberate choice by the production team, but rather a selection made by the guest herself. I'm curious to know who chose the salted fish mask. Quite cunning. Intentionally choosing something incongruous to attract attention, this salted fish is not simple. Wow! The panda guy has an incredible physique. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, so impressive. Frost fan club is called Rabbit Rome, so the rabbit lady must be Frost. I'm crying. With such a great physique, it must be Emperor Xiao. As the comments speculate on the identities of the guests, the PD presented a questionnaire to the guests in the vehicle. This is a survey on your ideal type. Please fill it out carefully, as we will assign your first day partner based on the results. Beneath the salted fish mask, Xie Mi smiled confidently. This was indeed the exact process depicted in the novel. The only difference was that she, who was not supposed to participate in this dating show, had come. Her reason for joining was quite simple. She merely wanted to have some fun with a man. The character she adored most in the novel was the second male lead, Yu Hongxian, a 185 centimeters tall athlete with a chiseled 8-pack. Unfortunately, Yu Hongxian fell for the female lead, Su Shuangrong, only to be exploited and meet a tragic end. Xie Mi decided to personally win over Yu Hongxian's heart on the show and joyfully take the handsome man home. 8-pack abs. She was ready. The guests gradually completed the questionnaire, which would be analyzed by professional psychologists to reach conclusions. Miss Rabbit's ideal type is gentle, cultured, and occasionally a bit domineering. Miss Peacock's ideal type is emotionally stable, tidy, and respectful of women. Miss Salted Fish's ideal type is 185 centimeters tall with an 8-pack and a background in sports. Wait, it seems something strange has slipped in here. Isn't it just an athlete with 185 centimeters and an 8-pack? Same world, same me. Sister, delete this, I'm really sweating now. Even the seasoned director Nyo, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a pang of frustration upon witnessing this scene. Although he had anticipated that inviting this particular guest would yield entertaining results, he did not expect it to be this effective. Now he found himself somewhat concerned about the show's future boundaries. Your first date partner has been assigned. The vehicle halted in front of a romantic seaside restaurant, and the PD smiled as he pointed the way. Please proceed to the beach. Your date partner is already waiting there. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xie Mi fell into contemplation. A seaside restaurant? This was not right. In her memory, Yu Hongxian was initially assigned to the garden restaurant. Her ideal type perfectly aligned with Yu Hongxian, so it would only make sense for her to be grouped with him. Could it be that she had misremembered the details?
Chapter 3, Man, there is no need for you to feel inferior. The guests gradually arrived at the rendezvous point. The initial groupings were finally revealed: Garden Restaurant, Mr. Panda and Miss Rabbit; Sky Restaurant, Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock; Seaside Restaurant, Mr. Tiger and Miss Salty Fish. The CP fans in the comments section began to buzz with excitement. It is known that the rabbit is Shuangrong, and the panda's appearance closely resembles that of the illustrious Xiaoyingdi. So the Xiaorong CP pairing is undoubtedly solidified. The ideal types of the young couple complement each other perfectly. Sweetness is killing me. Sigh, it seems that the masked Xiaoyingdi appears even more abstinent. I can't help but drool over my screen. Miss Rabbit shyly lowered her head and smiled. Even the voice changer could not conceal the tenderness in her voice. You seem to be a gentle and cultured person. Perfectly fitting my ideal type. Of the show's pairing is quite accurate. The comments erupted with cheers. Yo 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 yo. The young couple is about to get all lovey-dovey. Not quite accurate. Mr. Panda suddenly interjected. His voice, altered by the voice changer, carried a relaxed nonchalance. You don't quite fit the bill. The smile of Su Shuangrong beneath the rabbit mask faltered. The comments section also paused for a few seconds. No way, this is definitely not Xiaoyingdi. At the seaside restaurant, Xie Mi casually lounged in her chair, gazing at Mr. Tiger across from her. She couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Alright, so this is how we're playing it? Fine. It was one thing to not have been paired with Yu Hongxian, but to be assigned such a character. Zhou Chengye, a wealthy second-generation heir, disrespectful towards women and a typical chauvinist, she had often criticized this character in her previous life. What are you laughing at? Mr. Tiger slammed the table, his tone displeased. And what is that sitting posture? Do you understand etiquette? I have never seen a woman sit with her legs crossed. My apologies, Xie Mi replied. Uncrossing her legs. Mr. Tiger snorted coldly. That's more like it. Xie Mi crossed her other leg, the first one having gone numb. Mr. Tiger exploded in anger. Know your limits. Xie Mi flipped the table. Come at me if you dare. Mr. Tiger, after a few seconds of silence, he sat back down. Is this it? Wait, I almost thought these two were going to brawl. Zhou Chengye had always been pampered due to his wealth and status. Never having faced defiance, but now, encountering someone more fierce than himself, he shrank back. Goodness, I jumped twice in just a minute. I was originally worried about Miss Salty Fish, but now I'm even more concerned for Mr. Tiger. Apologies for intruding. Is this a dating show or a gladiatorial arena? None of the CPs seem harmonious. I'm in tears. Don't say that. The Fox and Peacock seem quite harmonious. In the Sky Restaurant, Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock were engaged in the most conventional date of the episode. Upon arrival, they greeted each other politely, inquired about dietary restrictions, and began their conversation after ordering. The Fox was gentlemanly, and the Peacock was elegant. Their interaction was harmonious. This pair finally gives me the feeling of watching a dating show. Wait, if the panda isn't Xiaoyingdi, then could the Fox be Xiaoyingdi? Indeed, aside from the panda, the Fox's appearance is the closest match, so, I won't allow it. Xiaoyingdi, you cannot be paired with another woman. So, who exactly is Mr. Panda? Su Shuangrong sat opposite Mr. Panda, feeling restless. Despite her high emotional intelligence, capable of handling any situation, this time she truly found herself at a loss, because Mr. Panda seemed to be hard of hearing. As she attempted to lighten the mood, Mr. Panda, your outfit is quite stylish. Do you normally pay attention to such matters, Mr. Panda? As she sought some interaction. Excuse me, could you please pass me the tissue over there, Mr. Panda? As she unleashed her ultimate White Lotus technique. Oh, it's so hot, Mr. Panda, be careful not to touch the candlestick. Mr. Panda, Su Shuangrong could no longer muster a smile. What an utterly obstructed communication. I'm losing it. Let us crowdfund a hearing aid for Mr. Panda. How did I suddenly ship them? Mr. Panda may not hear clearly, but he responds to everything. Could he be the legendary Tsundere, deliberately claiming his ideal type isn't Miss Rabbit, while secretly being fond of her? Could Shuangrong become the darling of this dating show? Xiaoyingdi might get jealous. Sly grin. As the lunch date progressed into its latter half, an unexpected situation arose. A staff member hurriedly approached the director. Whispering something in his ear, causing the director's expression to shift dramatically. They immediately began an urgent discussion, and after a while, the director, looking apologetic, announced, "I'm sorry, there has been a malfunction with the equipment. And we may need to pause filming for a while. The live stream will also temporarily close, so please bear with us for a moment." Upon finishing, the staff began to pack up the cameras. What is going on? On the first day of the premiere, we're already having issues. But wait, isn't the live stream still ongoing? The live stream continued, but the camera angles changed. And there was more background noise. The comments section quickly caught on. It's a hidden camera. Director Neo is about to pull a stunt again. Those familiar with Director Neo, whose real name was Neo Bai, knew he was quite a remarkable director. He was adept at creating unexpected twists in the show. There was nothing he couldn't capture on film. At the seaside restaurant, a waiter was swiftly approaching with a glass of red wine. This was the hidden test. When the waiter accidentally spilled the wine on the female participant's clothing, how would the male participant react? The moment to test emotional intelligence and gentlemanly demeanor had arrived. Sure enough, as the waiter approached Xie Mi, he performed a pirouette and, along with the wine glass, spilled it all over her. Mr. Tiger, seated opposite Xie Mi, remained unfazed, even stifling a chuckle, yet Xie Mi gracefully stood up. Executing a 360-degree turn, wrapping one arm around the waiter's slender waist while catching the wine glass with the other, she offered a gentle smile to the male waiter. "Be careful, dear." The waiter's face instantly flushed. His gaze dropping shyly. "How embarrassing, Mr. Tiger. How did a 185 centimeters man end up in the embrace of a 165 centimeters woman without any sense of incongruity?" She called him dear. Ahahaha. Enough. Mr. Tiger could no longer contain his frustration and stood up, shouting at the busy staff, "What kind of partner have you assigned me? Is she even a woman? Her actions and demeanor are more manly than a man's." Xiao Qingye had always encountered delicate, dependent types, and meeting someone like Xie Mi for the first time had completely altered his worldview. Yet, he heard Xie Mi sigh helplessly. "All right, Mimi, there is no need for you to feel inferior." Chapter 4, Little Black, your father has arrived. The reason Xiao Qingye chose the tiger mask was to exhibit his fierce, masculine side, yet this salty fish merely referred to him as Mimi. The comments section was nearly in hysterics. "What on earth is Mimi? Ahahaha. So you call the tiger Mimi, huh? Alright. I'm really going to die laughing at Miss Salty Fish. Where did Director Neo find this divine being? Man, Miss Salty Fish really doesn't need to feel inferior because she is incredibly manly. Ha ha." Mr. Tiger was utterly infuriated, gesturing with a mantis fist as he charged at Xie Mi. "You're asking for it. Bad news. Xiao Qingye had some skills." Xie Mi dodged and kicked him squarely in the rear. Xiao Qingye collapsed into a deep sleep on the spot. Good news. He only had a few skills. The director and staff were left dumbfounded. They had set up the segment to create chemistry between the male and female guests. But not this kind of chemistry. As Miss Salty Fish was about to pin Mr. Tiger to the ground, the staff rushed in to intervene. The equipment is fixed. The hidden camera dared not capture another second. Alright, I admit this has turned into a gladiatorial arena. The male and female guests are actually brawling. Dating show, do you dare to mess with me? To be fair, this tiger is quite foolish. His earlier remarks were disrespectful to women, and now he wants to throw punches. Thus, he was pinned and thrashed. Who exactly is Miss Salty Fish? I'm truly curious. Miss Salty Fish unexpectedly became a trending topic. And curious netizens flocked to speculate about her identity. Who is Miss Salty Fish became the most sought-after question. I don't recall anyone in the entertainment industry being such an extraordinary figure. I suspect she is from outside the industry. Seeing her skills, could she be a descendant of a martial arts family? I guess she is a wealthy heiress. She exudes an air of indifference. Undoubtedly supported by a strong background. Stop guessing, she is my wife. Every time we argue, she runs off to join a show. Come back, dear, the child is waiting to be fed. I can't take it anymore. Someone upstairs, wake up. Finally, it was time for the highly anticipated reveal of identities. However, before that, there was still a procedure to follow. Each guest is to undergo an individual interview, faced with a pivotal choice. Will you continue to date your current partner? Should the answer be affirmative, you will share a vehicle with your partner to the villa. If the answer is negative, your co-passenger will be replaced. No. The anguished cries of Mr. Tiger reverberated through the interview room, startling everyone within a 10-mile radius, who nearly required hearing aids for the rest of their lives. Mimi has been driven to the brink of madness. Fear not, Mimi, for the light vessel has already performed a backflip. Ha! I am laughing so hard that I am smacking my own behind on the bed. The other two pairs of guests also made their choices. All four opted for no. resulting in a unanimous decision against. All three couples faced their demise. Truly a riveting date. The psychologist responsible for pairing is drenched in sweat. I am astounded. What is Panda up to? It is evident to any clear-eyed observer that he fancies Xuanxuang. The previous display of aloofness was one thing, but to choose no now seems excessive. This is hilarious. Not a single one of the six has found their match. I fail to comprehend. Did not the peacock and the fox seem to get along splendidly? Why the hesitation? In response, Miss Peacock stated, Mr. Fox is quite charming and our conversations are delightful, yet they remain merely friendly exchanges devoid of any chemistry between us. Mr. Fox echoed her sentiments, Miss Peacock is lovely. Yet I joined this program to pursue another individual. Upon hearing this, the comments section erupted in fervor. The fox is definitely the renowned actor Xiao Jingxi. The person he wishes to pursue must be Xuanxuang. How delightful, you little couple, turns out we are merely a part of your play. So sweet. I suddenly hope Xiebiao is watching the live stream. If she sees this, her face would surely turn green with envy. The moment of identity revelation commenced. Mr. Fox removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage. His dark eyes curved slightly, and a beguiling smile graced his lips. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Jingxi. I guessed correctly, the fox is indeed the celebrated actor Xiao. Xiao has never participated in a variety show. His first appearance is on a dating show. For whom need I elaborate? I will ship the Xiao Rong couple with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Miss Rabbit also unveiled her mask. As netizens had speculated, she was indeed Su Shuangrong. Her makeup remained refreshingly elegant, and her large bright eyes sparkled. With a gentle smile at the camera, she greeted, Good afternoon. I am Shuangrong. The lady is stunning. Who could possibly resist Shuangrong's charm? I am in awe. I blindly predict that Shuangrong will wreak havoc on the dating show, prompting Xiao to become intensely jealous. How intriguing. The identities of the other guests were subsequently revealed. Miss Peacock is Lu Wishing, the heiress of the largest entertainment news company in the industry, Yuxing Media. 80% of the gossip circulating in the industry originates from Yuxing Media. Affectionately dubbed by netizens as the gossip field. Mr. Tiger is Zhou Qingye. Although a regular individual, he is a familiar face to netizens due to his occasional ostentatious displays of wealth and frequent rumored romances with female celebrities. The heiress of Yuxing Media and the wealthy young master Zhou Qingye. How remarkable that you have managed to gather such illustrious guests. Truly impressive, director. Mimi is Zhou Qingye. I cannot believe Mimi is Zhou Qingye. Oh no, Miss Salty Fish is in trouble. Upon learning that Mr. Tiger was indeed Zhou Qingye, many began to express concern for Miss Salty Fish. At that moment, her livestream audience had already soared into the tens of millions. Zhou Qingye has discarded so many female celebrities. Which one did not immediately take her leave after cashing in? The only one who caused a stir was promptly silenced the next day. Miss Salty Fish has indeed bitten off more than she can chew. No, Miss Salty Fish is the only one I admire, not for her looks but for her charismatic personality. Please do not silence her. Protect our Miss Salty Fish. Simultaneously in her live stream, Miss Salty Fish removed her mask. A beautiful face appeared on the screen, delivering an unforeseen beauty blow. However, the comments section fell silent. For that lovely figure approached the camera with arms wide open, swaying her head, and exclaimed, Surprise, did you not expect this, little black hat? Your living father has arrived. The comments section plunged into unprecedented silence, followed by an explosive reaction. What the hell? Chapter 5, the slide-in entrance, stunning the entire venue. Miss Salty Fish Xie Mi Xiao Jingxi couple on dating show. Your living father has arrived. Xie Mi's name dominated the trending topics once again, after 2 days of silence, during which many believed Xie Mi had faded into obscurity. She made a sensational return in this unexpected capacity. Weibo users erupted in fury, transforming into fierce defenders, storming Xie Mi's comment section before swiftly invading the livestream, only to discover it had already become a battlefield. Xie Mi, have you no shame, chasing after Xiao Jingxi to this extent? Would it kill you not to intrude upon others' relationships? This is hilarious. Attempting to adopt a crazy persona, yet upon appearing on the show, she offends the elite young masters of the Jing Circle. How utterly ridiculous. I suddenly find myself liking Zhou Qingye. If he can manage to get rid of Xiebiao, I will become his fan. Relax, it is obvious that Xie Mi's role in the program will be that of a victim, merely serving to highlight the sweet couple, a mere emotional foil. You see? I await the scene where Xiao Jingxi and Shuangrong are sweetly in love while Xiebiao seethes with jealousy, desperately trying to maintain her composure, sneaking a laugh. The current audience appears to understand the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. One moment, protect our Miss Salty Fish, of the next, Xiebiao, just die. At this moment in the expansive parking lot, 3 vehicles stood ready to depart for the villa. 3 of the 6 guests had arrived. Su Shuangrong, Xiao Chengye, and Lu Wuxing. Among them, Xiao Chengye and Lu Wuxing formed a pair. Xiao Chengye, having shed his earlier frantic demeanor in the interview room, now exuded confidence. Miss Lu Wuxing, the heiress of Yuxing Media. If I am not mistaken, it seems we are somewhat well-matched. I look forward to getting to know you better on the show. While Xiao Chengye had a penchant for gentle, beautiful starlets, he found Lu Wuxing's combination of elegance and favorable background quite appealing. Lu Wuxing smiled. Very well, Mr. Qiu. Su Shuangrong, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. How wonderful that you both are pleased with your partners. I can only hope my partner does not find me disappointing. You are far too lacking in confidence. Lu Wuxing reassured her, taking her hand. You are so exceptional. Who would not be fond of you? Indeed, darling, embrace your confidence. It must be the recent blow from Panda that has left her feeling disheartened. Oh, that wretched Panda. Oh my, how can such a beautiful girl be so humble? Just as those words left her lips, a tall figure approached from a distance. I declare, the most handsome male guest of the program has arrived. Shuangrong, your fate has arrived. Xiao Jingxi, clad in a dark suit, exuded elegance and nobility. Yet he approached Su Shuangrong, paused, and gazed into her eyes, saying, I apologize for being late. A rosy hue graced Su Shuangrong's fair cheeks. Not at all, it is never too late. Ah, this scene is a perfect reenactment from a drama. Whoever claimed this couple was fake clearly did not know the truth. They are more genuine than pearls. Everyone seized the moment for more shippers. Soon Xie Mi will ruin the scene. As the dominant couple of the show, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were naturally paired together, their interaction appeared normal. Yet the tension in their gaze and the sweetness in their tone resembled that of a flirtatious couple. However, this bubble of romance was abruptly shattered by a shrill voice. Teacher Xie, it is not yet your turn to appear. Teacher Xie, come back. The staff's frantic calls echoed, their shoes nearly losing their soles in the chase after the agile figure ahead. Xie Mi made a dramatic entrance, sliding in with a flourish, sending the four standing in a row tumbling. She then stood confidently, stating, I apologize for being late. Oh, where are the other guests? They have ascended to the western heavens. Xie Mi turned to see the four sprawled on the ground, and with a sheepish grin, she clasped her hands and said, Pardon my intrusion, is she really being polite? Ah, that mischievous one must have done it on purpose. Unable to bear seeing Xiao Jingxi and Shuangrong together, she deliberately caused chaos. Am I the only one who cannot stop laughing? My apologies, ha ha ha. I knew she would steal the spotlight, how infuriating. Behind the scenes, the staff were in a frenzy. Has Mr. Panda been located? Not yet. Half an hour earlier, Mr. Panda, who was supposed to unveil his identity, had suddenly gone missing, and searches yielded no results. The assistant director was on the verge of tears, having hoped to delay Xie Mi's entry to shift the blame onto her. Only for her to charge onto the stage like a bull, causing chaos. The director turned to the three staff members being carried away on stretchers. Such uncontrollable guests had simultaneously been invited. What a disaster! At this moment, the expressions of the four guests on stage were quite telling. Xiao Jingxi's face darkened, his brows furrowed as he fixed a steely gaze on Xie Mi. Su Shuangrong pretended to retreat in fear. As if unwilling to get too close to Xie Mi, Lu Wuxing observed the situation, quietly enjoying the drama. Only Qiu Qingye reacted most strongly, exclaiming, Xie Mi, isn't she that woman who went wild online a few days ago? Has the production team lost their minds inviting someone like her? Ah, my internet persona is crumbling. Xiao Gu, you are my hero. Xie Mi, unperturbed and unruffled, gracefully approached Xiao Qingye, gesturing with her manta-style kung fu, and politely inquired, Hello, may I ask how to address you? This familiar gesture? Xiao Qingye's sturdy frame trembled, and he instantly adopted a docile demeanor, replying, Just call me Mimi. It dawned on him that Xie Mi was none other than Miss Salted Fish. Well, that alleviated his concerns. He could not shake off the terror of being dominated by a salted fish on that beach. Fortunately, the camera malfunctioned at the time, sparing him from immense embarrassment. Is it because he was just pressed down on the beach that he now harbors such fears? Is this it, just this? No, has this fellow always been so well behaved? The barrage of comments nearly caused a frenzy. They had anticipated Qiu Qingye's imposing reprimand of Xie Mi, only to witness him transform into a compliant little Mimi in an instant. Is this reasonable? Is this even reasonable? Is Miss Xie here to seek romance? Xiao Jingxi suddenly interjected with a seemingly sardonic tone, observing Xie Mi with a smirk. Then I wish Miss Xie the best of luck in finding a suitable partner on the show. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow, sensing the veiled sarcasm. Could Xiao Jingxi possibly think she had come on the show for him, deliberately wishing her well in finding a partner, hoping to witness her sorrow? No thank you. Xie Mi swung open the car door, stepping into the driver's seat. Before closing the door, she cast him a cryptic smile. But it seems we aren't quite familiar, are we? Avoidance, brother. Xiao Jingxi's smile stiffened. Right, isn't Xiao Jingxi not well acquainted with Xie Mi? He has clarified that on Weibo twice. Why is he now initiating conversation? Of course, one must be polite while recording a show. Can this also be criticized? Our esteemed show actor is simply being courteous to her, so why the cryptic remarks? Wretched creature. By now, Xie Mi had already shut the car door. The assistant director, sensing the situation was amiss, hurried over to intervene. The opening hasn't concluded yet. Where do you think you are going? Naturally, to find my captivating male guest. Upon hearing that a male guest had fled, her mind immediately turned to the athletic 185 centimeters student. Yu Hongxian, he was someone she absolutely had to pursue. With a swift press of the accelerator, there was a loud bang. Hiss, something appeared to have flown out. Xie Mi exited the vehicle to find a man wearing a panda mask sprawled on the ground not far away. The onlookers were rendered speechless. They watched as the man slowly lifted his pale hand and uttered, "Press 1 to revive me." Chapter 6. Quickly press 1 to revive my husband. What the hell? Did she hit someone? She is going to prison for hitting someone. Xia Biao is in for a long term. But doesn't it seem more like a scam? He did just say, "Press 1 to revive me," right? Isn't that Mr. Panda? Before Mr. Panda could reveal his identity, he suddenly went offline. Many speculated that he had fled due to possessing an exceedingly ugly face. Unexpectedly, he made his entrance in such a novel manner. The scene fell into a silence so profound that even a pin dropping could be heard. Just as everyone expected Xie Mi to panic and flounder, she instead laughed in exasperation. So a scam? Is it? Without a backward glance, she strode back to the car, casually remarking, "If you don't dodge, I might just roll over you." Others looked on in sheer terror. Goodness, this woman is utterly unhinged, lying on the ground. Mr. Panda remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to the side, causing his mask to slip off. A remarkably handsome face was revealed to the world. His skin was as smooth as fine porcelain, with tousled black hair falling over his forehead. Long eyelashes, a prominent nose, and lips that glistened a tempting red. Xie Mi executed a fluid turn and swiftly approached to assist him. 1111111. Oh my gosh. Why is everyone just standing there? Quickly press 1 to revive my husband. 1111 111 1111 11111111111111. The barrage of comments underwent a drastic reversal, flooding the screen with requests to press 1, effectively drowning out the criticisms directed at Xie Mi until someone in the audience exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Shen, Lu Wuxing gasped, covering her mouth. Is that Shen Ruoqing, Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen? Goodness. That mysterious tycoon, Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen, the enigmatic billionaire, a passionate philanthropist, has donated over 300 charitable contributions in recent years, each amounting to no less than 8 digits. To this day, no one knows the extent of his wealth. I always assumed Mr. Shen was an elderly gentleman. Who would have thought he was such a young and handsome man? Even Shen Ruoqing has come to participate in a romantic show. What level of show is this? Shen Ruoqing is a top-tier philanthropist renowned globally for his charitable deeds, known to all, from 80-year-olds to 3-year-olds. He is an entity considered sacred and untouchable, and now discovering he possesses such striking looks only deepens the admiration. Shen Ruoqing participates in a romantic show. Shen Ruoqing revealed the trending topic shocked the entire Weibo platform, drawing in even those who typically never watch live broadcasts, eager to glimpse the unfolding drama. What they witnessed was the mysterious billionaire delicately leaning against Xie Mi's embrace. Wait, what is this pairing? Xie Mi is so shameless, she clings to any man. Mr. Shen clearly likes Shuangshuang. But when exactly did Mr. Shen ever show an interest in Su Shuangrong? Mr. Panda seemed disinterested during dinner with Su Shuangrong and later declined. Why do Shuang fans continue to delude themselves into thinking Mr. Panda likes her? I genuinely cannot comprehend. The name Shen Ruoqing was unfamiliar to Xie Mi. This character did not exist in the original narrative, and the sixth guest was supposed to be the original male lead. Yu Hongxian, however, Xie Mi chose not to dwell on this discrepancy. With a beauty in her arms, it would be rather impolite to contemplate other men. Perhaps the pressing of one had an effect. Shen Ruoqing slowly opened his eyes, his beautiful gaze utterly captivating. Was it you who hit me? Well, even his voice was melodious. Xie Mi was momentarily enchanted. Yes, it was I. This, the man in her arms smiled even more charmingly. Then you shall pay me for that. Xie Mi's smile instantly faded. Damn it truly was a scam. The absurd recording session finally concluded, and the 6 guests were divided into 3 groups to head to the villa. Unsurprisingly, Xie Mi found herself in the same group as Shen Ruoqing. However, her mind was devoid of any ulterior motives, as discussing finances could ruin feelings. If compensation is required, we can discuss the specifics in the car. Xie Mi cordially invited him to enter the vehicle, seemingly taken aback by her cooperation. Shen Ruoqing readily complied. Very well. Just as he was about to fasten his seatbelt, Xie Mi suddenly pressed the accelerator and then slammed the brakes. Bang! Shen Ruoqing's head slammed against the windshield, rendering him unconscious. Xie Mi formed a heart gesture for the unconscious Shen Ruoqing, indicating that there was no need for discussion now. This was the fate of those who attempted to deceive her. What? Earlier I thought Xie Mi was merely pretending to be foolish, but now I realize she is genuinely insane. No. This is the wealthy and handsome Shinra watching. What are you doing? What on earth are you doing? Everyone believed that Xie Mi's allocation to the same group as Shinra watching was akin to a miracle. She refrained from fawning over him, yet this behavior was utterly baffling. I understand now. Despite the late realization, the audience finally grasped the situation. Because Xie Mi is a devoted admirer of Xiao actor, she certainly cannot see any other man. Perhaps she is intentionally behaving this way to showcase her loyalty to Xiao actor. Oh, the netizens were enlightened. So it was deliberate, a character establishment. However, the subsequent developments gradually diverged from the netizens' expectations. Upon arriving at the villa, the 6 guests gathered in the living room, ready to commence the first ice-breaking game, Fold Your Fingers. The rules of the game were as follows. Each person would extend 5 fingers and take turns sharing a personal experience. If no one else shared the same experience, they must fold a finger. When all 5 fingers were folded, it signified failure. The first 2 to fail would become tonight's chefs, responsible for preparing dinner. Mr. Shin, what happened to your forehead? Su Shuangrong suddenly exclaimed, producing a handkerchief to rush toward Shinru watching. How did you sustain such a serious injury? If you don't hurry to the hospital, it will have to heal, Shinru watching interjected, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. If it heals, how could I continue my scheme? The bystander, Xie Mi, choked on her drink. What do you mean by scheme? Su Shuangrong, slightly embarrassed, quickly regained her composure and smiled. It seems you two get along famously. That's wonderful, I can rest easy. Don't be too at ease. Xie Mi interjected, the two of us will surely clash later. You intend to confront me? Shinru watching exclaimed in surprise, a touch of bashfulness gracing his features as he lowered his head and smiled. Very well. Xie Mi lunged forward, grasping his collar. Pour out all those yellow nonsensical thoughts. Bang! Xiao Jingxi suddenly slammed his cup down on the table with such force that it redirected everyone's attention toward him. His lips pressed tightly together, his expression grim, yet he slowly revealed a smile. Everyone, let us not cause a ruckus. Let us commence the game. As the director is cueing the process, the director, engrossed in filming, remarked, wait, he hasn't cued yet. Chapter 7. A father can fulfill his son's wishes. After a brief interlude, the game of folding fingers officially commenced. Zhou Qingye was the first to speak, boasting grandly. I own 50 buildings. Do any of you? What? This game can be played this way? Wealthy beyond measure, I'm in tears. Xiao Chengye confidently surveyed the room, noticing that others were folding their fingers. A smug smile forming, but it was short-lived, for 2 individuals remained unyielded. Xin Zhaoqing felt helpless. Mr. Qiu, the game should be taken seriously. If you let up, it loses all its charm. It's merely 50 buildings. After all, who hasn't? During this conversation, his gaze swept across the fingers that others had folded, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he sincerely inquired, do you not have any? The others responded with awkward yet polite smiles. What a load of nonsense, damn, there are richer folks here. Thus, Mr. Shin's assets remain an enigma to this day. Can't even mock this, it's simply unmockable. I can understand Mr. Shin, but what on earth does Xie Mi mean? It was then that someone noticed Xie Mi's 5 fingers proudly raised, unperturbed. Someone couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the attention of the crowd. Xiao Jingxi restrained his smile somewhat. I apologize, I just recalled something amusing. He knew precisely how much Xie Mi was worth. 50 buildings? What a pretense! Xie Mi showed no mercy, directly raising her middle finger, drinking horse urine, and you think you're lofty, laughing at your father, and your life is uncertain. Xiao Jingxi was left unable to smile. Sorry, it seems you all aren't quite adept at this game, so allow me to give you a lesson. Xie Mi stood up with remarkable composure and cleared her throat. Xiao Qingye merely stated that he owned 50 buildings, without clarifying whether they were real or virtual. Thus it was assumed that in any circumstance, possessing 50 buildings was valid. In other words, Xie Mi, own 50 buildings in the realm of Mole Manor. This declaration was made with her head held high in a passionate fervor, as if delivering an inspiring speech. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Is this how the game is played? Xin Zhaoqing led the applause. Bravo, with such a prominent figure applauding, the others had no choice but to join in, though they barely understood. She certainly appeared impressive. Forget it, let us just applaud, otherwise, we would seem quite foolish. Wow, is this even allowed? Though she does have a point, this is indeed how the game operates. I don't care, did Xia Biao just insult Xiaoyingdi? Xia Biao, you better watch out. Next was Lu Wishing. I'm not particularly good at this game, so I'll just throw something out there. Lu Wishing pondered for a moment. I know a lot of gossip about various people. Does that count? As the daughter of a prominent entertainment family, her words held considerable weight. Prove it, Xie Mi urged. Lu Wishing smiled shyly. It can't be aired. Even a casual mention on Weibo would cause an uproar. So how do we define this? What are the conditions for not folding fingers? Su Shuangrong posed a question. Well, let us say this. Those who don't fold their fingers must divulge 3 pieces of gossip. Meeting 2 criteria. Point 1. The subjects of the gossip must be well-known individuals. 2. It must be information that others are unaware of. Upon hearing this, others silently folded their fingers. After all, meeting both conditions simultaneously was no simple feat. Well-known figures could only be public personalities from the entertainment industry. As for unknown facts that equated to live revelations, who would dare to speak freely? Xie Mi dared. Her 5 fingers remained steadfast, her expression resolute as if she were determined to join a party. She is not folding. How desperate is Xie Mi to win? To impress Xiaoyingdi, she is truly unscrupulous. If she can say it, I'd be shocked. I'm curious how she'll spin this. This left Lu Wuxing at a loss for words. Well, you go ahead, can I say something? Xie Mi looked toward the director, Niu Dao. Niu Dao was taken aback by her newfound restraint, but as a director, he naturally hoped for the show to be as explosive as possible, so he nodded eagerly. Of course, go ahead, then let us talk about Niu Dao, Xie Mi declared. Niu Dao dislikes eating vegetables and suffers from constipation. Once he was so desperate in the bathroom that he frantically slapped himself and Niu Dao's face went pale, rushing out to cover Xie Mi's mouth, but she vaulted over the sofa, continuing her outrageous claims. Let us mention the assistant director next. Just a moment ago, the assistant director had been stifling laughter. Now his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted and joined the chase after Xie Mi. But he couldn't catch her. The assistant director's first relationship was an online romance, and the online partner was Niu Dao in disguise. When they met in person, they ended up fighting, and later were detained. Continuing to brawl in the detention room. A piercing laugh erupted from the assistant director. At this moment, the crew members were utterly dumbfounded, some laughter escaping their lips. The guests on camera were forced to recall the saddest moments of their lives, striving not to laugh except for Xin Zhaoqing, who was already rolling on the floor with laughter. Lastly, let us mention, Xie Mi hesitated, seemingly at a loss for whom to speak of, glancing toward the other staff members. The staff members trembled in fear, all kneeling and frantically rubbing their hands before Xie Mi. No one was curious how she knew so many secrets. At that moment, they all shared a singular belief: survival was paramount. Xie Mi felt a pang of compassion inside. Then let us talk about Zhou Qingye. Zhou Qingye stood up abruptly, about to panic, but upon reflection, he realized he wasn't familiar with Xie Mi. So what could she possibly know about him? Thus, he sat back down. Don't let his normal exterior fool you, he was anything but buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound in Zhou Qingye's mind. Time seemed to slow down drastically. In a slow-motion world, green light flashed in Zhou Qingye's eyes, and just as he sat down, his body shot up, limbs flailing as he surged forward at an astonishing speed. What the hell just zipped past? What a freakish transformation! Online viewers were nearly fainting. Thud, just as Zhou Qingye was about to cover Xie Mi's mouth, he was tripped by a foot. Tumbling to the ground, the culprit, Xin Zhaoqing, leaned back on the sofa, innocently gazing at him. Mr. Chiu, are you already asleep this early? Uncharacteristically, Zhou Qingye, known for his emotional volatility, did not explode in anger but instead trembled as he reached out to grasp Xie Mi's pant leg. Please, don't say it. Xie Mi wore an enigmatic smile, swallowing the remaining word raise. I cannot fulfill your wish, but a father can fulfill a son's desires. Zhou Qingye froze for a moment, his heart sinking in despair as he closed his eyes. Father, Xie Mi was exhilarated. Chapter 8. A perplexing video surfaced on trending topics. From the moment Xie Mi began her revelations, 2 renowned directors suddenly appeared on screen, racing after her across the venue, culminating in Zhou Qingye's bizarrely rapid crawl, which froze on his desperate exclamation, "Father!" Viewers were left in disbelief. Having a mother who was alive, perky cockroach, excellent, this world has finally gone mad. Escaping mother monkey from Waguashan, even someone as remarkable as Zhou Qingye is completely subdued by Xie Mi. I truly don't understand, buljar and wild vegetable. To this day, we still do not know what Xie Mi was going to say. Word my duck, help. Initially, I resolutely refused to watch this show to resist Xie Mi, but now I'm super eager to watch because of her, who understands my internal conflict. My grandma often slaps Zhao Zilong. Come on, sisters, this is a sweet and delightful dating show. It warms my heart to watch it in the middle of the day. Heavily dumplings, there are still too many bad people in this world. Xie Mi was utterly unhinged. Those who once firmly believed she was merely crafting an image had begun to waver, thinking she was genuinely insane, not just pretending. The ice-breaking game in the show continued. When it came to Su Shuangrong, the atmosphere finally normalized. She seemed a bit shy, her gaze darting to a certain spot before retracting. I have someone I like, and they are right here, truly a heroine from a novel. With her singular strength, she steered the chaotic program back on the path of romantic reality. Director Niu Dao, along with the entire production team, bowed in gratitude. So soon, Lu Wuxing teased, it's the first recording today, and we are all meeting for the first time. It can't be love at first sight, right? Su Shuangrong lowered her head shyly, while Xiao Jingxi across from her wore a smile, his eyes sparkling. The screen was filled with pink bubbles. Aw, Wuxing, I love you. Help, I'm going crazy for this pairing. What a perfect match. Let me see Xie Biao's face. I don't believe she can keep pretending. The director knew how to stir the pot. Cutting to a close-up of Xie Mi, she covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The audience, according to the original storyline, at this stage, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong had yet to develop romantic feelings for one another. Their appearance on the dating show was merely a ploy for company promotion, thus all their flirty interactions on the show were scripted. Watching them perform live was truly hard not to laugh. Xie Mi's reaction particularly irked Xiao Jingxi, his expression darkening. "What are you laughing at?" She wasn't even jealous. Xiao Yingdi fiercely protects his wife. "Ah, well said, I'm satisfied." "I apologize." Xie Mi folded down a finger. "I have a bit of Parkinson's in my mouth." Xiao Jingxi's gaze darkened instantly. She folded? She actually folded? How could she have withstood such daunting conditions earlier? Yet now she folds? What a charade. She clearly likes Xiao Yingdi. "Ms. Xia, this round's question is, if someone you like is present, you do not need to fold a finger," Lu Wuxing kindly reminded. Viewers once again called out for her to speak. Xie Mi, unfazed, replied, "Exactly, so I folded. Is there an issue?" Lu Wuxing choked momentarily but remained undeterred. "So, you mean there is no one here that you fancy?" she asked. "Who should I like then?" Xie Mi inquired with a smile. Lu Wuxing was taken aback and quickly shook her head. "Then it's nothing. I in this round everyone except Xiao Jingxi had folded their fingers." The barrage of comments lambasted Xie Mi while others fervently supported their ships. Only Xiao Jingxi sat resolutely, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When it was Xiao Jingxi's turn, he seemed to have already prepared his statement. "I came to this show specifically for someone." Upon hearing this, Su Shuangrong shyly lowered her head. "Ah, you two are killing me with sweetness. You both turned a good game into a display of affection. But I like it, hee hee. Show off, go all out, show it to Xie Mi." Yet, no one noticed that when Xiao Jingxi uttered those words, his gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Xie Mi this time. Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye folded their fingers. Su Shuangrong did not fold, as expected. Shen Ruiqing also kept his fingers up, which was somewhat surprising, prompting netizens to speculate about who he had come for. Xie Mi did not fold. Xiao Jingxi's furrowed brow relaxed a fraction, and a confident smile graced his lips. It was indeed for him that he had come thus. His earlier actions became understandable, merely a game of feigned withdrawal. Xie Mi hesitantly bent her upright finger down, then raised it again, only to bend it down once more. Xiao Jingxi inquired, "I initially came for someone, but that person isn't here now, does that count?" Xie Mi asked, referring to her intention to come for Yu Hongxian, who had not shown up. "Well," Director Nil pondered for a moment, "I suppose it counts, as the proposition is I came for someone, as long as that condition is met. It doesn't matter whether the person is present or not, then it counts." Xie Mi confidently raised her finger. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched slightly. Overplaying the game of feigned withdrawal could become tedious. Next, it was Shen Ruiqing's turn. He pretended to think for a moment and then smiled slightly. "I've had an encounter with porcelain. A lethal strike, you bastard." Victim Xie Mi fumed. The others silently folded their fingers. "Ah, that's truly impressive. I absolutely adore Mr. Shen's unique style. It feels like no one in this show can match his aura." "No. I think Xie Mi can. Both of them are eccentric." As it stood, the current situation was, Qiu Qingye and Lu Wuxing had one finger left, Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi had 2 fingers remaining, while Shen Ruiqing and Xie Mi had 3 fingers each. It was now Xie Mi's turn. "Allow me to say a few words." Unbeknownst to her, Xie Mi had stepped into the center of the living room, a guide's microphone clipped to her waist. Director Niu instinctively patted his waist. "Where's my microphone?" As everyone knew, not long ago, she had been stabbed on the road. Xie Mi's voice, accompanied by static, emanated from the microphone. "I am here to recount that harrowing experience." The audience suddenly realized she was about to play the sympathy card. The comments section was flooded with words like, playing the victim, seeking sympathy, refusing to whitewash. The situation was perilous. The narrow road, slick from recent rain, was deserted, and the assailant lunged at me with a sharp blade, leaving me powerless to resist. Xie Mi choked back tears, covering her mouth. I wondered why this sister suddenly joined a dating show. Turns out she was waiting for this moment. Oh dear, she even cried. How tragic. In a moment of desperation, Xie Mi wiped away her bitter tears. I had no choice but to thrust the automatic umbrella I was holding into his. Director Neo. What? Although he had no idea what she was about to say, he sensed impending doom. With lightning speed, Director Neo dashed to turn off the camera aimed at Xie Mi, patting himself on the back for his quick thinking. Just then, Xie Mi turned to another camera, looking pitiful, in the rear, and opened the umbrella. Chapter 9, Hidden Task, Feed the male guests cookies. Director Neo. No. Director Neo and the entire crew wailed in despair. In the next moment, the live stream was abruptly cut off. Of the viewership, which had reached 9 figures, vanished in an instant. The last shot before the blackout was Xie Mi's declaration. Yes, he later ended up behind bars. But before that, he made a detour to the proctology department. To be honest, he screamed quite pitifully, much like Director Neo was now. What an explosive turn of events. The production team hastily posted on Weibo to reassure viewers that the stream would only be paused for 5 minutes and would resume shortly thereafter. However, during those 5 minutes, Weibo was set ablaze. Clumsy beauty appears. Fun fact, everyone don't stab Xie Mi. She really will stab you in the rear. Sad GG explosion. Is that guy doing okay now? AAA level 10 welder. Am I the only one who finds this hilarious? Extreme fans should be treated this way. Cherry Blossom little trouble. It's completely blacked out now. You can't push other celebrities without them getting depressed and jumping off buildings. But if you mess with Sister Xie, she'll just send you to the proctology department. You look like Sister S husband. Sister Xie is amazing. Give this little inner entertainment industry a jolt. Charming Hala Shao. Wait, Xie Mi actually has fans now? Alright, I'll come clean. I'm also a fan. Sister Xie is incredible. What the hell? The internet has truly gone mad. The livestream quickly resumed. With viewership not just unaffected but actually increasing, maintaining its high popularity, director Neo dared not continue with the previous topic and urgently announced the end of the game. The losers, Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing, were tasked with preparing dinner, while the others could freely roam the villa. Hence, Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing went out to shop, with no rooms assigned yet. Those who remained could only temporarily occupy the common areas. Xie Mi gazed at the sky, contemplating life. Why hadn't Yu Hongxian come to participate in the dating show? And who was Shinru Weiqing? Could it be that her arrival triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? Well, she would just let loose and leave the rest to fate. Xie teacher, Xie teacher. Someone shouted from below, their voice nearly strained. Xie Mi leaned out from the eaves, looking for me. Oh my gosh, the assistant director was startled, clutching his heart. Upon noticing where Xie Mi was, he was even more shocked. Xie teacher, when did you climb onto the roof? No wonder we couldn't find you anywhere. Are you a monkey? Xie Mi had a blade of grass in her mouth, claiming it was for moon gazing. The assistant director glanced at the blue sky and white clouds above. I think you look like the moon. The production team quickly deployed a drone to bring Xie Mi back into the frame. What the hell? Xie Mi is up there. I was wondering where she had suddenly vanished to. She climbed onto the roof? This is a 3-story villa. How did she get up there? Xie teacher, come down, I have something to discuss with you, the assistant director shouted from below. If you have something to say, just say it. Going down is quite a hassle. Xie Mi refused. The assistant director appeared flustered, stammering, just come down for a moment. It's not easy to say. Xie Mi was delighted to be contrary. I want T. The assistant director was exasperated, pacing anxiously, unable to persuade Xie Mi, and finally shouted softly, you have a task. Speak louder. I can't hear. The assistant director gritted his teeth and raised his voice a bit. You have a task. Still inaudible. You have a hidden task. He shouted, and the whole world heard it. Great, now the whole world knows Xie Mi has a hidden task. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. How is she always so dramatic? Xie Mi finally recalled that this segment existed in the original text. After the finger-folding game concluded, each guest would receive a hidden task, and those who completed their tasks would gain priority in choosing their rooms. This was no small privilege. Xie teacher, your hidden task is to feed 3 male guests cookies before 9 o'clock tonight without being discovered while doing so. I in the production team's small room. Xie Mi received her assignment. What a dramatic task indeed. It wouldn't be so bad to feed someone on the first day, but as everyone knew, her relationship with Xiao Jingxi was as bad as it could get. How could he possibly eat anything she offered? This was clearly targeting her, but okay, Xie Mi readily agreed. The women of the Xie family never backed down. Things are getting interesting now. The production team is intentionally stirring the pot. Xiao Jingxi is so annoyed with Xie Mi. How could he possibly eat what she offers? Sneakily laughing. I can already imagine how embarrassing it will be for Xie Mi later. At 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing returned from shopping. As Xiao Qingye stepped through the door, a shadow flew toward him. Here comes the little flying stick. This familiar feeling? It was as if he had returned to his infancy. Seated in a high chair, refusing to eat, and instinctively opening his mouth when his father offered him a spoonful of baby food. At that time, his father had also indulgently said, here comes the little flying stick. Ah, Xiao Qingye swallowed it whole, closing his eyes in blissful chewing. Qiao, Mr. Qiao, Lu Wuxing's trembling voice broke through his reverie. Xiao Qingye opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Lu Wuxing's face filled with horror. What was she making such a fuss about? It was just a bite of baby food. Wait. Baby food? Xiao Qingye suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with Xie Mi's benevolent smile. Good boy, you eat first. Dad will feed you again next time. Xiao Qingye, what? He had actually eaten something fed to him by Xie Mi? He needed to go to the hospital for a stomach pump. At this moment, the comments section was left in utter disbelief. Wait, is Qiao Go actually her son? I thought he was just joking. He genuinely treats Xie Mi like a parent. Could it be that Xie Mi is a fatherly figure in the entertainment industry? It must be said, the recently executed feeding and receiving actions were so fluid that I momentarily believed they were truly father and son. The deep bond of fatherhood, the hashtag Xie Mi is becoming a dad surged to the trending list. Many curious netizens assumed that Xie Mi had been exposed for being pregnant and rushed to the show with the anticipation of witnessing a spectacle. However, they soon discovered she was genuinely becoming a father. Well, while they typically disregard nonsensical shows, they simply had to stay and see what unfolded in a scenario as outrageous as this. Progress of the task. 1-3. Xie Mi emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of cookies, striding confidently towards the study on the second floor. Shen Ruiqing appeared to be rather easy to fool, so she decided to start with him. In the garden on the first floor, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were busy working in tandem, watering flowers, their sweetness palpable. Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi caught a glimpse of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor. Xie Mi and Shen Ruiqing were alone inside, and they were actually... Bang! Xiao Jingxi slammed the watering can onto the table. It was getting late, and the temperature outside had turned a bit chilly. It would be better for us to take a break in the study. Chapter 10. A scene of chaos. Something's off with the film Emperor Xiao. It seems my timing is unfortunate. Xiao Jingxi stood at the study door. Turbulent emotions swirling beneath his calm facade, his face still adorned with a faint smile. Do I need to step away? Behind him, Su Shuangrong peeked in and, upon witnessing the scene inside, instinctively covered her eyes. Oh dear, what is happening here? Inside, a man was pinned to the sofa, his tie loosened, the collar of his shirt open, revealing enticingly pale skin and faint muscle contours. Disheveled hair barely concealed his eyes. It could not hide the faint flush on his cheeks. A girl straddled his slender waist, his long fingers attempted to push her waist but made no progress, his long legs, trapped beneath her, struggled slightly before conceding. No, he tilted his head to the side, his eyelashes fluttering. I said, okay tonight, of course not, you need to eat this right now. Xie Mi's voice shattered the intimate atmosphere as she forcefully shoved cookies into Shen Ruiqing's mouth. Are you going to keep being coy? Xie Mi, please be quiet, I beg you, close your eyes. I can really picture it now. And Xie Mi just screamed again. Mr. Shen, why are you being so coy? I absolutely adore it. For the first time, I feel like Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong are somewhat superfluous. Eat, you must eat. No, this conversation was impossible not to misinterpret, having been ignored throughout. Xiao Jingxi could no longer hold his tongue and strode to the front of the sofa, nearly shouting into Xie Mi's ear, I'm asking, do I need to step away? At the same time, Xie Mi was equally infuriated by Shen Ruiqing. Fine, you don't want to eat, then I'll feed it to the dog. While saying this, she turned and shoved a cookie into Xiao Jingxi's mouth. Xiao Jingxi bit down on the cookie, bewildered. Why are you feeding the film emperor to the dog? Go ahead, insult me. Shen Ruiqing lazily lifted his gaze, a playful smile on his lips. I was too immersed to notice you. Do you need something? Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened further. I can't believe I feel a sense of impending chaos here. Wait, Mr. Shen seems completely unbothered, even enjoying this? Xiao Jingxi is also puzzled. He could have simply left, but he insisted on asking multiple times, still approaching to gain Xie Mi's attention. Upstairs, please stop your wild conjectures. The film emperor clearly finds Xie Mi's behavior scandalous and is unable to tolerate it. Exactly, and the film emperor originally wanted to read with Shuangrong in the study, but seeing Xie Mi occupying the space, he merely wanted her to leave. Oh, look at that, how impressive, trying to chase someone away. I thought this study was a common area, not exclusively yours, film emperor Xiao. This commentary is off. Why does it feel like Xie Mi has gained fans? Indeed, I am now a new fan of Xie Mi, supporting her outrageous antics as long as she stays lively. Having been publicly humiliated, Xiao Jingxi was displeased, but given Shen Ruiqing's presence, he refrained from expressing his frustration. I just wish to remind Mr. Shen that before engaging with someone, it's prudent to understand their character. You've been abroad for so long, you might not be aware of the entertainment news back home, film emperor Xiao. Shen Ruiqing interrupted, his smile unwavering. Why don't you try your sarcasm again? Xiao Jingxi's breath hitched. Mr. Shen actually defended Xie Mi against the film emperor. What an epic scene of chaos this is. I anticipated a chaotic scene, but never imagined Xie Mi would be the protagonist, and Su Shuangrong would merely serve as a background figure. Standing to the side, Su Shuangrong felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Jingxi was also taken aback by Shen Ruiqing's directness and found himself at a loss. Not wishing to offend, he could only hastily mutter, "You've misunderstood, that is not what I meant," and sought an excuse to leave. As Xiao Jingxi departed, Su Shuangrong naturally followed suit. The study was once again left with just Xie Mi and Shen Ruiqing. Xie Mi was still savoring her earlier cleverness. She had noticed Xiao Jingxi entering and had pretended not to see him, taking advantage of his momentary distraction to shove cookies into his mouth, a clever diversion. With this, she had completed 2/3 of her task. Now, only the final piece remained. Xie Mi turned her gaze back to Shenru Weiqing, who immediately smiled brightly upon meeting her eyes, his gaze sparkling. Xie Mi found herself unable to smile. She never expected the seemingly easiest person to manage would turn out to be the most difficult. She wondered what grievance the cookies had against her. Despite her forceful approach, he stubbornly refused to take even a bite. It seemed she needed to find another strategy, just as she was about to leave. He caught her arm. "Aren't you going to feed me anymore?" he inquired. Xie Mi was exasperated and amused. "You keep telling me to feed you. I let you feed me. You let? What are you even talking about?" Seeing Shenru Weiqing's utterly sincere gaze, Xie Mi paused. "You really let?" Shenru Weiqing nodded earnestly. Xie Mi tentatively extended a piece of cookie towards his mouth, and he accepted it. Hiss. What was the meaning of his earlier stubbornness? Could it be that Mr. Shen was purposely flirting with Xie Mi to be seen by Film Emperor Shao? Knowing that Xie Mi was completing a task yet cooperating, could he have feelings for her? No. The comments were flooded with lamentations. Xie Mi felt triumphant. Task complete. She felt light as a feather. After finishing the dismal dinner prepared by Qiu Qingye, the clock struck 9, signaling the task assessment time. The guests gathered around the living room sofa. Earlier that afternoon, each person had been assigned a hidden task. Director Niu utilized his little B loudspeaker. Fortunately, everyone had completed their hidden tasks. "Now, we shall determine the order of room selection based on the time each person took to complete their tasks." The first to complete the task was Teacher Xia, thus granting her the privilege of, that is, Su Shuangrong raised her hand, softly inquiring, "May I ask what happens if someone guesses another's task?" Director Niu replied, "The person whose task is guessed will be considered to have failed the task, while the one who guessed correctly will earn an additional point on top of their completed tasks." I see. Su Shuangrong nodded, appearing to grasp the situation. "Then I'll give it a try." Xie Mi's task was to feed cookies to 3 male guests. Correct, correct. Director Niu struck the drum. Thus, Teacher Xia is deemed to have failed her task, placing her in last place. Meanwhile, Teacher Su, having guessed correctly, takes the first position. Nice. Shuangrong is so clever, truly the brightest in the entertainment industry. Xie Mi is utterly dumbfounded. So what if she completed her task the earliest? All that fanfare, as if she were afraid no one would notice. Wait a moment. Xie Mi was unfazed, even exuding confidence. The reason she was so ostentatious about completing the task was clear. Shuangrong has guessed right. She lifted her head, a devilish smile curving her lips, sending shivers down spines. "Then it's my turn to guess." Chapter 11. I held you when you were little. Guess. Go ahead and guess. Su Shuangrong was thrown off by the guess. She is just throwing caution to the wind now. Isn't she? I bet she knows nothing, otherwise she would have guessed long ago instead of waiting until now. Which task does Teacher Xia wish to guess? Su Shuangrong inquired with a smile. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. "Let us start with yours." "Alright." Su Shuangrong was utterly composed, still wearing a gentle smile. "Your task is to lock eyes with a male guest for 30 seconds. Su Shuangrong's smile faltered. "Wait, how could you possibly know that?" When she had shared a deep gaze with Xiao Jingxi, there had been no one else in the garden. "Sorry, I accidentally saw it from upstairs." Xie Mi grinned widely. The floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor was an excellent vantage point. Correct. Director Niu struck the drum again, refreshing the rankings. Teacher Su in last place, Teacher Xia in second to last. Xie Mi is truly despicable. Wait, why is everyone getting defensive over this? Wasn't Su Shuangrong the one who guessed first? How come it's okay for her to guess but not for Xie Mi? Su Shuangrong likely didn't foresee that Xie Mi had such a trick up her sleeve. She dug her own grave. Just when it seemed the matter would conclude there, "Not so fast, I still want to continue guessing." Clearly Xie Mi was dissatisfied with her second-to-last position. She was determined to go all out. Qiu Qingye's task was to tie an apron on the female guests in the kitchen. Qiu Qingye, who had been enjoying the show, instantly lost his smile. Lu Wishing's task was to wipe the sweat of the male guests 3 times. Lu Wishing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded helplessly. Xiao Jingxi's task was to go on a private date with a female guest, his brows knitted tightly, displaying a rather displeased expression. Shenru Weiqing's task was to utter 3 cheesy pickup lines to a female guest. A knowing smile crept upon Shenru Weiqing's lips. Following this turn of events, Director Niu stood with his mouth agape, utterly astonished. All correct. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Having seen the original text, she was fully aware of everyone's tasks. As for the newly added Shenru Weiqing, it was purely due to the blatant nature of his cheesy lines that she managed to guess his task. Xie Mi seems a bit off. I'm not joking. Is that so? I thought you were holding back, but it turns out you had a whole bag of tricks. I see now. Xie Mi had already figured out everyone's tasks. If it weren't for Su Shuangrong guessing hers and landing in last place, she probably wouldn't have mentioned it at all. Su Shuangrong, why provoke her? Now look, nobody's happy. Unquestionably, Xie Mi emerged victorious and was granted the privilege of choosing a room first. The distribution of the villa's rooms was as follows: 2 luxurious single rooms on the 3rd floor, 2 standard single rooms on the second floor and 2 standard double rooms on the first floor. Without hesitation, Xie Mi opted for the luxurious room. The others were left in a quandary. Logically, the luxurious single room was the best. However, with Xie Mi residing next door, none dared to choose it. Lately, Xie Mi had been rather unpredictable, and having her as a neighbor would undoubtedly test one's psychological fortitude. Thus, Xiao Qingye selected a single room on the second floor, while Lu Wuxing and Su Shuangrong shared a double room on the first floor, and Xiao Jingxi took the other double room on the first floor alone. Did you see that? No one dares to be neighbors with Xie Biao. Her character is crystal clear. It's laughable. What good is staying in the best room if you're all alone? Hi, Shen Ruoqing extended his hand towards Xie Mi, his brow slightly arched. I look forward to your guidance, new neighbor. What do you mean by saying that right after? Mr. Shin, you're quite muddled. Xie Mi, who was carrying 2 suitcases and preparing to head upstairs, paused at his words. Glancing at Shen Ruoqing's outstretched hand, she contemplated for a moment before placing her foot upon it. With her hands occupied, it was a makeshift arrangement. Shen Ruoqing, undeterred, readily accepted. You all, Mr. Shin has feelings for Xie Mi. I see right through it. I hereby declare, the Sierra Watching CP is officially established. It's fine to fool others as CP fans, but don't deceive yourselves. Mr. Shin simply desires to occupy the larger room. Everyone was immersed in the flurry of unpacking, entirely oblivious to Xiao Jingxi's rather grim expression. He watched the figures of Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing ascend the stairs. Lost in thought, moments later, an annoying smile graced his lips. That evening, Xie Mi received a text from an unfamiliar number. Unknown number. So this was your intention, Xie Mi? Who are you? Unknown number. Every time you interact with Shen Ruoqing, it is in my line of sight. Are you trying to make me jealous? Unknown number. Your tactics remain so juvenile. Xie Mi, tisk tsk 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 tisk tisk. Unknown number? Unknown number. What do you mean? You have been blocked by the other party. Unknown number. You have been blocked by the other party. The following morning, Xiao Jingxi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat on the sofa with a rather displeased expression. What is wrong with actor Xiao? Did you not sleep well last night? I recall that in a previous interview, actor Xiao mentioned that due to his busy schedule, he has very little sleep, which makes him adept at falling asleep quickly and achieving high-quality rest. If he didn't sleep well this time, I suspect it must be because he was anxious about sharing a floor with Shuangrong. Wow, you found such a subtle hint. I'm dying. Su Shuangrong took the initiative to express concern for Xiao Jingxi's lack of sleep. Touched, he instinctively lowered his head and smiled, providing ample moments of sweetness in their exchange. The comments exploded with excitement. New materials for the trending topics. Since the first day of the show, Weibo had established trending topics for each CP. The Shaoxuang CP dominated the charts with a significant lead, followed by Qiu Qingye and Lu Wuxing's Changhua CP. After that, various peculiar CPs had scattered heat, barely amounting to a fraction of the Shaoxuang CP's popularity. As director Niu's voice fell, a special guest entered the villa. A senior figure in the industry, actor Mr. Ruan Feng. Wow, an esteemed senior has arrived. I used to see him on television all the time when I was a child. Ruan Feng must be nearing 50, yet he still looks so handsome. Ruan Feng, with 22 years in the industry and 0 scandals, has maintained an excellent reputation. Thus the comments were filled with enthusiasm. It is Mr. Ruan Feng, long time no see. Su Shuangrong immediately approached to greet him, eager not to appear neglectful. Long time no see, Shuangrong. Ruan Feng chuckled. I remember the last time we met was 3 years ago. Right, it's been so long, and you still remember me. That's quite thoughtful of you. Unlike some people, his tone shifted, still smiling, yet with a hint of underlying meaning. You saw me and didn't even greet me. As per usual, so oblivious, it was well known that Xie Mi had once collaborated with Ruan Feng in a drama, hence, everyone could easily guess who he was referring to. Is he talking about Xie Mi? I always said Xie Mi's character was questionable. Even such a humble senior like Ruan Feng couldn't help but criticize her publicly. Didn't she get labeled a diva on set when filming with Ruan Feng? Now that he is saying this, it's solid proof. Xie Mi's scandals 1. Did you all forget me? Ruan Feng continued with a grin, a smile concealing a dagger. The polite elder Xie Mi could not endure such an accusation and promptly stood up to refute. I haven't forgotten it all. I used to carry you when you were little. Chapter 12. You're still too young to compete with me. The comments fell silent for a few seconds. Do you even hear what you're saying? What a reversal of fortune. This is hilarious. Ruan Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a few seconds he replied, I guess I'm getting old. I can't comprehend the jokes of the younger generation. Xie Mi, with a high emotional intelligence, retorted smoothly, not old at all. You're still too young to compete with me. Ruan Feng. Some couldn't contain their laughter. It was Su Shuangrong who first spoke up for Ruan Feng. Xie Mi, what are you saying? He is an esteemed senior, Xie Mi swiftly countered. Do you also think the senior is old? Su Shuangrong momentarily choked. What a sharp-tongued girl, I like her. Shuangrong is trying to help her smooth things over. But she is ungrateful and bites back. It's no wonder I dislike Xie Mi. Regardless, one must respect their seniors, it's simply impolite. I thought Ruan Feng was the one throwing shade at Xie Mi. Isn't it reasonable for her to retort? Ruan Feng scolding her for being rude is valid because she truly is rude. Her rebuttal only proves her lack of manners. Some people fail to recognize their flaws and only seek excuses. How amusing. Utterly unreasonable. Ruan Feng shook his head in disappointment. Since no one has taught you how to respect your elders, allow me to teach you. Xie Mi, apologize now. Xie Mi remained unfazed, simply observing him with a calm demeanor. Ruan Feng adopted a stern expression. If you don't apologize, I won't continue filming this program. Director Niu, who had been watching the show unfold, grew anxious upon hearing this, knowing they had many processes ahead that couldn't be delayed. Teacher Xie, perhaps you should. Yes, Xie Mi, Su Shuangrong added, linking her arm with Xie Mi's. Just apologize to Ruan Feng. This stalemate is wasting not only our time but also that of the numerous staff accompanying us. Surely you wouldn't want everyone to work overtime. Indeed, Mr. Ruan Feng. Xie Mi swiftly shifted the narrative. Shuangrong is right. You came on the show and received payment. Suddenly throwing a tantrum and refusing to cooperate with filming is merely acting like a diva. This affects not just our time but also the staff's. Surely you wouldn't want to make everyone work late, would you, Su Shuangrong? Once this was said, the comments, which had been criticizing Xie Mi, suddenly shifted. Oh right, celebrities are working when they appear on shows, and they're well compensated. Refusing to cooperate with filming is indeed acting like a diva. How is it acting like a diva? Didn't you hear Ruan Feng say he wants to teach Xie Mi to respect her elders? He is thinking of her as a senior. Isn't that commendable? What respect for elders? It is merely using the entire crew to pressure Xie Mi into apologizing, dressed up nicely. Damn, these comments are unbearable. How can there be so many of Xie Mi's fans? How much are they paying per comment? Let us all learn together. What else with the emotional breakdown just because you can't argue back? Director Niu, I'm not continuing with this show, Ruan Feng declared coldly. Initially, I was willing to cooperate due to your standing. But some individuals on this show are utterly shameless, and I simply cannot proceed. I will return my appearance fee. Feel free to find someone else. Director Niu became frantic. Wait, this isn't just about the appearance fee. There is a contract in place. This would be a breach of contract. Just as the situation escalated, Xie Mi stepped forward and deftly stepped on Ruan Feng's pant leg. With a whoosh, Ruan Feng's trousers fell, revealing vibrant red long johns underneath. A snug fit, no less. Mr. Ruan Feng, is it your lucky year? Xie Mi's gaze drifted downward, a smile playing on her lips, quite small, but still rather adorable. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Xie Mi. Ruan Feng completely lost his composure, erupting in fury. What on earth do you think you're doing? Just reminiscing. Xie Mi smiled as she stepped closer, blocking his path. Since you started targeting me the moment you walked in, I couldn't help but reflect on where I might have offended you before. Could it be that during our collaboration on the previous production, you insisted on visiting my room in the dead of night for a private rehearsal and I subsequently slapped you and threw you out? No, after that, you swiftly arranged for a script leak accusing me of being disrespectful to my elders on the show, thus enacting immediate revenge. Or could it be that you surreptitiously added a kissing scene with a young actress, deliberately causing multiple NGs to take advantage of her during filming, and later, when I discovered your threats against her? No, that's not it either. At that moment, you threatened me as well, claiming that if I dared to speak out, you would ruin my reputation, asserting you had 100 ways to bring about my demise. How peculiar then. Where have I offended you? Xie Mi feigned a headache, but soon arched her brows and smiled brightly at Ruan Feng. Perhaps you should tell me yourself, senior. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a word. Ruan Feng's breath quickened, his pupils trembled violently, but having faced great scenes before, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Preparing for malicious rumors and a potential lawyer's letter, Xie Mi has gone mad. Damn, that scared me to death. I almost thought it was real, but seeing Ruan Feng so calm, it must be a fabrication. Ruan Feng is infamous for his devoted husband persona. How could he possibly harass a junior? Ridiculous. They should at least craft a better story. Yet, I possess evidence. Ruan Feng's breath caught in his throat. Xie Mi produced her phone, revealing that on that day she inadvertently recorded your conversation with that actress, and the content is undeniably explosive. I'll release it for everyone to see. Enough. Ruan Feng suddenly lunged forward, smashing Xie Mi's phone to smithereens. Don't spew such nonsense anymore. Anger was etched across his face, but a hint of exhilaration lurked in his eyes. Hidden beneath his fury, however, the way others looked at him shifted. Shock, suspicion, disdain. Ruan Feng paused, suddenly realizing something, and hurried to explain. I merely wanted to prevent her from continuing her slander, which is why I intervened. but there was no need to smash the phone. Xie Mi crossed her arms, tilting her head with an infuriating grin. Are you not feeling guilty? Those in the entertainment industry are astute, and netizens are the modern-day Sherlock Holmes. No one is a fool. They could easily deduce the implications of Ruan Feng's actions. Although hard to believe, perhaps, Xie Mi's claims hold some truth. My goodness. Smashing the phone just screams guilt. This is irrefutable evidence. I truly can't believe Ruan Feng is such a person. Was his devoted husband persona merely a fade? I'm disgusted. His action of smashing the phone clearly indicates panic, a cunning old man. Now that I think about it, his earlier targeting of Xie Mi on the show was clearly an attempt to pressure her. How vile. I now understand what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Personas in the entertainment industry can only be half trusted. So half of Xie Mi's scandal may well be attributed to him, suggesting she might not be so terrible after all. I stand by Xie Mi. Such a morally bankrupt artist should be permanently banned. Chapter 13, A Husband is Not a Gender. But a feeling Ruan Feng, the cunning old man. Xie Mi tears apart the old scoundrel. Xie Mi, the judge of the entertainment industry. As Ruan Feng's downfall unfolded, Xie Mi also rose to fame. The netizens were divided into two factions, one denouncing Ruan Feng, while the other critiqued Xie Mi's performance on the show. She single-handedly brought down a seasoned artist in just 10 minutes. This sister is truly formidable, long hair to the waist. I've suddenly developed a fondness for Xie Mi's audacity. In such a chaotic industry, there must be a few brave souls willing to speak out. Breaking through the chaos, hilarious, Ruan Feng attempted to establish dominance over Xie Mi, but little did he know, she was unyielding, directly putting him in his place. A smile in return. Chaos ensues. I'll say it again. A husband is not a gender, but a feeling. If Xie Mi's earlier reputation for being difficult was indeed orchestrated by Ruan Feng, doesn't that imply she is actually quite decent? Snow melting amidst desolation. However, we cannot completely absolve her. Let us not forget she has one major scandal looming over her. As Xie Mi's reputation began to recover, the fans of the Xiaorong couple were not pleased. Being Xie Mi's most ardent antagonists, they could easily bring her down if provoked. They would not allow her to clear her name. Thus, they promptly created the Xie Mi the Mistress entry, detailing how Xie Mi was the dream girl of Xiao Jingxi and how she had intruded upon the Xiaorong couple. Shamelessly, this entry swiftly climbed the trending charts. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Ruan Feng, the morning sports event commenced. Director Niu held the microphone, cueing the process. Sports can stimulate adrenaline, heightening the senses, thereby facilitating the spark of romance. Hence, today we shall host the first sports event of love inspection, three-legged race. Xie Mi recalled this segment. In the original book, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were paired together, both inexperienced at the three-legged race, resulting in a fall halfway through, culminating in an accidental kiss. This was a memorable scene that intensified the feelings between the Xiaorong couple. And now, I declare the team pairings. Director Niu's voice resonated through the microphone. Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye are one team. Su Shuangrong and Shen Wanqing are another. Xie Mi and Xiao Jingxi are paired together. The smile that had just blossomed on Xie Mi's face vanished in an instant. Who decided on these pairings? Shouldn't they be promoting the most popular Xiaorong couple? Moreover, this deviates from the original narrative. Not only was Xie Mi furious, but the fans in the comments were equally incensed. Why split up my Xiaorong couple? This doesn't make sense. The most popular couple on the show is definitely Xiaorong. The production team wouldn't neglect them. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. It's obviously Xie Mi. She deliberately got the director to pair her with the film Emperor Xiao for intimate interaction. How ridiculous. Can Xie Mi stop acting like a mistress? I just praised you, and now I'm at my wit's end. Xiao Jingxi approached Xie Mi expressionlessly, holding the binding strap. In their previous romantic relationship, Xiao Jingxi had always been in a position of power, accustomed to commanding Xie Mi. Thus, this time he naturally handed the strap to her. Expecting her to bind her leg, however, Xie Mi decisively declined. Sorry, I can't do that. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched, but unexpectedly, he refrained from saying anything further and instead crouched down to bind his own leg. This cooperation felt rather out of character. Just as Xie Mi pondered his ulterior motives, she sensed a gaze fixated upon her once more. Here it comes again. Earlier, during her confrontation with Ruan Feng, that gaze had been on her, like a hunter observing its prey. This time, Xie Mi did not ignore it and met the gaze head-on. Shen Wanqing leaned against a tree, his arms lazily crossed, his captivating peach blossom eyes locking onto her. Upon meeting her gaze, he smiled, a playful glint in his eyes. Need any help? He mouthed. Xie Mi merely smiled, choosing not to respond, calmly averting her gaze, until she unraveled his intentions. She would remain silent. The three groups stood at the starting line, their legs bound. Qiu Qingye wrapped his arms around Lu Wuxing's waist, confidently assuring her, "Don't worry, I have great athleticism, as long as you don't mess up." We'll win. Lu Wuxing smiled gently. "I'll do my best." Su Shuangrong bit her lip nervously, turning to Shen Wanqing. "I've never participated in a three-legged race before. If I hold you back, Please don't scold me. Don't worry, Shen Wanqing replied with his usual calm smile. I will scold you. Su Shuangrong's lips twitched slightly. Listen to my command. Step forward with your left foot. Xiao Jingxi remained expressionless, staring straight ahead. You better not cause any trouble. Xie Mi was solely focused on the first place prize of a seafood feast, ready to resolve this swiftly. The race began, with a single command. All three groups sprang into action. 121, 121. Xiao Qing's commands resonated loudly, yet they remained in place. Shen Wanqing and Su Shuangrong started steadily. Though not fast, they were error-free. Xie Mi, fixated on the seafood feast, promptly stepped forward with her left foot. The result, Xiao Jingxi too stepped forward with his left foot. His left foot was bound to her right, meaning both of Xie Mi's feet were off the ground, causing her to lose balance and tumble towards the ground. Uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, she felt Xiao Jingxi tug her slightly. Consequently, her fall trajectory shifted, sending her crashing into him. Wait a moment. She seemed to comprehend something. Xiao Jingxi was deliberate, intending for her to step with her left foot to cause her to fall, thus ensuring she would land in his arms, inevitably earning her the reputation of trying to seduce him. Oh, so this is how you wish to play? You can take a punch from me. Xie Mi's fist struck Xiao Jingxi's back, causing him to nearly regurgitate his previous meal. She used the momentum to regain her balance. Are you insane? Xiao Jingxi was enraged. Sorry, you just told me to step forward with my left foot, yet you stepped with your left foot as well, causing me to lose my balance. I merely helped you out a bit. You shouldn't mind, right? Xie Mi refused to take the blame, directly exposing Xiao Jingxi's hidden intentions. Xiao Jingxi's facial muscles twitched, clearly suppressing his anger. Help. What she did could hardly be termed as helping. No worries, it was my fault for not being clear. I meant for myself to step with my left foot. It seems you misunderstood. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jingxi said, let us try again, this time. You step with your left foot, okay. Although she verbally agreed, Xie Mi kept her guard up and stepped with her right foot. As expected, Xiao Jingxi resorted to his old tricks, still favoring his left foot. Xie Mi couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, is this how we're playing it? If you act unkindly, don't blame me for being unjust. Chapter 14. I have a great interest in Teacher Xie. The barrage in Xie Mi's livestream was tumultuous. I knew the trending topic wouldn't arise from nothing. Xie Mi genuinely wants to be a mistress. Xie Mi accuses Ruan Feng of harassment. Yet isn't she guilty of the same? Using the three-legged race to get handsy with Xiaoyingdi is truly disgusting. Aside from their feet being tied together, they were half a meter apart. I didn't see Xie Mi making any advances on Xiao Jingxi. Didn't you see her just help Xiaoyingdi? I only saw her punch him. That constitutes physical contact. She did it on purpose. Throughout this entire 100 meters, who knows how much tofu she consumed, feeling quite pleased with herself. Exactly, while the other two groups are almost halfway through, they're still standing still. It's obvious Xie Mi is deliberately dragging it out to have more contact with Xiaoyingdi. We all women, who can hide such intentions? Isn't it Xiao Jingxi who misstepped and caused Xie Mi to nearly fall? Why must the barrage be so harsh on the girl? The black fans, eager to vilify Xie Mi, paid no heed to these details, incessantly shouting about Xie Mi harassing Xiao Jingxi, even flooding the barrage with their claims. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the livestream shifted dramatically. Xie Mi crouched down, her hands on the ground, raising her hips in a starting position. Before Xiao Jingxi could voice a protest, Xie Mi surged forward like a wild horse, dragging Xiao Jingxi along as he was pulled off balance. His eyes rolled back in disbelief. What the heck? What are you doing, you crazy woman, Xie Mi? Xie Mi's limbs propelled her forward with the speed of a motor, sending dust flying in her wake. While Xiao Jingxi became a mere appendage, his head thumping against the ground, who was waving at him. It was Tai Night. The staff cried out in desperation for Xiaoyingdi. What are you all doing? Hurry up and save him. I can't. Teacher Xie seems to have gone mad again. Whoa, Xiaoyingdi is calling for help. Xiaoyingdi is bleeding. Xiaoyingdi is unconscious. Xie Mi leaped across the finish line. Claiming first place, sunlight bathed her, and she wore a victorious smile. With no thoughts of men, she wielded her sword like a deity. Behind her was a swarm of staff and Xiao Jingxi being carried away on a stretcher. Who dares to say Xie Mi is harassing Xiaoyingdi again? With this performance, how could she possibly like Xiaoyingdi? If she likes him, I'll eat dung. Just using him for food and drink. Dog emoji. I seriously suspect I was misled previously. The show is paused. I need to re-evaluate the situation. With no thoughts of men, I wield my sword like a deity. This trending topic successfully overshadowed the earlier one of Xie Mi the mistress. Skeptical netizens returned to investigate, unexpectedly discovering that aside from the initial revelation of a photo of Xie Mi and Xiao Jingxi on her phone, there were no further connections between the two. All rumors about Xie Mi being a dream girl, a sycophant, or an interloper were merely exaggerated by those CP fans. One person told 10, then 10 spread to 100, and before long, it became truth. Burning chest hair. So did I misunderstand Xie Mi again? Little dog Bento suddenly feels sorry for Xie Mi, wrongfully accused and stabbed in the back. It's not surprising she has gone mad. Not a sissy youth, I pitied her, sponge cub, so Xie Mi is vindicated, huh? I might start shipping her with Mr. Shin. I've had my eye on that pair for a while, hee. You next, lobster, doesn't anyone care about the injured Xiaoyingdi? Don T, you think Xie Mi went a bit too far? White rabbit, not too hot, Shuang and Mr. Shin are also hurt. No one would have expected that a simple three-legged race would result in 3 injuries. Poor Xiao Jingxi goes without saying. Shin Ruiqing and Su Shuangrong were also unfortunate. They fell together due to a lack of coordination and both twisted their ankles. Shin was alright, but Su was in more serious pain. Nearly in tears, listening to the staff's chatter, Xie Mi pondered. Although the groupings had changed, the narrative of falling remained, only this time it was Su Shuangrong and Shin Ruiqing who were injured. Yet, unlike the original story, they didn't fall into each other's arms but instead both suffered injuries, quite amusing. Due to the injuries of the guests, the production team granted a lengthy break. At 6 that evening. Recording resumed. Please each teacher put on this watch. At the start, the assistant director produced 6 watches. These are heart rate monitors that can track your heart rates in real time when your heart rate exceeds 120. An alarm will sound. This is the most distinctive feature of our program, Director Niel proclaimed proudly. Wearing a heart rate monitor means that your feelings cannot be concealed. If you feel attracted to someone and your heart rate spikes, the alarm will reveal your innermost thoughts. This setup is interesting. Then it's impossible to act. Liking someone is immediately obvious. I'm suddenly curious about who will be the first to trigger the alarm. Next, please check your heart rates. After Director Niel finished speaking, Xie Mi opened her watch. The normal heart rate for adults typically ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute. Hers was around 65, quite stable. In the original story, this heart rate monitor created many memorable moments. In the later stages of the program, Xiao Jingxi's alarm repeatedly went off for Su Shuangrong, and she took a long time to respond, only triggering the alarm for him in the final episode, which left readers tormented. Xiaoyingdi starts off with over 100 beats. Who could he be interested in? Zhou Qingye's voice rang out. Lu Wuxing teased, nudging Su Shuangrong's shoulder. I wonder who it could be. Oh, don't joke with me. Su Shuangrong was utterly embarrassed. Xiao Jingxi nonchalantly withdrew his gaze from Xie Mi and smiled at Su Shuangrong. Xiaoyingdi's feelings are impossible to hide. My darling's face is completely flushed. Jealousy might raise heart rates too. I'm curious about Xie Mi's heart rate right now. 65, Shin Ruiqing's voice chimed in at the right moment, his gaze landing on Xie Mi's heart rate monitor, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Teacher Xie is so calm. You re no different. Xie Mi glanced at his watch, which read around 85.86, 88, 92. Why is it rising? Shin Ruiqing discreetly turned off his watch screen, thinking that Teacher Xie seemed quite interested in him. I think it's you who is interested in me, Xie Mi retorted. How did the blame shift back to me? Xie Mi's heart rate is 65. This confirms she is not interested in Xiao Jingxi. Then I'll ship this pair out of respect. Do they have a CP name? Xia Rui kills the donkey. CP fans, gather here. You're bold to ship. Don't you think Xie Mi is reaching? What is Shin's status? Xie Mi could act her whole life and still not earn a fraction of his wealth. Xie Mi claims Mr. Shin is interested in her. Isn't she feeling a bit guilty? Indeed, when it comes to slapping netizens in the face, Shin Ruiqing always spares no effort. He lowered his gaze at her, his smile widening. I have a great interest in Teacher Xie. Chapter 15, by my own strength? All bells ring. Xie Mi instantly became alert. This person had previously tried to provoke her. Now he claimed to be interested in her. Was it her wallet he was after? They say the wealthier one is, the more they love money. This adage holds true. Thus she directly asked, in what way are you interested? Little did she expect her directness to catch him off guard. Shin Ruiqing raised an eyebrow. In every possible way. Leaked. Mr. Shin, you cannot. The barrage exploded. Howls of despair and squeals of excitement filled the chat. Only the CP fans of Xia Rui were laughing hysterically. Xia Rui kills the donkey. I'm very interested in you. In what way? Every way the Xia Rui kills the donkey CP thread was urgently established. Though somewhat peculiar, it gained traction due to the fans' enthusiasm, quickly climbing to third place in the CP trending topics. Just behind Xiaorong's CP and Xingqing's CP, some were envious, smiling sweetly. This pairing is delightful. Who doesn't he know that Mr. Shin has been abroad for years? His thoughts are quite liberal, and his interest is merely literal. Some people should refrain from being overly sentimental. 80 sickly guards the tower. Are you a fan of Xiaorong's CP? I find it curious that when Xie Mi was linked to Xiaorong, you criticized her as a mistress, yet now that she has paired with someone else, you call her delusional. What do you want? Half her waist. Instead of enjoying your own circle, you're here causing a ruckus. Big guts, Osiete, can't tell whose home ground this is. Dare to insult again. That individual was a notorious hater of Xie Mi. In the past, as soon as they insulted her, everyone would echo their sentiments. This was the first time they faced a crowd of defenders, and they found themselves at a loss, quickly deleting their comment and fleeing. A wave of Xie Mi's fans surged into the livestream. Sister Xia, your Xia bro has arrived. Sister Xie, fly bravely. If anything happens, I'll bear the consequences. Xie bro is Xie Mi's fan name? Yes, they came up with it themselves. Quite eccentric, right? Eccentric, but if they're Xie Mi fans, it makes perfect sense. Fans follow the lead, I see. That evening, a special date was announced, and everyone was instructed to prepare and gather in the parking lot as each person returned to their rooms to get ready. The assistant director discreetly called Xie Mi out once more. Teacher Xie, the hidden task. Xie Mi took the envelope he handed her, opened it, and glanced inside. Get anyone to ring a bell for me? Yes, as long as you can make someone's ringtone sound, it will be deemed a successful task. You may employ any method, tease him, amuse him, or even frighten him. Just one person, yes, just one, okay. The assistant director chuckled inwardly at how naive Xie Mi was. This task was not as simple as it seemed. Their director's team had privately experimented, and reaching a heart rate of 120 was as challenging as climbing to the heavens to eye in the parking lot. 6 luxury vans were ready. To help the guests familiarize themselves quickly, the program team had specially prepared these vehicles. The question then arose, who would drive? Who among you can drive? Zhou Qingye, as a wealthy young master with countless luxury sports cars, naturally possessed excellent driving skills, but he had no habit of serving as a chauffeur for others. It would be beneath his dignity, thus he easily shifted the responsibility elsewhere. Mr. Shin has lived abroad, so he probably holds a foreign driver's license and is surely unfamiliar with domestic road conditions. Jingxi had sustained an injury and was also unable to drive. Su Shuangrong reasoned logically, only to suddenly falter. Actually, I haven't even obtained my driver's license yet. Was Xing. To my knowledge, doesn't he drive often either? At this point, it seemed there was only one candidate left. Just as Shin Zhaoqing was about to speak, Xie Mi abruptly snatched the car keys, declaring, "No problem, I'll drive." Such eagerness left Su Shuangrong utterly flabbergasted. "Never mind, I'll do it." Xiao Jingxi frowned, reaching for the keys, yet Xie Mi nimbly maneuvered into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt. Xiao Jingxi's hand froze midair, his expression darkening. "This is not the time for you to showcase yourself. Stop joking around, give it to me." "Xiaoyingdi, are we that familiar?" Xiao Jingxi. With matters having progressed to this point, they had no choice but to let Xie Mi take the wheel. As they prepared to board, Xiao Jingxi hesitated at the front passenger door, but during his moment of indecision, a defined hand opened the door. It was Shin Zhaoqing. Xie Mi was somewhat astonished. "Oh, you dare to sit in my passenger seat?" Shin Zhaoqing smiled. "I'm quite resilient." Xiao Jingxi. Once all had boarded, the car set off. For Xie Mi's driving skills were remarkably steady as they smoothly merged onto the highway, heading toward the city center. The occupants of the vehicle each harbored ulterior motives. Each person had received the same hidden task, and in an effort to stir the hearts of others, they employed all their wiles. Zhou Qingye showered Lu Wuxing with cheesy pickup lines. "Whatever I do, I'm almost guaranteed to succeed. I just need your kiss. Be careful walking. Don't keep bumping into my heart. No, I want nothing but you." Lu Wuxing offered an awkward yet polite smile. JPG, instead of feeling moved, she found his overt flirtation overly greasy, causing her heart rate to drop. In contrast, Xiao Jingxi proved to be much shrewder. He suddenly leaned in to remove an eyelash that had fallen onto Su Shuangrong's cheek. When their gazes met, they froze, lost in a moment of deep connection. Finally, Xiao Jingxi unexpectedly said in a bubble voice, "You look truly beautiful today." Su Shuangrong blushed and lowered her head, yet the ringtone did not sound, and her heart rate remained a steady 80. The operational couple lived up to their reputation. Now it was Su Shuangrong's turn. Although the car was driving smoothly, she suddenly tilted her weight and fell into Xiao Jingxi's embrace. She didn't rush to get up, but instead lifted her gaze from his arms, her eyes shimmering like water, her face radiant like a peach blossom. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Xiao Jingxi's heart rate instantly soared to 103. I felt it. Suddenly realizing that Xiaoyingdi is unexpectedly pure. No wonder it's Shuang. This must be the highest score so far. Recovering from his surprise, Xiao Jingxi sighed deeply. He had been startled when Su Shuangrong suddenly bumped into him. He thought they were about to have an accident. So far, no one's ringtone had sounded. It had been proven that reaching a heart rate of 120 was indeed quite difficult. Just as everyone believed that no one could complete this task, the car's speed suddenly began to increase gradually. Was it my imagination, or was it accelerating? Lu Wuxing was the first to notice the anomaly. "Xie Mi, what is going on?" Xiao Jingxi frowned and asked. Alas, a long sigh echoed through the vehicle. Everyone caught a glimpse of the sorrowful expression in Xie Mi's eyes through the rearview mirror. "As a human being, I apologize." The group? "No, what do you mean by getting emo at this moment?" The scenery outside the car began to whiz past. Zhou Qingye gripped his seat tightly. Wait, you're not considering doing something drastic, are you?" Lu Wuxing, breaking her ladylike demeanor, exclaimed, "Actually, many things aren't as bad as you think. Really, if you have worries, you can share them. Problems can be solved." Su Shuangrong's features were in disarray. "Xie Mi, calm down." "Really, just calm down. Please calm down." Xiao Jingxi, terrified, rolled his eyes. "Stop the car. You stop this vehicle right now." Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the entire car was filled with the frenzied sound of ringing. A cacophony of voices rising in chaos, the recording microphone nearly bursting. Only Shen Zhaoqing, with arms crossed over his chest, calmly closed his eyes. Amen. Chapter 16. While others have pool dates, you fool around in the water. The car safely came to a halt in the city. As soon as the door opened, a throng of people rushed out, immediately rushing to the roadside garbage can to vomit uncontrollably. The barrage of comments echoed their distress. Xie Mi, you scared me to death, pay up. Whoa, still alive, my couple is alive. Laughing to death. Just now Weibo saw the trending topic Xie Mi turns dark and wants to take the whole car to death, but upon discovering Xie Mi was just acting, it was swiftly retracted. SRDS, I can't be the only one who took it seriously, right? My 8-year-old sister was brought to tears, kneeling before the TV begging Xie Mi to spare them. Xie Mi, brimming with confidence, alighted from the vehicle and approached the already assembled director team. The task is complete. It was rather simple. The assistant director swallowed hard. You're amazing. You're truly amazing, alright? Congratulations on completing the task and earning a privilege card, which allows you to make a request to the program team at any time, and they will do their utmost to fulfill it. The assistant director announced the results of the task. Well said, Xie Mi replied modestly while inwardly contemplating the mischief she could concoct with this privilege card. Suddenly she heard the assistant director's exclamation, but Mr. Shin is truly impressive. The assistant director looked toward a distance where, remarkably, Shen Zhaoqing maintained a normal heart rate amidst the commotion. He was the only one whose ringtone had not sounded. Oh, Xie Mi turned around, following the assistant director's gaze. She saw Shen Zhaoqing leisurely stepping out of the vehicle behind her. The man appeared calm and composed, exuding his usual languid demeanor, starkly contrasting with the frenzied state of the other guests. The assistant director introduced him. Mr. Shen, it is said that he can maintain an 80 heart rate even while bungee jumping. Maintaining an 80 heart rate while bungee jumping, indeed, he was a formidable individual. Xie Mi became intrigued and approached him for an interview. Can you share your secret to your strong heart? It's quite simple. Shen Zhaoqing willingly participated in her interview. My motto in life consists of 4 phrases. If you don't accept it, just do it. Life and death are to be taken lightly. Xie Mi vaguely guessed the last 2 phrases. Little ailments should be treated, major ailments should be faced with acceptance. Hiss. Shen Zhaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly, then tentatively added, seeking kindred spirits among mountains and rivers. Delighted to meet you amidst the beautiful scenery. Xie Mi excitedly grasped his hand. What a pleasure to meet. Wait, you too? Oh no, they seem to be a perfect match. Xie Mi, who never plays by the rules, and Shen Zhaoqing, who can catch any card played. How did this become so appealing? After a brief respite, the program team led the guests to the top of a skyscraper. Here, a luxurious infinity pool awaited, offering a panoramic view of the city's nightscape, an ideal choice for romantic dates. Yet today, they were hosting a 6-person date. A date in the water, skin against skin, mingling in intimacy, hormones surging. This was the theme of the evening. Please welcome our guest teachers, as the assistant director's voice rose with excitement. The guests, now donned in swimsuits, made their entrance one by one. The first to appear was Xiao Jingxi, clad in designer swim trunks, draped in a white bathrobe, showcasing his sculpted chest and abs. Next was Qiu Qingye, more daring, stepping in confidently in a pair of fiery red swim trunks. Third was Lu Wuxing, enchanting in a gentle dark green swimsuit, the ruffled hem accentuating her long legs. Fourth was Su Shuangrong, embodying the image of a refined lady in a white one-piece swimsuit, her figure perfectly balanced, innocent yet alluring. This wave of stunning individuals in swimwear was a feast for the eyes, causing a flurry of excitement in the comments. Can I even look at Xiaoying's physique? Sigh, I'll show my respect first. The young master unexpectedly has a great build. I thought he'd be all show and no substance. Lu Wuxing, as expected of a noble lady, radiates elegance and sensuality without a hint of lewdness. Su Shuangrong is the epitome of pure allure. She looks petite yet so well endowed. Beyond discussing the already unveiled guests, the anticipation for the two yet to appear was palpable in the comments. Am I the only one looking forward to Mr. Shin? His proportions are truly exceptional. Even clothed, he looks enticing. Undressed, hee. I don't think Xie Mi will miss this opportunity to attract attention. Right? She possesses a commendable physique, I recall, and I dare say that donning a rather revealing swimsuit would likely catapult her into trending topics. Just as this remark floated by, a crisp and resonant voice rang out. Hey, a figure clad entirely in black made a nimble entrance, leaping into the water and surfacing after a few agile flips, exclaiming, here comes your old friend, son, what in the world just darted past? Are you here for a quick dip? Based on the familiar voice and somewhat erratic demeanor, the crowd barely managed to recognize her. Teacher Xie, Director Neo tentatively called out. The crew behind him was already poised to rush in and apprehend the seemingly misplaced water monkey. It's me. Xie Mi removed her oversized goggles that could shield her entire face and flashed a bright smile. The pool is quite spacious, albeit a tad shallow. I can't dive deep. I ask that your excuse for wearing a wetsuit? While everyone else is flaunting their alluring swimsuits, you show up in an all-black wetsuit that nearly envelopes your entire body. Xie Mi, ever the optimist despite her inability to dive, shrugged it off, saying, "Oh well, I can still swim, you might as well go home. This vast pool is meant for romantic rendezvous, not for you to frolic about like a monkey." Alright, I knew that CFA would always bring me surprises. Is this just for show? While everyone else is in swimsuits, she opts for a wetsuit, an unconventional attention grabber. How cunning. She truly stands out like a sore thumb. Indeed, it was shallow. Upon hearing this remark, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze. They beheld Xie, adorned in a sleek black bathrobe, sauntering toward them. His hair was slightly damp, droplets cascading down into the collar of his robe, provoking a flurry of imaginations. Hope reignited in the eyes of the onlookers. The initial reveal of the mysterious Tycoon Shin swimwear was undoubtedly the highlight of the evening, under the expectant gazes. Xie shed his bathrobe. Here he comes, the second wetsuit has arrived. The smiles of the crowd vanished. Mr. Shin, you? Did you just put your pants back on? Alright. I can't take it anymore. What a spectacle. Thus, the scene took a surprising turn. The production team had organized a pool segment for the evening, anticipating to witness handsome men and beautiful women splashing about, indulging in flirtatious interactions. Rather than this monkey business, for guests clad in swimsuits languished in the water, while two dark figures engaged in a swimming competition, sprinting 100 meters, water splashed everywhere, drenching director Neo, leaving him looking like a drowned rat. Wiping the water from his face, he declared, "That's enough." Chapter 17, Hide-and-Seek with Location-Sharing Monkey Business Dating Show gone wild. Neo, utterly unprepared for this turn of events, never imagined that his meticulously planned romantic pool date would end up trending under such an abstract label. He finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. If this continued, Xie Mi would single-handedly transform the dating show into a wild spectacle. It was time to take action, hence, the production team hastily adjusted the schedule, bringing forward the 1v1 date that was initially set for 2 weeks later. Today marked the 1v1 date. The following morning, director Neo stood in the living room, brimming with enthusiasm as he announced that the 6 guests would be divided into 3 groups, each heading to one of the designated date locations for a day-long romantic encounter. How will the groups be formed? Lu Wuxing inquired. A fine question, Neo replied, pulling out his phone. Moments later, the phones of the 6 guests chimed simultaneously. They all instinctively checked their devices, discovering that Neo had created a group chat and added them all. The group chat was titled, Hide-and-Seek with Location Sharing. Su Shuangrong questioned, "Indeed, hide-and-seek with location sharing, that is the game we shall play today." The 6 of them would simultaneously embark on their hiding endeavors, and after 10 minutes, one would be randomly designated as the hunter, tasked with finding the others within a stipulated time frame. While engaging in this hide-and-seek, all participants must activate their location sharing in the group chat, meaning the hunter could see each player's real-time location to aid in their search. The victor of the game would have the privilege to choose their desired date partner. Who could not refuse? That sounds entertaining, but I have a question. If you can see everyone's locations, how can you hide? That's why there's a time limit, as long as you continue to conceal yourself until time's up. You can win. The hunter can see your location, and you can see the hunter's location. While the hunter searches based on their location, you can evade based on theirs. It works both ways. So those who are physically fit will have an advantage. As long as they run fast, even if the opponent can see their location, they won't be able to catch up. Correct? Precisely. Director Neo really knows how to create excitement. What is the hiding area? Xiao Jingxi posed the critical question. Within the estate, Neo replied. The Love Inspection Villa was situated within an estate, featuring lush green lawns, tranquil lakes, and verdant woods, and the time limit, Zhou Qingye inquired. 1 hour. Neo produced a timer, stating, "From the moment you exit this door, I will start the 10-minute countdown. After that, I will designate the hunter, and then the 1-hour countdown will begin." The is being found defined as just being seen, or must there be physical contact? Shin Jiaoqing asked. Physical contact. In other words, as long as you run fast enough, you are invincible. With all the rules established, the production team allotted 10 minutes for strategy discussion and preparation, simultaneously providing everyone with a map of the estate for reference. Teacher Xie, who are you planning to choose? Xie Mi was surveying the terrain when she heard Shin Jiaoqing's voice nearby. Turning her head, she saw him dressed casually in a pale blue sweatshirt, leaning on the table with one arm resting, his chin supported by his hand, exuding a gentle smile. The gentle moonlight. Unfortunately, Xie Mi was not swayed. Don't ponder too much, for the answer is elusive. Unfazed by her indifference, Shin Jiaoqing continued, "If you don't know whom to choose, how about selecting me? Give me a reason, because I wish to be in the same group as Teacher Xie." As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes turned towards them, astonished. Is this an invitation to date? Wait, is this a confession? Is Mr. Shin genuinely curious about Xie Mi as a mere novelty? Xie Mi, have you lost your manners? Don't overthink it. There are only 3 female guests in the show. Su Shuangrong has a pairing, and Mr. Shin has 0 interactions with Lu Wuxing. Doesn't that leave only Xie Mi as an option? Is it really so hard to admit that Mr. Shin is interested in Xie Mi? Even a passerby can see that his gaze is anything but ordinary. Truly, the sky could fall, and you would still defend him. Xie Mi couldn't help but narrow her eyes, her mind racing. After a moment, she revealed a knowing smile. All right, if I win, I will choose you first. Xiao Jingxi shot her a sudden look. Then it's settled. Teacher Xie mustn't slip away from me, rest assured. As the preparation time came to an end, the game commenced officially. At the 6 guests grabbed their phones and activated their location sharing before stepping outside to find hiding spots. 10 minutes later, the hiding phase concluded, and Nio randomly designated the first hunter. Nio, let us see who this fortunate individual is. Nio, it shall be you, Xiao Jingxi. Alright, Nio, the 1-hour capture time begins now. Please set forth immediately to find the other guests. Xiao Jingxi sprang into action. The others could see Xiao Jingxi's icon moving across the map. Zhou Qingye, I'm quite far away, you need to be careful. Su Shuangrong, you're the nearest to him now. Su Shuangrong, well, if I get caught by Jingxi, I suppose I'll accept it. Xie Mi, perhaps you could still make a run for it, say, by relocating your position now. Su Shuangrong, I think I won't be able to outrun Jingxi. One must admit, the production team had done their homework. They chose Xiao Jingxi, who maintained a fitness regimen, ensuring that the hunter wouldn't be too slow to catch up to the hiders. Just when everyone assumed Su Shuangrong would be the first casualty, Xiao Jingxi executed a surprising maneuver. He outright abandoned the nearest target, Su Shuangrong, and began moving in another direction. Zhou Qingye, where is he headed? Is there someone over there? Lu Wuxing, pull the map back a bit. There is someone. The icon farthest from Xiao Jingxi was none other than Xie Mi, almost merging with the edge of the map. Xie Mi, is this old chap targeting me, letting the closest one go to pursue the farthest? This is too much. To think he would let Shuangrong go without a second thought. Isn't that love? Ha ha ha, what a clear distinction of affection and disdain. It's evident that Xiao Jingxi is seething. Finally, he can seize this opportunity to take revenge on Xie Mi. Xin Zhaoqing, Teacher Xie. You may proceed with peace of mind, Xie Mi, is that so? Xin Zhaoqing, fear not, if you lose, I shall choose you. Just as Xin Zhaoqing sent this message, Xiao Jingxi's icon on the map began to move at breakneck speed. Resembling a runaway horse, sprinting 100 meters, Xie Mi, what a little rascal full of energy. Xie Mi, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave. As Xiao Jingxi's icon on the map drew nearer to Xie Mi. Their icons eventually overlapped. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the announcement of Xie Mi's elimination in the group chat. Instead, they were met with Xiao Jingxi's inquiry. Xiao Jingxi, Xie Mi, have you vanished into thin air? Chapter 18, The Eccentricity of Hiding. Standing amidst a grove of trees, Xiao Jingxi fixated intently on the profile picture of Xie Mi on his phone, his brows knitted tightly as if he could crush a fly with the force of his concentration. At that moment, their avatars aligned perfectly, yet the surroundings were devoid of any presence. Not even a trace of Xie Mi's phone could be found. Surely, if she had discarded her phone and fled, there would at least be some evidence of its presence, wouldn't there? Xiao Jingxi, Director Nio, is the location malfunctioning? Director Nio, the location is accurate. Should any issue arise, I will inform you immediately. Xiao Jingxi, then it must be that Xie Mi has violated the rules. For I have not laid eyes upon her, Director Nio, she has not committed any infractions, I assure you. Xiao Jingxi, Zhou Qingye, what is going on? Did you not search diligently? Send me a video so I can see. Xiao Jingxi promptly uploaded a video, capturing the entirety of his surroundings, even filming above his head, yet all that appeared in the footage were trees and leaves. Where was Xie Mi's figure? Lu Wuxing, perhaps she is in a tree. Xiao Jingxi, I've checked, she is not there. Lu Wuxing, this is indeed puzzling. The audience in Xiao Jingxi's livestream shared the same bewilderment. Where on earth is she? This area has been thoroughly searched, there is no sign of Xie Mi. She must have hidden her phone and then run away. Isn't that a violation? I told you, Xie Mi is quite the enigma. Stubbornly, Xiao Jingxi continued his search despite the futility, determined to scour every inch of the area, nearly lifting each leaf in pursuit of the truth. Until Director Nio could no longer hold back and dropped a reminder in the group chat. Director Nio, half the time has elapsed, and you have yet to locate anyone. Perhaps it's time to change targets. Otherwise, you risk finishing last. Xiao Jingxi, frustrated yet powerless, Xiao Jingxi had no choice but to shift his focus, this time setting his sights on Xin Ruoqing. Curiously, Xin Ruoqing was positioned at the farthest point from him. With time running out, why target the furthest away? While I can understand his disdain for Xie Mi, what is his reasoning for pursuing Mr. Shen? Don't try to decipher the mind of a handsome man. He'll pursue whomever he desires without need for justification. Yet, I sense there is a motive. Perhaps Mr. Shin and Xie Mi had previously agreed to mutually select each other. Could it be that Xiao Jingxi intends to deny them that opportunity, thus wishing for their defeat? Laughing to death, why would Xiao Jingxi do such a thing? He would much prefer Xie Mi to choose someone else. In a bid to save time, Xiao Jingxi sprinted 100 meters, arriving at Shen Ruoqing's location already visibly fatigued. Yet another problem arose. Xiao Jingxi, Shen Ruoqing, I do not see you. Shen Ruoqing, that is as it should be. Xiao Jingxi, setting his phone down, Xiao Jingxi gazed at the tranquil lake before him, enveloped in silence. Su Shuangrong, if I'm not mistaken, the location for Mr. Shen appears to indicate he is on the lake? Xiao Qingye, is there even a boat on this lake? Had I known, I would have boarded one myself. Xiao Jingxi, no, Xiao Jingxi, there are no boats. This time, silence enveloped everyone. How eerie it is in broad daylight. First Xie Mi disappears, and now Mr. Shen has seemingly vanished into thin air? Goodness, this feels like a horror show. Could Xiaoyingdi have encountered a ghost? As the comments began to drift into the realm of the supernatural, Director Neo once again chimed in with a time reminder. Director Neo, just a friendly reminder, there are only 10 minutes remaining. If you still cannot locate anyone, you risk finishing last. Xiao Jingxi reluctantly. Xiao Jingxi gritted his teeth and shifted his aim once more, this time rushing toward the nearest target, Lu Wuxing. He successfully found Lu Wuxing at a pavilion by the lake. Director Neo, ding. Lu Wuxing has been found and is now joining the He Ghost team to assist Xiaoyingdi in the search. The two divided their tasks, with Lu Wuxing responsible for finding the closer Su Shuangrong, while Xiao Jingxi focused on the distant Xiao Qingye. Before long, Lu Wuxing located Su Shuangrong behind some bushes. Director Neo, ding, Su Shuangrong has been found and is now joining the He Ghost team to assist Xiaoyingdi in the search. At this point, Xiao Jingxi was drawing nearer to Xiao Qingye. After sprinting for quite a while, fatigue began to set in, yet as a true man, he refused to concede, pushing himself to continue, unbeknownst to him. Xiao Qingye's avatar suddenly began to move. Here it comes, the chase is on. Xiao Qingye, always indulging in revelry, is surprisingly swift. Xiaoyingdi looks pale. Can he still keep up? In the footage, Xiao Qingye sprinted with all his might while Xiao Jingxi pursued him relentlessly, resembling two wild men frolicking in the woods. Just as he was about to catch up, Xiao Qingye turned and dashed onto a bridge. With Xiao Jingxi hot on his heels, the drone overhead broadcasted Director Nyo's voice, countdown, 10, 9, 8. Xiao Jingxi's heart sank as he beheld Xiao Qingye merely an arm's length away, and with determination. He lunged forward, sensing something amiss. Xiao Qingye turned back in alarm. Bang! Like a wild boar, Xiao Jingxi collided with Xiao Qingye, but in his haste, he forgot how narrow the bridge was, and with a resounding splash, both plunged into the water. Beneath the surface, their eyes met. Yes, 6 eyes. They spotted Shen Ruoqing serenely submerged, relying on a single reed to breathe above the water. Upon noticing them, Shen Ruoqing appeared surprised, smiled, and waved a hand in greeting. Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye trembled, unable to hold their breath, and sank further down. On the production team swiftly fished the three of them out. To resolve the viewer's confusion, they returned to the location where Xie Mi had indicated she was hiding. Indeed, there appeared to be no place to conceal oneself. Lu Wuxing surveyed the area, perplexed. Su Shuangrong echoed the sentiment of confusion. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, its fingertips encrusted with mud, contrasting starkly with the pale skin. Resembling a corpse unearthed, the group froze in shock before erupting into earth-shattering screams. Ah! A ghost! My goodness, I was so startled I punched through the bedboard. Even my 3-year-old brother cried. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The atmosphere in the livestream mirrored the viewer's astonishment. A warm hand grasped the filthy one, pulling it from the earth. Shen Ruoqing tilted his head with a smile. Xie Laoshi, your dedication is commendable. Likewise, Xie Mi finally revealed her true self, her body caked in dirt, with an oxygen tank strapped to her back. That explained how she was able to breathe while buried underground. Goodness, you scared me to death. Xiao Qingye, still shaken, glanced at Xie Mi's oxygen tank and felt a surge of imbalance, yet hesitated to directly confront her. Instead, he directed his frustration toward the production team. Why didn't you inform us that props could be used? This game shouldn't allow such advantages. According to the rules, the use of props was prohibited, but Xie Laoshi had triumphed in the hidden task the previous day, earning a privilege card, which accounted for her exceptional advantage. Director Neo explained. Chapter 19, Dates, Thrills, and Escape Rooms. Ultimately, Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing emerged victorious in the game by hiding until the end. Their remarkable feats of one being submerged and the other buried alive propelled them to trending status. The most eccentric hide-and-seek ever. Netizens offered spicy commentary. One for sea burial, one for earth burial. Sexy mother cockroach, I couldn't unearth such pure gold in 10 years of mining. Escaping Suiwa from Bear Mountain made me laugh for no reason. Miss Qianjin, what on earth are you doing, you big fool? Brother, I'm scared. Why is Mr. Shen so eccentric? Ha, beating up elementary students, the eccentric duo. In the program, Director Neo stated, as Mr. Shen and Teacher Xia are tied for first place, you may discuss who will choose first. This process felt somewhat redundant, considering they had agreed to mutually select each other from the outset. It mattered little who went first. Xie Mi intended to hastily select Shen Ruoqing, but she heard his light-hearted tone. Then, ladies first, Teacher Xia should choose first. Turning with suspicion, she met his captivating peach blossom eyes. which sparkled with anticipation as if silently urging, choose me, Xie Mi's mischievous side flared up. With a swift motion, she pointed at Xiao Qingyan, then I choose Qiu. Wait, Shen Ruoqing suddenly pressed down on her hand. His lips curving into a gentle smile. Let us forego the ladies first. After all, I'm not exactly a gentleman. I choose teacher Xie. He blurted it out in one breath, as if fearing he'd be too slow. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow thinking, you're quite the clever one. Thus, Mr. Shin and teacher Xie have successfully formed a team. Next, before director Niu could finish speaking, Xiao Jingxi interjected unexpectedly, wait, has this been decided without Xie Mi's input? It was unexpected for Xiao Jingxi to speak up, leaving director Niu momentarily at a loss. According to the rules, the chosen individual could not refuse. However, wasn't she also tied for first, since they were equal? Shouldn't she have the right to choose as well? Xiao Jingxi smiled. I simply wish to respect the rules of the game, feigning a noble pretext. Seeing this, director Niu had no choice but to follow protocol and ask Xie Mi. So, teacher Xie, are you willing to team up with Mr. Shin? Before Xie Mi could respond, she felt a piercing gaze fixated on her. Looking up, she found Xiao Jingxi seated across from her, his eyes brimming with menace and warning. A smile broke across her face. Why do some people relish in self-inflicted humiliation? Absolutely. I am more than willing. If I cannot team up with old Shin, my life would be devoid of meaning. Not only was she willing, but she was also resolute. Xiao Jingxi's expression instantly soured. As for Shen Ruoqing, a smile danced upon his lips, his spirit stirred, exuding a vibrant charm that was both captivating and exuberant. Why do you call me old Shen? Am I truly so old? He queried. Whether you are old or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is that such a title makes me seem youthful. Came the retort. Indeed, that's quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree, old Shen? Quite so, old Xie, he replied. What the heck, when did these two become so sweet? Ever since the game of hide and seek, I felt an inexplicable connection between them. The more I observe, the more they seem like a perfect match. Mr. Shin was just worried that Xie Mi would choose someone else, even going so far as to say that he was not a gentleman. Who understands that? I am utterly shipping them. Am I the only one who finds Xiao Yingdi's expression somewhat peculiar? Xiao Jingxi maintained a stern demeanor throughout, while Su Shuangrong, hoping to bond with him, found herself unable to elicit any response, resorting to feign concern to create the illusion that Xiao Jingxi was merely suffering from a slight ailment. Ultimately, the groupings were as follows: Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing in one team, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong in another, and Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye in a third. With the groupings concluded, it was time to select the date venue. The production team did not announce it directly but rather unveiled a whiteboard inscribed with 3 keywords: romantic, exciting, health. Without revealing the details of the date, they were to choose based solely on these keywords: a romantic outing, an exciting adventure, or a health-focused experience. Which would they prefer? The production team was relentless in creating engaging content. The comments section erupted into fervent discussion. Is there even a choice? They might as well plaster the right answer on your forehead. Got it. Excitement is the risky option. One cannot go bungee jumping on a first date. What about the girl's hair and makeup? Would she arrive with disheveled hair? Could it be that the production team is employing a reverse tactic, making the seemingly worst option actually the best? Only a fool would choose romance. The atmosphere between a man and a woman is paramount, and when the ambience is right, emotions soar. From my past experiences watching dating shows, the first date is a crucial factor in determining future couples. Typically, if a date goes well, the couple is locked in, so caution is essential. As the word caution floated through the comments, Xie Mi raised her hand, her voice bright and clear. I choose excitement. As the victorious team, they had the privilege of making the first choice. However, her resolute decision caught everyone off guard, even director Niu, who stammered, Are you sure? Have you considered it thoroughly? A date must be filled with passion. How can there be passion without excitement? Xie Mi asserted with conviction. Director Niu turned to Shen Ruoqing, seeking his silent approval. Shen Ruoqing chuckled softly, leisurely affirming, I concur. Thus, it was settled. The Xie Ruoqing team opted for excitement, the Xiao Shuangrong team for romance, and the Lu Qiu team for health. The 3 couples boarded the production team's vehicle, heading toward their date venue. The first adventure for the excitement team was an escape room. They arrived at the trendiest escape room establishment, with the production team having booked the entire venue, leaving the spacious hall devoid of any patrons. The production team is certainly in tune with the latest trends. I was expecting something like bungee jumping or roller coasters for excitement, but this is what we got instead. There have been previous shows featuring escape rooms where guests collectively screamed. I've never seen a model towering at 185 centimeters faint from fear, and I certainly haven't encountered a single man who's remained unfazed. Prepare to capture screenshots. I have a feeling that Mr. Shin and teacher Xie will provide a plethora of expressive reactions. To enhance the immersion for the 2 teachers, there would be no filming during their time inside. The entire experience would be broadcast solely through surveillance footage. The staff handed them a flashlight and 2 sheets of talisman paper adorned with peculiar symbols. They then blindfolded them and guided them into the escape room. The temperature inside was chilling, with eerie drafts swirling about, and the background noise was a disquieting mix of indistinct creatures howling. The staff's voice echoed overhead, instructing them to remove their blindfolds. As Xie Mi lifted her blindfold, she was greeted by dimness. Through the faint green glow, she could discern that they were in a dilapidated restroom. Bloodstains marred the tiles, and thick black water seeped ominously from the toilet, permeating the air with an unsettling atmosphere. You are the spirit seekers tasked with investigating this ancient mansion. As the mansion's front door is perpetually locked, you had no choice but to enter through the window of the restroom. Now, please locate the key to unlock the restroom door and gain entry to the mansion. The staff's voice crackled intermittently through the broadcast. In the middle of the day, I felt a chill run down my spine. Protective comments. They both appear so composed. Oh no. Mr. Shin is the legendary man who can maintain an 80 heart rate while bungee jumping. Xie Mi looks like someone who is quite fearless. I bet they are both unafraid. Now let us find the key. Xie Mi turned her head, only to be confronted unexpectedly by a ghastly pale face. Ah, I can't believe this. The actress exclaimed, her voice laced with shock. The owner of the ghostly visage, Shen Wanqing, who was shining his flashlight on his chin, was startled by Xie Mi's scream, causing him to drop the flashlight, which plummeted into the toilet, disappearing beneath the murky water. Xie Mi, Shen Wanqing. The silence was deafening. I thought it was a big shot stumbling into a novice's realm, but it seems a rookie has entered the high-end zone? No way, you guys? Alright, just moments ago one was more composed than the other, now one is more cowardly than the next. So you are scared? Xie Mi asked through gritted teeth. Shen Wanqing nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am frightened. You too. I am terrified, Xie Mi declared, stating the most cowardly sentiment in the most defiant tone. So why didn't the two of you simply choose the mild option? 2 of the most timid individuals opted for the most terrifying scenario. Splendid indeed. The assistant director and the others in the monitoring room were overjoyed. This was precisely the kind of content they needed. In any case, they needed to find the key. Xie Mi stormed over to the sink, preparing to search, when suddenly, a ghostly face emerged in the mirror before her. Hiss, Xie Mi gasped, rolling her eyes back, stumbling backward. Shen Wanqing caught her, his long fingers steadying her waist, her head resting against his firm yet slightly yielding chest, his masculine scent warming her rigid body. Truly, it was the chest muscles that made the difference. Arigato, I feel much better now. He seemed to lower his head, his warm breath brushing against her neck and shoulders. Unceremoniously, thank you, beautiful. The tingling sensation along her neck sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to spring away from him. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but in the dim light, his face appeared to hold a hint of mirth. They needed to retrieve the flashlight, otherwise it would be too dark to see anything. Xie Mi rolled up her sleeves and approached the toilet. What are you doing, you silly girl? Wait, could it be what I think it is? In a swift motion, Xie Mi plunged her hand into the toilet. It happened so quickly that Shen Wanqing could not intervene. The actress is retrieving something from the toilet with her bare hands. Xia Jia, you are my hero. Got it. Wait, there seems to be something else, Xie Mi exclaimed, her expression serious as she fished around, then triumphantly pulled out a key. I can't believe this actually worked. I thought retrieving something from the toilet was outrageous, but it turns out the key was really in there. Next up, 2 cowards bravely venture into the heavy horror escape room. Exiting the restroom, they found themselves in an interminable corridor. Suddenly, the stillness was pierced by the sound of footsteps echoing through the air. As the footsteps grew closer, their pace quickened, something appeared to be approaching them. Xie Mi shone the flashlight ahead, revealing a ghostly figure in white rushing towards them. Oh my gosh, Xie Mi scrambled behind Shen Wanqing, inadvertently brushing her hands against his abs in her panic. In the midst of the chaos, a piece of talisman paper slipped from Shen Wanqing's pocket. The ghostly figure, startled, turned and fled. Xie Mi rejoiced. It seemed the talisman was meant to repel spirits, which made things easier. Upon entering the next room, a hanging ghost fell from the ceiling, and with unwavering confidence, Xie Mi brandished her talisman. Then, she was captured by the ghost. The staff's voice rang through the broadcast, congratulating the 2 players for deciphering the talisman secrets. One was for repelling spirits, while the other summoned them. Xie Mi, 6, haha, that absolutely cracked me up. Oh dear, how unfortunate for Lao Xie, dealing with toilets and being grabbed by a ghost, haha. I'm in stitches. This sister is truly the goddess of variety shows. Xie Mi was taken away, and next came Shen Zhaoqing's solo mission. Armed with a flashlight, he searched for clues in the room, when suddenly the wardrobe burst open, and a woman in red lunged at him with a terrifying shriek. He brandished an exorcism talisman, but the ghost in red remained unfazed, instead binding him tightly to a chair with ropes. Is this some kind of bondage play? What a twist in this escape room. Where are the sounds? Why can't I hear anything? It turned out that the microphone clipped to Shen Zhaoqing's collar had fallen to the ground. As the ghost in red took a step forward, Whether by intent or accident, she kicked the microphone far away. Little handsome, are you afraid? Her pale fingertips lifted his chin, accompanied by a sinister chuckle, creating a truly chilling atmosphere. Shen Xiaoqing hung his head, his hair obscuring his brows and eyes, his lips glistening with a rosy hue, resembling a bullied young master. Afraid? If you're scared, just answer me a few questions. If you can't, I'll devour you. I will tell you anything you wish to know. He kept his head down, trembling in fear. Very well. So the first question, why did you come to participate in this show? To find love? Liar. The ghost in red struck the ground fiercely with her whip, the sound piercing. If you don't tell the truth, I shall consume you now. In moments of extreme terror, secrets evaporate. The moment fear invades the brain, no matter the secret, it spills forth. Speak, just say it. The ghost in red approached him menacingly, her voice becoming increasingly sharp and mournful. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoqing lifted his gaze to meet hers, a glimmer of interest flashing in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. The ghost paused for a moment. In the next instant, her wrist was grasped, and with a whirl, she found herself in his embrace. His warm hand clasped her waist, and the heat of his breath brushed against her ear. It was the truth. Teacher Xie, I am here to pursue you in love. Chapter 21. What kind of celestial product is Xie killing a donkey? The audience was taken aback, realizing that watching a variety show could lead to unexpected twists. Initially believing it to be a tale of two timid souls daring to enter an ancient house, they were surprised when Xie Mi, having just been taken by a ghost, shed her earlier cowardice and boldly donned the ghost's clothes. Striding through the ancient house with swagger, when the ghost lunged to frighten her, she simply went berserk, causing the ghost to roll its eyes in fright. A complete reversal. Wait, is this sister afraid or not? Twists upon twists, thinking it was a big shot, only to find it was a novice, thought it was a novice, yet revealed to be a champion. So all that fear earlier was just an act? Impressive. What on earth is she planning to do? We then saw Xie Mi smoothly navigate the ancient house, discovering all the secret passages, and directly making her way to Shen Xiaoqing's room. Next, she began to play the ghost, frightening Shen Xiaoqing and binding him to a chair. At this moment, the viewers in Shen Xiaoqing's livestream were terrified, while those in Xie Mi's stream were in fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. I seriously suspect she planned the whole ghost capture just to come back and scare Mr. Shen. Old Shen seems genuinely frightened. Come on Xie, be a decent person. Hey, why is there no sound now? It seems they're saying something. Can't hear a thing. How did they end up embracing? What the heck? Turns out Old Shen was pretending too. The audience finally understood. It seemed the two had never been afraid at all. They had been feigning timidity from the start. The first audience to be played by the guests had appeared. You're not scared? Xie Mi was astonished. If he were truly in a state of extreme fear, he would never have guessed it was her, indicating only one possibility: he was not afraid at all. Shen Xiaoqing lifted the wig that obscured her face, locking eyes with her. Teacher Xie appeared unfazed as well. Xie Mi's expression instantly fell. Well, I've been outplayed, but such a splendid opportunity cannot be wasted. Given the situation, I shall speak plainly. Rising from his embrace, Xie Mi got straight to the point. On the first day of recording, during the finger-bending game, you mentioned you were here for someone. At that moment, I didn't think it was about me, but given the circumstances, it seems you were referring to me. The initial bumping into each other, the subsequent secret observations, and various attempts to get closer all indicated that he was indeed very interested in her. Therefore, the question arises, we don't even know each other, why would you come on a show for a stranger? To reveal the identity of a mysterious billionaire who has never shown his face seems a high price to pay. Facing her string of inquiries, Shen Xiaoqing maintained a gentle smile, and only after she finished speaking did he reply, Teacher Xie is a public figure. I have seen you online and admired you. Is that strange? Quite strange. In the original text, this character did not exist, meaning Shen Xiaoqing's admiration for her based on seeing her online was a fabrication. If one were to consider this a butterfly effect caused by her arrival. She never believed a billionaire would fall head over heels for a female celebrity simply because she had a brief moment of madness online. She had never accepted such melodramatic plots. Indeed, Xie Mi raised her chin proudly. I have my own charm. For someone as captivating as I am, a beauty that leaves everyone in awe, it's quite normal for you to fall for me at first sight. Since he was unwilling to speak the truth, she would feign belief for now and investigate his motives later. On the other side, the other two pairs had also arrived at their respective date locations. Lu Wuxing and Xiao Qingye visited a luxurious spa cinema, indulging in a top-tier spa experience, massages, foot baths, and steam rooms. Everything was provided. Truly the wellness group of the romantic duo, Su Shuangron and Xiao Jingxi, toured an art museum dedicated to love. Enjoying the couple's CAF on the upper floor, their conversation flowed smoothly, with flirtatious glances exchanged, providing ample sweet moments. When it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Jingxi pulled out his phone, only to be distracted by a barrage of trending topics on Weibo. What kind of celestial product is Xie killing a donkey? Xie Mi Shen Xiaoqing bondage play the contemporary Smiths, both with 800 scheming eyes. Xiao Jingxi's smile vanished in an instant. What's wrong? Noticing his change in demeanor, Su Shuangrong instinctively glanced at his screen, surprised. Is that Mr. Shin and Teacher Xie? It's nothing, Xiao Jingxi feigned calmness as he swiped away the Weibo notifications, settling the bill with composure. However, the filming crew began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Shin and Teacher Xie are trending. Did you see that? I remember their group's schedule was an escape room, so it's not surprising they de-trend. Viewers enjoy seeing artists terrified in such settings. No, it's their CP that is sweet enough to trend. The crew couldn't contain their curiosity and clicked on the trending topic, only to find an overwhelming number of fervent fans discussing the couple in countless fan-made videos. The most popular video had garnered over 300,000 shares, titled, Shinjiaqing Xie Mi, sweet montage flirtatious bondage plot driven. In the video, Xie Mi and Shinjiaqing were in a dimly lit escape room. She stumbled back in fright, and he caught her in his arms, whispering in her ear. She shyly turned away, her face flushed, sparks of romance ignited. As they were chased by a chainsaw-wielding monster, he took her hand. And they ran through the darkness, squeezing into a narrow doorway, their bodies pressed tightly together, breaths intertwined, tension escalated. When she was unexpectedly taken by a ghost, she instinctively sought his help, but their tightly clasped hands were forcibly separated, leaving them apart. A formal start to their torment, she shed her innocent demeanor, donning a stunning red outfit, and returned with a vengeance, binding him and whipping him. Revenge was at hand. He feigned submission but suddenly embraced her, revealing his true wolfish nature. It turned out all of this was just a ploy to win her back. A sweet ending. The crew couldn't help but let out sharp gasps. What a thrilling setup. Xiao Jingxi frowned, casting a glance, while Su Shuangrong looked over as well. Shoo. Another crew member quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down. The most popular CP, Xiaorong Esper ISNT even trending, while the most bizarre Xieju killing a donkey has exploded. What if the two teachers find out? Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong shared a silent understanding. Thank you for the invitation. We are already aware. Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened further, and he clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, he gazed at Su Shuangrong with a deeply affectionate yet barely concealed adoration. Shuang, may I hold your hand? Su Shuangrong instantly grasped his intention, blushing and lowering her head shyly. Don't ask such embarrassing questions. Xiao Jingxi's smile widened, gently enveloping her small hand, his touch restrained yet tender. Then I shall take that as your consent. Chapter 22, Tidying Up and Preparing for a Rise in Popularity. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Jingxi's gesture of holding Su Shuangrong's hand ignited excitement in the comments. They finally held hands, leaving a footprint to record the first handholding of Xiaorong's CP outside the show. And Xiaoyingdi called her Shuang. Did anyone notice? Previously he always called her Shuangrong, but this time it's Shuang. After the CP fans posted the material to Weibo's super topic, the trending topic for Xiaorong's CP quickly emerged. Xiao Jingxi holds hands with Su Shuangrong. Xiaorong CP is explosively sweet. Only true CPs are the best to ship. Fans of the Xiaorong CP fervently post updates under the trending topic, striving to accumulate attention. Yet, ironically, the entry for Xieji's killing the donkey remains firmly within the top 3. The Xiaorong entry lingers just outside the 5th spot on the hot search list. Undeterred, Xiaorong CP fans have edited together a video of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong's date today, dubbing it the entire experience is filled with sweetness, eye contact that pulls at the heartstrings, enduring restraint is true love. Xiao Jingxi Su Shuangrong, can I hold your hand? Shuang. Dating show cut. Xiaorong CP is truly ethereal. After the video was released, its popularity surged rapidly due to the enthusiastic support from Xiaorong CP fans. However, upon comparing it to the viral video of Xieji's killing the donkey, which has already surpassed 500,000 shares, the gap seems insurmountable. Some extreme CP fans, feeling cornered, have resorted to insults. Smiling ethereal being, I wonder when the fans of Xieji's killing the donkey will cease their antics. The CP super topic can only rank 3rd. I've never seen so many fans before. Suddenly they're all over the place. Do they think we're fools? Mint blue. They initially tried to bind themselves to the Emperor Xiao, but now that he ignores them, they're pulling the same tricks to latch onto Mr. Shin. Can't they just settle down? Will they perish without marketing? Xiao Shanfei Shui, you all are truly desperate, willing to ship anything. This episode's fiery attack has swiftly taken down the topic for Xieji's killing the donkey, yet, unexpectedly, the counterattack was equally swift and fierce. Little brat, 6, I reckon that threw out. Xieji's killing the donkey never even mentioned those two names. What are some fans so upset about? What a fool. Why can't Bystanders ship CPs? Just because they were directed to a CP-themed video and came to Weibo for materials makes them water army. Are you paying me? DGA, thanks for the reminder. I'll follow the super topic for Xieji's killing the donkey right away. Don't cut hair here. Laughing to death, trying to imitate the editing of the secondary creation video. No one can match their popularity. And they're breaking down. Creative yin yang person. I stumbled upon the Xiaorong CP video on the subway, and someone behind me swiped my phone away. This wave of Xiaorong CP fans not only failed to surpass Xieji's killing the donkey, but also incited bystanders to follow the supertopic for Xie's killing the donkey. Suddenly, the supertopic for Xie's killing the donkey surged past Starcheng CP, becoming second, while closely tailing Xiaorong in first place. Simultaneously, the official supertopic for Human Love Observation Room began to see a flood of materials. Today, numerous fans encountered program guests in Heisher, eagerly capturing behind-the-scenes photos and uploading them. An incident occurred at this moment. Xie Mi was in the program's vehicle, arriving at the next date location alongside Xinjiaqing. As they stepped out, a flying egg unexpectedly came their way. Xie Mi quickly squatted down to tie her shoelaces. Crack! The egg splattered on the unsuspecting assistant director's face, and it was rotten. The assistant director, overwhelmed by the stench, rolled his eyes back and retched to get Xie Biao out of the show. She only knows how to cling to the powerful. Scoundrel, stay away from our Mr. Shin. Their vehicle had long been surrounded by a throng of haters, all wearing black masks and holding various rotten eggs and spoiled cabbages, evidently having prepared for this ambush. Oh ho, Xie Mi, far from flustered, casually joked with Xinjiaqing. Didn't he realize you had so many fans? Xinjiaqing, with a subtle smirk, seemed to imply, are these not my fans? Xie Mi met his gaze. And it was clear they were on the same wavelength. Bodyguards, where are the bodyguards? Hurry and stop them, the assistant director bellowed in frustration. Before the bodyguards could intervene, the horde of haters surged forward. Seizing the filming equipment and smashing it to the ground, the equipment worth hundreds of thousands was reduced to ruins. After the destruction, they fled, leaving behind a parting threat: if Xie Mi doesn't leave, you won't be able to film. The assistant director stood frozen for a few seconds, then burst into tears. Damn, what a disaster! He said he didn't want to work with this team. But they insisted, stupid idiots. While sobbing, a pack of tissue suddenly appeared before him, handed over by Xie Mi. Why are you crying? Is it tears of joy? The assistant director, what nonsense are you talking? The equipment is destroyed. My clothes are dirty, everything is a mess, and we can't film the show. Pack up and prepare for a promotion. Xie Mi tossed the tissues into his arms and turned to get back into the car. The assistant director, still bewildered, saw Xinjiaqing approaching. What Xie Lasher means is, Xinjiaqing's hand rested on his shoulder, a subtle yet enigmatic smile gracing his lips. You are about to experience a peak in ratings. Xie's killing the donkey has ended. Xinjiaqing's fans attack Xie Mi. Xie's killing the donkey livestream interrupted. With the sudden interruption of the livestream, the incident of Xie Mi being besieged by haters quickly surged onto the trending list. Pushing the previous CP-related entries down, I must be exhausted. Mr. Shin's fans are too insane, they smashed the equipment, and now the show can't even be filmed. Didn't he provoke anyone? It was all live. Who understands? I was genuinely frightened initially. I thought it was part of the show, but the more I watched the more real it felt. Blame me. Xinjiaqing's fans dislike Xie Mi so much. Can you still ship this CP? Personally, I can't anymore. Can't argue, just clicked. Enough already. The irrational fans from both sides are tearing each other apart, and it's quite a spectacle. The CP is done for. Dislike silly dog. Will the show still be filmed? If it doesn't resume, I'm heading over to Xiaorong. Did you just grow a mouth? Family, it's back on. Hurry and watch. Upon receiving the news, the viewers rushed back to the livestream, only to find the quality drastically downgraded. Even the audio was much muddier, clearly not filmed with professional equipment. Isn't this filmed with a landline? So dedicated, using a phone to film after the camera was smashed. But the quality is truly poor. Sigh, I was already somewhat disinterested, and now the quality is so bad, I'm tempted to switch to the other side. No need to panic. I am the footage. Xie Mi suddenly addressed the camera. She languidly leaned against her chair, while Xinjiaqing beside her wore a relaxed smile. The phone's filming quality was a bit blurry, and the absence of lighting made it look quite shabby. Yet precisely because of this, they appeared to exude a certain charm of wickedness. After enough of sweet idol dramas, how about switching genres? Xie Mi propped her chin with one hand, a smile playing at her crescent-shaped eyes. How about a revenge drama? Chapter 23, Siege on the Haters. Everyone die. In an abandoned building, a group of individuals clad in black gathered together, raising their glasses to celebrate their victory. This operation was a resounding success. Everyone had worked hard, the leader proclaimed passionately. The others echoed in agreement. It wasn't hard work. I've long been displeased with Xie Biao. Being part of this operation is an honor. A shameless woman with a history of being a mistress thinks she can cleanse herself by participating in a dating show and latch onto a big shot to promote a new CP. It is truly laughable. There is no way we'll let her succeed. Pretending to be Xinjiaqing's fan was incredibly clever. Not only did it allow us to insult Xie Mi, but it also dismantled the cult-like CP of Xie's killing the donkey. Two birds with one stone. I declare that Xiaorong is truly ethereal. Bang! The old door was suddenly kicked open, revealing a shadowy figure backlit. Who are you? The leader of the haters immediately became alert. The figure, however, remained silent, merely revealing a meaningful smile. In the next moment, the assistant director, who had been hiding in a trash can, burst out, shouting, "Show yourself, darling." He held a phone, the camera aimed directly at the group. It was from the dating show's production team. The leader of the haters panicked instantly, shouting, "Cover your faces, run!" However, the mysterious figure at the door had already picked up a mop and started swinging it. The mop, smeared with filth, danced like elbow on the battlefield. While the mop, dripping with urine, roared like Zhang Fei, "Everyone die!" The haters screamed in terror, "Crap, there is filth, it stinks! Ugh ugh ugh, run, she is an idiot." Upon hearing the word idiot, Xie Mi instantly lost her composure. Damn it. She would no longer play abstract. First, no one understood her humor, and second, some genuinely thought she was an idiot. Don't move. A swarm of police officers rushed in, encircling the haters. "You are gathering to create a disturbance, disrupting public order and damaging others' property. Come with us to the police station immediately." Shen Jiaqing entered after the police, his warm hand resting on Xie Mi's head. "Don't lose your composure, you aren't an idiot." The touch felt pleasant as he rubbed her head. Xie Mi, annoyed, swatted his hand away. "Try rubbing my head again." Shen Jiaqing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had been caught. The haters collectively found themselves in custody, receiving a lecture from the police officers. Not only would they have to compensate for the hundreds of thousands in damages to the production team, but they also had to handwrite an apology letter and post it on Weibo acknowledging their mistakes. While the haters were confined in the detention room writing apology letters, they couldn't fathom how their secretive operation had been discovered by the production team, until the leader of the haters clicked into Xie Mi's livestream. The quality remained phone grade, yet the number of viewers had skyrocketed to an astonishing 90 million, establishing a staggering lead over all other live streams of the dating show. The bullet comments had flooded the screen to the point where it was impossible to see the live video. He could only turn off the comments first and then saw. Xie Mi pointed her phone screen at the camera, revealing a group chat that prominently featured their hater group. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Xie Mi revealed a sinister smile. "Did you not expect this? I have long since infiltrated all the anti-fan groups, each containing my hidden account." Drawing on her understanding of the original text, she flawlessly completed the exam titled 100 Reasons to Dislike Xie Mi, making her infiltration of the anti-fan groups an effortless feat. The leader of the anti-fans was thrown into disarray, screaming, "Management, who is in charge of this group?" In the corner, a timid anti-fan raised his hand. "It's me." The leader of the anti-fans lunged at him, shaking him violently by the collar. "So you think being a manager gives you the right to act superior? You flaunt your status in the group, yet you remain oblivious to being infiltrated. This is sheer absurdity." The events surrounding Xie Mi's crackdown on anti-fans alerted all critics. They hastily disbanded all group chats overnight. In a single evening, the organization disintegrated. Consequently, Xie Mi's crackdown became renowned, humorously dubbed the anti-black event by netizens. Xie Mi dismantled that anti-fan hideout. "You feel superior as management, but when she rated you it was suspicious." Anti-fans collectively apologize. Anti-fans disguised as Shen fans. With the emergence of trending topics, the once feuding fans of Xie and Shen experienced a dramatic reconciliation, not only mending their rift but also forging an exceptionally strong revolutionary friendship. The viewership of Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing's livestreams shattered all records, effortlessly outshining others with mere mobile phone quality, making them a near mythical presence. The video of the anti-fan crackdown went viral, being recreated countless times and widely circulated across major short video platforms. In response to Xie Mi's actions, netizens divided into conservatives and radicals. The conservatives argued that Xie Mi was too restrained, while the radicals contended that she was not radical enough. Punches fly. I can only say, well done, Uncle laughs. These extreme stalkers should have been dealt with long ago. Stalking artists lurking, vandalizing in public. Isn't that the mafia? Let us perish together. Stalkers don't deserve to be fans. Beautiful and self-aware. Damn, you're so cool, Xie. I would sell everything to fix your heterosexuality. CP enthusiast. So my CP is alive again. My CP is alive again. Following this incident, Xia Ruan's popularity surged. The CP Super Topic surpassed Xiao Rong by a margin of 5,000 fans, claiming the top spot. The assistant director was beaming when he returned to the villa, radiating joy as he remarked to director Niu, "Yesterday you treated me indifferently, today I've made you unable to keep up." Director Niu looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. What a fool. Although Xia Ruan wasn't the most popular CP, both individuals were the most entertaining, ensuring high viewership together. The assistant director had been paired with this group to achieve success, yet he still believed he was being sidelined. Truly a fool. Thank you, Teacher Xia. This round is a win-win for us. I toast to you. The assistant director, seeing Xie Mi preparing to head upstairs, immediately approached her. Xie Mi shot him a glance, filled with disdain. Before ascending the stairs, the assistant director was left bewildered. He still didn't understand. Nearby, Shen Wanqing's languid voice floated over. The assistant director looked over in confusion to find Shen Wanqing leisurely emerging from the kitchen, holding a cup of water. Teacher Xie doesn't care about viewership, huh? The assistant director remained puzzled. With a chuckle, Shen Wanqing patted the clueless assistant director on the shoulder. Still not getting it? If it weren't to comfort you, Teacher Xie Wun-ti have let you film with your phone. The assistant director paused, gradually realizing, indeed given teacher Xie's nonchalant nature, if she wanted to confront anti-fans, she would simply do so without needing to livestream. It was because she had been infuriated by the anti-fans earlier. Chapter 24, Interactive Super Topic. This battle is exhilarating. When Xie Mi changed into her loungewear and came downstairs, the other two groups returned from their outings. The four of them sat on the living room sofa, Zhou Qingye animatedly discussing matters, while Lu Wuxing listened with a smile. Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi sat side by side, yet neither spoke to the other. Creating an awkward atmosphere upon hearing footsteps, Xiao Jingxi instinctively glanced over. Xie, old Xie, would you like some chocolate? Shen Wanqing descended the stairs behind Xie Mi. Xie Mi immediately turned around. Yes. Shen Wanqing handed her a large bag of matcha-flavored chocolate. When did you buy these? She asked, her face lighting up with delight. I just went to the supermarket, Shen Wanqing replied, his eyebrows raised playfully. Aren't you supposed to say something? What should I say? Say thank you. His lips curved into a smirk, his tone casual. Hurry up and say it. Thank you, Uncle Xie Mi. 6. Observing this exchange, Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened. Are all the teachers present? Just in time. Our audience interaction segment is about to begin. Director Niu stood in the center of the living room, donning his customary B headset. To enhance interaction with the audience, we have a special setup for our show. Tonight at 8, we'll have the Super Topic interaction segment. Guest teachers will log into their Weibo accounts and drop into our official Super Topic for a chat with the audience. They have been waiting in the Super Topic for quite some time, so please prepare yourselves. Xie Mi instantly felt excited. She recalled that during the first Super Topic interaction in the original text, the chat was predominantly filled with fans of Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Both would often refer to each other during their interactions, generating a surge of delightful moments. Marking one of the iconic scenes for the Xiaorong CP. Eager to witness the unfolding drama up close, Xie Mi clicked into the Super Topic, only to be greeted by a plethora of her own emoticons. Xie Mi, her gif of sliding in dramatically was captioned, your strength has arrived. Another of her pouting mischievously was written, so, are you going to hit me? A gif of her wildly waving a mop was captioned, my mental breakdown is about to erupt. Xie Mi, 6. Contrary to her expectations of seeing fans of Su and Xiao flooding the chat, a group of netizens with eccentric usernames began to tag her fervently. Crazy lady pulling noodles, old Xie, do you know why tomatoes can't be eaten with beef? Because tomatoes are red, and the cow will bump into you in the stomach. Xie Mi, drink Mengyo, blind the cow's eyes, stinking money in my pocket. Teacher Xie, I've been craving fried chicken, could it be a deficiency in some element? Xie Mi, you're lacking vitamins. KFC, remember to take them every Thursday. Social anxiety. Shome, Xie Mi, sob, it's my first online romance, and my boyfriend keeps sending me I miss you, how should I respond? Xie Mi, if you think like that, I can't help you. Wadashua, old Xie, do you like the sea? I adore the sea. It brings joy to see it and relief from depression to jump into it. Xie Mi, can't afford to go. Just as Xie Mi finished replying to this group of playful netizens, she spotted a comment from an anti-fan, though the anti-fan was late. They made their entrance. Waste 5 breakfast potato. Xie Mi, 2K a night, is that okay? Familiar accusations and derogatory remarks emerged. Fans were infuriated, angrily cursing at the anti-fan below, yet Xie Mi remained unflustered, responding calmly, Xie Mi, at most, I can stay up until dawn. If you book a banquet and a Swana performance, you'll receive an 80 discount. For a 7-day funeral, I'll throw in the last day for free. If there are many guests, you'll have to pay extra. How many died in your family? Waste 5 breakfast potato. The anti-fan, undeterred by the fans' outrage, finally cracked upon reading Xie Mi's comment, after a barrage of curses. They were swiftly removed. The fans were astonished. Choose between line and mom. Wow, teacher Xie is amazing. Heartless stepmother. This is the battle. Exhilarating. Zao 8 dog. Hello, teacher Xie. I'm the veterinarian next door, and I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Your cow has died. Xie Mi's remarkable response once again propelled her to trending status. By the time she realized she had become the leading figure in the Super Topic interaction, there was no trace of Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi's interaction. Instead, countless fans and onlookers filled the screen, all drawn to her presence. How can so many entertainment seekers appear at once? Is this heat surpassing Xiao the movie star? Unbelievable, I declare, old Xie is awesome. Teacher Xie, after the interaction concluded, the assistant director rushed over excitedly, you are now the most popular guest on our show. The sponsor has decided to offer you the first commercial, huh? Xie Mi almost choked on her drink. The first commercial in the program was supposed to be for Su Shuangrong. How had it turned to her? Xie Mi, you've truly made it big. Tomorrow morning, please wake up early, and when you have breakfast, take a bottle of our sponsor's milk out of the fridge, drink some, and recite the advertisement. The assistant director was briefing her on the content of the product placement when she noticed Su Shuangrong approaching. Teacher Xie, congratulations, I'll head to bed now. Su Shuangrong smiled slightly and walked into her room. Xie Mi glanced at her hand concealed within her sleeve, raising an eyebrow. To ensure the guests had ample sleep time, Live streaming was halted at night. Xie Mi played games in her room until 2 in the morning. Feeling hungry, she headed to the kitchen on the first floor, only to find someone already waiting there. I knew you would come by in the darkness. Xiaojing. She stood by the refrigerator. Xie Mi was instantly enraged. So what if she had sneaked snacks for 3 consecutive nights? Was it necessary to station someone by the fridge? Such small-mindedness. Although the show had only been airing for 3 days. Let us talk. Xiaojing. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand. Xie Mi deftly evaded him. Xiaojing. She was instantly on the defensive. Your physical closeness with Shinru watching was so natural, yet you couldn't wait to distance yourself from me. What do I mean to you? Seeing him willingly subject himself to humiliation, Xie Mi could only shake her head in resignation and retaliate. What are you? You are the evergreen tree among the devoted admirers, the pillar of the Joker, the mascot of McDonald's, the big boss of Gotham City, the ace of spades, Batman's major client, the second choice in the backup list. And a permanent resident of the blacklist. Xiaojing. She rolled his eyes in frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. Undeterred, he pressed on. Xie Mi, have you never thought about me in all this time? Whether I think of you or not is irrelevant. If you miss me, you can call me anytime. Xiaojing. She's eyes lit up, thinking there was a chance, but Xie Mi's next words were, the account number hasn't changed, it's still with the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Xiaojing. She was momentarily stifled, his anger flaring again. There might be hope. Tonight as Circus would showcase his act. Chapter 25. Has Xiaojing. She lost his mind? Alright, I admit you have succeeded. Xiaojing. She took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tone. Although our breakup was primarily due to your unreasonable antics, I am willing to take a step back. I will cease to create a couple persona with Su Shuangrong. You should do the same. His condescending attitude was as if he were bestowing a favor. Xie Mi chuckled, crossing her arms, watching him with amusement. Do you believe our breakup was solely because of your coupling with Su Shuangrong? Isn't it? Xiaojing. She snorted. I mentioned when you were pursuing me that once I entered the entertainment industry, I would inevitably interact with other actresses. You pretended to be magnanimous then, but it appears you have a petty heart. Never mind, I'm not holding a grudge. I'll be magnanimous this time. You should know when to stop. Before he could finish, Xie Mi scoffed. You look like a zebra, strutting around with that self-importance, Xiaojing. She. The veins on his forehead throbbed, hinting at an impending explosion. It seems you still haven't grasped the truth. I in the shadows, a glimmer of amusement danced in Xie Mi's beautiful eyes. I ended our relationship because you have always been a piece of trash. Xiaojing. She's pupils constricted sharply, his breath momentarily halted. Xie Mi kicked him aside, opened the refrigerator, grabbed a can, and walked away. Xiaojing. She remained entrapped in the enormity of her transformation, struggling to comprehend until just now. He had firmly believed that all her strange behaviors during this time were attempts to win him back. He thought his magnanimous gestures would bring her back to him, humbly adoring him as before. Yet, he seemed to be mistaken. She had truly changed. Xiaojing. She clenched his fists tightly, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. Early the next morning, Xie Mi, sporting dark circles under her eyes, drifted into the kitchen like a ghost. Yes, she had gone to bed at 5 in the morning and risen at 7. Had it not been for the sponsored shoot, she would have never risen so early. Life is precious, but sleep is even more valuable. If it is for money, both can be sacrificed. First, wow, Sister Xie actually woke up early. I get it, it's me who hasn't woken up. Old Xie, those dark circles, the love detective should consider you a national treasure. Production team, this is the only Sister Xie I have, please don't let her perish. With a forlorn expression, Xie Mi opened the refrigerator, took out the sponsor's milk, and gulped it down. Flashing a bright smile for the camera the moment she found her mark, she recited the sponsor's custom advertising slogan, QQ Mia Mia is so delicious it makes you go meh. And after drinking it, everything flows smoothly. There was no way around it. The sponsors had been exceedingly generous. Not yet ordered, looking forward to receiving. Be discerning, don't let it go to waste. I really like it. Have ordered, not yet paid, hoping for a gift. I placed 100 orders and have received them. What a delightful feeling this is, such a peculiar sensation of relief. Come on, give me more. My dignity is now in your hands. All my desires unveiled. I'm thoroughly enjoying this experience. This is the joy of relief. I'm letting out puffs of delight. Is that you upstairs, sister? Does your fart have juice? Due to Xie Mi's wildly eccentric persona, her fanbase consisted of a group of lively netizens who could turn an advertisement into a spectacle, and the response was unexpectedly favorable. The sponsor was more than satisfied. Care for a cup of coffee? Lu Wishing had somehow appeared in the kitchen, operating her exclusive coffee machine. Xie Mi felt her drowsiness dissipate slightly. Lu Wishing actually initiated conversation with her, which was quite rare, although Lu Wishing occasionally exchanged pleasantries with her. It was evident that her first impression of Xie Mi had not been favorable. Noticing Xie Mi's silence, Lu Wishing paused and changed her approach. It seems we're heading out for a shoot this morning. I just saw the production team's vehicle. You look quite tired. A cup of coffee might help you wake up. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Xie Mi declined her kindness. Lu Wishing was taken aback for a moment but said nothing further. Returning to her coffee soon, the guests began to stir one by one. Director Niao announced the morning's filming content. today's shoot involves simulated blind dates. We have arranged the ideal blind date partners for the teachers based on their ideal type questionnaires filled out on the first day. Please take the business vehicle waiting at the entrance. We are now departing for the blind date venue. Wow, the third day of dating, and the fourth day is a blind date. I love this pace. From director Nyo's words, it seems it's not a blind date among the guests, but rather other people have been arranged? Isn't this a dating show? Shouldn't it be interactions among the guests? Why are ideal types being brought in? Are they trying to break up the couples? Nyo, you better tread carefully. Try breaking up my couple and see what happens. Amidst the audience's outcry, the guests boarded the vehicle heading to the city. Everyone else was eagerly discussing the potential twists of this segment, while Xie Mi slept peacefully. Sister Xie is actually sleeping, an ideal type, a 185 centimeters muscular sportsman. And Sister Xie isn't interested? It proves that sleep is more important than men. No, it's because Sister Xie already has Mr. Shin in her heart, no matter how handsome the sportsman is. He holds no allure. Love-struck brain, go away. July's Heisher was sweltering, and the vehicle's air conditioning was set low. The air vent was pointed directly at Xie Mi, blowing cool air as she slept. Xie Mi furrowed her brow. Shinru naturally draped a blanket over her. Just as the CP fans were about to ignite, an astonishing scene unfolded. Xiao Jingxi suddenly spoke up, "A driver, please turn off the air conditioning." Everyone's conversation halted in an instant, and they looked over in confusion. Su Shuangrong was the first to react, attempting to smooth things over. "Jingxi, I'm fine. It's not cold." Xiao Jingxi paused, stating simply, "I'm cold." What are you doing? You're the one dressed the most warmly. You're cold? Xiao Jingxi, dressed in a sweater and jacket, was already sweating in the summer heat, yet he claimed to be cold? He must be concerned about Shuangrong feeling cold but is too proud to admit it. So sweet. This temperature is acceptable, but turning off the air conditioning in the summer is meant to roast us alive. The vehicle is already cramped. Zhou Qingye spoke up in dissatisfaction. "If you're cold, just use the blanket." Xiao Jingxi pressed his lips tightly together, saying nothing further, yet he made another shocking move. He raised the vent in front of Xie Mi, directing the airflow upward. As soon as he did this, Su Shuangrong's expression soured. Zhou Qingye's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Wishing shot him a meaningful glance. "What are you doing, brother? Xiao Jingxi, are you out of your mind?" Chapter 26, Simulated Blind Date, a test of patience. The vehicle fell into a deathly silence. Realizing his actions were out of line, Xiao Jingxi grandiosely explained, "We are colleagues. It is only natural to care for one another." A completely unconvincing justification. Su Shuangrong once again attempted to smooth things over, smiling. "Jingxi, you're still so kind." However, the CP fans in the comments were infuriated. "Care? Is that what you should be caring about? Can't you control your hands? Seriously, what is this guy doing? Did you not see Shuangrong sitting next to you? Why are you concerned about Xie Mi? When Xie Mi clings to you later, don't come crying." Among the sea of complaints, one comment pointed out the crucial detail. "Didn't you all notice that after yesterday's date, Xiaoyingdi hardly interacted with Su Shuangrong anymore?" As soon as this was mentioned, many viewers began to realize, indeed, after returning to the villa last night, the two had not exchanged a single word. After their social media interactions ended, they retreated to their respective rooms without further communication. This morning, they had also staggered their breakfast times before boarding the production team's vehicle. Not a single word was exchanged on the ride. Wow, that's actually true. What is going on? Weren't they just fine during the date? They even held hands, and Xiaoyingdi called her Shuangrong, which was obviously sweet. Did they argue? That shouldn't be the case? It was all live-streamed, and there was no sign of an argument. I specifically went to watch the replay. On the way back, they were communicating normally, but once they returned to the villa, they suddenly went silent. What the heck? Could it be that after the date, Xiaoyingdi realized he didn't like Su Shuangrong as much, leading to his distancing? This statement undoubtedly struck a nerve with the CP fans. They rallied in defense. "What did you see that Shuangrong is not good? Spreading rumors can lead to legal consequences." During the course of the event, both Emperor Xiao and Shuangshuang had glanced at their phones, undoubtedly engaged in an argument through their devices, unable to express their discord in front of the cameras. Is it not quite commonplace for young couples to bicker and engage in silent treatment? Indeed, Emperor Zhao's sudden concern for Xie Mi today was merely an attempt to incite jealousy in Shuangshuang. While such behavior may be deemed inappropriate, men can be rather immature at times. Observing the fervor of the CP fans, who seemed utterly entranced, the bystanders chose not to engage in disputes with them, continuing to watch the program instead. The truth would eventually unfold through the show. The production team's vehicle came to a halt in front of a quaint CAF bookstore. Although situated in the city center, this charming establishment was nestled on a serene street adorned with blooming flowers, offering a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. Xie Mi finally awoke from her slumber, stretching languidly without regard for appearances. Upon opening her eyes, she found that everyone was staring at her, and the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Though she was unaware of the cause, it seemed something had transpired. However, Xie Mi had no intention of inquiring. Instead, she launched into a spirited song, attempting to feign stubbornness, yet ultimately capitulating to her own emotions. The crowd was taken aback, quickly diverting their gazes. A satisfied smile graced Xie Mi's lips. When others attempt to embarrass you, one should first render everyone else uncomfortable. How utterly nonsensical. Xie, your spirit is simply radiant. Sister, why is your singing in such a key? Old Xie, refrain from speaking. We're all on the same side. Will the barrage of comments never cease? Xie sings not poorly, merely in a less than pleasant manner. Even if you were to sing, you might not do it any better. You haven't spared her either. Teachers, you may disembark, Director Niu called out from below the vehicle. They descended in order of their seating arrangement, and when it was Xie Mi's turn, a hand abruptly reached out before her. It was Xiao Jingxi. Unwilling to indulge him, Xie Mi retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Jingxi paused momentarily, then explained, "I was concerned you might not steady yourself, given your lack of rest last night." How delightful. However, a different approach would suffice, such as kneeling on the ground, supporting yourself with your hands, and vociferously proclaiming, "Welcome back to the palace, your majesty." With that, Xie Mi exited the vehicle, ignoring the hand left suspended in the air. Xiao Jingxi, furrowing his brow, seemed momentarily at a loss. Beside them, Shenru watching burst into laughter, declaring, "You are quite the eunuch." Xiao Jingxi's face turned a shade of green. This incident had certainly turned into a farce, yet he was not the only one feeling awkward. So too was Su Shuangrong, who had not received such gentlemanly assistance from Xiao Jingxi upon her own exit. "Are you all right?" Lu Wuxing inquired softly. Su Shuangrong's complexion turned pale, yet she managed to smile and shook her head. "I'm fine." Her frail figure swayed precariously in the wind. Lu Wuxing said nothing, merely tightening his grip on her hand. "Enough. My heart aches for Xuanshuang." Emperor Xiao, did you not see Xuanshuang nearly in tears? "While I understand your intention to provoke jealousy, the timing is everything. This only serves to humiliate her." Sigh, "I truly cannot fathom these men. Can't they just lower their pride? Am I the only one who feels there's a genuine issue between them?" If Xiao Jingxi truly intended to make Su Shuangrong jealous, wouldn't he at least observe her reactions? Yet he hasn't even glanced her way. "Are you a fan of Xie? Please refrain from causing a stir here. Return to your own live stream." Under the guidance of the production team, they entered the CAF bookstore. The interior was spacious and tranquil, soaring 3 stories high, with ample distance between tables, ensuring privacy, an ideal setting for afternoon reading. This was the designated venue for today's blind date. Director Niu paused, introduced the surroundings, and then stated, "Today's simulated blind date is intended to assess the teacher's understanding of marriage. I urge you all to engage earnestly. Conversing with the genuine intention of marriage, our psychological experts will evaluate your perspectives on matrimony based on your conduct during this date." This was a compelling premise, and everyone displayed keen interest as they made their way to their assigned private rooms. However, once the guests ascended the stairs, Director Niu mysteriously elucidated to the audience, "What I just mentioned was merely a fade. The true purpose of this simulated blind date is to test the teacher's patience. To this end, we have invited 6 individuals to serve as blind date partners. They will deliberately provoke the guests during this encounter. Will the guests explode in anger, knowing they are on camera? Or will they maintain their composure to uphold their image?" Director Niu wore a sly grin as the comments section erupted in excitement. "You're quite the trickster." I knew it, given Director Niu's nature. It couldn't possibly be just a simple blind date. Haha, so it's a contest of who can endure longer. I have a question. What if some individuals are genuinely mild-mannered and do not become angry? In response, Director Niu provided an answer. "Let us not forget that each participant is wearing a heart rate monitor. When one is upset, their heart rate will certainly fluctuate." Chapter 27, The Quintessence of Quintessence. "I shall test you." Xie Mi pushed open the door to her private room. A strikingly handsome man, a muscular 185 centimeters tall, awaited her. He donned a snug white t-shirt that accentuated his chiseled abs. His opening line was, "Hello, I study sports." Truly, a 185 centimeters tall man with 8-pack abs. Xie Mi was momentarily taken aback. While she understood the tight shirt was to showcase his physique, what was the purpose of his form-fitting pants and casual shoes? Did the production team harbor misconceptions about her ideal type? If it were me, I would have broken down right then and there. How absurd. Production team, act like a person. I specifically glanced at the neighboring room. Their blind date partners appeared quite ordinary, indicating that the production team did not play tricks regarding ideal types, suggesting they genuinely believed this was Xie Jie's type or Xie Jie. 6. Hello, what should I call you? As a polite formality, Xie Mi was not one to judge based on appearances and promptly sat down to converse with him. "I am Wang Yaozu," he declared, raising his chin with pride. "I saw you at a roadshow event previously. What is your name? Here it comes, the first provocation. Having come to this program and still asking her name is undeniably a blatant way of saying, you are not popular enough, I don't even know who you are. A naked challenge. As expected, Xie Mi grew agitated. There were so many people at the roadshow. What is wrong with me calling out my name a couple of times? Wang Yaozu, sister, you. Wang Yaozu nearly lost his composure. But his professionalism quickly reasserted itself as he adopted an arrogant demeanor. My family owns 3 large apartments in the city center. Both my parents are corporate executives, I am their only son. And our family's assets total 8 figures, supporting you would be effortless, therefore if you wish to marry me, you must withdraw from the entertainment industry, as I do not fancy being in the limelight. My word, the quintessence of absurdity, just hearing it makes me furious. With Xie Jia's current state of mind, wouldn't she directly confront him? Apologies, you may have misunderstood me. Xie Mi elegantly lifted her coffee cup for a sip. I am not merely a stunning celebrity, I am also a Nobel Prize literature enthusiast, a proud owner of a Yachty electric bike, a resident of the city housing Tsinghua and Peking University, and a participant in graduate entrance examinations. Thus, if you wish to marry me, you must exit your family lineage, for I detest the notion of being a mere son-in-law. Wang Yaozu? Nobel, Tsinghua, graduate entrance exam? Xie Jia is impressive. Not quite, haha, this is hilarious. Wang Yaozu, unwilling to back down, swiftly shifted the topic, stating, I believe the 3 gifts for marriage can be made of copper, symbolizing eternal unity. What do you think? Xie Mi replied, that makes sense, thus a wife could be silicone as it represents a strong bond. Wang Yaozu was left speechless, pointing at her in frustration. Xie Mi grinned widely, or perhaps find a corpse, symbolizing life and death companionship. Wang Yaozu was left fuming. In his earpiece, a staff member urgently urged, stay calm, your task is to provoke her, not to be provoked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaozu finally grasped that he was indeed recording a show, not genuinely on a blind date. He needed to remain composed. Let us discuss the topic of having children, he suggested, quickly identifying a new angle. I do not favor gender preference, whether a boy or a girl. I want one of each to complete a harmonious family. Such a sensitive topic, he was certain it would infuriate Xie Mi. Xie Mi calmly sipped her coffee. You might as well hang yourself, to achieve a complete family. Buzz, a decisive blow, leaving Wang Yaozu dazed. Meanwhile, Xie Mi's heart rate remained astonishingly low, barely exceeding 70, remarkably steady. The audience was in awe. I'm in awe of my sister's prowess. If I had even half of Xie Jia's eloquence, I wouldn't constantly encounter bizarre blind date men. Whoever is enjoying this moment, I certainly am. Xie Mi concluded her blind date early, intending to head downstairs for a bite to eat. However, she was abruptly startled by a cacophony of enraged shouts from the adjacent room. Ah! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Then Zhou Qingye burst through the door, dashing downstairs like a rabid dog, the heart rate monitor on his wrist emitting frantic alarms. Well, that's one who has truly lost it. If she remembered correctly, in the original text, Zhou Qingye encountered a girl with an exceedingly strong desire for control who imposed strict restrictions on him, forbidding him from visiting bars, consuming alcohol, or having any female friends. This was indeed quite fatal for the playboy Zhou Qingye. Approaching the door of a private room, Xie Mi heard impassioned speeches emanating from within. The door was ajar, and through the crack, she could see Lu Wuxing and her blind date. Lu Wuxing sat as composed as ever, smiling as she listened to her companion's discourse. The man spoke with arrogant self-satisfaction, boasting, and exuding an air of paternalism. You claim to have a keen interest in corporate management? Let me test your knowledge. What are the elements that constitute corporate strategy? What is the concept of corporate management? What are the fundamental forms of corporate enterprises? Noticing Lu Wuxing's silence, he raised an eyebrow. Taunting, can't answer, can you? You don't understand these concepts at all, do you? Just admit that your hobby is shopping, and I won't mock you. Lu Wuxing's gaze flickered, yet she maintained her smile. However, Xie Mi observed that her hand, hidden beneath the table, was clenched into a fist, and her wristwatch indicated an escalating heart rate. Xie Mi couldn't help but recall the character traits of Lu Wuxing. As the youngest daughter in her family, she had been educated in the arts and etiquette since childhood, instilled with the belief that girls must be dignified and graceful, hence her perpetual smile. Yet, in reality, in the original text, Lu Wuxing remained unaware that the simulated blind date was a prank orchestrated by the production team. And she had forgotten that her heart rate would trigger an alarm if it exceeded 120. So, when the alarm rang, revealing her anger, the image of the demure lady began to crack, and for the first time, she displayed a flustered and helpless expression. I heard you work at your family's company, even holding an executive position. Not to be rude, but while that may be your family's enterprise, professional position should be reserved for professionals. What does it matter if you occupy that role because of your identity? He continued. Let's see how you fare in a quiz about your company. Lu Wuxing's concealed fist tightened further, and her heart rate was nearing a critical threshold. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped her wrist, covering her watch's display. Lu Wuxing was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing something, and a cold sweat broke out upon her. Sir, you mentioned that you enjoy reading classics, correct? Xie Mi had somehow positioned himself beside her. A playful smirk gracing his lips, his tone laced with mischief. Let me test your knowledge. Chapter 28. This world is a vast tomato novel. Xie Mi's abrupt intrusion caught the behind-the-scenes staff off guard. In an instant, no one paid attention to Lu Wuxing's heart rate, as everyone was focused on how to usher Xie Mi out first. Seizing the moment, Lu Wuxing attempted to adjust her breathing, striving to calm her racing heart, yet calming her heart rate proved to be anything but straightforward. The man's cutting remarks echoed in her mind, and she could distinctly hear the frantic thudding of her heart. No, if this continues, let me quiz you. A light, melodious voice interrupted her thoughts. Which classic is there's always a villain trying to steal my mentor from? Xie Mi unceremoniously devoured the cake from her plate, raising an eyebrow at the man across from him. The man was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing that this was not a classic at all. You dare say this isn't a classic? Have you never read Journey to the West? Xie Mi retorted mercilessly. The man was left speechless. There's always a villain trying to steal my mentor. Journey to the West. It actually seems quite reasonable, isn't this acceptable? I'm losing it. Next question, the overbearing tiger girl's forced love, what classic is that? The man strained his brain but couldn't come up with an answer. I don't know. It's Rickshaw Boy. Next question, the sickly young master and the handsome laborer, what's that? Still clueless, it's the young lunatic. Another question, the mad senior wants my life every year. I know this one, it's Harry Potter. Then following Xie's train of thought, could Dream of the Red Chamber be rephrased as returning home to visit relatives, accidentally conquering my cousin? Let me try one. The rich young master regrets after falling for the seductive stepmother on a rainy night. Guess what that is? With such a bombastic title, it must be Thunderstorm, I assert that this world is a massive tomato novel. The barrage of comments was completely led astray by Xie Mi, filled with laughter and clever associations. The man, momentarily engrossed in Xie Mi's train of thought, forgot his original task and listened with rapt attention. How interesting. How would Romance of the Three Kingdoms be reimagined? Romance of the Three Kingdoms, that would be. The staff members behind the scenes were fuming in their earpieces. You've been led astray by her, don't engage with her. With a chuckle, Lu Wuxing couldn't hold back any longer and smiled. Her laughter creating gentle ripples in the calm waters of her demeanor, evoking a sense of tranquility in those around her. I adore Wuxing, she looks so lovely when she smiles. I suddenly realize she hasn't been angry at all. Despite her blind date's outrageous remarks, she maintains such a good temper. Truly a paragon of grace. Ultimately, Lu Wuxing's character remained intact, unlike in the original text where she became the subject of ridicule after the alarm rang. Facing a wave of criticism on Weibo for being two-faced, as the simulated blind date concluded, the guests exhibited the following reactions. Xie Mi turned the tables, leaving the other party flustered. Zhou Qingye, infuriated, stormed out. Xiao Jingxi engaged in a spirited debate with his date, maintaining his gentlemanly composure despite his anger. Su Shuangrong was brought to tears yet stubbornly sat there, striving to express her viewpoint. Lu Wuxing's blind date was interrupted by Xie Mi. Shen Raking's hearing impairment resurfaced. Yes, it returned, after being absent since the first day of broadcasting when he interacted with Su Shuangrong. His hearing issue re-emerged today. The scene unfolded as follows. Blind date, blah blah blah. Shen Raking, blind date, blah blah blah. Shen Raking, blind date. I'll go to your Shen Raking, The blind date concluded. The behind-the-scenes staff wore expressions of utter disbelief. Mr. Shen's hearing impairment, is it still intermittent? Returning to the villa, they took the production team's vehicle. Upon seeing Shen Raking enter the car, Xie Mi immediately covered her mouth and whispered a greeting about his ancestors in an exaggeratedly hushed tone. Only to receive a sharp flick on the forehead from Shen Raking, who scolded her with colorful language. Wait, you can hear? Xie Mi lamented, rubbing her forehead. Aren't you supposed to be hard of hearing? Someone in the crowd had maliciously fed her incorrect information. IT can be useful. What do you mean it can be useful? Selective hearing can reduce unnecessary social interactions. Shen Raking paused, seemingly recalling something. A subtle smile forming. Someone taught me that the latter part of his remark was barely audible, leaving Xie Mi only with the first part. She couldn't help but marvel at his mental state. Realizing how akin it was to her own, Mr. Shen Su Shuangrong had entered the car unnoticed, seemingly having overheard their conversation. Her eyes were slightly red, and she asked, so did you consider our interaction on the first day as unnecessary socializing? She appeared like a small, abandoned rabbit, her slender frame on the verge of collapse. Shen Raking replied leisurely, it's a matter of my personal qualities, you needn't take it to heart, implying that his shortcomings had nothing to do with her. Xie Mi translated, causing Su Shuangrong to falter, her intended words abruptly silenced. As others began to board, Su Shuangrong, who had more to say, could only resign herself and took a seat in the back row. After Xiao Jingxi boarded, he noticed Shen Raking sitting beside Xie Mi and frowned slightly. He had intended to sit behind Xie Mi but was preempted. Xiaoingdi, I'm feeling a bit carsick today. May I sit here? It was Lu Wuxing. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched, ultimately conceding to sit in the back row. The car ride was silent. Meanwhile, the audience transformed into detectives, analyzing various signs in the peculiar atmosphere. Su Shuangrong was in tears during her blind date. Her eyes are still red now. Xiao Jingxi must be aware, right? Yet he shows no signs of comforting her. Is this really a couple? It doesn't seem like a quarrel. Xiao Jingxi even wanted to sit behind Xie Mi earlier. Is this couple truly over? The CP fans were distraught, immediately engaging in heated arguments with bystanders, turning the comments section into a battlefield. Their quarrel persisted until the guests returned to the villa. Xiao Jingxi approached Su Shuangrong, his tone neutral. We need to talk. Su Shuangrong paused. Alright, here it comes, everyone quiet down. I have a premonition that something significant will arise from this conversation. They are clearly reconciling. They made their way to the back garden. Xiao Jingxi seemed eager to get to the point, stating plainly our drama has been off the air for 2 months now. And the promotional activities are nearly concluded. The interactions we previously engaged in for the sake of promoting the drama can cease. Chapter 29. What madness is this? Xiao Jingxi is mad. Xiaorong CP exists only for promotion. Your CP is fake. With a single statement from Xiao Jingxi, a tidal wave of reactions ensued. In a minute, 3 trending topics emerged, and the viewership in the live broadcast surged, with the comment section exploding with fervor. The staff of Love Investigation were collectively dumbfounded. Claiming to be the most promising official announcement on the internet, the Xiaorong CP, known for their catchphrase, "They are not real, I am the fake," is on the brink of becoming a reality? Or is it the main character personally stepping in to dismantle it? It turns out this is not a dating show but a madness show. Niu Dao, I curse your grandmother. I get it. It's all a script. Niu Dao is orchestrating the drama. It must be this way. Niu Dao, I curse your mother. Oh Niu Dao, I curse your mother. Damn it, I can't hold back. I could punch the earth into oblivion. Damn those eggs, the melons of my 6th uncle's niece, the big chicken legs of my aunt, the big grapes of my mother, the cucumbers of my father. The big bread, kill, kill, kill. A passerby who rushed over from Weibo to watch the spectacle exclaimed, "Are they all mad?" In the live stream, Xiao Jingxi's handsome face revealed no trace of emotion. To align with the drama's promotion, we have been interacting frequently during this period, and the show's viewership has indeed increased, which should be a good thing. However, our CP fans are growing in number. And many have even misconstrued our relationship, which I did not anticipate. If this continues, it will affect both parties, so it is better to clarify things, since we are here to participate in a dating show. We should get to know the other guests more. That is the purpose of being on a dating show, don't you think? Xiao Jingxi is clever, concealing the fact that they are hyping their CP. Attributing everything to promotional interaction, the fans' enthusiasm is merely due to their misunderstanding. They are simply promoting the drama as normal. He has distanced himself thoroughly from the situation, keeping the private contract for their publicity under wraps. However, Su Shuangrong should understand his intentions. Well, I see. Fortunately, Su Shuangrong is very perceptive, smiling and echoing his words. I indeed need to join a new crew. You have considered this thoroughly, so let us cease the drama promotion. Xiao Jingxi sighed in relief. This is why he never spreads rumors but is willing to hype the CP with Su Shuangrong. She is a very intelligent and hardworking girl, and he is willing to use his popularity to assist her. Now that he no longer wishes to continue, she does not make unreasonable demands, then let's leave it at that. I will go in first, Xiao Jingxi said with understanding. Su Shuangrong maintained an exceptionally poised demeanor throughout, appearing as if she were indifferent to everything. Yet once Xiao Jingxi turned to leave, her expression suddenly darkened. She bit her lower lip, her eyes veiled in misty tears. The beauty in tears evokes sympathy. Baby, don't cry. Seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Xiao Jingxi is just a scoundrel. What kind of drama promotion leads to this level of interaction? He clearly uses the guise of promotion to deliberately tease Shuangrong. And she took it seriously, only for him to say he won. Continue. Shuangrong has acted in so many dramas, never once engaging in intimate interactions with male actors for promotional purposes. Which proves she has never cared about publicity. She is genuinely serious. Whoa, my Shuangrong. The beauty stands alone in her magnificence. Su Shuangrong's display of strength in public followed by tears in private instantly cast Xiao Jingxi as a villain, abandoning her. Xie Mi, perched on the rooftop with a blade of grass in her mouth, watched with great interest. Truly, she is destined to be a future film queen. In the original text, Su Shuangrong only began to develop feelings for Xiao Jingxi towards the end of the program, indicating that at this early stage she felt nothing for him. Her current act not only establishes her image as someone who understands the bigger picture before Xiao Jingxi but also subtly stabs him in the back. While Xiao Jingxi is condemned as a scoundrel, she will also gain sympathy from netizens. She is certainly not a naive character. It is worth mentioning that this is actually a story of a strong female protagonist's rise to power. The heroine, Su Shuangrong, was born into poverty, enduring hardships from a young age, which fueled her determination to become a top-tier actress, trampling on all who bullied her along the way. Throughout this journey, she has hardened her heart. Devoid of emotions, indifferent to morals, and willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals, after debuting in several dramas with little acclaim, she set her sights on the acclaimed actor Xiao Jingxi. Her first strategic move was to forge a connection with him, even knowing he had a girlfriend, by hyping their CP. Later, on the dating show, she exploited Yu Hongxian, Zhou Qingye, Lu Wuxing, utilizing everyone she could to successfully ascend to the pinnacle of her career. The only misstep was that she genuinely fell for Xiao Jing 11I. In the story's conclusion, she confesses everything to him, and by then, he had already loved her deeply, fully aware that she was not the innocent flower she pretended to be. Yet he unhesitatingly chose to be with her. Thus, they successfully joined hands, achieving both career and love, albeit at the cost of some stepping stones along the way. The original character, Su Shuangrong, returned silently from the garden to her room. Remaining inside for an extended period, after some time, Lu Wuxing went to find Su Shuangrong in her room but noticed she was absent, which puzzled her. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, and faint sounds of sobbing could be heard from within. Lu Wuxing cautiously pushed the door open, discovering Su Shuangrong's microphone resting on the sink, while she sat on the floor, hugging her knees and quietly weeping. As Lu Wuxing began to speak, she remembered she was still wearing her microphone and quickly removed it. Placing it on the sink, then she approached Su Shuangrong, softly inquiring, "Are you alright, Wuxing?" Su Shuangrong raised her head, her eyes red like a rabbit. "I originally wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong, but choking up. I understand." Lu Wuxing could not bear to see her in distress and comforted her. "You must have genuinely developed feelings, right? It's all his fault. No, he is a good person. It is my issue." Su Shuangrong shook her head. "Before coming to this show, everything was fine. I do not know where things went wrong." He suddenly, "Perhaps I am not good enough to hold on to his heart." Lu Wuxing paused. Remaining silent. Su Shuangrong gently tugged at her sleeve. "Wuxing, there is something I cannot keep to myself. Please do not tell anyone. Actually, Jingxi and Xie Mi met privately in the middle of the night. I saw it. I do not know what they discussed. I lacked the courage to approach and ask. Perhaps everything changed from that day onward." After speaking, she buried her head in her knees, her shoulders slightly trembling. Yet, no one responded, and the silence lingered for a long time, long enough for her to lift her head to gauge Lu Wuxing's reaction, only to see her hesitate for a moment before firmly stating, "No, it is Xiao Jingxi's fault, and it has nothing to do with Xie Mi." Chapter 30, 185. Pure-hearted male requests to add his friend Lu Wuxing. The heiress of Yuxing Media not only holds a wealth of information about the entertainment industry but also wields the power to manipulate media narratives. From the very first day of the program, Su Shuangrong had her eyes set on her. She conducted prior research on Lu Wuxing's preferences, chose the same room as her, and engaged in deep discussions about life, ideals, and philosophy every night, successfully forming a close friendship with Lu Wuxing. Now it was time to reap the rewards. She presented her plight before Lu Wuxing, subtly insinuating that Xie Mi had been secretly enticing Xiao Jingxi. If Lu Wuxing believed her, she could leverage Yuxing Media's personnel to publish a report on this matter, thereby eliminating Xie Mi through Lu Wuxing's influence. To her surprise, Lu Wuxing countered, "It is all Xiao Jingxi's fault. It has nothing to do with Xie Mi. She did not fall for it." Su Shuangrong was left bewildered, unsure of where she had gone wrong. In her observation, Lu Wuxing and Xie Mi had seemingly had no interaction. "I feel the same way," Su Shuangrong replied, wiping away her tears with a smile. "I almost misjudged Xie Mi, but it would be wrong to suspect someone without evidence, so I chose to trust her." Lu Wuxing's furrowed brows finally relaxed, revealing a smile. "It is great that you can think this way." Su Shuangrong forced a smile. JPG, the intelligence she had gathered was inaccurate, necessitating a change in strategy. Xie Mi was still immersed in Weibo, eagerly consuming gossip. The CP fans of Xiaorong collectively turned against Xiao Jingxi, now solely supporting Su Shuangrong, vehemently denouncing him as a scoundrel. Furthermore, a former fan site leaked unedited photos of Xiao Jingxi, some of which under certain lighting showcased him in an unflattering light, prompting another wave of criticism regarding his looks. Now Xiao Jingxi's loyal fans could no longer remain passive. Let us not forget that when Xiao Jingxi was at the peak of his fame, Su Shuangrong was still an insignificant figure. If we are to discuss fan bases, it is only natural that Zhao's supporters are more formidable. The Xiao faction rallied, proclaiming, "I raise the banner for Jingxi," and stormed in, listing the various benefits Su Shuangrong gained from the Xiaorong CP, concluding, "Su Shuangrong is taking advantage and pretending to be innocent." The Xiao faction was furious. "Just because you have higher status, you think you can disregard people? Even princes face punishment alongside commoners." The Xiao faction retorted with a laugh, "When we were winning awards, your sister was still playing a minor role. Don't overstep your bounds." The Su faction declared, "We won. Argue with fools." The Xiao faction countered, "You are the fool, you are the fool, you are the fool." Gagagagaga. Xie Mi burst into laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. However, she soon found herself unable to laugh anymore as a new faction suddenly joined the fray. The Xie faction shouted, "Enough of the noise, let us all take a step back, you are both fools." The Xiao and Su factions momentarily united, exclaiming, "Get lost, Xie Mi." Sixth, it is no wonder her fans are so erratic. They simply cannot resist joining the fray. Gagaga. A WeChat notification chimed. 185. Pure-hearted male requests to add you as a friend. Xie Mi's eyes lit up, and she swiftly sat up from the ground, accepting the request. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she took the initiative. "Who the hell are you?" tilting her head. Her big sparkling eyes shimmering, she cheerfully asked in a lively voice, 185 pure-hearted male, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that, the dinner duty for today falls upon Xie Mi and Xie. Upon seeing her name on the whiteboard, Xie Mi let out a deep sigh. It has come to pass as expected, teacher Xie. Su Shuangrong approached with a phone box in her arms. A bright smile adorning her face. This is a specialty sent by my friend from Yun City. May it serve as the ingredient for our dinner today. It was air-freighted fresh and will lose its flavor by tomorrow. Despite knowing that Xiao Jingxi had shifted his attention towards Xie Mi, she continued to greet her with a smile, instantly garnering a wave of goodwill. Oh my Shuang, you cried just this afternoon. And now you appear unfazed. How are you always so resilient? She is truly so graceful, never putting anyone in an awkward position. Girls who are too understanding often go unappreciated. Oh my. How pitiful our Shuang is. Xie Mi opened the phone box, observing the mushrooms still glistening with droplets of water, confirming their freshness. Alright, I will handle it. Cooking grand dishes might be beyond her. But surely she could manage a mushroom stew. In the original text, Su Shuangrong had also brought back a box of mushrooms that day, and the guest responsible for cooking had prepared a mushroom soup. Fortunately, the author had a penchant for verbosity detailing the cooking process, and she would follow that recipe, so it should be fine. Chapter 32, Collective Mushroom Poisoning. Madness ensues. Since time immemorial, kitchens have been battlegrounds for romance variety shows. And this occasion was no exception. It was supposed to be Xie Mi and Xie responsible for dinner, yet Xiao Jingxi joined the fray as well. Is there anything I can assist with? He approached Xie Mi, displaying what he assumed to be a charming smile. No need. The speaker was Xie, who stepped between Xiao Jingxi and Xie Mi, gently parting them with a calm smile. I am sufficient. This statement held layers of meaning. Xiao Jingxi's face turned a shade of green as he pressed his lips together, attempting to bypass Xie. However, each step he took left Xie mirroring him. Maintaining a steadfast barrier, Xie Mi turned to witness the scene, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Are you two performing a waltz of love? Ha, teacher Xie has such a sharp tongue. This competition is exhilarating. How refreshing. Could it be that Xiao Jingxi genuinely has feelings for teacher Xie, given their tumultuous past? How is he not embarrassed? Oh dear, those nonsensical rumors were merely spread by mindless fans. They had no real conflict. If Xiao Jingxi's previous interactions with Su Shuangrong were simply for show, then he is single, a bachelor pursuing a single female contestant. What is embarrassing about that? Forget it, I simply enjoy the chaos. Teacher Xie deserves it. While Xie and Xiao Jingxi engaged in their dance, Xie Mi had already begun the task at hand. Recalling the recipe from the text, she heated oil in the pan, sauteed scallions and ginger, tossed in the mushrooms to release their aroma, then added water for simmering, finishing with a vigorous boil to reduce the liquid. Culminating in a delightful culinary endeavor. Allow me. Xie tied a black apron around his waist, rolled up his sleeves to reveal a delicate wrist, methodically slicing the ingredients, frying, tossing, and finally, leisurely sprinkling cheese before serving the dish. It was simply exquisite. If only this creamy mushroom dish wasn't tea black. Truly astonishing. Xie Mi gazed at the dish, genuinely impressed. Despite not having included any dark ingredients, it managed to transform the white cream into a charcoal hue. In a sense, wasn't that a form of genius? You flatter me. Xie was unapologetically modest, Xiao Jingxi having changed into a fresh outfit after being doused by Xie's antics. Paused upon seeing the dish. What is this? Xie Mi replied, mushroom stewed in squid ink sauce. Give it a try. Xiao Jingxi chuckled inwardly, thinking that Xie Mi evidently still harbored feelings for him. Confidently, he approached and speared a piece with his fork, chewing, only for his expression to shift to one of confusion. What exactly is this dish supposed to taste like? Xie, reclining lazily against the counter, spoke in a relaxed tone. Sweet is normal, salty is abnormal. Xie Mi added, toxic would lead to death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxi abruptly clutched the trash can and vomited. What audacity brings together two kitchen assassins? Goodness, the bravado is overwhelming, and the dishes are increasingly fierce. Xiao Jingxi, having you both is a blessing. Eventually, the two faced each other, phones in hand, searching for recipes. After several failed attempts, Xie Mi gravely inquired, have you ever tried mushroom sashimi? Xie smiled and refused. Spare me. In the end, they resorted to the simplest method, boiling mushroom slices paired with various seasonings. Wasn't that a dish rich in flavors? As the food was served, Xie Mi patted Xiao Chang's shoulder solemnly, saying, I shall never again claim that your cooking resembles a table of feces. Culinary skills must be acknowledged. Xiao Changyi, caught off guard, asked, let us eat something light tonight for health. Lu Wuxing interjected timely, attempting to ease the tension. It's getting late. Let us all sit down to eat. Thus everyone began to eat. Fortunately, although the dish was bland, it could hardly be classified as dark cuisine. Tasteless was certainly preferable to fecal flavored, and they all resigned themselves to it. As they dined, Xie Mi sensed something amiss. Xiao Jingxi, do you have something on your mind? Why are you squatting at the table? Everyone then noticed that Xiao Jingxi was perched on his chair. His gaze was vacant as he manipulated his hands in the air. As if grasping at something, Xie Mi observed the mushrooms on her plate, fatally detecting an unsettling scent. Hey, Xiao Changyi suddenly leapt 3 feet into the air, shouting, "My pants are bulging. Anyone who sees it is in for a surprise." Pfft, the director, who had just sipped water, spat it out. "What nonsense are you spouting? What the hell is wrong with this guy? I knew Zhou Gongzi would eventually go mad. He has been pent up by Xie Mi for too long." With a loud slap, Lu Wuxing struck Zhou Chengyi across the face. "Shut up, you arrogant man. Just because you have some money at home doesn't make you impressive. I'm truly appalled." Oh no! After receiving the slap, Zhou Chengyi began to cry. Lu Wuxing rolled her eyes and slumped into a chair, picking up her chopsticks with 2 fingers, taking a deep breath. Crying, "You've scattered the fortune of this household. What? Sister, what is wrong? Sister, why have you gone mad too? What the hell is the intensity of this show's recording really that high? Even my usually mild-mannered Wuxing has lost it?" Only Xie Mi understood that Lu Wuxing wasn't losing her mind, she was merely revealing her true nature. Yes, Lu Wuxing indulged in smoking and drinking behind the scenes. Wait, why were there subtitles appearing when Lu Wuxing spoke? Xie Mi thought she had misread, squinting to examine more closely, and the scene before her became increasingly blurred. "Everyone, stop eating, this dish is poisonous." Xie Mi abruptly flipped the table, seizing a banana and leaping towards the living room. "I saw who poisoned it. Don't you dare run. I'll smash you with this banana." The assistant director, inexplicably pursued, cried out, "Help me." Xin Zhuoqing looked at the overturned pot of mushrooms, contemplating for a few seconds before asking, "You just said, where did these mushrooms come from?" Su Shuangrong replied, "Yun City. I recall that as a place known for its specialty mushrooms, the case was cracked. It was a collective mushroom poisoning." Moments later, Xin Zhuoqing and Su Shuangrong began to exhibit symptoms as well. The atmosphere shifted entirely. Some ran chaotically, others wept, some indulged in smoking and drinking, while others pounded the ground in despair. It has been ages since I've witnessed such a wild show. Chapter 33, Identity Revealed. She turns out to be wealthy? When Xie Mi awakened once more, it was in a hospital. She vaguely recalled the frenzied scenes preceding her loss of consciousness. Wait a moment, Yun City, due to the prohibition of real place names in novels. Many authors modify existing ones slightly, hence Yun City refers to Yunnan, and they had consumed mushrooms. That doesn't add up. In the original text, Su Shuangrong had brought back ordinary mushrooms, and the author had explicitly clarified that they were the most commonly found variety. Why had they transformed into toxic mushrooms this time? Recalling the smile Su Shuangrong displayed when handing her the mushrooms, alongside her comments at the dinner table about dieting and intentionally eating less, everything became clear. Due to alterations in the plot, Su Shuangrong's actions had also shifted. She was supposed to bring ordinary mushrooms but instead delivered toxic ones. It is widely known that mushroom poisoning can induce hallucinations, leading individuals to engage in unpredictable behavior, a particularly precarious situation for public figures, as they risk damaging their image or inadvertently revealing secrets, potentially leading to scandal. Su Shuangrong's strategy was ruthless. Fortunately, her reputation had already collapsed, so she had no cause for concern. As Xie Mi munched on an apple, she pulled out her phone to see a message from the director in the guest group, stating that due to the collective poisoning, doctors had recommended a 2-day rest, resulting in a pause in filming. The production team would return in 2 days. Wow, what a relief! In a sense, she felt grateful to Su Shuangrong. Upon opening Weibo, she discovered that netizens were thoroughly entertained during the half-day they were unconscious. The dramatic scene of the mushroom poisoning spread widely, with each person even having their own individual cut. The amusement enthusiasts went wild with creative reinterpretations and memes, propelling Lianxia down an irretrievable path of madness. The heat surged, and the face was lost. It is said that Zhou Qingye was the first to wake up and be discharged. A netizen witnessed him angrily kicking a trash can on the street and cursing at the television station for half an hour. Xie Mi once again burst into a cackling laugh. Gaga gaga gaga, did we take a wrong turn? Why is there a Donald Duck in this hospital? A middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Xie Mi, then a young man's voice followed. Mom, don't mention Donald Duck, it's a copyright issue. Oh yes, I might get sued in a bit. Speaking of which, is this the place? Whoosh, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman dressed in a fiery red gown, adorned with extravagant jewelry. Behind her stood a young man around 20, clad in a bespoke shirt and waistcoat, sporting silver-rimmed glasses. Oh, my dear daughter, it has been so long. The woman's fiery red lips curled upward as she sashayed toward her. You said you wanted to leave, so why not just go abroad and never come back? Instead, you had to become a star, prancing around on television and getting scolded. How could you be so embarrassing? Her voice was sharp and biting, the malice in her smile unmistakable. The man beside her wore a similarly contemptuous smile, murmuring, embarrassing. Xie Mi, who is this fire-breathing turkey? What? Dumbfounded, Li Meiyin scoffed. If it weren't for your father asking me to pick you up, I truly wouldn't want to come. Tell me, how did you not get stabbed to death that time? Dad, she still has a dad. Xie Mi squinted, racking her brain, finally pinpointing a phrase in the convoluted text of her memories. In order to follow in Xiao Jingxi's footsteps, Xie Mi insisted on entering the entertainment industry against her family's wishes, thus severing ties with her family. However, she didn't care, for she never liked that family at all. Her mother died early, her father never cared for her, and that wicked stepmother only bullied her when her father was away, while her stepbrother was also a dangerous person, due to the original text's brief mention of Xie Mi's family situation. She nearly forgot about it. Xie Mi scrutinized the woman before her again. The diamonds adorning her were dazzling, and Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with interest. So you're laughing at what? Li Meiyan furrowed her brow. Stepping back 2 paces, and softly asked Xie Lian, what's her condition? Is she still not well from the poisoning? Xie Lian whispered, the doctor said the poisoning symptoms have already disappeared. Then what's wrong with her? She used to cry out loud when she saw me. Why isn't she crying today? Perhaps she's been frightened into silence. While the mother and son were muttering to each other, Xie Mi had already taken out her phone and opened the message she received a couple of days ago. Hungry Beauty Takeout, dear customer, the installment purchase of your Longjiang pig trotter rice is due this month with an amount of 0.5 yuan, 210 installments, and it is now overdue. Please deposit the full amount and penalty fee into the specified account as soon as possible, or it will be recorded in your personal credit system, adversely affecting you. Xie Mi, can you extend it for another 2 days? Crying? Xie Jia has now fallen into destitution. However, gazing at the mother and son before her, Xie Mi slowly revealed a wicked smile. It's truly like someone sends an umbrella when it rains, or food when one is hungry. This is pure snow in the winter's embrace. Li Meiyan was still quietly conspiring with Xie Lian. After all the effort to drive her away, how could they allow her to return, even though your father asked me to pick her up? As long as I threaten and intimidate her a bit like before, she surely wouldn't dare to come back. What are you two whispering about? Li Meiyan looked up and met the girl's smiling eyes. Oh my, are you sick? Why are you getting so close? I think I just heard something quite extraordinary. Xie Mi tilted her head, smiling innocently and brightly. My good dad asked you to bring me home. Yet you want to scheme behind my back. Li Meiyan was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, scoffing, I'm not preventing you from going back, I'm just asking if you dare to return? Don't forget how you lived in that house before, you must think it over. Is there even a need to think it over? I will go back immediately. Li Meiyan was utterly astonished. Xie Mi? Don't push your luck. I've made myself very clear. Do you dare? Hello, I'm going to call the police. Someone is preventing me from going home. Go back. Is going back right now okay? Half an hour later, Xie Mi stood before a luxurious European-style mansion that resembled a castle, sporting a blissful smile. Happiness is indeed that simple, you can really smile like that. A male voice suddenly chimed from behind her. Xie Lian slowly walked to her side, gazing at the opulent residence before them, with turbulent undercurrents swirling in his eyes behind the lenses. It seems you have forgotten that this was once the hell you longed to escape from. Then I truly was ungrateful back then. Xie Lian. Xie Mi turned her head to look at him, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Rest assured, from today onward, this will be my paradise. Or perhaps, your hell. Chapter 34. After the treatment of Zhongjing and Xiaodeng, entering the villa, one is greeted by an extravagantly luxurious hall, the elegant marble floor, the glamorous chandelier adorned with crystals, the intricately carved decorative pieces, and the high-end custom wooden furniture all exude opulence without being gaudy. It is evident that the owner of the house possesses considerable taste. As Xie Mi explored the mansion, she discreetly observed the gazes of the butler and servants. They regarded her with a mixture of apprehension and sympathy, because the novel had never detailed the original owner's family situation. Xie Mi was entirely unaware, with the only information being, the mother died young, the father remarried, and brought along a stepbrother with whom she had no blood relation. Go see your room. It's been so long since you returned. You must be feeling nostalgic. Li Meiyan walked beside her, the malice in her upturned red lips was unmistakable. Alright, let us go take a look. I'm quite nostalgic, Xie Mi calmly inquired with the butler about the location of her room and ascended the stairs with poise. This left Li Meiyan utterly perplexed. Why was she so composed? This shouldn't be right. Unconvinced, Li Meiyan immediately followed her up. Upon reaching the second floor, she found Xie Mi standing at the door of a certain room. The door was already ajar, and Xie Mi must have seen the scene within. Li Meiyan couldn't help but smile. So how does it feel? Has anything changed? I specifically instructed the servants to restore your room to its original state. The windows were boarded up, the walls were covered in terrifying graffiti, scattered medicine bottles lay around, and the mirrors were painted black. To say it was a room would be an understatement. It resembled a haunted house. Xie Mi couldn't help but ponder. The original owner lived in such an environment during childhood, but why was there no mention in the book of the original owner's experiences of abuse? Only stating, from the moment she first saw Xiao Jingxi, Xie Mi fell in love with him. He was like a ray of sunshine that burst into her dark world, becoming her salvation. The original owner and Xiao Jingxi's first meeting occurred in the school cafeteria, where both had set their eyes on the last remaining sweet and sour ribs, and Xiao Jingxi had offered it to the original owner. From that moment on, the original owner fell deeply in love with Xiao Jingxi. Living for him, going mad for him, and recklessly pursuing him about the time. Xie Mi found this plot device absurd, but now, considering the original owner had grown up in an environment of neglect and abuse, it was indeed easy to misconstrue a small act of kindness as salvation. Alright, next, Xie Mi didn't enter but merely glanced inside before shutting the door. Take me to see the study. Li Meiyan, who had originally anticipated a reaction from Xie Mi, saw her smile vanish. Do you think I'm your tour guide? Isn't that so? Xie Mi tilted her head, blinking innocently. I thought you came specifically to help me familiarize myself with the surroundings. Of course, she wanted to explore the entire villa. This house still bore traces of the original owner's life, and from these clues, she could deduce the original owner's status within the family. Without understanding these thoroughly, how could she remain here as a wealthy individual? The study is on the 3rd floor, right? Xie Mi elegantly turned and headed upstairs without looking back. This infuriated Li Meiyan. She had brought Xie Mi here to provoke those dark memories, hoping to intimidate her into retreating, yet Xie Mi remained unfazed. It seemed she would have to resort to extreme measures. Xie Mi, stop right there, Li Meiyan cursed as she chased up the stairs, forcefully flinging open the study door, only to find Xie Mi already seated in the leather chair at the head of the table. She held a picture frame, a smile curving her lips. I understand now. You understand. What? For some reason Li Meiyan felt an inexplicable change in Xie Mi. With a push of her foot, the leather chair began to spin. It turns out my situation isn't so dire after all. Inside the frame was a photograph of a middle-aged man and a little girl. The man wore a serious expression, while the little girl, perched on his shoulder, raised her hands high, beaming with joy. Presumably, this was the original owner with her father. The fact that this photograph was preserved and prominently displayed on the desk indicated that this father loved the original owner. However, he was a stern man, not adept at expressing his feelings. From the state of the original owner's room and the drugs scattered about, it could be inferred that she had once suffered from mental illness. The stepmother, unwilling to resort to physical violence against the original owner, resorted instead to verbal provocations, attempting to sow discord between the original owner and her father. This led the original owner to perceive her home as akin to hell, ultimately prompting her to run away. Of course, this was merely a narrative she had constructed in her mind. The specifics need not be further explored. After all, she harbored ample confidence. Xie Mi placed the photograph of the father-daughter bond back on the table and flashed a radiant smile at Li Meiyan. Zhengdong, go and tidy up my room. What did you say? Li Meiyan's temper flared instantly. Unperturbed, Xie Mi approached her, her fingertips gliding across Li Meiyan's cheek as she whispered softly in her ear, a room filled with the shadows of my childhood. How could my father allow its existence? If he were to discover that you intentionally restored it to provoke me, can you guess who he would send away? Li Meiyan trembled, her gaze at Xie Mi shifting to one of horror. When had she evolved? Xie Mi smiled playfully. Indeed, children were quite easy to deceive, but let it not be forgotten she had grown up now. A gentle reminder, your time is running short. I'll go. Alright, Li Meiyan stammered, hurrying away as if afraid to linger even a second longer. Xie Mi rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Her stepmother truly was something else. Another day of successfully playing the part. You seem to have grown wiser. A cold male voice unexpectedly rang out from outside. Xie Lian stood there, half hidden in shadow, exuding an indescribable aura of gloom. Mother sent me to show you around other areas. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow. Having just seen Zhongding off, another little dang had arrived. She had not forgotten the harsh words this little dang had hurled at her at the front gate, thus, she felt compelled to utter the classic line by that English character. Damn it, the people I detest the most are those who show off. Let's go. I happen to be quite bored with that. Xie Lian turned and walked away. Xie Mi followed him out of the villa, traversing the backyard until they reached a sunlit floral conservatory where the flowers were evidently well cared for and blooming beautifully. Noticing her gaze fixated on the flowers, Xie Lian suddenly smiled, his eyes curving with a sinister mirth. His voice deep and eerie. Do you miss these flowers? They still bloom brilliantly, don't they? What nonsense. By the way, shouldn't you be taking your medication? Xie Mi regarded him seriously. You seem to be losing your mind. Chapter 35, Butler, stop playing games. Flowers require nourishment. I provide them with the finest nutrients, which is why they always bloom so vibrantly. Do you really not need medication? Do you remember what their nourishment was? You've seen it before. You were genuinely a bit off just now, you know, who laughs while deliberately lowering their voice like that. It seems you have forgotten. Do you want me to help jog your memory? I get it now, you're a Yandere, so that laugh of yours was intentional, was it? Just showing off. Xie Lian could no longer contain himself, abruptly interrupting their entire obstacle-filled exchange. Enough. The terrifying atmosphere he had cultivated shattered. This time, it was Xie Mi who emitted a deep eerie laugh from her throat. So you really were just showing off. Xie Lian, unable to endure any longer, Xie Lian pushed aside a flower pot, pressed a mechanism, and the hidden door opened, shoving Xie Mi inside. The stench of blood assaulted her senses. Inside were various horrifying torture devices, alongside jars of formalin containing the organs of unidentified creatures. Xie Mi surveyed her surroundings. Xie Lian approached her from behind, his laughter sinister. How about it? Does it ring a bell now? Do you remember the first time you stumbled in here? Your expression back then was Absolutely priceless, his voice trembled slightly, excitement glimmering behind his reflective lenses, the corners of his mouth curling as his tongue traced his lips, as if savoring the moment. Is this your secret base? Xie Mi suddenly inquired. Xie Lin did not respond, he merely walked in, picking up a blood-stained scalpel and twirling it in his hand. The blade gleamed menacingly, casting a blinding light on Xie Mi's face. She did not flinch or shy away, slowly revealing an evil grin. Do you know why it's called a secret base? Xie Lian remained silent, the light flickering once more on Xie Mi's face. You told me, so it's no longer a secret. Xie Lian still said nothing, yet the light began to flicker wildly. Oh, it's your hand that's trembling. Xie Mi smiled broadly. Tonight, I'll go and tell, and I'll have it all dismantled. A clang, the scalpel clattered to the ground. And Xie Lian finally panicked, striding forward to grab Xie Mi, who was about to leave. Don't. The once yandere youth was stripped of his facade, his eyes now reflecting pure, foolish innocence. Alas, setting aside that persona, he was merely a 20-year-old university student. University students, after all, are the easiest to deceive. Xie Mi reclined on a lounge chair in the garden, basking in the sun, leisurely swinging her legs. Little dang juice, please. As she finished her request, Xie Lian brought over the juice, positioning the straw near her lips. Without even glancing, Xie Mi pouted and bit down on the straw. Observing this, Xie Lian's lips slowly curved into a smile. The next moment, she slapped him. Slap. You think I didn't see you putting bugs in the juice? Li Mei Yan, who was nearby holding fruit, flinched instantly, donning a flattering smile. If you're going to hit him, don't hit me. Xie Mi retaliated with another slap, effortlessly executing the act. Both Little Deng and Zhongding each received a slap, standing behind with their hands on their faces, gazing at Xie Mi's back with expressions of deep grievance. Soon, the butler's voice resonated in the hall. The master has returned. Xie Mi hurriedly dropped the juice and dashed out, with Li Mei Yan and Xie Lian following suit. They intended to report to the father before Xie Mi, but saw her slide to her knees, hugging his leg, her mouth firing like a machine gun. I was once a daughter who loved her father deeply, yet was harmed by a stepmother and a stepbrother. The stepmother deceived me, and the stepbrother angered me, casting me out of the home. Given a second chance, I shall keep my eyes wide open. No one shall sow discord between my father and me. Then do I need to pay you 50 to hear your revenge plan? The owner of the leg spoke, his voice somewhat familiar. Xie Mi looked up, meeting Shinru watching smiling peach blossom eyes. Long time no see, teacher Shin. She was clinging to Shinru watching. What about her wealthy father? Xie Zhengde emerged from behind Shinru watching, casting a complex gaze at Xie Mi, his serious face seemingly filled with helplessness. You are the first man the master has brought back. The butler had appeared out of nowhere, addressing Shinru watching. Boldby, stop with the jokes, Xie Zhengde interjected. Boldby. The butler responded with an ah, and withdrew. Little Mink, get up. The ground is cold. Xie Zhende's voice was calm yet authoritative, clearly a man used to being serious. This is Mr. Shin, here as a guest. Xie Mi glanced at the smiling Shinru watching, then at the stern Xie Zhengde, before extending her hand towards her father. Dad, help me up. Behind her, Li Mei Yan and the servants collectively gasped in disbelief, staring at Xie Mi. Xie Zhende's typically expressionless face twitched. Shinru watching's hand was already reaching out, eager to clasp Xie Mi's, but it was swatted away. Xie Zhende's calloused hand grasped Xie Mi's tiny hand, lifting her from the ground, whether it was an illusion or not. A hint of barely perceptible softness seemed to flicker in his serious gaze. You really haven't grown up. His tone was serene, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Oldby. The butler made a reappearance, remarking, it's been a long time since I've seen the master smile so joyfully. Xie Zhende's expression darkened. Oldby. The butler responded with an ah, and retreated once more, yet Xie Mi took it all in, further confirming her previous assumptions. Her father was indeed one who spoke harshly yet cared deeply. Beneath his solemn exterior lay a heart that loved his daughter. Perhaps it was his lack of expressiveness, coupled with the stepmother's interference, that had led the original owner to misunderstand him all along. Was what you just said true? Xie Zhende's gaze swept over Li Mei Yan and Xie Lian, his expression growing even more severe. Li Mei Yan, flustered, immediately interjected, of course not. The child has always enjoyed joking. You know that. I treat her so well. How could I bully her? Oh, is that so? Xie Mi replied with a smile, glancing at her. Li Mei Yan's eyes pleaded for mercy, her head nodding vigorously. Of course. Just look, I even cut fruit for you earlier. Whatever fruit you want in the future, I'll cut it for you. Xie Mi's smile widened. And what about Xie Lian? Named directly. Xie Lian hesitated, his expression darkening, lips pressed tightly together in evident unwillingness to concede. Li Mei Yan delivered a swift kick to his backside, causing Xie Lian to fall to his knees before Xie Mi. He loves his sister too. He would never bully her. Xie Zhende's scrutinizing gaze swept across them. You better mean it. After Xie Zhende and Shinru watching retired to the study for a conversation, Li Mei Yan and Xie Lian knelt before Xie Mi, fidgeting their hands, continuously pleading for mercy. Oldby. The butler made his third appearance, remarking, it's been a long time since I've seen the madam and young master kneeling so happily. Chapter 36. Dad, drop some gold coins. After conversing with Shinru watching for a while, Xie Zhengde summoned Xie Mi to the study. Upon entering, Xie Mi found only Xie Zhengde, who was calmly flipping through a book. Noticing her entrance, he nodded slightly, uttering few words. Xie Mi obediently approached and took a seat. How have you been these past years? Xie Zhenda closed the book and inquired. Not well. Unexpectedly, her response was so forthright that Xie Zhenda was momentarily taken aback. But soon his eyes sparkled with appreciation, speaking plainly without beating around the bush. Excellent. Is your dissatisfaction rooted in financial constraints, not solely due to money? Xie Zhenda nodded in satisfaction. She was ambitious, neither servile nor arrogant. Truly commendable, Xie Mi remarked. Primarily, it is indeed due to a lack of funds. Honesty, without any veils. Very good. What are your plans upon your return? Xie Zhenda leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip. Appearing calm and composed, while beneath the table, his legs trembled uncontrollably. On his computer screen, a series of Baidu search records were displayed. How to mend the relationship with my daughter. What to do if my daughter insists on running away from home? Can a daughter unilaterally sever ties with her father? Xie Mi remained silent, her expression grave and contemplative. Xie Zhenda's teacup was nearly empty. As he chewed on the tea leaves, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. And his legs shook even more violently. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Mi finally spoke of the room on the second floor facing the sunrise, the one with the large terrace. Xie Zhenda was puzzled. Xie Mi echoed, equally confused. Did you not ask me which room I wished to stay in upon my return? After much deliberation, she concluded that the second floor room facing the sunrise was the best choice. Not only was it the largest, but the window faced the lake, undeniably a luxurious lakeside view. Having the rare opportunity to experience life as a wealthy person, one must savor the best. Xie Mi beamed with pride, completely oblivious to the ecstatic gleam in Xie Zhenda's eyes. Yet, as the chairman, he needed to maintain composure, striving to suppress his overwhelming joy while presenting a stoic facade. Very well, I will have Lao Bai prepare that room and decorate it to your liking. Thank you, Dad, Xie Mi exclaimed, joyfully leaping in place before rushing out of the study. As soon as she left, Xie Zhenda stood up in excitement, clutching the framed photo of father and daughter to his chest. Tears streaming down his face. Daughter, my daughter, did you call for me? A bright and lively voice rang from the doorway, startling Xie Zhenda so much that he almost dropped the frame upon seeing Xie Mi's head peeking from behind the door. He instantly resumed his serious demeanor, though a hint of social embarrassment lingered in his eyes. Is there something else? He inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Xie Mi replied, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Dad, how about some gold coins? Ding, Alipay transaction completed, 5 million yuan. Xie Mi jumped 3 feet in the air, nearly bowing 3 times in gratitude towards Xie Zhenda. She could hardly believe that from this day forward, she would transform into a vivacious and cheerful girl. Congratulations to teacher Xia on reclaiming her heritage. A voice filled with laughter chimed from behind her. Turning around, Xie Mi found Shen Wanqing lounging on the sofa. His long legs crossed, eyebrows playfully raised at her. I was just about to ask, how did you end up here? Xie Mi inquired, as she busily managed her various payments on her phone and took a seat on the sofa. Of course, I came to see teacher Xia. Stop pretending. Xie Mi unrelentingly called him out. First, how did you know I was here? Second, how do you know my dad? Lastly, the butler mentioned you were the first man my father brought home. This all seems rather suspicious. Shen Wanqing, having been exposed, remained unperturbed. As expected of teacher Xia, astute as always. Speak up, or I'll choke you, Xie Mi threatened, narrowing her eyes as her hands inched toward his neck. Shen Wanqing chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with hidden amusement. All right, I have business dealings with Chairman Xia. We happened to discuss you, and he invited me over. Discuss me? Xie Mi sensed something amiss and pressed. What exactly did you say? Well, for instance, how you rummage through garbage to eat when you're hungry yet can't fend off homeless people. How you've been cyberbullied and stalked by haters, and how you seem unwell when, in fact, you really are. As he spoke, he noticed Xie Mi's expression growing increasingly dangerous, prompting him to halt with a bright smile. You know me, I have a penchant for exaggeration. Xie Mi began to understand. No wonder there had been no such scene in the original text. It was Shen Wanqing's handiwork, but why was he doing this? I simply wish for you to thrive. He seemed to see through her heart. A sudden chill coursed through Xie Mi, stirring a vague sense of familiarity within her, though she could not pinpoint its origin. Yet, wise individuals do not engage in internal strife. Matters that cannot be comprehended are best left unthought of. Thus, she thumped the table. As a token of gratitude, I invite you to dinner. Sounds great. Shen Wanqing's enchanting peach blossom eyes instantly lit up, his smile exuding warmth. What will you treat me to? Charcounty cuisine. The wealthier individuals are, the more frugal they tend to be. This adage holds true. On her first night in the new home, Xie Mi was too excited to sleep. To alleviate her exhilaration, she indulged in 2 rounds of gaming. However, after 2 matches, her joy turned to dismay. Now she truly could not sleep. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from outside the window. Mom, take it easy, child. Seize the moment. If we cannot scare her away in these 2 days, once she starts recording her show, there will be no opportunity left. Don't worry, Mom, I'm all set. I didn't frighten her during the day, and I won't miss this chance. Xie Mi approached the window and spotted 2 figures dressed in white dresses with long black wigs climbing up towards her windowsill via ropes. So this is how the original host's mental illness was triggered. Here we are, as usual, knocking on the window, making faces, scaring her to death. Li Meiyan's words were abruptly cut off as she met Xie Mi's smiling gaze. Xie Mi aimed her flashlight at her and Xie Lian. Pressing the switch, bang, the ultra-bright outdoor long-range flashlight illuminated the night as if half the sky had lit up. The housekeeper, Lao Bai, who had just settled in, quickly sprang up to prepare a sumptuous meal. Li Meiyan, caught off guard by the bright light, rolled her eyes back, losing her grip and plummeting down. Mom, Xie Lian, desperately trying to save her mother, leaped after her, landing with a thud on Li Meiyan's back. Puff, what was once harmless now turned serious. Li Meiyan, having you as my good fortune. Chapter 37, this entire shopping mall belongs to the Xie family's enterprises. What transpired last night? Xie Zhenda inquired at the breakfast table. Xie Lian remained silent, nearly staring daggers at Xie Mi. Xie Mi also chose not to speak, adopting a strategy of silence. If he didn't ask, she wouldn't tell, and if he did, she would feign surprise. It was Lao Bai who stepped in to respond. Last night, Madam went to the courtyard for some matters. Which courtyard? The hospital. Lao Bai certainly knew how to phrase things. If someone was injured and went to the hospital, one would simply say they were injured and went to the hospital, rather than framing it as going to the courtyard for matters. After breakfast, Xie Zhenda headed to the company, instructing Lao Bai to take Xie Mi shopping at the city mall. As there were many items to purchase. So, why did you come along? In the car, Xie Mi asked Xie Lian, who was sulking beside her. Dad said that female celebrities need bodyguards when out, so he sent me to save on hiring one. Ha! Just as Xie Mi was about to chuckle, Lao Bai, sitting in the driver's seat, burst into laughter. First, Xie Mi shifted her attitude, exclaiming, "It's been so long since I've seen the butler laugh so heartily." Xie Lian, as the only person in the car, he had become the plaything of the two individuals. The car stopped at the most luxurious mall in Haishur, bustling with elites and stylish urbanites. After donning her mask and hat, Xie Mi finally exited the vehicle. There was no choice, she had become a female celebrity. The old man said that today, all expenses will be covered by the young master, Lao Bai announced as they ascended in the elevator. Xie Lian's complexion changed immediately, protesting, "Why should I?" Lao Bai wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased to see the young master so vibrant. "I was just angry," Xie Lian grumbled, chasing after Lao Bai to argue. "Stop deflecting with jokes, answer me, why should I?" Xie Mi sighed, shaking her head at her brother's antics, facepalming with a wry smile. She did not follow him but was captivated by a poster. It was an advertisement for a diamond ring featuring Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, and now if the staff was taking it down, I swear, I will never ship this CP again. Xiao Shuang, you have hurt me deeply. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow, speaking of which, the most significant alteration in the plot occurred here. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jingxi had ceased promoting his pairing with Su Shuangrong, severing the romantic ties between the male and female leads in this book. She was curious about how the plot would unfold from here. "Are you, Xie Mi?" An inquisitive voice reached her ears. Turning around, Xie Mi was met with a pair of fluttering lashes. "It really is you?" The other party exclaimed, raising her voice several decibels. "It's me, Zhang Huiting, the one who competed against you for the same lead role and ended up being selected, though it seemed like a nostalgic reunion." It was, in reality, a subtle dig. Xie Mi recalled that indeed, there was such a character in the original text. Zhang Huiting, the original host's arch-rival, would always undermine her during acting, snatch roles during auditions, and overshadow her during performances. In essence, Zhang Huiting's rise to become a second-tier star was solely due to the original host's involuntary support. "Itsu," Xie Mi exclaimed, though she couldn't quite remember the specifics, her excitement evident. Zhang Huiting smirked slightly at the corners of her mouth. "What are you doing here? This floor is all luxury goods, and if I recall correctly, your earnings are quite meager." At this point, she seemed to remember something. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Teacher Xia has been quite the sensation lately, appearing on Niu Dao's dating show and frequently trending online, but it seems to be mostly for outrageous reasons." Ha, as she laughed. She discreetly observed Xie Mi's reaction, eager to see her unravel. Xie Mi, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Well, if one lacks money, one must rely on oneself. Teacher Jiang is fortunate. She can afford to splurge." Zhang Huiting, realizing her own vulnerability in this regard, felt the sting of her own words. Sincerity, it seems, was the only trump card. To regain some ground, Zhang Huiting stepped forward, linking her arm with Xie Mi's wrist. "Since fate has brought us together for shopping, why not stroll around together?" She was convinced that Xie Mi could not afford anything in this store and was determined to follow her, hoping to witness her embarrassment. Alarm bells rang in Xie Mi's mind. Surely she wasn't expecting me to foot the bill. Zhang Huiting rolled her eyes. Of course not. For the remainder of their time together, Zhang Huiting flaunted her financial prowess, purchasing items wherever she went, insisting on acquiring everything Xie Mi had touched. As Xie Mi spotted a dazzling piece, she swept her hand across a rack of clothing and turned back, looking expectantly at Zhang Huiting. Zhang Huiting's mouth twitched uncontrollably, but out of pride, she gritted her teeth. "I want all of these." A wicked smile crept onto Xie Mi's face. 20 minutes later, Zhang Huiting's credit card was maxed out. After the store clerk discreetly informed her of this predicament, Zhang Huiting felt her defenses crumble. quickly covering her mouth to prevent Xie Mi from overhearing. Seeing Xie Mi's relaxed demeanor fueled her frustration. Xie Mi, why aren't you buying anything? Oh, could it be that you can't afford it? Does the dating show not pay you? Have you not received any work with your newfound fame, or have you spent all your earnings paying off previous penalties? She stepped in front of Xie Mi, deliberately provoking her. Then why are you even on this floor? Just browsing without buying anything. You'll confuse the staff. If everyone were like you, just window shopping, how would they conduct business? Xie Mi widened her eyes. Zhang Huiting felt a thrill of excitement. Yes, break down. How do you know? This feeling of being exposed is simply exhilarating. Surprise, excitement, anger, the pain I've endured for years, so casually articulated by you, my emotions toyed with. Delightful sister, say more. Zhang Huiting? Xie Mi secretly smirked. If a bit of madness could solve the problem, then she would embrace it. Being provoked into spending tens of thousands on a dress was foolish behavior. Zhang Huiting, unable to contain herself, raised her voice. Xie Mi, why are you so vain, if you can't afford it? Just admit it. I won't laugh at you. Aren't you supposed to be all about authenticity on the show? Is it all just a facade? Her high-pitched outburst drew the attention of the staff, who began to whisper among themselves. Xie Mi, that name sounds familiar. Could it be the Xie Mi from the dating show? Now that I think about it, she does resemble her. Is she pretending to be wealthy? Surely not. Xie Mi can't be that vain. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhang Huiting's eyes as she anticipated how Xie Mi would extricate herself from this situation. Suddenly, a shadow slid onto the scene. Kneeling before Xie Mi with a thud. Miss Xie, your presence is an honor. I must have been blind. Zhang Huiting, Xie Mi, Lao Bai, this entire mall is owned by the Xie family. Chapter 38. The world goes silent. Listening to her defenses crumble. This world is akin to an enormous Dragon King novel. Upon hearing Lao Bai's pretentious declaration, Xie Mi felt it would be inappropriate not to grin. Wrap it all up. Xie Lian made a grand entrance, donning sunglasses and flaunting a golden black card. Recognizing him, the staff hurriedly fetched the card machine, feeling embarrassed for previously mistaking Xie Mi's status. This was not vanity, this was an epitome of understated wealth. Xie Lian swayed slightly but maintained composure as he presented the card to be swiped. Beep, transaction successful. He swayed even more but insisted on showing off. Just the cost of breakfast. Tears sparkled in his eyes beneath the sunglasses. Zhang Huiting was left dumbfounded, completely at a loss for what was happening. As the staff began packing up the entire store's clothing, Xie Lian approached Xie Mi's sister. Although this is our family's mall, we shouldn't put the staff in a difficult position. You taught me that, so I'll take care of the bill. Well done, you actually listened to me. Xie Mi quickly fell into character. Lao Bai, you may rise. Lao Bai, yes, this is scene from a play. No matter. Xie Mi, what's going on? Are they actors you hired? Zhang Huiting still refused to believe this spectacle. Pulling Xie Mi aside to whisper, however, as the staff emptied the store, lining luxury shopping bags at Xie Mi's feet, Zhang Huiting's voice trembled. This is a joke, right? Xie Mi sighed, regarding Zhang Huiting with a gaze that carried a hint of pity. If you say so, then it must be true. Crack, something shattered. It was Zhang Huiting's competitive spirit. The world fell silent, listening to the sound of her defenses crumbling. Ultimately, Zhang Huiting fled in humiliation. At a milk tea shop, Lao Bai sipped his ice-cold, fully sweetened taro bubble tea, feeling so at ease that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. It had been ages since he had indulged in such extravagance with the young master. Xie Lian remained silent, solemnly placing a tissue over the black card as if paying homage. Xie Mi, too, wore a melancholic expression, contemplating the likelihood of climbing rooftops adorned in luxury goods, ultimately concluding it to be zero. Reflecting on the fact that she had bought a plethora of luxury items just for show felt a bit foolish. She initially intended to purchase only a few high-end tracksuits, however, since it wasn't her money being spent. She felt she hadn't truly suffered a loss. With this realization, clarity dawned upon her. Boss, I'll have a cup of fully sweetened cilantro milk tea, with extra cilantro. Xie Lian shot her a reproachful glance, signaling, I won't be having any. I'm saving money. Xie Mi, oblivious to the hint, gave a thumbs up. Good frugality is a virtue. Xie Lian bit into the tissue in frustration. Xie Lian, a gentle voice rang out. Xie Mi turned to see a young boy, roughly Xie Lian's age, dressed in a white shirt, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his gaze gentle and a faint smile playing on his lips. Aren't you supposed to be in class today? I took a leave of absence, Xie Lian gestured, just accompanying my sister shopping. This is your sister who just returned home. The boy looked at Xie Mi, his ebony eyes shimmering with a playful light. Hello, I'm Eugene Chao, a classmate of Xie Lian. Xie Mi spat out her milk tea of the original antagonist, Eugene Chao. An outwardly refined youth, yet inwardly a brooding and obsessive character. He was the first to uncover the true nature of the heroine Su Xuanrong but willingly fell victim to her manipulation. Ultimately, upon being discarded by Su Xuanrong, he turned dark and imprisoned her for a month, a truly dangerous individual. Xie Mi gazed at Xie Lian with a look of disbelief. Why Eugene Chao was Xie Lian's classmate? What a small world. Does the brooding type prefer the company of fellow brooding types? Surely they don't have a support group for that? Don't mind me, continue your conversation. Xie Mi waved her hand and turned to her phone game. After all, Eugene Chao was merely a side character in Su Xuanrong's narrative outside the show. There was no need for their paths to cross. Eugene Chao looked at her, puzzled but said nothing, continuing to chat with Xie Lian about school matters. After their conversation, Eugene Chao declared, I have no classes tomorrow. I'll come over to your house. Great, Xie Lian beamed, just in time. My sister won to be home tomorrow. We can go to the Sunshine Flower House. I won to be going tomorrow, huh? Something came up suddenly at why Eugene Chao smiled lightly, bidding them farewell. I'll take my leave now, goodbye, Xie Lian. Goodbye, butler. Bye. Once he departed, Xie Lian gleefully nudged La Bai. Did you see that? He didn't even greet Xie Mi. He truly is my classmate, La Bai sighed. It's been a while since I've seen the young master so petty, Xie Lian. Meanwhile, Xie Mi was entirely oblivious, engrossed in her game. On the other side, at the television station, the dating show production team was in chaos. Dating show, an outrageous program. Look at the tags netizens have assigned us. Who remembers we're a dating show? Director Neo was fuming in the meeting room, while others dared not breathe. The whiteboard listed all the trending topics since the show aired: automatic umbrella poking, monkeys playing in water, zombies unearthed, mushroom poisoning leading to madness. From these terms alone, it was clear that they bore no relation to a dating show, and the culprit behind this calamity was none other than her. Director Neo slammed Xie Mi's photo onto the whiteboard, boldly writing dangerous individual in red ink. The assistant director immediately voiced his discontent, rising from his seat. I won't allow you to insult my idol. Director Neo angrily struck the table with his pen. Get out. He almost forgot about this troublesome assistant. In any case, we must take action. Since Xie Mi can even ruin a date, let us go big. The outdoor filming plan officially initiated. After 2 days of rest, filming resumed. The production team had spared no expense, choosing a picturesque coastal city, Nanhai City, as their filming location. Xie Mi had just disembarked from the plane and was standing at the airport in Nanhai City. Checking the location sent by Director Neo, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The young lady has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Xie Mi, startled, nearly dropped her phone. She spotted a local man with dark skin dressed in traditional attire. Sprinting towards her while brandishing a welcoming sign, the sign prominently displayed a close-up photo of her face, accompanied by the caption, sound the alarm of attraction immediately, even passing frogs must stop and scream. This wild horse knows no way home. Xie Jia must be blessed upon her arrival. The dark-skinned man reached her, performed a dramatic 180-degree bow, and bellowed with fervor a warm welcome to the resplendent rose visiting Nanhai City. After a prolonged silence, the man looked up in confusion, only to see Xie Mi dragging her suitcase, sprinting away from him. Chapter 39. Where did this eccentric come from? After a relentless chase that lasted 300 rounds, Xie Mi and the dark-skinned man found themselves separated by a green belt, both panting heavily with hands on their knees. Xie Jia, why are you running? He gasped. Are you afraid of a madman? Why don't you run? I'm not a madman. I'm your new assistant. New assistant? As Xie Mi caught her breath, she regarded him with skepticism. Which agency sent you? The Xie family? The production team? Or, of course, it's from the company. The least likely option had materialized. My miserly company actually has the funds to hire an assistant. Xie Mi's expression was one of disbelief. If it were the agency where the original owner worked, it would indeed be a spectacle within the industry. They lacked operational skills, public relations, and even job opportunities. The artists were all self-sufficient, struggling to find gigs through their own resumes, relying on public transport for calls. Forget assistants. There wasn't even a single manager. All the artists fell under the jurisdiction of the company's Human Resources Department. Gaga, CEO Zhang of the company, sent her a WeChat message. My surname is Zhang, don't be arrogant. Xiao Xie, I forgot to mention, you are now our company's hottest artist. The company has generously hired you an assistant, who will manage your schedule from now on. My surname is Zhang, don't be arrogant. I have to go, the cleaner resigned, and I need to tidy up. What the hell, cilantro? Putting down her phone and gazing at the dark-skinned man before her, Xie Mi asked the question that piqued her curiosity. How much is the company paying you? 800 a month. Plus, they issued me an internship certificate. CEO Zhang is truly wonderful. The dark-skinned man grinned, his smile innocent yet naive. So, he was just a university student. That was a relief. You can just call me Mao Mao from now on. Isn't it a bit improper to start with a nickname? What is your full name? Let us stick with the nickname. It feels better. At that moment, a voice from the airport announced over the loudspeaker, Mr. Deal Mao, your identification card has been found at Terminal 1. Please come to the Lost and Found Center to collect it. Mao Mao slapped his thigh. My ID card, Xie Mi. It seems calling by nickname is indeed more appropriate. As a legendary E-person, Xie Mi quickly became acquainted with her fellow E-person, Mao Mao. From him, she learned that during the 3 days of recording in Nanhai City, he would also be staying there. The company arranged accommodation for me. If you need anything while recording, just send me a message on WeChat. This shabby company even provides housing? Xie Mi exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, CEO Zheng's second uncle is a fisherman here. I'm staying at his place, and not only do they provide lodging, but they also cover meals. That made much more sense. With an hour until filming began, Xie Mi decided to change her outfit. Since she had arrived in Nanhai City, she ought to blend in with the local customs. Thus she took Mao Mao to a local clothing wholesale market, donned a floral shirt, short shorts, and flip-flops, and even got a new hairstyle at a barbershop before heading to the bus stop designated by Director Nyo. As romantic background music wafted through the air, a pink heart-shaped bus slowly approached and halted in front of the bus stop. Welcome aboard the Love Inspection Heart Bus, Director Nyo, beaming with excitement, poked his head out and let out an ear-piercing shriek upon seeing Xie Mi. What kind of eccentric just arrived? I don't appreciate that remark, retracted. Xie Mi gently patted the 3 antennae sticking up from her head, which the barber had styled for her, claiming it was trendy among the locals. At Director Nyo, momentarily dazed, slumped back, muttering to himself, goodness, what a shock, after just a few days apart, Xie Jia has gone even more eccentric. Upon seeing that heart-shaped bus and the romantic BGM, I sensed something was off. The moment Xie Jia appeared, it felt right. Old Xie, what else with that hairstyle? You're making me quite upset. This time it's fine, but don't do it again. Not if you show up like this next time. It'll still be fine. What a tough soft persimmon. Upon boarding the bus, Xie Mi noticed that the other guests had already arrived, indicating she was the last to join. Director Neo was still lamenting, pounding on the window in frustration. I had arranged for her to be the last one to appear, and I had set the atmosphere with pink bubbles. Why did it still get ruined? Why? While Xie Mi was putting on her audio equipment, she overheard Director Neo's grumbling and suddenly realized that he was aiming for a romantic ambience. Determined to assist, she exclaimed, clouds desire garments, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, and the dew is rich. Zhou Qingye spat out his drink. Romantic indeed, but please refrain from being so romantic next time. As expected of my Xie Jia, her words surpass the essence of our national treasure. I can't believe I'd never come up with such a cheesy phrase. Only old Xie can manage that. Director Neo was utterly defeated, his spirit crushed. Xie Mi felt quite satisfied with her rustic declaration of affection, though the 3 antennae atop her head made it somewhat cumbersome to move in the bus. She aimed to find a seat quickly. However, she discovered that seating arrangements were somewhat peculiar. Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing were seated next to each other, while Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi, and Xin Shuqing each had an empty seat beside them. Sit, Xiao Jingxi suddenly called out to her, patting the space beside him. Smack, Xin Shuqing casually placed a long leg across the seat, looking at Xiao Jingxi with a playful smile. I won T-sit. Xiao Jingxi was taken aback by Xin Shuqing's open challenge in the program, momentarily speechless. Xie Mi, however, lifted her leg and effortlessly stepped over Xin Shuqing's long leg, making her way straight to Su Shuangrong's side. Plopping down beside her, this unexpected move caught not only Xiao Jingxi off guard but also Su Shuangrong, who hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately chose silence. Is Teacher Xia looking down on me? The front row Xin Shuqing turned to glance back, his beautiful face betraying a hint of a puppy-like, pleading expression. Oh my goodness, the opening is already a battlefield. I'm in love. So Xin is actually a puppy type? Ah. If old Xin had a tail, it would be wagging furiously by now. Xie Mi, however, chose silence and rolled her eyes dramatically. She hadn't forgotten the time she treated Xin Shuqing to a meal at a local eatery, only for him to devour over 100 yuan worth of food. She had selected the cheapest dish available, yet he managed to rack up a bill exceeding 100. That amount could have hosted 8 tables of feasts at that eatery. For that alone, she felt the need to hold a grudge for a few days. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the beautiful Nanhai city. Over the next 3 days and 2 nights, we will embark on a journey in this stunning coastal city. Director Nyo's little bees were painted pink, revealing his obsession with the pink bubble theme. Today's itinerary includes beach camping. Before we reach the seaside, we will engage in our first game on the bus, Guardian Angel. The rules of the Guardian Angel game were as follows. Each person would write down their name and a wish on a slip of paper, draw lots, and the name they drew would be the person they had to protect, providing them with silent care and fulfilling their wishes throughout the day. At this point, Director Neo added, remember, it must be silent care. After announcing the rules, the production team distributed paper and pens to everyone. Xie Mi first wrote down her name, then pondered for a moment before inscribing her wish, to gain without labor for an entire day. Once everyone had completed their wishes, the slips were collected and placed into a drawing box, followed by the process of drawing lots. Each person was to reveal their slip, and if it bore their own name, they would need to draw again. Now, please open your slips and confirm the person you will be protecting today and their wish. As Xie Mi unfolded her slip, the name Xin Shuqing appeared prominently before her eyes. Well, isn't that a coincidence? The love bus glided along the coastal highway, finally stopping by the shore. The sea breeze caressed them, and the salty aroma of the air filled their senses. This was the designated spot for beach camping, Director Neo announced loudly. Zhou Qingye furrowed his brow. Where are the camping supplies, the food? How can we camp with nothing? He had pinpointed the crux of the issue. Before them lay a vast expanse of white sand, devoid of anything but a group of camera-wielding staff. They couldn't possibly sleep under the sky and use the ground as a bed, could they? Director Neo smirked slyly. You'll need to spend money to procure those, but you can't use your own funds. You must compete with us to earn the camping budget. Compete? Lu Wuxing asked. Perplexed exactly, the assistant director, with hands firmly placed on his hips and an air of authority, strode out from the director's team, ready to initiate a showdown between the guests and the director's group. Today's contest would consist of 3 rounds of games, with a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan for each victory, but failure would yield no prize. Here, I present the price list from Nanhai City for your reference, declared Director Niu, as he produced a sheet detailing the costs. Xie Mi leaned in for a glance, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Not to mention the costs of food and drink, even the most affordable tent required 200 yuan per day. And with 6 people needing at least 2 tents, not to mention other essentials like canopies, tables, chairs, and barbecue grills, they would need to win at least 2,000 yuan to barely survive a day. So what are the events for the PK? Asked Xiao Jingxi. They are tug-of-war, beach volleyball, and swimming competitions. To ensure fairness, our director's team will also send 3 men and 3 women to compete against you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingye chuckled. The assistant director and his team were nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. Victory seemed assured. He puffed out his chest and declared, I am a regular at the gym. These competitions are child's play for me. I shall lead the team, and you will all follow my command. Behind the assistant director emerged 2 towering muscle-bound men and 3 striking ladies, akin to Barbie dolls. Zhou Qingye stepped back into the ranks with a sidestep, realizing he had underestimated the competition. How will we play against this formidable team? What, are you all ready to face us? Shouted the assistant director, the only one among them resembling a matchstick in front of the muscular behemoths. Just as Xie Mi contemplated retreating, Su Shuangrong discreetly pushed her forward. By the time she realized what happened, she found herself at the front of the line, while Su Shuangrong offered her a somewhat apologetic smile, just a hint of regret, but not much. Xie Mi was instantly incensed, scooping up sand and unleashing a barrage of challenges. Let us do this. If you have what it takes, come at us. We'll fight you all together. Bring it on. Su Shuangrong's smile vanished. The others murmured. Game on. Of the first round commenced with tug-of-war. 5 muscular men and a barely noticeable weakling stood opposite them, their sheer presence overwhelming. Although they had 3 male participants who were regulars at the gym, the slim physique of the female contestants put them at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Xie Mi furrowed her brow, pondering their chances of winning this round. The assistant director taunted from across the rope, don't even think about it. There is no way you can win, as if to demonstrate their might. One of the muscular men effortlessly lifted the assistant director as if he were a mere chick. How on earth can we win this? The best strategy is to concede and conserve energy for the next game. There is no point in wasting time on a guaranteed loss. Never. The Xie family never backs down. Onward. I have a plan. Xie Mi called the others together, whispering urgently, once we begin, you all must hold on for the first 3 seconds, just hold on. With a sharp whistle from Director Niu, the competition officially began. The opposing team, led by the assistant director, rallied with shouts, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The red rope suddenly shifted towards them, confirming the disparity in strength. Yet, within every competition lies the potential for surprises. Suddenly Xie Mi released her grip on the rope, bending forward in a pose reminiscent of a charging bull, and with a powerful push she surged forward. The assistant director's eyes widened in shock as he saw 3 sharp horns charging toward him. Xie Mi's hairstyle, meticulously crafted with 3 bottles of hairspray, was as solid as steel, and the impact sent the assistant director reeling. But she was not finished. With a mighty cry, she shouted, bull charge, bang! The force sent everyone flying. The rope was yanked away by the guests, and Xie Mi, having suffered a concussion from the collision, peacefully succumbed to unconsciousness. A true martyr for the cause. Xie sister, impressive. Now I understand the significance of her hairstyle. It all makes sense. What is most astonishing is that after all that, our dear Xie's hairstyle remains intact. Which barbershop does she go to? I might just have to call the authorities. When Xie Mi finally opened her eyes again, she found herself cradled in Shen Ruoqing's embrace. You're awake. He looked down at her, his captivating eyes glimmering with evident allure. For a moment, Xie Mi found herself entranced, her hand instinctively reaching for his firm, warm abdomen. I think I could stay like this a bit longer. Huh? Who's pulling me? Turning her head, she saw Xiao Jingxi with a stern expression, tugging at her arm. What are you doing? Xie Mi protested, wrapping her other arm around Shen Ruoqing's waist, playfully pinching him as she exclaimed, what's the big idea? I told you, I'm still feeling dizzy. I'm not being flirtatious, just a bit lightheaded. Above her, a low chuckle resonated, both teasing and enticing. Slap. Xiao Jingxi's hand was brushed away, and Shen Ruoqing smoothly reclaimed her arm, his tone dripping with unmasked delight. Can't you see? She is clearly eyeing me. Chapter 41. The second match, beach volleyball, arrived unexpectedly. The fierce flames of competition surrounded Xie Mi as she sighed in resignation and pushed both contenders away, declaring resolutely, onward. Next round. What a noble spirit, sir. Xie is indeed the best. I would have been bewitched long ago, but I still want to see more of this fiery competition. The second round commenced with the beach volleyball match. The production team had outlined the playing area, with both teams stationed on opposite sides, preparing their strategies. I will take the lead, announced Xiao Jingxi. I excel in ball games. The boys will stand in the back to receive, while the girls will remain in front and do nothing. But if the front line doesn't receive, we lose a layer of defense. They have 2 layers, and we only have 1. Isn't that a significant disadvantage? Asked Lu Wishing, without a hint of doubt. Xiao Jingxi replied, in volleyball, failing to receive a hard hit is the worst. It's better to stand still and do nothing. Trust me, I'm skilled at volleyball. I can handle it. Hearing this, Lu Wishing chose not to argue further. Meanwhile, Shen Ruoqing chuckled lightly. How does the illustrious Xiao determine what can and cannot be received? Xiao Jingxi frowned, visibly irked, but knowing Shen Ruoqing's status, he hesitated to offend her directly. Instead, he resorted to vague rhetoric. Those who can play will receive, those who cannot will not. So you presume that the girls cannot play? Shen Ruoqing countered calmly. Xiao Jingxi fell silent, facing the intense gaze of 3 women, and stubbornly retorted. They lack any athletic traces. That remark struck a chord. Xie Mi merely smiled, remaining silent. It was evident he wished to showcase his prowess, so let him have his moment. After all, she had just spotted a girl on the opposite side who handled the volleyball with remarkable skill. With 5 balls on the line, the match commenced. With a commanding shot from Director Niu, the opposing girl served first, elevating the volleyball high and striking it fiercely. Whiz, the ball shot forth like a bullet. Exuding a palpable pressure, Xie Mi, who was supposed to receive the serve, obediently crouched down and let the ball pass to the back, where Xiao Jingxi stood ready. Gathering his strength, Xiao Jingxi charged forward. Swinging with all his might, this time, he aimed to reclaim his lost dignity. Bang! Xiao Jingxi was sent sprawling by the ball. The guest team lost a point. The arena fell silent, all eyes on Xiao Jingxi. Half buried in sand, with the star of the show humiliated, no one dared to laugh, except for Xie Mi, who clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, only to notice Shen Ruoqing sharing her mirth. Oh no. I was about to start recording to capture the moment of Zhao's glorious reception. And instead, he flops like this. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao just flew out, didn't he? I can't hold it in. Our strategy seems to be ineffective, Lu Wishing said delicately. Su Shuangrong was the first to rush over to help Xiao Jingxi up. Immediately defending him, what he said holds merit. If we recklessly attempt to receive without the skill, it will only increase the risk. He is looking out for us. Xiao Jingxi cast a grateful glance at her. Then turned to see Xie Mi still giggling, and his expression darkened. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. I was in a poor position. I couldn't perform well. Let us try again. He needed to redeem himself. The match continued. This time it was their turn to serve. Xiao Jingxi, claiming to be the most skilled at volleyball, volunteered. He tossed the ball high, channeling all his strength into a powerful strike. This was his moment of dignity on the line. Bang! The assistant director jumped, lightly tapping the ball, which floated gently to land at Su Shuangrong's feet. Silence enveloped the arena. Su Shuangrong looked back innocently. I was being obedient. I didn't receive the ball. Even though that ball was slow enough for a 3-year-old to catch, Xiao Jingxi's lips curled into a grimace, unable to retort, as he had forbidden them from receiving the ball. He couldn't very well contradict himself. Yet Xie Mi found amusement in the situation. Su Shuangrong was indeed a black lotus. One moment she comforted Xiao Jingxi, and the next she demonstrated that his strategy was flawed, subtly retaliating against him. Are we not changing our strategy? Xie Mi crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Jingxi pressed his lips together tightly. Even if we let you 3 receive the ball, could that really turn the tide? The staunchly masculine Xiao Qingye expressed his fervent agreement, proclaiming that if men struggle to prevail, women stand even less of a chance, for in the realm of sports, men are inherently more gifted. The two seemed to resonate perfectly. Just as Xie Mi was about to voice her thoughts, Shen Xiaoqing suddenly leaned weakly against her. I'm hopeless at sports, teacher Xia, please help me. The expressions of Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye simultaneously shifted. The sound of their faces slapping was audible. Xie Mi smiled slyly, patting her petite wife, who stood at 185 centimeters. Fear not, my dear, I shall cherish you. Xie Mi and Shen Xiaoqing switched positions, although Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye clearly had reservations. They could not contest Shen Xiaoqing's initiative to change places, and thus could only warn Xie Mi, try to avoid receiving the ball. When it comes your way, dodge, and let us take it. Xie Mi responded with a middle finger. As the third ball commenced, it was the opposing team as served. It seemed they had noticed the shift in positions and deliberately directed the ball towards Xie Mi. For her vulnerability was glaringly apparent. Get away, Xiao Jingxi shouted as he charged towards her. With a sweeping kick, Xie Mi toppled him, then leaped into the air for a powerful spike. Bang! The ball grazed past the face of the assistant director, who stood frozen in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What a fierce shot! The incredulity in Niu Dao's voice was palpable. The director's team has lost a point. Bravo! Lu Wishing jogged over to high-five Xie Mi, her typically gentle face blooming with a broad smile. Noticing Xie Mi's gaze upon her, she quickly added, I was just too happy. You look lovely when you smile like that. Xie Mi replied with a grin, then turned back to the opposing side, shouting, come on, let us continue. Lu Wishing paused, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile, softly responding with a hum. Watching this unfold, Su Shuangrong's expression darkened. The match resumed, and Xie Mi ceased to feign modesty, revealing her exceptional skills while cunningly aiming solely at the assistant director. Wherever he positioned himself, she targeted him relentlessly. The opposing experts, desperate to intercept the ball, were left no choice but to collide with the assistant director, whose cries of distress echoed throughout the match. Although Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye were taken aback by Xie Mi's prowess, they were unwilling to relinquish the spotlight, thus they hurried to receive the ball. The result was a collision born of their eagerness to win, leading to yet another lost point. Infuriated, Xie Mi executed a spiraling kick, sending them both packing. Get lost. Chapter 42. Unable to endure, a bunch of maniacs with the misfortunes of Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye absent. Xie Mi showcased her prowess, securing victory in mere moments. Not only the opposing team, but even Niu Dao appeared bewildered. I don't recall your Baidu Baiki mentioning your prowess in beach volleyball. Xie Mi flashed a heart sign at the camera. Make sure to add that. Baidu Baiki, did you hear that? My sister Xia has spoken. Viewers are awestruck. Her skill is nearly professional. Xia Fei, what other surprises do you hide from us? The third match, swimming competition. Xie Mi began strategizing. There are 3 flags. Our team needs to secure 2 for victory. Those capable of swimming should sprint ahead, while those who cannot should distract the opponents by tickling them under the arms. Teamwork is key. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Wuxing immediately expressed her agreement. Alright. Su Shuangrong nodded, indicating her understanding. Xiao Qingye, his face a testament to his descent, was about to speak when Xie Mi abruptly kicked him into the sea, effectively interrupting his protest. Damn it. The opponents exchanged knowing glances, and as the match commenced, the 2 muscular women swiftly closed in on Xie Mi from both sides. What on earth is happening? The assistant director approached like a villain, grinning malevolently. You led them to victory in the previous rounds, so as long as we can contain you, victory is assured. With that, he cast his gaze towards the ocean, where the 2 towering muscle-bound competitors were already surging ahead, with the objective being to secure 2 out of 3 flags. Their strategy was to dispatch the 2 strongest, leaving the remaining 3 to hold Xie Mi back. They've finally wised up. 3 against 1, kudos to Xie's sister. Am I the only one worried they might actually lose? Suddenly the restrained Xie Mi erupted into laughter, displaying signs of impending mania, which nearly caused the 2 women to loosen their grip. However, the assistant director bellowed, don't be fooled, this is her strategy. She is feigning madness to intimidate you. The 2 women tightened their hold, yet Xie Mi remained unfazed, gazing into the distance over the sea. Your strategy is commendable, but you've overlooked a crucial detail. Don't forget, our team has another wildcard. Oh no, the assistant director suddenly recalled something, swiftly turning his head. He noticed that Shen Jiaqing was no longer visible on the surface. In the next moment, the first muscular man, who had been sprinting ahead, suddenly plunged beneath the waves as if something had dragged him down. Moments later, the second muscular man followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingye, who had been tossed into the sea and harbored resentment, transformed into a raging beast, thrashing wildly and creating monstrous waves. Next to him was Xiao Jingxi, who had almost been knocked off balance but continued to plow forward. Stop howling. When the 2 muscular men resurfaced, they found themselves overtaken. As they rushed to catch up, they were met with the relentless tickling from Lu Wuxing and Su Shuangrong. Stop tickling, gurgle. They sank once again. Ultimately, Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye managed to secure the flags, while Shen Jiaqing remained in the shadows, and Xie Mi on the shore wore a satisfied smile. Excellent, everything is proceeding as I anticipated. No. The assistant director sank to his knees, howling towards the heavens. Niu Dao had become so desensitized to the chaos that he watched with a blank expression, then smiled as he crushed a bottle in his hand. Damn it, a bunch of maniacs. Human love observation room reaches new heights. This time it is truly chaotic. I won't allow anyone to remain unaware of this variety show. Not only was the live chat flooded with laughter to the point of lagging, but even Weibo succumbed to chaos, with all 6 cast members trending, including the usually demure Lu Wuxing. In the end, netizens reached a consensus. Xie Mi is intoxicating. Moreover, she is a joyous virus. Adorable girly Kuei. I absolutely want to be friends with Xie Mi. Help, sorrowful GG explodes. I can't even imagine how delightful it would be to be around her. Innocent little turkey. I can't bear it any longer. I love Mimi the most. Like a fool, I've been enduring my love for Mimi. Woo woo, I truly adore Mimi. Disciplined trendsetter. I opened the comments and fainted. Ultimately, the guest team secured 3,000 yuan in funding to procure camping supplies. The means of transportation were 3 small electric scooters arranged by the production team. As soon as Xie Mi settled into her seat, Xiao Jingxi placed 2 bottles of ice water in her basket. You sit in the back, I'll take you. Xie Mi ignored him entirely, tossing the other helmet to Shen Jiaqing. Get in. Shen Jiaqing tilted his head, smiling, his thin lips tinged with a rosy hue, radiating dazzling sunshine. Alright. The towering figure of 185 centimeters was crammed in the petite back seat, his long legs awkwardly positioned, yet he exuded a carefree demeanor. Xiaoingdi, do you need something? Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened considerably. I love watching Mr. Shen's cheeky demeanor. I'm dying of laughter. He truly enjoys provoking Xiao Jingxi. Whoa, where can I find such a perfect and competitive man? Su Shuangrong yelped in pain. Clutching her ankle, her face paling, Xiao Jingxi hesitated for a moment before approaching. Are you alright? It seems I twisted my ankle in the water, but it's nothing, I'll give you a lift. Ha, is that okay? Well, Teacher Xie, your injury is more important, I declare, the Xiao Shuang CP has reignited. Farewell, Haven T. You noticed, Xiao Jingxi is merely swaying between them, seeking comfort from Shuangrong after being bested by Xie Mi. This is a dating show, it's not set in stone from the start, what's the harm in interacting with more people? Once all 3 scooters were filled, they set off in different directions. Xiao Qingye and Lu Wishing were tasked with finding locals to rent tents and other equipment, while the remaining 4 were responsible for purchasing ingredients for the evening barbecue. Beep beep, Xie Mi joyfully honked. Riding along the coastal road on her scooter, basking in the perfect blend of sunshine and sea breeze, the production team's vehicle trailed behind. Capturing this picturesque scene, the handsome Xiao Jingxi pedaled his scooter. With Su Shuangrong in a white dress seated behind him, her slender arms wrapped around his waist, the wind tousling her hair, creating a breathtaking sight. The camera then slowly panned to another vehicle. Xie Mi's 3 spiky hair strands stood tall, unwavering against the increasing wind speed, as she excitedly shouted, "Raise your hands high." Shen Zhaoqing complied, only to be flung off in a sudden turn executed by Xie Mi. Chapter 43, Teacher Xie, are you my guardian angel? Shen Zhaoqing, oh my gosh, ha 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 ha, Sister Xie is incredible. Ever since watching this show, I become wicked. My first reaction upon seeing this scene was to laugh. Someone help me. Help, quick, save him, Mr. Shen. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not mutually understood. After Shen Ruoqing was rescued, Xie Mi lost her qualification to ride the little electric scooter and joined the injured Shen Ruoqing in the car. A band of gauze adorned his head, enhancing the delicate beauty of a frail youth, yet he smiled as brilliantly as the stars. Teacher Xie, your driving skills are commendable, he remarked, sighing. Xie Mi lamented, finding it rare to say anything. As she retrieved a band-aid from her pocket and carefully applied it to the scraped back of Shen Ruoqing's hand, when she looked up, she found Shen Ruoqing gazing at her intently. His captivating eyes brimming with emotion she could not comprehend, yet in a fleeting moment, they melted into a gaze filled with mirth. Teacher Xie, my guardian angel, what do you think? I hope so. But I also hope, not, The reason for hoping not is that she desires old Xie's concern for him to be genuine and not merely a game of guardian angels. What an exquisitely tragic scene. He truly adores her. Soon, they arrived at the supermarket. Just as they were about to enter, Xie Mi's attention was caught by the flower shop at the entrance. This reminded her of Shen Ruoqing's wish written on the note. Oh no, my stomach hurts, you all go in first. With a swift maneuver, Xie Mi dashed towards the restroom. Once they had all entered the supermarket, she cautiously peeked out, revealing a mischievous smile. Old Xie, are you about to start again? When Sister Xie smiles, the outcome is unpredictable. Is it time to begin fulfilling the duties of a guardian angel? I can't wait. 10 minutes later, Xie Mi stood at the supermarket entrance clad in a costume. Holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. A guardian angel must quietly watch over the other, so she donned the costume to deliver flowers to Shen Ruoqing, ensuring she wouldn't be recognized while expressing her concern. It was utterly perfect. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed behind her, and just as she turned, she was kicked away. What the heck? Xie Mi fell to the ground, peering through a gap in the costume, and was astonished to find a formidable Snow King mascot standing before her. Wait a moment, she suddenly realized that the costume she borrowed was from Ruoqing. Little Mi, is that you, Little Mi? What a dramatic scene! For those in Nanhai, a brief explanation: at this supermarket, there are 2 mascots, Little Mi and Little Rue, who engage in daily brawls. The Snow King, with hands on its hips, turned and wiggled its large behind its Xie Mi. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she kicked out, and the costume's short arms flailed in a flurry of punches. The Snow King retaliated, grabbing Xie Mi's short arms and executing a shoulder throw. Xie Mi countered with a swift kick, then ensnared it with her legs. The Snow King unleashed a bear paw attack, landing gracefully before launching a whirlwind kick. Xie Mi swept the ground with a scythe. Akin to a crow soaring through the skies, the employees from both sides abandoned their posts, rushing out to cheer for their respective mascots while simultaneously engaging in psychological warfare. Little Mi's crew: Honey Snow Ice City is sweet. Ruoqing coffee is bitter. Little Rue's crew: drink Honey Snow Ice City, savor a life of despair. Little Mi's crew: global warming is due to Ruoqing digging up the Antarctic ice. Little Rue's crew: you have a pearl from Honey Snow Ice City in your nose. Enough noise. Give me some respect for Ruoqing Coffee City. When Shen Ruoqing emerged, he was met with the sight of 2 mascots furiously battling on the ground, while the surrounding staff fervently debated. His instinct told him that amid this chaos, Xie Mi was undoubtedly involved, likely as the Little Rue mascot, furiously attacking the Snow King's nether regions. Shen Ruoqing pulled out his phone and placed an order for 100 drinks at both shops. As expected, in the next moment, the staff from both sides rushed back to work. The Snow King was also taken away. Xie Mi sat on the ground, feeling utterly lost, when Shen Ruoqing removed the mascot's head. He found the girl staring back at him with wide, bewildered eyes, her fair skin flushed with warmth. A smile broke across his face, his eyes brimming with tender affection. It truly is you. Realizing the situation, Xie Mi offered an awkward smile, holding a small flower in her tiny mascot hands and presenting it to Shenru. Watching. He paused for a moment, and his obsidian-like eyes instantly glistened with emotion. Treasuring the little flower, his smile shone brightly in the sunlight. I really like it, so sweet. I thought I would never witness any romantic chemistry with teacher Xie, but at this moment I truly succumbed. Help, what a divine scene of mutual pursuit. Director Nyo, I declare you successful. I admit this is a dating show. They must be locked in together. After purchasing their items and returning to the seaside, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wishing brought along the rented tools. It was time to set up the tent just as Xie Mi was about to roll up her sleeves and get to work. Xiao Jingxi pulled her aside, offering her a chair and stuffing some plums and iced oolong tea into her arms. Just sit, I'll take care of it, Xie Mi. She looked down at the items in her hands. Frowning slightly, Xiao Jingxi, misinterpreting her reaction, smiled and said, I guessed. I thought you would like these. Xie Mi suddenly realized that the original host had previously dated Xiao Jingxi, so he remembered some of her preferences. Plums and oolong tea were indeed the original host's favorites. Xiao Jingxi couldn't reveal their past relationship, so he pretended to have guessed, confident that she would understand. Such a facade of masculinity, just as she was about to toss the items onto the table. Someone snatched them away first and then stuffed cola and chips into her arms. Xie Mi's eyes lit up. It was her favorite original flavor, Lay's and Pepsi, yet Xiao Jingxi, feeling a sense of superiority, immediately remarked, fried foods and carbonated drinks are the quickest way to gain weight. She never eats these. Oh really, Mr. Xiao seems to know her well, Shenru watching said with a playful smile. Xiao Jingxi paused, realizing he had slipped up, and quickly added, I guessed, female celebrities must control their diets, so I assume she does too, but you guessed wrong. Shenru watching raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards Xie Mi. Xiao Jingxi followed suit. There stood Xie Mi, blissfully devouring chips and cola, finishing a bag in mere moments, raising her hand and exclaiming, more, please. Alright, Shenru watching smiled with utmost gentleness, placing a full bag of snacks and drinks on the table, all of which Xie Mi adored. Chapter 44, an epic display of high emotional intelligence. Xie Mi sat contentedly in her chair, munching on snacks while observing the two men before her. Raising an eyebrow, although she did not know which of the two was her guardian angel, it felt wonderful to have her wishes fulfilled, not having to work while enjoying snacks. Wasn't that the essence of unearned rewards? I absolutely love watching competitive shows. I must have been a competitive enthusiast in my past life. So Sister Xie's wish for unearned rewards has come true, but which of them is truly her guardian angel? In hindsight, Sister Xie is truly clever. This wish is simply brilliant. As the campsite was set up, the sky gradually darkened. They assembled a barbecue grill in front of the tent and took out the ingredients bought from the supermarket. Officially commencing their camping adventure. I'll be the head chef, Xie Mi declared enthusiastically as she rolled up her sleeves. Rejected, Shenru watching gently pressed her back into her seat, chuckling lightly. Give up on your culinary skills. Have you forgotten the disastrous outcome from last time? The others shuddered at the thought. The horrifying scene of mushroom poisoning had trended for 3 days, a painful memory they preferred not to revisit. Let's have someone else do it. Lu Wishing coughed lightly. Zhou Qingye turned his gaze toward Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong. They were the only two who had never showcased their culinary skills, while the other 4 had notoriously poor cooking abilities, leaving only them to open a blind box. I'll do it, Xiao Jingxi said calmly. He approached the grill, arranging the pre-skewered ingredients with fluid elegance, flipping, oiling, and seasoning in one seamless motion. Oh, so you can cook, Zhou Qingye sighed in relief. Su Shuangrong smiled at adding, in the drama we previously collaborated on, the male lead had a cooking scene, so Jingxi specifically learned for a while. Ah, truly the dedicated Xiao Jingxi, even learning to cook just for a role. I'm in tears. Reliable Xiao Jingxi forever. My brother is finally shining. Hearing Su Shuangrong's words, Xiao Jingxi straightened his back slightly, yet his expression remained composed. Xie Mi clicked her tongue, casually shifting her chair back a bit and pulling Shenru watching along with her. She began to count down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, the flames in the grill suddenly flared up, causing Xiao Jingxi's expression to falter, and with a loud bang, he toppled over. The nearby onlookers were also caught in the chaos, especially Zhou Qingye, whose eyebrows nearly caught fire. What the heck, do you even know how to do this? Put out the fire, where's the water, douse it. The scene descended into pandemonium. I declare, this round did not showcase any skills. Ha, fans were ready to praise him, only for this to happen. I knew this posture couldn't possibly indicate he could cook. It just looked impressive, but lacking finesse. Who dumps an entire bottle of oil while grilling? Of course, it caught fire. Observing the commotion, Shenru watching raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Xie Mi's ear, whispering, Teacher Xie, your prediction was spot on. Just thank me for that. This moment could hardly be deemed a prediction. Rather, it was simply that Xie Mi knew Xiao Jingxi too well. Xiao Jingxi, this pretentious man, is more inclined to learn the art of cooking in a way that appears stylish rather than honing his culinary skills, indulging in what one might call mere showmanship. Ultimately, there was no choice but to appoint Su Shuangrong as the head chef. Truth be told, compared to the other 5, her technique indeed seems the most reliable. Slow roasting over a gentle flame leaves little room for error, though it does require a bit of patience. As long as we can eat. That's all that matters, Lu Wishing remarked with a smile. You seem quite skilled. Do you often cook? Well, living in a rented apartment, cooking is more economical than ordering takeout, Su Shuangrong replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments immediately erupted with phrases like heartbreaking and modern-day Cinderella. While they awaited the barbecue, the production team kept busy, arranging a little challenge for them. Emotional intelligence is crucial in romantic relationships. And to test everyone's EQ, I have prepared a question, Director Neo announced as he produced a card. Your crush posted an update saying they ran into their ex on the way to the hospital. How would you respond? Zhou Qingye leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. Of course, I would ask what she discussed with her ex. Hopefully, it was nothing. I don't appreciate women who linger on unresolved matters with their past. Director Neo smiled, the perfect answer worth 0 points. Next, Zhou Qingye's expression darkened. I believe the hospital is the main focus, not the ex, Su Shuangrong interjected softly. Is she going to the hospital because she is unwell? What illness does she have? I think I would be more concerned about her well-being. Xiaojingxi cast an appreciative glance her way. Shuangrong, you are truly kind. This kindness, I'm not sure. All I know is that for the person I care about, I will always be more concerned for their safety, Su Shuangrong replied with a tranquil smile. Xiaojingxi's gaze towards her grew increasingly admiring. This is what kindness is, darling. Ah, my treasure is the gentlest in the world. I am utterly captivated by Su Shuangrong. She is such a lovely girl. I have a different answer. Xie Mi raised her hand. Oh, Director Neo immediately perked up. Then please share. Firstly, this question has 2 traps. The first is that the mention of the ex is a distraction from the fact that the person is heading to the hospital, so we need to focus on the hospital. Going to the hospital implies they must be ill. The second trap is that they may not be going to see a doctor for themselves but rather to visit a sick family member. Which means we must also consider the possibility of their family being unwell. Upon hearing this, Director Neo was taken aback, as this was a perspective he hadn't even considered. It was indeed quite detailed. The others looked at Xie Mi in disbelief. This angle is certainly sharp. Wow, does this sister have high emotional intelligence? Incredible. I thought Su Shuangrong's answer was already perfect, but this is even more impressive. So the correct response would be. Xie Mi took a sip from her can of beer and leisurely continued. Ask them, are you sick, or is your mother? Pfft. Some people spat out their drinks. Others fell from their chairs and some clutched their chests, exclaiming about heart pains. Xie, you're truly a bit inexplicable. Ha ha ha, oh my god, this is hilarious. I couldn't think of such a brilliant answer even if I had a stroke for 10 years. Xie has some emotional intelligence, but not too much. After this little interlude, the barbecue was ready. They had bought a considerable amount of beer that afternoon, making it perfect for a barbecue feast. The night breeze by the sea was cool, and the charcoal in the grill crackled invitingly, creating a leisurely and pleasant atmosphere. Xie Mi, having worn her shorts all day, felt a chill on her knees from the breeze. But before she could speak, Shen Racking draped a blanket over her legs. Warmth enveloped her, warding off the chill. Just as she was about to say something, she felt another weight on her shoulder. Xiaojingxi had approached at some point and placed his jacket over her shoulders. Xie Mi, here we go again. Chapter 45, Beach Camping, Collective Drinking Spree with 2 cans of beer down. Xie Mi felt warm and tossed the blanket back to Shen Racking and the jacket to Xiaojingxi, striding over to the grill to indulge in the barbecue, cherish life, and steer clear of the battleground. The CP fans were exasperated. Xie Mi, come back. Give up the struggle. Facing the battleground is your destiny. As expected of Sister Xie, she unwittingly became the leading lady of a dating show. Some began to express their envy. I don't understand what you're pretending for, you must be overjoyed inside. At first, Shuangrong was clearly the one with the leading lady script, but then the capital took over. And, both emotional lines feel quite forced. 666, first of all, Su Shuangrong is the leading lady of your dreams. At the start, apart from shipping her with Xiaojingxi, there were no other emotional lines. Right, secondly, Mr. Shin has shown interest in Xie Mi from the beginning. I don't find that forced at all given his background. Which capital do you think can control him? Lastly, I find Xiaojingxi's sudden interest in Xie Mi strange too. But I purely interpret it as Xiaojingxi having his own issues. Don't pin everything on Xie Mi. Zhou Qingye cast a lingering gaze at Xie Mi, his grip tightening around the can. During the 2 days of hiatus, he had rewatched the program and discovered that the latter half of their first meeting was captured by hidden cameras arranged by the production team. And the fact that he was pinned to the ground by Xie Mi had become common knowledge later, when Xie Mi had threatened him to call her daddy and fed him baby food. It resulted in him being mocked across the internet as if he were her son. It was utterly humiliating, though he was uncertain how Xie Mi had obtained such a secret about him. He knew he had to take action. Come, let us drink. Xiao Qingye carried 2 cases of beer and sat opposite Xie Mi, sneering. I see you can hold your liquor. Care to have a drinking contest with me? He often mingled in bars, his drinking capacity beyond doubt, and taking down someone like Xie Mi would be a piece of cake. As the saying goes, in vino veritas, once Xie Mi got drunk, he could take the opportunity to extract her secrets. So this way, he would not be the only one facing humiliation. Xie Mi narrowed her eyes, instantly discerning his ill intent. A little drink is pleasant. Excessive drinking is detrimental to health. You drink by yourself. How about this? If you drink with me, I'll throw some resources your way. Upon hearing the word resources, Su Shuangrong immediately looked over. However, Xie Mi was enraged. I've finally decided to relax, and you want me to work? Do you think I'm a fool? Xiao Qingye was equally incensed. Then how about I give you money? Xie Mi's fury escalated. You think you can just brush me off with a few coins? Get lost. Xiao Qingye's lips twitched in frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly knelt before Xie Mi, shouting, Daddy, your son raises a toast to you. This time, Xie Mi downed her drink without hesitation. She had mastered the proper way to toast. The others stared in shock, while Xiao Qingye, bearing the humiliation, smirked victoriously and continued to toast. Xie Mi, Daddy, drink. It's confirmed, Xiao Qingye is definitely her son. From now on, Xiao Qingye's friends will say, I don't even want to mention that father of yours. I'm impressed. Xiao Jingxi felt it was his moment to shine and stepped forward to shield Xie Mi from more drinks. Mr. Ichio, that's enough. She can't handle much. Quit the nonsense. You drink too. Xiao Qingye would not allow Xiao Jingxi to disrupt his plan, instantly shoving several cans into Xiao Jingxi's arms. Tonight, let's all let loose and drink. Xiao Qingye transformed into a drinking maniac, fervently urging everyone to drink, his demeanor suggesting he aimed to bring everyone down. Within moments, several cases of beer had been consumed, and everyone began to feel a bit dizzy. Xiao Qingye staggered over to Xie Mi, leaning in close with a cold sneer. Xie Mi, let me warn you, don't get too cocky. So what if you know my secret, if it comes down to it? I can easily strip you of a layer of skin. Xiao Jingxi yanked him away. Let us go, you're acting like you're insane. And he then turned to Xie Mi with deep sincerity. I know you resent me for the cyberbullying incident, but you should be grateful to those who have hurt you. It is precisely because of them that you can continue to grow, evolve, and become better. Wouldn't you agree? That's nonsense. Xie Mi shot up, her head colliding sharply with his chin. I don't feel grateful at all. I wish they would all drop dead. I want to thank myself for making it this far. The others can go to hell. Director Neo was startled and quickly whispered a reassuring comment. Teacher Xie, try to be more optimistic. Xie Mi, still dazed, retorted, the others can go to euthanasia. Is this a collective drunken stupor? Although I know Teacher Xie is drunk, I still find her words quite reasonable. Exactly, stop feeding me toxic positivity, I can't swallow it. I stand with Xie Mi on this one. Xiao Qingye, who believed he had the best drinking capacity but was already quite tipsy, suddenly flipped the table. Xie Mi, do you really think I wouldn't dare to deal with you? Do you believe I could make you disappear from the entertainment industry in a heartbeat? Xie Mi seized a chair and charged at him. I only live once, I'll do whatever I want. Instead of waiting for the day I get stabbed or run over, I might as well go crazy. Who cares? I'll just beat them up. Ag! Xiao Qingye darted away, with Xie Mi chasing him like a mad dog. Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi, equally intoxicated, stood up and shouted at Xie Mi, Xie Mi, since you don't value my love, then try experiencing my hatred. I'm utterly taken aback. I would never have imagined such a cheesy line would come from the mouth of Xiao Jingxi. The film emperor. Wait, did anyone else catch that keyword? Xiao Jingxi loves Xie Mi? Love? Madness, sheer madness. Is this a reenactment of the mushroom poisoning scene? Director Neo was left utterly dumbfounded. He had initially thought that such a romantic scene of drinking by the seaside would inevitably lead the male and female guests to express their true feelings under the influence of alcohol. How did it turn into a drunken spree instead? Quick, stop them. Wait, where's Teacher Xie? Teacher Xie has vanished. By the time they realized what was happening, only Xiao Qingye, knocked over by a chair, remained on the beach. While Xie Mi had completely disappeared, the night by the sea was enveloped in darkness, fraught with danger and mystery. Goodness, even Director Neo was flustered. What are you waiting for? Go find someone, Mr. Shin seems to have left. Xie Mi, Shin Zhaoqing's voice echoed through the woods, a hint of panic surfacing in his usually calm eyes, his tone tinged with unmistakable tension, after searching in circles without a trace of her. His unease deepened, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rustling footsteps behind him. Just as he turned around, surprise, the girl, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes glazed with inebriation, beamed at him with a radiant smile. Your guardian angel has come to grant your wish. She vigorously scattered the flower petals she held into the sky, the flurry of white petals reflecting in Shin Zhaoqing's pupils. A crumpled note fell to the ground. It read, Shinjiaching Wish, to see another apricot blossom rain, Chapter 46, today embracing the dark-skinned hot girl vibe. The petals danced in the wind, the moonlight slanting down, and in the stillness of the night. It was Shinjiaching amidst the chaos. The drunken girl had long lost her senses. After a couple of silly laughs directed at him, she collapsed, and he hurriedly caught her, initially restrained and patient. His grip gradually tightened. Shinjiaching lowered his gaze, the depths of his eyes mingling with feelings difficult to articulate. Lulu, Xie Mi had been eccentric since childhood. With her fierce personality, she often climbed trees. And other kids in the neighborhood mocked her as the six-eared macaque. Consequently, Xie Mi taught them a lesson, beating them into submission, and they began to call her Lu Jia. Thus, the community officially transformed into Waguashan. With Lu Jia and her band of monkeys embarking on a blissful life of revelry, this was the origin of the moniker Lu. Logically, the characters in the book should not know her nickname in reality. Yet in her dreams, she faintly heard someone calling out to her, Lu, who is it, who was calling her? Last night the teachers were all drunk and slept late, so this morning we shall launch a tent raid. An incongruous voice shattered Xie Mi's dream. She struggled to open her eyes, realizing she was lying in a tent, the outside filled with Director Neo's sneaky whispers. Surely everyone is curious about the most authentic side of artists upon waking. So I shall unveil that for you now. Swish, the tent was abruptly pulled open, blinding sunlight flooding in, and the first to appear on camera was Lu Wishing, already awake and folding blankets. She looked somewhat surprised at the sudden intrusion of the camera. And although she was confused about the situation, she still greeted them. Good morning. Even without makeup, she looked no different from usual. Her skin is smooth as jade, naturally exquisite. Oh my, this bare face is stunning. I beg for an episode of daily skincare tips from you, sister. Is there a possibility that even if she did, we couldn't afford it? Woe is me, what difference does it make if I'm just one more wealthy person in the world? Moreover, she's disciplined, clearly hungover, yet awake by 8, even having neatly folded the blankets. I could never manage that in my lifetime. Those more exceptional than me are also more diligent. What use is my effort? I might as well give up. The camera then slowly panned over to Su Shuangrong. Su Shuangrong had been awakened by the noise, removing her eye mask and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yet she displayed no irritation, sitting up and stretching lazily, smiling at the camera. Good morning, everyone. Ah, baby, kissy. Even just waking up, she is still adorably soft and cute. Stretching is too precious. Woe is me. What difference is there before and after makeup? Help, makeup artist, you're on notice. The camera gradually shifted to Xie Mi. Xie Mi raised her hands above her head, flailing her legs, stretching vigorously, then rolled around in her blankets. When it comes to Sister Xie, all I can say is this is real. Goodness, you almost scared me. I thought the camera was on ISNT. That just how I look in bed right now? Has the burrito come to life? So realistic in the morning, so shockingly authentic that viewers felt a sense of deja vu, thus trending on social media. Many netizens discovered blind spots in this morning video. Loving this lazy lying down. If I'm not mistaken, Xie Mi truly embodies the essence of before and after makeup with no difference at all, right? Huang Futinium. I've long marveled at her natural makeup. But now I seriously doubt whether she even wore any. Ma Xinmei, look, I've captured the comparison here. No difference at all, really no difference. Seeing these comments, the assistant director realized something was amiss. So during the guest's grooming time, he sought out Xie Mi to inquire, Teacher Xie, do you usually wear makeup on the show? Just after washing her face with a towel, Xie Mi replied nonchalantly, no, I don't. The original owner's company was in such dire straits, how could they afford to hire a makeup artist? When filming, she just used the crew's makeup artist for daily activities and shows. She would do her own makeup, and now that it came to Xie Mi, she simply opted out. The sole reason, to gain an extra half hour of sleep with this. The assistant director appeared troubled. Perhaps you should put on some makeup. After all, it's a dating show, and your image is important. Wouldn't you agree? Xie Mi pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded. It was my oversight. Give me half an hour, and I'll put some on. All right, the assistant director joyfully returned to the director's team. Director Neo asked what had him so cheerful, but he remained tight-lipped, only flashing a mysterious smile. Just wait for the surprise to come later. His idol, Teacher Xie, was already so stunning without makeup. If she seriously put on some, wouldn't she be breathtaking? He must capture high-definition photos as soon as possible and upload them to their Xie Mi fan club page. Half an hour later, the guests gradually finished grooming and gathered in front of the tent. A new day had begun. The previous night's Guardian Angel game concluded, and under our director team's scrutiny, everyone had successfully safeguarded their respective partners. A splendid success. But wait, one person is missing. Director Neo then noticed there were only 5 heads counted, and just as he was about to call an assistant to find the missing person, a figure appeared, arriving fashionably late. Here I am, sorry for the delay, I was busy with my eyeliner. All eyes in the room were fixed intently on this individual, staring. It was Director Neo who first broke the silence. Politely inquiring, "Excuse me, indigenous friend, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong recording? We're currently filming a show." Xie Mi blinked her large, captivating eyes, pointing at herself. "Indigenous me." She turned to glance at the camera's view. Wearing a green wave-patterned shirt, yellow floral shorts, and straw flip-flops, her hairstyle from yesterday had collapsed, so today she simply tied it in a casual ponytail, topped with a charming straw hat unique to the locale. Her face was adorned with her carefully applied makeup, green eyeshadow, wavy eyeliner, M-shaped crimson lips, and a foundation several shades darker. "Doesn't this look good? Can't they see I'm embracing the dark-skinned hot girl vibe today?" Upon hearing her familiar voice, the people on site suddenly realized something the live chat also caught on. "Oh, Xie? Holy cow, I thought an African friend had just arrived." "Got it, Sister Xie is cosplaying today." Embodying the vacation version of the African pallbearers, true fans can spot it at a glance. Wait, who upset her this time? Teacher Xie? The assistant director dashed over, incredulous at the sight, his jaw dropping. At this moment, Director Neo understood everything, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, turning around to reveal a sinister smile to the assistant director. "You have truly given me a great, shocking surprise." Chapter 47, The malicious female antagonist has arrived. Everyone step aside. In the midst of a sea of terrified gazes, Xie Mi strode into the group with her head held high, confidence radiating as she bumped shoulders with Xinjiaoqing. "So how do I look?" "Stunning, but keep your distance." Xie Mi shot him a middle finger. Xinjiaoqing's smile widened. No. Before the formal proceedings could commence, there was still one new guest to introduce. Director Neo's voice rang out. Full of enthusiasm, "Let us turn our attention to the right." Everyone turned in unison. Not far down the beach, a glamorous figure approached, accompanied by the melodious sound of a cello. What an ostentatious entrance! Xie Mi thought, recalling that during the recording, 2 additional guests would join in succession, much like many traditional dating shows, utilizing a format of 6 guests. If all went as expected, this newcomer would be. "Hello everyone, my name is Lai Bingxian, heiress of the Lai Group. Rather than being addressed as teacher, I would prefer you call me Miss Lai." The girl lifted her chin high, reminiscent of a swan, her exquisite visage adorned with cherry blossom lips and a delicate nose. Her smile radiated an air of haughty confidence, exuding the grace of a wealthy heiress. In the original narrative, she embodied the role of the malicious female antagonist, perpetually at odds with Su Shuangrong, a pampered young lady who was also Su Shuangrong's high school classmate. As expected, Su Shuangrong's expression subtly shifted, instinctively retreating behind Xiao Jingxi. Noticing her movement, Xiao Jingxi inquired, "What's the matter?" "I'm fine," Su Shuangrong replied, lifting her head to reveal an awkward smile on her pale face, possibly due to a lack of rest the previous night, leaving her somewhat unsteady on her feet. Xiao Jingxi paused momentarily, then kindly suggested, "You can lean on me if you feel unsteady." "I wouldn't mind." During the 2 days of recuperation in the hospital after his bout with mushroom poisoning, he had glimpsed the trending topics online. Witnessing Su Shuangrong's sorrowful expression in the garden after he had departed, although he was branded a scoundrel online, he did not believe Su Shuangrong was at fault. It was merely a surprising revelation that Su Shuangrong had such deep feelings for him. Considering they had only feigned a romantic relationship, this stirred a sense of compassion within him, prompting him to look out for her as much as he could. "Thank you," Su Shuangrong replied, her demeanor softening slightly. Xie Mi observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. In the original text, when Lai Bingxian made her entrance, the relationship between Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong was already quite stable, leading Lai Bingxian to fixate on Xiao Jingxi, resulting in a fierce rivalry. However, with the plot now altered, she was curious to see how events would unfold. Witnessing the drama up close was indeed exhilarating. After exchanging pleasantries, Lai Bingxian joined the group, casting a provocative glance at Su Shuangrong as she passed by. Su Shuangrong lowered her head further. "Why do I feel like there's a story behind these two? What's happening?" Xuang has never displayed such expressions. She has always been the gentle and radiant sunshine. What's wrong today? This Lai person seems quite formidable. Could she be the type to bully others simply because of her wealth? The first impression is rather off-putting. Today's itinerary involved a 7-person outing to the aquarium, where the guests arrived via a charming heart-shaped bus to the renowned local marine sanctuary. Guided by the director Neo, as they strolled along the corridor surrounded by water, vibrant tropical fish darted through the rippling waves, enchanting yet mysterious. However, Xie Mi was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, fixating instead on Xinjiaoqing's head. Pondering whether the previous night's utterance of Lulu had been a dream, but if it were true, it was utterly surreal. How could a fictional character be privy to her real-life affairs, yet, if it were a figment of her imagination? The scene had felt so vividly authentic, especially his voice, which had distinctly whispered in her ear. Alas, alcohol really does muddle one's thoughts. "Hey, you over there, staff member, could you come and assist me? Hey, I'm talking to you." Xie Mi's arm was suddenly seized, and she turned to meet Lai Bingxuan's impatient gaze. Do you not understand Mandarin? Pardon my directness, but, are you addressing me? Xie Mi pointed to herself. Aren't you a local? You look like one of the temporary staff hired by the production team. Hey, help me out here. These high heels are killing my feet, and no one mentioned we'd be walking such a long distance today. Listening to the haughty heiress vent her frustrations, Xie Mi felt her makeup skills were being gravely insulted. Was her edgy, dark-skinned diva aesthetic truly so hard to grasp, just as she was about to lose her composure? The heiress casually tossed a wad of cash from her designer handbag in her direction. Did you hear that? Assist me. Xie Mi sprang forward to support her, thinking to herself, as your humble servant, I shall comply, supporting her for just a few steps and receiving 1,000 yuan in return. This was no spoiled heiress. This was her personal ATM, Su Shuangrong, who had been glancing back repeatedly. Seemed to muster her courage and approached. Miss Lai, your attitude is utterly intolerable. Even if you have treated me poorly in the past, you cannot extend such disdain towards others. Xie Mi is an independent thinker. Not your servant. Su Shuangrong's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring that all present could hear. In an instant, every gaze turned towards Lai Bingxian with disapproval. I knew this new guest would stir up trouble right away. How rude. Even as someone who isn't a fan of Xie Mi, I cannot stand this. Why bully Xie Mi? Does she think this place is her home? Xie Mi clicked her tongue. Indeed, the drama had commenced. Lai Bingxian and Su Shuangrong had harbored deep-seated grievances since high school, and now on this show, Lai Bingxian was determined to make Su Shuangrong's life miserable. In the original text, to eliminate the threat posed by Lai Bingxian, Su Shuangrong deliberately sowed discord between her and the other guests, turning Lai Bingxian into a target of collective scorn. Ultimately, the influential guests united to bring down the Lai family, leaving Su Shuangrong to reap the benefits from the shadows. Lai Bingxian's fate was equally tragic. Initially, Xie Mi had intended merely to observe, but now anyone who dared to touch her ATM would face dire consequences. I shall not permit you to criticize her attitude, Xie Mi declared emphatically. She has given me 1,000 yuan. How could that be deemed rude? You shall not attempt to sow discord. She refused to be a pawn in Su Shuangrong's game. Upon hearing Xie Mi's words, the audience responded with fervor. Wait, are people actually criticizing this? 1,000 for a little assistance. If it were me, I'd be kneeling and bowing multiple times to ensure the money was secure. Though Lai Bingxian may have a princess complex, she possesses the means to back it up, and she actually pays. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, so how can it be termed bullying? I advise some individuals not to disguise themselves as Xie Mi's fans while causing trouble. True fans of hers remain silent. Chapter 48, A Day at Work. Su Shuangrong was adept at orchestrating the narrative. Intending to incite discord between Xie Mi and Lai Bingxian while remaining incognito herself, however, Xie Mi completely disregarded her intentions, pulling Su Shuangrong into the fray. Su Shuangrong's eyes turned red. Teacher Xie, I only spoke up to protect you from being bullied. You did well, but perhaps refrain from intervening next time, interrupted Shen Zhaoqing, his tone laced with amusement. Our teacher Xie has a smile that could light up the room, if you interpret that as being bullied while feigning cheerfulness. I must commend your high level of perception. A stifled laugh escaped one of the staff members, quickly covered by a hand in shock. Shen Zhaoqing's words were just too cutting. Su Shuangrong found herself at a loss for words. As the scene played out, the oblivious Lai Bingxian finally caught on looking at Xie Mi in disbelief. You're not a local? Uft, is that really the crux of the matter? Goodness, I wondered why she had been silent for so long. Turns out she was pondering that question. Lai Bingxian, realizing her blunder, glared at Su Shuangrong with fury. You tried to set me up? 6. No joke, this girl's reaction time could circle the globe. This serious atmosphere has me in stitches. Though her reflexes were painfully slow, Lai Bingxian would not let this opportunity to vex Su Shuangrong slip by. She seized the moment to gloat. Why would you try to frame me? While we may not have gotten along in high school, there is no need for such animosity. This statement bore significant implications. Su Shuangrong, realizing she was losing ground, attempted to play the victim. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, the perennial peacemaker, Lu Wishing, swiftly intervened. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us clear the air and avoid any hard feelings. The matter was temporarily set aside. However, the online community was not so easily appeased, and the incident quickly ascended the trending topics. Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian are high school classmates. Dating show female guests are at odds before long. Insiders emerged with revelations confirming their tumultuous past as classmates. Upon seeing this news, Su Shuangrong's fans were stirred into action. Noting Su Shuangrong's submissive demeanor upon encountering Lai Bingxian, they immediately concluded that Lai Bingxian must have bullied Su Shuangrong during their school days. Thus, the Su faction mobilized en masse, launching a barrage of insults at Lai Bingxian and threatening the production team to revoke her guest status, or they would protest collectively. However, Lai Bingxian's side was equally formidable, unleashing a wave of paid supporters. While scandalous rumors about Su Shuangrong proliferated, the two factions had officially entered into a tit-for-tat battle, aiming for mutual destruction, ensuring that neither would emerge unscathed. Unbeknownst to Su Shuangrong, who sought to remain inconspicuous, she found herself thrust into the very heart of the conflict. At that moment, the guests arrived at the beluga whale exhibit, sitting in anticipation for the performance. Little White. High five, the trainer confidently shouted from the shore, and the graceful beluga surfaced with a splash, sending a torrent of water cascading over the trainer's face. The trainer was momentarily knocked off balance. Yet as he fell, he managed to perform 2 push-ups before rising elegantly, declaring, "What you are witnessing now is our hidden performance, belugas at play. What a spectacular blunder." Low emotional intelligence, it flopped. High emotional intelligence, you all witnessed the hidden performance. The beluga perfectly embodies the mindset of a worker on the job, haha. Beluga, work is such a drag. As everyone watched, it became evident that our little white was quite sociable, leading into an interactive segment. Now let us invite the 7 esteemed guests from the dating show to our stage. The trainer, with a blatant disregard for the situation, forcibly redirected the audience's attention toward the guests. Thunderous applause erupted, and all eyes turned eagerly to the last row. Lu Wishing wore an uneasy smile, wondering, sociable with others indeed, as she engaged in her stretching exercises. Xie Mi explained that she was about to have a serious showdown with the beluga whale. The prospect of being able to boldly confront her superior filled her with delight. Lu Wishing was instantly persuaded by this notion. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. This entire scene was clearly orchestrated by the production team, and despite their reluctance, they found themselves stepping onto the stage amidst the audience's fervent cheers. Wow, what a grand spectacle! They've even invited celebrities today. Isn't this the popular dating show that's been trending lately? I've accidentally stumbled into a filming site. Mom, I'm on television. Amidst the gasps of amazement, a heart-wrenching shout pierced through the crowd and reached Xie Mi's ears. How did an outsider manage to sneak in? Startled, Xie Mi retaliated with a loud roar. I am a guest, damn it. The venue fell into a brief silence for 2 seconds before it erupted into even more deafening screams. The expletive-laden outburst, clearly from Xie, was unmistakable. Who is Xie? Just the one who's been making waves lately. Sister Xie never imagined she would break through in such a manner. Old Xie has lost her name. Utterly transformed from that outsider into the one who's gone wild. Sister Xie is all about rebellion. She hasn't even bothered to remove her makeup despite being misrecognized so many times. Could it be that Sister Xie is genuinely pleased with her look today? A moment of enlightenment. Just as someone was about to mistake Xie Mi for a staff member and call her off, the caretaker swiftly intervened, hastily moving on to the next cue. Actually, our little white whale possesses a unique skill. It can understand human confessions and assist in conveying them. To validate this ability, we now ask our male and female guests to stand at opposite ends of the pool. They began to adjust their positions. 3 male guests took their places on the left, while 4 female guests stood on the right. The beluga whale swam back and forth, ultimately halting near the 4 female guests. The caretaker smiled mysteriously, stating, Little White will emerge from the water to listen to your whispers. Please quietly tell it who you like, and it will swim to the corresponding person's position. Now, Miss Lu, please begin. Lu Wishing was taken aback to find herself first. Hesitantly, she approached. Observing the whale's demeanor had softened considerably, she cautiously leaned closer. She whispered something, and then watched as the whale glided across to the opposite side. The beluga circled around the 3 male guests before finally stopping in front of Qiu Qingye. Xingqing CP is real. Though my impression of Qiu Qingye was merely average, this pairing is undoubtedly the most stable one thus far. Qiu Qingye has a slight machismo, while Lu Wishing is perfectly gentle and virtuous. They complement each other flawlessly. You two are so sweet, it's killing me. The chosen Qiu Qingye approached Lu Wishing with an air of confidence and pride. Only Xie Mi, closest to Lu Wishing, caught the barely audible murmur. Divine gold. Unable to contain her amusement, Xie Mi chuckled. In truth, the so-called beluga whale conveying secrets was merely a ruse, a tactic employed by the production team to garner attention. Lu Wishing had said nothing to the whale, yet it accurately swam towards Qiu Qingye. To put it plainly, everything had been pre-arranged by the production team. Chapter 49. Rejecting animal performances, but unable to stop them from performing, the 2 guests who successfully paired up held hands and stepped off the stage. Embarking on their romantic date at the oceanarium, the caretaker adeptly played the role of host, sending Lu Wishing and Qiu Qingye off before redirecting his gaze to the remaining 3 female guests. Next, please step forward, Teacher Xie. Having realized this segment was merely a formality, Xie Mi approached with a mindset geared towards efficiency. However, as she passed by Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian, she was unexpectedly shoved. What the, who's got such strength? She was completely knocked into the water, and in that instant, she heard Su Shuangrong's exclamation, Miss Lai, why did you push Teacher Xie? Ultimately she had become a tool for Su Shuangrong's scheming. Lai Bingxian angrily retorted, what do you mean I pushed her? I didn't push her at all. The scene instantly descended into chaos. It was Lai Bingxian who pushed her. I saw her reach out. From this angle, it's hard to tell, right? Who else but Lai would be so malicious? Everything was fine until she showed up, and now there is so much drama. Clearly she is behind it. It must be lie, there's no way it could be Shuang. Under Su Shuangrong's influence, everyone's attention shifted to Lai Bingxian. Excuse me, is anyone going to care about the one who got knocked into the water? Lai Bingxian, who was already on edge, became frantic upon being wrongfully accused and was ready to confront Su Shuangrong. The surrounding crowd quickly intervened, while Su Shuangrong cowered behind the staff, adopting a victim's posture. The Avenger, though belatedly, arrived. Little White, slap her. The beluga whale suddenly surfaced, executing a dramatic tail splash that drenched Su Shuangrong, sending her flying. Xie Mi wore a satisfied smile as she witnessed the whale exacting her revenge. Little White was doing a splendid job. Wait, the delighted beluga whale began to swim around with Xie Mi, treating her as a new companion. Dazed, Xie Mi found herself momentarily disoriented. Okay, she admitted she had picked up a trick or two from the caretaker's gestures. But the whale didn't need to be this enthusiastic, did it? Now, all eyes were on her and the beluga. Look, the beluga is giving rides. Could this be the hidden segment, a collaboration between the beluga and humans? This was far more exciting than the previous segment. The audience erupted into cheers. Su Shuangrong, who had been knocked down, noticed that not only was no one concerned for her, but the rhythm she had carefully built was also thrown off by Xie Mi. Prompting her to shout, "Teacher Xie, you can't do this, you can't force animals to perform," Xie Mi retorted, "Take a look and see who is truly being forced." Rejecting animal performances, but unable to prevent animals from performing. This is hilarious. Why do such absurd situations always occur around Teacher Xie? I'll say it again, old Xie is the chosen one for variety shows. I'm utterly impressed by my dad. Of course, even more impressive was Shen Zhuqing, who had jumped into the water to rescue her, only to be sent flying by the beluga. Enough is enough. Beluga performance. Xie Mi chosen variety show person. That segment in the beluga aquarium unexpectedly trended on social media. While Su Shuangrong's meticulously crafted scheme of discord went unnoticed, she finally recognized the true issue. Xie Mi was the biggest bug. Consequently, after returning to the hotel following their oceanarium visit, Su Shuangrong cornered Xie Mi at a door devoid of cameras. "Teacher Xie, can we talk? Are you sure you want to talk now?" The two drenched chickens exchanged glances. This was supposed to be the time allocated by the production team for them to change clothes. Yet Su Shuangrong persisted. "I just want to apologize. I have some past grievances with Miss Lai, and she is targeting you because of me. I feel quite guilty." Xie Mi chuckled, finding Su Shuangrong's navet amusing. "You say Miss Lai is targeting me?" "Yes, earlier in the aquarium, she pushed you." "Stop right there." A sly smile played on Xie Mi's lips. "It's one thing to deceive her friends, but don't think you can fool me. You know who really pushed me? You're not that oblivious, are you?" Su Shuangrong bit her lip and fell silent, seemingly determined to feign ignorance. Xie Mi casually swept her damp hair back from her forehead. "Are you going to pull me out to take the blame again?" She flashed a teasing smile, locking her gaze with Su Shuangrong. "Stop, be careful, I might just choose a side, I'm quite wild." Bang! After the door closed, Su Shuangrong, standing outside, finally realized and frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding Xie Mi. There was something about her, a sensation that she had everything under control yet would not easily engage in conflicts. But if provoked, she could become wildly unpredictable. This was entirely off script. After finishing dinner at the hotel, they collectively boarded the bus heading to the summer music festival. The production team, evidently taken aback by Xie Mi's morning appearance, had splurged on a professional styling team, ensuring each guest received a makeover. Xie Mi's look was inspired by the Millennium Spicy Girl trend. Upon her entrance, the live stream erupted in chaos. "May I ask, is this stunning lady the same outsider from this morning? Sister Xie? Sister Xie. Oh my, old Xie, is this gorgeous? Hiding her beauty among the boys all this time? Beauty overload. I'm officially a fan of old Xie. Sister Xie, with your stunning looks, you're bound to attract unwanted attention. Staying safe is essential, but fear not, you won't need to protect yourself any longer, because your prince has arrived." The chief fan and assistant director had already covertly snapped several stunning photos and posted them on a secondary Weibo account, declaring, "I'm utterly enchanted," until Xie Mi skillfully pulled out her olive green sunglasses and put them on, causing the assistant director to drop his phone, shattering it. "Where did you find such atrocious items?" Shen Zhuqing remarked with a lack of tact while sitting beside her. Xie Mi rolled her eyes, explaining, "I got these from the local secondhand market. They're all the latest trendy pieces. Don't be so sour." Shen Zhuqing chuckled softly, a lazy laugh laced with a hint of affection. Xie Mi could not help but reminisce about the voice she heard in her dream last night, uttering "Lulu." As she gazed at him intently, she felt the need to find an opportunity to subtly test him. Once the bus was steadily cruising along the road, Director Niu began to cue the process. "Our destination is the annual Summer Music Festival in Nanhai City, where we will engage in random pairing dates." Random pairing dates? The term seemed rather abstract, prompting Lai Bingxian to inquire, "What do you mean by random?" "By drawing lots," Director Niu replied with a mischievous smile. "It is now 7 o'clock, and you will participate in the first draw to determine your dating groups from 7 to 8 p.m. From 7 to 8, what does that mean? Is there more to come? Since this is the first round, there will certainly be a second, so tonight features more than one date. With the lots being drawn, it will indeed be random. All previous couples will be reshuffled, and not just once. This is bound to stir things up. Wait a moment, the current male to female ratio is 3, meaning someone will be left alone? Oh wow, how thrilling. Chapter 50. What a powerful spirit. Tonight, there will be 3 dates from 7 to 10 p.m., with a regrouping every hour. Due to one extra female guest, one participant will be left out in each round. And that individual can observe the other 3 group dates via the monitor in the lounge. After explaining the rules, Director Neo suddenly added another stipulation. Additionally, you have a task: find a way to make your date feel a flutter in their heart during tonight's rendezvous. As evidenced by a ringing bell, successfully completing this task will earn you a breakfast voucher for tomorrow's hotel stay. Those who fail will have no breakfast. You truly understand the art of drama. Not only are these dates random, but they are also multiple, swapping partners every hour. This is quite the game. And we must make our dates feel something. This is bound to stir the pot. What a challenge, count me in. The audience in the live stream awaited with bated breath, while the guests on the bus had their own thoughts. Director Neo had orchestrated things quite well. Albeit somewhat disregarding their feelings, the first round of draws is about to commence. Xie Mi immediately straightened up, her gaze fixed on the draw tube that was soon to be in front of her. Xin noticed her unusual determination and raised an eyebrow. What is piqued teacher Xie's interest so much? Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Breakfast, truly an unsurprising answer, as expected of you. While others come to a dating show for romance, Sister Xie is here for a meal. This is hilarious. The results of the first draw were announced loudly by Director Neo. Xin Yaqing and Lu Wishing are paired together. Xiao Qingye and Lai Bingxian are a pair. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong will be together. Hearing her name omitted, Xie Mi quickly closed her mouth but still asked, "What about me? You were left out." Alright. What an exhilarating grouping. The aim is clearly to satisfy no one, yet somehow disappoint everyone. I can barely process it. The seemingly deceased Xiao Shuang has resurrected. Even heaven seems to favor this couple. I'm all in. Perhaps this new arrangement will spark new chemistry. Let's be honest, the fun of a dating show lies in the chaos of it all. Locking in pairs too early loses its charm. In this unnoticed corner, I, Sister Xie, am left to wallow in my solitude. Upon arriving at the music festival, the 3 pairs set off on their dates under the guidance of the PD, while Xie Mi sat alone in the monitoring room, fixated on the 3 large screens. The desolation was so palpable it felt as if a melancholic tune should play in the background. Director Neo, observing this scene, wore a triumphant smile. Watching 3 couples flaunt their affection alone was a rather cruel punishment. Perhaps this would spur teacher Xie into action, leading her to genuinely engage in the dating show, thereby achieving his goal. However, before Director Neo could revel too long in his triumph, Xie Mi slouched into her chair, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, crossed her legs, and began to relax. Being left out meant she could enjoy a paid break. After all, there were still 2 more opportunities to earn breakfast. Even if she were to miss all 3 rounds, she could still snag someone else's breakfast, couldn't she? Rejecting any mental turmoil, she opted for a carefree attitude. Director Neo, she remains unfazed. What an impressive mental fortitude. In an effort to rattle Xie Mi, he turned up the volume on the 3 screens to the maximum, attempting a 360-degree immersive display of romantic indulgence. On the screen, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong walk side by side through the bustling crowd, neither uttering a word. The atmosphere awkward. It was Xiao Jingxi who broke the silence first. About the promotional event for the drama, that was in the past. Su Shuangrong gently interrupted, smiling softly. All interactions during the promotional event were within the bounds of normalcy. I simply failed to manage my emotions and acted beyond those limits. I assure you it won't happen again. Xiao Jingxi frowned. Su Shuangrong's attempt to draw a line made him feel a certain discomfort, especially after learning from the show that she might have feelings for him. Although his affections lay with Xie Mi, he held no aversion to a kind and resilient girl like Su Shuangrong. What I wish to convey is that while the promotional event has concluded, we can still remain friends. I do not want this matter to create tension between us. We are, of course, friends, Su Shuangrong replied brightly. As a friend, I will help you pursue teacher Xie. Likewise, when I engage with other male guests, you must assist me as well. She extended her delicate pinky, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. It is a promise. We'll seal it with a pinky swear. Xiao Jingxi momentarily lost his focus, his heart rate rising silently as shown on his wrist monitor. Oh no, are Xiao Shuang and Xiao Jingxi officially over? At least it ended amicably, far better than the online feuds of earlier. Why do I feel like this is the start of something new? Their dynamic seems even more ambiguous than before. I see now, Xiao Shuang is playing the long game. There is definitely more to come. Indeed, Xiao Jingxi, stop fixating on Xie Mi. Look around, you deserve better than just her. In the monitoring room, Xie Mi enjoyed her sunflower seeds, thoroughly entertained. Su Shuangrong's tactic of feigned indifference was executed flawlessly, expertly ensnaring Xiao Jingxi. His wavering feelings were entirely expected. The original text described him thus, although Xiao Jingxi had been dating Xie Mi for 2 years. He consistently found her personality somewhat dull, thus upon meeting Su Shuangrong, he felt a strong attraction. She was like a resilient blade of grass, thriving amidst the chaotic entertainment industry without succumbing to darkness. Intrigued, he sought to assist her, leading him to request a CP pairing with her from the company. In essence, Xiao Jingxi had long since emotionally strayed, yet when confronted with the protagonist's questions, he would merely claim, "It's all company arrangements, and it's just for show," shifting the blame entirely onto the protagonist's jealousy, absolving himself of any guilt. This was also the reason why Xie Mi furiously criticized him in countless online posts during her reader days. That Xiao Jingxi would now redirect his affections towards her merely stemmed from a sense of possessiveness over what he believed to be his. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Yaqing and Lu Wuxing were enjoying their date. They were watching a live performance indoors, where an artist with long hair belted out heavy metal rock while fans below shrieked with excitement, yet these two remained quietly smiling, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding clamor. After a while, they instinctively pulled out their phones to communicate. The details in the comments began to appear. "It seems too noisy, so they must be texting each other. Does this mean they've exchanged WeChat? This pair has potential. Sometimes the most unexpected couples have the greatest chance of blossoming. I'm investing in this underdog stock. I strongly urge the cameraman to capture their screens. I am dying to know what they're discussing." Amidst everyone's curiosity, Xie Mi's phone suddenly chimed twice. Chapter 51. The highest echelons of society often employ the simplest methods of confrontation. Ding ding, Xie Mi took out her phone, discovering a message from Lu Wuxing, whom she had just added as a friend yesterday. "Luanhua, teacher Xie, do you find it boring being alone? Luanhua, you might enjoy this rock song, so I recorded it to share with you." Before she could respond, another notification chimed. 185 pure-hearted male, image, 185 pure-hearted male, teacher Xie, doesn't this look like you? The image featured the artist on stage, wildly headbanging while clutching a guitar. Xie Mi, so these two are having a face-to-face date yet are both messaging her. The viewers in the livestream also caught a glimpse of the truth through the stolen shots of the guest screens. The newly sprouted underdog couple was quickly extinguished, only for a new pairing to emerge. "Wow, I can't believe I'm shipping the sweet moments between Xie and Lu, this is divine. Doesn't this resemble a boyfriend updating his girlfriend about a meal out? Oh, Shen, don't love too hard. While I understand Shen sending messages to Xie, why is Lu also reaching out? Did I miss something?" A thunderous sound echoed. The Xielu faction has officially arrived. I've sensed the chemistry between them for a while. Even though Lu has been close with Shuangrong, she has always shown interest in Xie. Has no one realized that Lu Wuxing's first followed guest on Weibo is none other than teacher Xie? A peculiar couple has emerged. Among the three pairs on their date, the most entertaining is undoubtedly the duo of Zhou Qingye and Lai Bingxian, in stark contrast to the serene ambience of the first two pairs. This couple was immediately mired in tension. "Hey, why are you rushing ahead like that? Can't you see I'm wearing high heels? You could at least lend me a hand," Lai Bingxian confronted Zhou Qingye. Clearly displeased by his callous demeanor or accustomed to being pampered, Zhou Qingye was not about to tolerate such insolence. "Did I force you to wear those high heels? If you can keep up, do so. If not, just go back to your privileged life and stop throwing tantrums here." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away with purpose. Enraged, Lai Bingxian promptly removed one of her high heels and hurled it at him. The shoe making a sharp sound as it struck his head. Zhou Qingye, equally incensed, bellowed, "You're pushing me to this," before picking up the shoe and launching it into the night sky with a swift kick. "How dare you throw my shoe?" Lai Bingxian shrieked, charging towards him, and with a leap, she snatched off one of his sneakers, brandishing scissors from her bag to ruin it. "Stop this at once," Zhou Qingye shouted. Executing a sliding tackle that sent Lai Bingxian tumbling, seizing her remaining high heel and bolting away. In retaliation, Lai Bingxian grabbed a broom from a nearby janitor, brandishing it as she pursued him. Striking his head repeatedly at the spectacle of the heir of the Chiu group and the heiress of the Lai group engaging in public fisticuffs became the most captivating sight of the music festival. Everyone abandoned the stage to witness the unfolding drama. Even the musicians on stage rushed over to enjoy the spectacle. "This is utterly explosive. Will you two make me laugh inexplicably again? Help, I'm laughing myself crazy. I never expected this duo to create such a reaction. I'm literally rolling on the floor." The highest echelons of society often resort to the most rudimentary forms of brawling. Am I the only one feeling sorry for those two pairs of shoes? In the monitoring room, Xie Mi abandoned her snacks and rushed to the scene, eager to witness the chaos up close. This was a signal for the eccentricity radar to alert. The brawl concluded only when the assistant director intervened, getting thrown aside in the process. Thus, a world where only the assistant director was injured was established. When the hour was up, everyone gathered at the designated location, comprising 5 in shoes and 2 barefoot. Director Neo took a heavy breath from his oxygen tank before shakily approaching with the drawing box. Having you all here truly is a blessing. Looking on the bright side, at least their heart rate monitors had been triggered. Xie Mi reassured them. Director Neo, gasping for air again, retorted they were just angry. Both were indeed furious. As they exchanged blows, their heart rates soared to 130, ringing incessantly. Wasn't this a peculiar way to complete a mission? Xie Mi displayed an evil grin. Another trick learned at Director Neo's internal alarms blared. What did that smile signify? Wait, I'm announcing a new rule. From now on, any heart rate elevation through fighting is strictly prohibited. Xie Mi's previously gleeful grin faded, the drawing concluded, and the results for the second round emerged. Zhou Qingye, red with anger and still reeling, had never encountered such an unreasonable woman before. As long as I'm not paired with her, I can deal with anyone. Zhou Qingye was paired with Xie Mi, no. He collapsed in despair. Lai Bingxian scoffed. What goes around comes around. Heavens, Lai Bingxian was left without a partner. What? She exclaimed, visibly shaken. Shen Ruoqing and Su Shuangrong were paired together, while Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wishing formed another duo. Concluding the groupings, please prepare to set off. The CP fans collectively lamented. How are the pairs decided? I demand to know. Great, so I won't get to ship a single CP tonight. Who came up with this ridiculous lottery? Show yourself. I'm a historian. This grouping is historical. The jesters laughed heartily. Am I the only one finding this amusing? Who needs CP when we can revel in chaos? I can't stand you fate-obsessed folks. Isn't the familial bond between Xie and Xiu worth shipping? Alright, enough, let chaos reign. Due to the first date being a complete disaster, Director Neo issued a stern warning to ensure the guests took the dating show seriously. Teachers, please pay attention and strive to complete the task of making your date feel a spark. Tomorrow morning's schedule will be exhausting, and skipping breakfast will leave you starving. I'm not joking. Director Neo knew how to deliver a serious warning, prompting Xie Mi to take notice, her gaze towards Zhou Qingye turning predatory. Zhou Qingye felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Only to compose himself, focusing intently, adjusting his breath, he prepared for revenge, determined not to let Xie Mi succeed in her mission at his expense. He would ensure she had no breakfast tomorrow. Let us go. Xie Mi suddenly beamed, her clear, bright eyes curving into crescents. Zhou Qingye momentarily froze. Xie Mi had done her makeup today, looking quite different from usual. She was surprisingly beautiful. No, she is trying to seduce me. However, fans familiar with Xie Mi recognized the meaning behind her smile. If I'm not mistaken, Xie Ji always smiles like this before causing trouble. Here it comes, the devil's smile. Zhou Qingye, run, I'm not joking. Chapter 52, The Rapper Splashes Water While I Wash My Hair. Xie Mi led Zhou Qingye to the liveliest spot at the music festival. Zhou Qingye, full of suspicion, questioned, what are we doing here? Watching a performance, of course. What else would you do at a music festival? Xie Mi replied matter-of-factly, since we're here, shouldn't we take advantage of the show? This band is the hottest in Nanhai. Just being here is a win.to. Fully embrace the spirit. Xie Mi squeezed Zhou Qingye to the front row, close enough to touch the stage. Zhou Qingye warily scanned the crowd. The band on stage was energetically belting out songs, the audience screaming and cheering, and even Xie Mi joined in, wildly cheering. Was it really just about watching a performance? He remained skeptical as he turned his gaze to the stage. The lead singer, a dreadlocked fellow, passionately belted out tunes, elevating the entire atmosphere. We briefly intersect as the tides recede, paying homage to this encounter. Whoa whoa! Xie Mi screamed in delight, her voice nearly shattering Zhou Qingye's eardrums. He finally relaxed. It seemed this hour was indeed meant for enjoying the performance. Then the dreadlocked singer pulled out a bottle of water. It's a well-known tradition at music festivals for the lead singer to splash water. A good splash can elevate the crowd's energy, but a poor splash, whoosh, the singer doused Zhou Qingye with 3 bottles in quick succession. Zhou Qingye could barely open his eyes. Could you at least splash evenly? What? Not enough? You want more? Here you go. The noise drowned out Zhou Qingye's protests. The singer, seeing his flushed face and animated demeanor, mistook him for an eager fan. Are you ready? Here it comes again. The singer brandished a large bucket of water. Not you. Zhou Qingye panicked, glancing to his left, spotting Xie Mi skillfully pulling out an umbrella. To his right, other audience members poured shampoo over their heads. Wait, a bucket of water cascaded down Zhou Qingye's head, eliciting a sharp scream from him. Damn, you're hoarse. The singer, clearly amused, continued, looks like someone is quite excited. Ready for my dive? As Zhou Qingye struggled to wipe the water from his face and open his eyes, he suddenly saw a massive figure hurtling towards him. The dive segment involved performers jumping off the stage to be caught by the audience. The crucial detail was that Zhou Qingye was completely unprepared to catch anyone. Thud, he was knocked out cold. As he was carried away on a stretcher, Xie Mi was being interviewed by the PD. I just wanted to take him to enjoy the show and let him get hyped up to elevate his heart rate. Truly, the PD, with a complex expression, glanced at the backstage data. According to the statistics, Zhou Qingye had desperately shouted help 14 times into the microphone, each more pitiful than the last. Haha, damn, I'm laughing so hard I might faint. When that guy splashed water, I laughed each time. Zhou Qingye was practically blinking like a doll, his eyes fluttering faster than the screams from the crowd. Xie Mi's umbrella was so well-timed. Ha, what a scene of familial love. In contrast to the chaotic date of Xie Mi and Zhou Qingye, the other two pairs were somewhat more normal, though not entirely. For instance, Shen Ruoqing and Su Shuangrong faced their own challenges. As Shen Ruoqing's hearing issues flared up after Su Shuangrong rambled for 20 minutes without Shen Ruoqing comprehending a word, she finally broke down in tears, asking, "Mr. Shen, do you dislike me? Can't you say something to me?" In response, Shen Ruoqing suggested, "Let us play a game. From now on, whoever speaks is a little dog." Su Shuangrong, and then Shuangshuang fell silent for 40 minutes. Does he really care? I'm heartbroken. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Shuangrong? Does Mr. Shen really need to act this way? Just because he likes Xie Mi, does that mean he can't interact normally with other female guests? However, when Mr. Shen was on a date with Lu Wuxing earlier, he seemed quite communicative, didn't he? They seemed to be getting along just fine. Oh, it seems that's indeed the case, so Mr. Shen simply doesn't want to pay attention to Su Shuangrong? Could there be a story between them? The scene shifts to Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wuxing. They were paired together for dinner on the first day of the recording, and at that time, Mr. Fox and Miss Peacock had a delightful conversation. Logically, their interaction today should also be comfortable. However, when Xiao Jingxi displayed his gentlemanly demeanor to take care of Lu Wuxing, she responded as follows: "Xiao Jingxi, would you like to eat octopus balls?" Lu Wuxing, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, but I don't like octopus balls. I detest octopus, too many legs, and they are prone to splitting." Xiao Jingxi, "This band is quite good." Lu Wuxing, "Indeed, the lead singer has a stark contrast between on-stage and off-stage. Shy off-stage but incredibly enthusiastic on-stage, truly fascinating." Xiao Jingxi, "I heard there will be a fireworks display later. Do you like watching fireworks?" Lu Wuxing, "I do. I once watched a movie where a scumbag cheated and was turned into fireworks by his girlfriend, which exploded in the sky. It was a truly thrilling film." Xiao Jingxi, Lu Wuxing maintained her smile throughout, her demeanor as graceful and gentle as ever, yet her words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. Is it just my illusion, or does it feel like Lu Jia's smile conceals a trace of impatience? I specifically checked, and there's no such movie. Did Lu Jia get it wrong? Wait, could Lu Jia be hinting at something? Don't forget, she is the daughter of Yuxing Society. She must know all the news and gossip. Perhaps she is hinting at something outrageous. Oh my. Lu Wuxing is just a bit talkative tonight. Don't overthink it. You mean she is implying that Mr. Xiao is cheating? How ridiculous can that be? Exactly, who doesn't know that Mr. Xiao has had zero dating rumors since his debut? And the only rumor with Su Shuangrong was quickly clarified as a promotional stunt. Leave a footprint. In case Mr. Xiao is ever exposed in the future, marketing accounts will definitely clip this segment. Caption: turns out everything has its traces. An hour later, everyone gathered for the final group date of the night. After Xie Mi finished drawing lots, her phone suddenly chimed. It was Shen Ruoqing sharing a post with her. The post read, "Repost this lucky koi to 10 people, and your current most desired wish can come true." What the heck, cilantro? Xie Mi looked up at Shen Ruoqing, who was fiddling with his phone across from her. Mouthing, "What nonsense are you posting now?" Shen Ruoqing smiled silently. In the next moment, Director Niu announced the group results. Shen Ruoqing and Xie Mi were paired together. Zhou Qingye and Su Shuangrong were a pair. Xiao Jingxi and Lai Bingxian were a pair. Lu Wuxing was left out. Gaga, Xie Mi's phone chimed again. 185 pure-hearted male fans. The koi truly works. Chapter 53. Let us compete, if you want to win. Make me feel something. Xia Ruoqing and Shen Ruoqing have finally teamed up after waiting all night. I'm so emotional. Xingcheng fans are heartbroken. Zhou Qingye paired with everyone but my Lu Jia. Woo woo woo. Old Xie and Old Shen, give me a dating show, no nonsense allowed. This grouping finally ignited the excitement of CP fans. The heat of Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing's pairing skyrocketed, and their livestream viewership soared. As night fell, the dark sky was adorned with countless stars, and the luminous ambience of the music festival shimmered radiantly after Xie Mi earnestly reposted the very accurate lucky koi to 10 people. She finally looked up at him. "Have you completed your task?" Shen Ruoqing looked at her lazily with a smile, appearing utterly unfazed. "No, what about you?" "What a coincidence, I haven't either." Xie Mi instantly felt relieved. Since neither she nor Shen Ruoqing had completed their tasks, this was manageable. This date was their last opportunity tonight. If they wanted breakfast tomorrow, they must collaborate. Let us make each other ring. How does that sound? What do you have in mind? Shen Ruoqing's words held a subtle hint of anticipation. Xie Mi smirked mischievously and began to stretch. Let us start jogging around the music festival venue now. 10 or 8 laps. Are you afraid your heart rate won't rise? Old Xie, what a powerfully suggestive response. Alright. No sweetness, ha, if there is no sweetness, I'll insist. Spread the word. Old Xie invites Old Shen to engage in a duet. 10 times or 8 times of that sort. Shenruching was almost amused to the point of laughter by Xie Mi's train of thought. You're quite something, isn't it absolutely brilliant? I am exploiting the program's loopholes. I'm ready, are you? Xie Mi had already crouched down, preparing for the starting stance. However, Shenruching suddenly leaned forward, taking her hand, and in her puzzled gaze, he slipped a bracelet onto her wrist. I just bought this at the stall over there. It's for Teacher Xie. Xie Mi looked at the white moonlight bracelet on her wrist, furrowing her brow, somewhat perplexed. Shenruching then produced a plaster doll resembling Xie Mi. A hand-woven cute little handbag, an ugly cream hairpin, and one, hold on. Seeing Shenruching continuously pull out items from the paper bag like Doraemon, Xie Mi finally couldn't help but ask. What are all these? Shenruching lifted his head, the moonlight reflecting in his eyes, smiling gently. They're all things I just bought. I wanted to give them to Teacher Xie. What the heck? The audience, possessing a goddess perspective, felt as if their channels were suddenly cleared, and they were instantly thrilled. Wasn't he that just bought at the night market when he was on a date with Su Shuangrong? At first, I thought it was for Su Shuangrong, but after buying it, he put it away for himself. I thought he liked it. Turns out this was foreshadowing. No wonder he couldn't move away from those stalls. Old Shen, you're using the devilishly handsome face to play pure love, huh? Holding those quirky yet oddly appealing trinkets, Xie Mi was still in a daze when she felt a gentle weight on her shoulder. It was Shenruching draping his jacket over her. On a summer night, the cicadas chirped incessantly, and a cool breeze blew through her hair. He reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. His crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with warmth. I refuse your suggestion from earlier, Teacher Xie. Let us compete. If you want to win, make me feel something. Mom and Dad, I was born. The two most outrageous people are engaging in the purest romance. I am so into this. Yes, date. Date. I want you to date. Xie Mi stood beneath an artificial peach blossom tree adorned with red wishes, watching Shenruching earnestly hanging wishes nearby, pondering over his earlier words. Make him feel something? This kid is serious about her. However, perhaps this was an opportunity to test what happened last night. All done, Shenruching approached her, a smile gracing his lips. Teacher Xie, aren't you going to make a wish? I've heard that the wishes here are quite effective. Xie Mi shook her finger. I never believe in these things. I don't engage in superstitions. Nearby, a staff member under the prosperity tree shouted. Come and seek wealth. Xie Mi turned and slid to her knees, bowing 3 times towards the prosperity tree. You rascal. You scoff at superstitions, yet you kneel before the wealth deity. Teacher Xie, you truly understand double standards. Well said. After Xie Mi finished her bows, she turned back to Shenruching with a smile. The fireworks are about to start. Shall we go watch? He smiled tenderly. Sure, the fireworks would serve as the grand finale of this magnificent music festival, with everyone gathering in the largest outdoor venue, eagerly awaiting the display. Xie Mi and Shenruching stood amid the crowd. Also waiting. As everyone counted down enthusiastically together, the brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, momentarily drowning out all sounds. In that instant, Xie Mi was jostled by the throng, losing her balance, and in a panic reached out toward Shenruching. Old Shen, save me. Her figure was about to vanish into the crowd, and her frantic plea was nearly drowned out by the sound of fireworks. Shenruching almost instantaneously grasped her hand. Their fingers intertwining, the pressure causing her knuckles to whiten. In that moment, Xie Mi distinctly noticed the panic in his eyes. As she was pulled back, Xie Mi quickly rose on her toes and leaned close to his ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, do you remember Lulu? The ear seemed to pause for 2 seconds. From Xie Mi's perspective, she couldn't see Shenruching's expression, but she clearly observed the tips of his ears turning crimson. Just as she was wondering, a loud sound suddenly erupted nearby. Ding 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 ding. Oh my god. My ears. Xie Mi instantly broke character, covering her ears that had almost been pierced by the overwhelming noise, her face contorted in pain. Was this bell sound always this loud? As the fireworks faded into silence, Xie Mi and Shenruching sat side by side on a bench by the roadside. With only 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock, it seemed I had indeed lost to Teacher Xie. Shenruching's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to look at her. Xie Mi's thoughts were somewhat tangled. It is often said that in moments of panic, people reveal their truest reactions. Just moments ago, she had intentionally tested Shenruching by asking if he knew about Lulu, but apart from the sudden ringing of his phone, his demeanor remained entirely composed. Was that sound truly the manifestation of a heartbeat? Or merely the fleeting panic and confusion of having one's secrets laid bare? Chapter 54. Don't eat it, this food is poisonous. The summer music festival concluded successfully, and the exhausted guests boarded the bus to return to the hotel for some much-needed rest. However, the mischievous production team rudely knocked on their doors at 5 in the morning the following day. Not only the guests but even the audience was caught off guard. Isn't it usually 8 o'clock when the show starts? Why are we starting at 5 this morning? The early risers get to watch the show. The night owls get a show too. I literally leapt out of bed like a fish flipping out of water. No joke. The enthusiastic audience rushed into the live broadcast room only to find a group of individuals looking forlorn in the hotel dining room, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. Wow, so many pandas! They had returned to the hotel at 10:30 the previous night, and after removing their makeup and freshening up, it was nearly midnight. To be awakened again before 5, were they still human? Li Bingxian muttered between clenched teeth. Director Niu chuckled with a sense of guilty satisfaction. I did give a warm reminder yesterday that today's schedule would be quite exhausting. Alright everyone, it's breakfast time. Based on last night's task completion, only Xie Mi, Zhou Qingye, and Li Bingxian are allowed to enjoy breakfast. Oh, where is Teacher Xie? Only then did Director Niu realize they were one person short. That he immediately grew alert. She isn't hiding somewhere planning a prank, is she? Over here, Shen Wanqing's voice floated over. Director Niu turned to look, and the camera followed suit, revealing Xie Mi fast asleep, her head buried in the decorative flowers. Sister Xie can hold a shot for 5 seconds without effort. Sleeping wherever she pleases, such a beautiful state of mind. No wonder she's old Xie. Shen Wanqing, with a hint of laughter in his voice, said slowly. Teacher Xie only went to bed at 4 this morning, so give her some understanding. Director Niu's lips twitched, marveling at how much he had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Wait, how do you know when Teacher Xie went to bed? Director Niu keenly picked up on the key phrase, annoying smile spreading across his face. Could it be that you too? Yes, I live next door to Teacher Xie. I listened to her playing video games until 4. What a thoroughly unappealing conversation. Is my old Xie's persona of being both bad at games and overly playful firmly established now? Now the whole world knows old Xie is both bad at games and easily triggered. Shen, are you satisfied? Xie Mi, if you say it any louder, let us see what happens. The method used to awaken Xie Mi was quite simple. Shen Wanqing merely leaned in and whispered the word breakfast into her ear, causing Xie Mi to spring up abruptly, colliding her head with Shen Wanqing's chin before dashing towards the dining table without a second thought. Shen Wanqing mused, thank you. The commotion startled the half-asleep Zhou Qingye, who immediately turned his gaze towards Xie Mi, now overly cautious due to the events of the previous night, which had left him with a form of PTSD regarding her. Each of Xie Mi's actions seemed suspicious, warranting extreme caution. The waiter brought breakfast to their table eagerly. Xie Mi picked up her chopsticks but suddenly froze, staring intently at the food on her plate. Zhou Qingye, sitting beside her, also halted, suspiciously observing her every move. Could this food be? Bang! Li Bingxian, having just taken a bite, suddenly fainted. Don't eat it, this food is poisonous. Zhou Qingye shouted as he overturned the table in a fit of rage. The table crashed to the ground, dishes and food scattering everywhere. The crowd stared in confusion. What on earth is this lunatic doing? Uncertain of the cause behind his sudden outburst, no one dared to intervene. It was only Xie Mi who kicked him, exclaiming, you idiot, I was still deciding whether to eat the bird's nest or the sea cucumber, and you just flipped the table. Zhou Qingye, however, wore a triumphant smile, as if he had uncovered a plot to poison them. I knew it, you thought you could fool me, but I'm not that easily deceived. Li Bingxian, who had fainted from low blood sugar, now regained consciousness, looking at the overturned table in bewilderment. Where's my breakfast? Zhou Qingye's voice trailed off. Check this guy's mental state, I'm not joking. I was just trying to sleep through the broadcast when suddenly he starts screaming, causing my heart to stop. I told you, waking up early is bad for your health. Such dedication, going crazy so early in the morning. After breakfast, Director Niu announced the day's itinerary on the bus. They would head to the beach at 6 for tidal harvesting, set sail for fishing at 8, and arrive at another island for lunch by 11. The ingredients for lunch would depend entirely on their efforts in harvesting and fishing, meaning if they slacked off, there would be no lunch to eat. Upon hearing this, complaints began to surface. We didn't even have breakfast, and now we have to endure an intense schedule. If we don't get lunch either, isn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Jingxi frowned. Indeed, Director Niu replied nonchalantly. Xiao Jingxi was momentarily at a loss of so you're saying, we're just being excessive. What about it? Go ahead and hit me. Xiao Jingxi nearly raised his hand in retaliation, nearly forgetting that Director Niu was notorious in the industry as a devilish director. After enduring a few days of adjustment, the true nature of this devilish director began to emerge. Don't stop me. I want to go in and hit him. Our Director Niu remains true to his roots. He always gets scolded for filming shows but never changes his ways, But it cannot be denied that all the shows he produces become hits. If you could profit from being scolded, would you accept it? Enlightening. The tidal harvesting location was a beach exposed by the receding tide, the sky just beginning to brighten, with a salty sea breeze carrying a refreshing chill. How beautiful! In contrast to the others, who were still half asleep, Su Shuangrong appeared quite spirited, sensing that they might catch a glimpse of the sunrise today. It seemed that waking early was indeed a stroke of luck. Only a few weary smiles responded to her optimism. Let this luck be given to whoever it may. As everyone began to rally their spirits, Su Shuangrong turned to them, her eyes shimmering with gentle kindness. At this hour, many people were already on their way to school or commuting to work, while some had likely risen at 3 or 4 in the morning to begin their shifts. They bore no complaints. What right did they have to declare their fatigue? The camera angle was perfect, framing her against the vast ocean and the first light of dawn. Standing backlit, she smiled, resembling a benevolent deity. "My dear is so empathetic, sob sob sob. Mom, I see an angel." Indeed, celebrities are just being dramatic. There are countless people who have it harder than you, and you're getting paid for this, so why not take it seriously? Shuangrong's popularity is well-deserved. Su Shuangrong was skilled in the art of conversation. Her words seemed encouraging but were, in fact, provocative, a nuance that those with lower emotional intelligence might take time to grasp. Yet Xie Mi was not one to indulge her. "I can accept working at 5 every day, but I cannot accept being told to start at 5 when the normal working hours are 8. Do you understand?" Chapter 55, If you're sick, speak out. The sky won't collapse. Xie Mi's words resonated with many beleaguered workers. Do you really have to be this real old, Xie? I can accept a 5 o'clock start time as the norm. But to suddenly demand it, just go to hell. Damn, I'm triggered. Isn't this exactly what I'm going through? In essence, we are all just a group of wage earners. Why shouldn't we voice our exhaustion? Has this world become so tyrannical that even the right to express fatigue is stripped away? When tired, shout it out loud. If you want to complain, then vent your frustrations. Damn it all, Ozzy. What can be resolved with a good curse should not be bottled up inside. What are you saving it for, a future cyst? Xie Mi crossed her arms, her smile calm as she watched Su Shuangrong's complexion gradually pale. She left behind a classic saying, if you're sick, speak out. The sky won't collapse. That makes too much sense, damn. Isn't this more exhilarating than Boruto? I feel invigorated. Today I'll go and snatch back the air conditioning remote from that idiot boss. If I'm suffering, then nobody else gets to be comfortable. I'd only live this one life. I'll indulge myself first and foremost. Xie Mi, the Greek goddess of counteracting inefficiency on the subway and buses at 6 in the morning. Weary commuters and students alike were glued to their phones, watching the viral video that had just surged to the top of the trending charts. A 1-minute clip captured Xie Mi's impassioned speech against inefficiency during the show. And they watched it repeatedly, growing more invigorated with each viewing. The once morose atmosphere of the buses and subways transformed entirely. Well said. I'm quitting. Today I'll go resign. I've just been diagnosed with breast hyperplasia. And I still have to slave away for that idiot boss. What right do I have? I'm going to tell Teacher Lee and the others who insist on making me do their homework. Knowing I can't refuse, that I'm done, they can deal with it on their own. Xie Mi's brilliant exploits had yet another instance added to her legacy, intending to portray herself as a virtuous individual through empathetic speech. Su Shuangrong found herself instead labeled as engaging in moral coercion, an unfortunate turn of events that resulted in her losing more than she gained. Even Niu Dao, who had so confidently faced Xiao Jingxi's inquiries just moments ago, now wore a sheepish grin, his bravado faltering. After all, Xie Mi's words resonated with the staff present, and as the instigator who had summoned everyone at the crack of dawn, he was now enveloped in reproachful glances. He hastily shifted the topic. Rahem, let us proceed to the main agenda. Since none of you have experience with beach foraging, I have specially invited a local fisherman to serve as our guide. Please welcome Mr. Dio Mao. Dio what? Please repeat that. The familiar name sent a shiver down Xie Mi's spine, and she turned to see a dark figure sprinting towards them from the distant shore. He was carrying a shovel and a bucket, his long strides reminiscent of a newly born monkey. I'm here, now. The voice confirmed it was indeed him. After just 2 days apart, the child had become so tanned that his features were nearly unrecognizable. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Xia. Mao dashed over to Xie Mi, beaming widely, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth against his darkened complexion. What brings you here? Xie Mi inquired, genuinely curious. Mao chuckled mischievously, covering his mouth as he replied, I learned beach foraging from Zhang Zong's uncle, and when I saw the opportunity for part-time work here, I jumped at it. $10 an hour. Xie Mi was momentarily at a loss for words. What a pitiful child, and yet he was so blissfully cheerful. Niu Dao approached. Xie Laosher, this is our teacher for beach foraging. Do you know him? Xie Mi chuckled lightly. What a coincidence, he is my assistant. What? Niu Dao exclaimed, his surprise quickly turning to dismay. Had I known he was connected to you, I would have asked him for a discount. $5 an hour would have been reasonable. Are you even human? This young man has such clear eyes. He must be a university student. All right, so we university students are merely cheap labor, right? Boo-hoo. Fun fact, for 1800, you might not be able to hire a cleaner. But you could certainly hire a university student. To the person above, we're just acquaintances. If you're hungry, I'm heartbroken. To enhance efficiency, I would like each group of teachers to form 3 teams for beach foraging. Before Niu Dao could finish his sentence, a gentle breeze tousled Xie Mi's hair. She turned to find Shen Ruoqing standing beside her, looking composed as he suggested, according to the principle of proximity. How about you join my group, Xia Laosher? Did I just see correctly? Shen seemed to leap over like a great monkey. Your description lacks politeness, ha, Shen is simply tall, he is not a monkey. Could you be any more obvious? I have a question, will the ingredients we find be shared among the groups? Xie Mi didn't rush to answer Shen Ruoqing but first directed her inquiry to Niu Dao. That question is crucial, Niu Dao nodded approvingly. Indeed, the ingredients are not shared. Once grouped, you can only consume what your own group has collected, so do not take this lightly. As this information sank in, even those who had previously been indifferent began to pay attention, especially since 4 of them had skipped breakfast, making lunch quite significant. Xie Mi, let us form a team. Xiao Jingxi strode directly towards her. Xie Mi couldn't help but be amused by his audacity. You don't genuinely believe our relationship is that close, do you? Xiao Jingxi's expression shifted slightly. Enough with the jokes, if you stick with me, I can at least guarantee you a meal. If you want lunch, stay with me. Feeling confident again, are we? I'm a diving enthusiast. I will have a distinct advantage during the fishing segment. This isn't arrogance. It is merely stating facts. Oh dear, suddenly Shen Ruoqing interjected, accidentally tapping his phone, which displayed a page. What is this? He gazed lazily at Xiao Jingxi, his eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. It appears to be my AOW diving certificate. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched. Xie Mi chuckled, farewell, diving enthusiast. I choose AOW, a decisive blow indeed. Laughing to death, Xiao Jingxi dabbles in everything yet excels at nothing, but remains so self-assured. Who knew Shen was a little green tea? Who understands this? I forbid you from calling him green tea, he merely wishes to make Lao Xia happy. What is wrong with that? Question, how many times has Xiao Jingxi been defeated by Shen in this competition? He brought this upon himself. He could have locked in with Su Shuangrong but foolishly pursued Xie Mi instead. It is truly beyond comprehension. With a sullen expression, Xiao Jingxi walked away, prompting Su Shuangrong to approach and offer consolation. Jingxi, you want to team up with Teacher Xia, right? Let me help you. Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brow and looked at her. Help how? Su Shuangrong flashed him a mysterious smile before turning to Shen Ruoqing. Mr. Shen, may I apply to team up with you? Chapter 56. So you intend to dismantle my CP? Watch out. Su Shuangrong's invitation to team with Shen Ruoqing immediately stirred a tempest in the comments. What on earth? Has Su Shuangrong shifted her focus to Shen Ruoqing? Can't you see, Su Shuangrong is sacrificing herself for Xiao Jingxi and trying to break up Shen and Xie? I am in tears. It's evident that Shen has no interest in her, yet she still takes this step for Xiao Jingxi. Where can one find such a girl? I'm heartbroken. Enough, my heart aches for her. With a perfectly timed smile, Su Shuangrong stood resilient against the sea breeze. Regardless of whether Shen Ruoqing accepted or declined, she would emerge unscathed. If rejected, she could uphold the persona of one who sacrifices for love. If accepted, teaming up with Shen would not diminish her own allure. One must admit, Su Shuangrong played her cards well. Unfortunately, her cleverness was misdirected. Xie Mi anticipated what would unfold next and turned to distance herself from the impending conflict. But she was already a step too late. Your love is love, but mine is not. Alright, Shen Ruoqing is beginning. You come here to dismantle my connection with Teacher Xie for the sake of the person you like. How noble, yet, I find myself being used. Shen Ruoqing stepped closer to Xie Mi, his striking peach blossom eyes now carrying a fragile, almost pitiful expression. Look, Teacher Xie has misunderstood and is trying to distance herself from me. Xie Mi, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for the subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, I might have believed him. Su Shuangrong's face flushed crimson. She had meticulously paved her path, yet she never anticipated that Shen Ruoqing would take such an extraordinary route. That's not what I meant. Regardless of your intent, your actions have ultimately led to this outcome. That is the crux. Isn't it? Shen Ruoqing's gaze drifted lazily away, a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor dismissive directed at Su Shuangrong. Her complexion turned ashen, leaving her utterly speechless. Shen Ruoqing's words awakened the audience in the livestream. I'm saying enough of the melodramatic persona you're trying to build for Su Shuangrong. Just because you're sentimental, does that mean others must make sacrifices? Using others while making it sound so eloquent. Why should Xie Mi be your tool to appease a man? I don't care what you mean, you're dismantling my CP. Aren't you? Watch out. Enough, my heart aches for Lao Shen. The comments polarized, as Su Shuangrong's scheme backfired, leaving her with no choice but to team up with Xiao Jingxi. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingye and Lu Wishing had also formed their own team. This led to a pressing question. What would happen to Lai Bingxian, the extra member? With 7 individuals split into 3 groups, one group would inevitably consist of 3 members, given that Miss Lai was a new guest and not yet familiar with everyone. We are granting her a special privilege to choose a group to join. As soon as Niu Dao finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lai Bingxian. It was her moment of choice. I choose to join Su Shuangrong's team. Lai Bingxian declared almost without hesitation, raising an eyebrow at Su Shuangrong with an air of superiority. I've known Su Shuangrong for a long time, we should look out for each other. Shun Tiwi, Su Shuangrong's smile was strained. Indeed, Xiao Jingxi appeared indifferent, as he had no ties to Lai Bingxian. Then it settled thus, Lai Bingxian seamlessly joined their team, positioning herself squarely between the two. Claiming the center stage, Xie Mi's curiosity was piqued once more. What a coincidence, the male lead and the wicked female second, forming a classic love triangle as depicted in the original text. Despite the numerous alterations to the plot, fate seemed to conspire to bring these three together. It was a curious twist of destiny. Now let me teach you all about beach foraging, despite the modest hourly wage of $10. Mao Mao's enthusiasm for the part-time job remained undiminished. I have 3 types of tools here. The first is a crab claw, useful for catching crabs and fish. The second is a shovel, ideal for digging for clams and shells. The third is salt powder, which when sprinkled on the beach, can lure out razor clams. Now, please select the tools you desire. We want the shovels, Xiao Qingye shouted almost immediately. After receiving the shovel, he immediately sought to demonstrate his wisdom to Lu Wishing. The claw is difficult to control. It requires a certain level of skill. The salt powder is a consumable. Once it's gone, it has gone. All things considered, the shovel is the most practical choice. You've made the right decision in teaming up with me. Lu Wishing smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well, then we shall take the salt powder. Xiao Jingxi continued, stating that although they were consumables, they were relatively easy to handle. In contrast, the crab claw required considerably more skill. At this point, he cast a few more glances at Xie Mi. If she insisted on choosing Shenru watching, then he would have to demonstrate through his actions that she had made the wrong choice. So, Sister Xia, are you using the crab claw? Mao Mao handed the crab claw to Xie Mi. A look of concern on his face. The choice of tools had no rules. It was simply first come, first served. Sister Xia must have been honest and unassertive, which was why she ended up with the last pick. My heart aches for Sister Xia, give it here, Xie Mi exclaimed, her eagerness palpable as she snatched the crab claw and dashed towards the beach, laughing maniacally like a dark sorceress. Old Shin, bring the bucket. Coming, Shinru watching lifted the water bucket and followed closely behind her. The two of them, one tall and one short, raced towards the sea like wild horses, making it seem to onlookers as though they were embarking on a reckless endeavor. Damn, you startled me. Old Xia, are you really going to try this again in such an inexplicable manner? God, you made me laugh. Mao Mao, feeling a mix of melancholy and disbelief, shouted in a hurry. Sister Xia, I haven't taught you yet. If those two didn't want to learn, then that was fine, but they shouldn't waste time. They needed to teach them first. Xiao Qingye immediately chimed in, eager for Xie Mi to catch nothing. Mao Mao glanced towards Xie Mi in the distance. She was frantically catching fish in the shallow waters with the crab claw, while Shinru watching followed closely behind with the bucket. It seemed she truly couldn't hear him. Alright, I'll teach you first. Mao Mao instructed them on how to use the tools and identify the seafood's location. Coastal foraging was not inherently complicated. After a simple lesson, they were all able to handle it with ease. However, while they learned the technique, luck was not in their favor. After digging dozens of holes without any reward, Xiao Qingye finally cursed and slammed his shovel into the ground. Are you all messing with me? Where's the seafood here? If you can't manage, don't blame the uneven terrain. Lai Bingxian from the adjacent group mocked as she passed by with her bucket. Xiao Qingye glanced into her bucket, spotting 2 tiny clams the size of his pinky finger. Flaunting them out, he scoffed, go ahead and eat. 3 of you won't be able to fill 2. What do you mean? Lai Bingxian shot him an incredulous glare, picking up her bucket, ready to retaliate. Just as it seemed these two were about to repeat their argument, the assistant director hurriedly donned a helmet and stepped in to mediate. Enough, lunch is more important. Only then did they cease their bickering. Only Lu Wishing observed the assistant director donning the helmet with practiced ease, silently offering a word of comfort. You truly have it tough. Chapter 57, no bowls needed for meals. He can manage just fine. The humble assistant director smiled modestly. It's not tough, not at all. After being rewarded with 2 significant blows for mediating last night, he had learned his lesson. When recording this show, protective gear was a must. The fishing boat will arrive in half an hour. Please make the most of your time, came the warm reminder from Director Neo. Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace. Mao Mao scurried over to Xie Mi, eager to join the excitement. Sister Xia, how's it going over here? Wow, so many. The small bucket was already half full, filled with small fish and crabs. It was more than enough for the 2 of them. Sister Xia, you're amazing. I have experience. You foraged before? No, I've played fishing master. So it was online experience. Dying of laughter, ha, as expected of you. Watching the other side struggle for ages made me feel suffocated. Coming to Sister Xia's side was like a breath of fresh air. In the distance, Su Shuangrong observed the scene, pursing her lips, seemingly casually mentioning to Xiao Jingxi that Mao Mao seems to be teacher Xia's assistant, quite considerate, helping her catch fish, irritated by the inability to find clams. Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He looked over to see three figures huddled around the bucket, engaged in conversation. Mao Mao. Xiao Jingxi stood up, his expression stern and displeased. I understand your desire for Xie Mi to have a satisfying lunch as her assistant. However, since we are recording a program, fairness must be upheld, otherwise it could backfire on her, which would not bode well. Mao Mao couldn't comprehend Xiao Jingxi's convoluted words. Xie Mi and the others, however, understood perfectly. It meant that Mao Mao had helped her catch fish. What? Xiao Qingye leaped up but hesitated to confront Xie Mi directly, instead turning to yell at Xiao Jingxi, "This isn't fair." At that moment, viewers in other people's live streams, who had not witnessed Xie Mi catching fish, were misled by Xiao Jingxi's remarks. Cheating makes it uninteresting. If you're going to invite such outside help, at least ensure it's fair and not someone related to the guests. This Mao Mao seems obedient, but turns out to be dishonest. I wondered why Xie Mi seemed so calm. Turns out she had this up her sleeve. Xie Mi, however, did not bother to explain. She simply waved cheerfully at Xiao Jingxi. "Come here." Xiao Jingxi hesitated but eventually walked over. "I'm not targeting you. I just worry you might get criticized for this. After all, I have more." Before he could finish, Xie Mi rushed over and kicked him into the sea. Bubbles erupted as he awkwardly struggled to get back up, and as he opened his eyes under the water, he noticed seaweed drifting all around, with many small fish swimming within. One little fish happened to swim right in front of him. Smack! The crab claw snapped down, perfectly catching the small fish, nearly taking off his nose in the process. Startled, Xiao Jingxi flailed as Su Shuangrong pulled him up, breaking the surface. He met Xie Mi's smirking gaze. "Did you see clearly? If not, should I demonstrate for you again?" Xiao Jingxi shivered, instinctively stepping back. Meanwhile, viewers in other live streams fell silent after witnessing Xie Mi's adept fish-catching technique. "I admit I may have been a bit loud earlier. Xiao Good, you should take the blame for this. You can't argue back, really can't. Xie Mi truly has some skills." As Xie Mi's fans, the Xie brothers who had come to visit from her livestream, upon hearing the doubts, couldn't help but laugh. No way, surely no one would doubt her based on a single comment without evidence? "Sister Xie, you're truly on fire. The haters are increasing, but you don't need to tread carefully. Just go all out against them." Some sisters have already released a pure cut of Sister Xie's fish-catching moment on Weibo. Those with internet access, go watch, and those without, just leech off the neighbors. Ha, a bunch of fools. Other fans hesitated to respond, knowing they were indeed in the wrong. However, the Xie brothers had a way with words, just like Xie Mi. No wonder they were the top fans in the entertainment industry. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the fishing boat, and the sun had fully risen. Looking at the results of the three teams, Xie Mi and Shenru Wuxing's group had a bucket filled with small fish and crabs, while Qiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing's group had only a stranded starfish found on the beach. Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi, and Lai Bingshuan's group had merely two tiny clams the size of their pinky fingers. It seemed that someone would be going hungry at lunch. Director Niu sighed after glancing at the results. Xiao Jingxi, however, remained calm. Isn't there still the underwater fishing segment, compared to coastal foraging, which relies more on luck? I'm much more adept at this." Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound emerged from beside him. Turning to look, he saw Xie Mi and Shenru Wuxing whispering and laughing conspiratorially. "This guy is putting on an act again." "That's fine. We won't need bowls for lunch, because he was quite adept at pretending. Ha. Xiao Jingxi, can we be a bit more mindful when criticizing him, considering he's still here? Although I know it's unethical to laugh at others behind their backs. But, ha. Is it possible that my brother and sister are mocking him to his face? You two are killing me with laughter, haha." Not just Xie and Shen's fans, but fans from other groups joined in the laughter. The usually arrogant and domineering Xiao fans felt utterly frustrated. They couldn't outsmart the Xie brothers, and their brother seemed to be acting a bit. Ultimately, it all boiled down to Xie Mi steering the show off course. The majority of the audience found joy in the antics, and her fans couldn't resort to the old fan circle tactics, leaving them feeling stifled after donning protective gear and securing oxygen tanks. They prepared to head underwater. Our diving instructor will provide on-site training. The guests, now clad in diving suits, descended into the sea one by one, following the instructor's guidance as they submerged, claiming to be a diving enthusiast. Xiao Jingxi surged to the front, eager to be the first. Seeing this, Xiao Qingye became anxious, desperately diving deeper. This was the final opportunity for lunch. If they failed to catch anything this time, they would truly go hungry. Xie Mi, on the other hand, remained calm, leisurely following the instructor's teachings. However, Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian encountered numerous issues, requiring the instructor's hands-on assistance, which delayed their progress. Patiently waiting, Xie Mi suddenly felt her hand being grasped. Turning around, she saw Shenru Wuxing smiling at her underwater, then gently pulling her hand as they swam down together. The two figures glided through the azure waters, beams of light filtering down from the surface, casting enchanting shadows on the seabed, creating an unparalleled scene of beauty. The dedicated director Niu, who had followed them underwater to capture the moment, nearly emptied his oxygen tank in excitement. This is a romantic variety show. This is exactly what I want. Chapter 58, Fight. When it comes to fighting, they go all out, in a frenzy, without a care for their lives. The passionate director gestured excitedly for the photographer to follow him downstream. Eager to capture the exquisite moment of Xie Jian slaying the donkey up close, however, the originally picturesque scene of the two suddenly turned furtive as they swam off to the side. The director turned to see that it was actually Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye embroiled in a scuffle over a scallop. The eye in the blink of an eye, Xin Yaqing and Xie Mi rushed past, snatching the scallop before making their escape. By the time Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye registered what had happened, the duo was already 2 miles away. Infuriated, Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye flailed in the water, their movements swift as if casting spells. The director observed silently, noting the obscenities being hurled, clearly impressed by the spirited competition. What a pair! One moment they are enchanting, the next they are engaging in petty thievery. Bravo, just a second longer and I would have been swept up in the drama. Mr. Shin, is your AOW diving certificate meant for this kind of escapade? Haha. Meanwhile, Lai Bingxian had begun to grasp the fundamentals of diving. As she descended, she spotted Xiao Jingxi and Qiu Qingye engaged in a game of charades. Without hesitation, she swam up and delivered a resounding slap to Qiu Qingye. Startled, he glared at her and lunged to retaliate, only for Xiao Jingxi to intervene, inadvertently getting caught in the fray himself. The three became entangled beneath the surface, while Su Shuangrong anxiously attempted to separate them. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Bingxian took advantage of the chaos and slapped Su Shuangrong as well. The director closed his eyes in silent contemplation for a few seconds before turning to swim upwards, opting for ignorance in the face of such pandemonium. Once it starts, it escalates. They've lost all reason. On the other side, Xin Yaqing held Xie Mi's hand as they explored the underwater realm. Xie Mi had completely surrendered to the experience, no longer requiring any technique. Wherever she pointed, Xin Yaqing would follow. When they returned with their net brimming with bounty, the four had escalated their quarrel to the point of grappling for each other's oxygen masks. What a sight! Lu Wuxing watched from afar. Exasperated, lacking any fishing prowess, she had only managed to collect a few meager shellfish, hardly enough to satisfy her hunger. Suddenly she felt a poke on her shoulder. Turning around, she was met with Xie Mi presenting a sizable fish to her. While Xin Yaqing beamed behind her, stunned, Lu Wuxing pointed at herself, questioning if it was meant for her. Xie Mi nodded, tossing the fish into her net before swimming off to kick Qiu Qingye. By the time Qiu Qingye turned back, fuming, Xin Yaqing had already taken Xie Mi away. Lu Wuxing stared at the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Ultimately, the diving instructor successfully intervened, retrieving the four from the tumult. The director, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Since you haven't managed to find any ingredients, there will be nothing for lunch. I did warn you." The moment the four heard this, their rebellious spirits were quelled, and they looked at the director with newfound deference. Yet, he resolutely shook his head. Rules are rules. Qiu Qingye clicked his tongue in displeasure, only to notice the bountiful catch in front of Xie Mi and immediately suggested, "They seem to have caught quite a bit. Surely, we could share what they can't finish?" Xie Mi picked up a sharp spear, prompting Qiu Qingye to quickly amend his suggestion to, "Or we could just pack it up to take home." Xie Mi flashed a bright smile, bowing slightly. "Thank you, everyone." The others couldn't muster a smile. Xiao Jingxi remained unfazed, believing that the so-called lunch rules were merely for show. The production team would never dare deny them food. After all, they were celebrities. Lai Bingxian seemed to share his sentiment, waving her hand dismissively. "Let us wrap this up. Hurry and bring out the food. I'm starving." Yet the director cackled, "I knew you all would harbor such wishful thinking. Which is why you didn't put in your full effort during the catch. Unfortunately, your expectations have failed. Aside from what you have already, I will not provide you with any food." Xiao Jingxi's expression faltered as he prepared to speak. But the director raised his voice. Furthermore, the fishing boat had docked on an uninhabited island. The director squinted and smiled. "You will need to survive here for a day and a night, during which we will not provide any sustenance. It will be up to you to fend for yourselves." He reiterated, "Do not harbor any false hopes. If you do not exert yourselves to find food, you will go hungry." The experiment was titled, "The Law of the Jungle." Guests experiencing hunger are cast upon a deserted island with no food provided. In such circumstances, what kind of chemical reactions will unfold? Will emotional bonds be severed? Stay tuned. The live audience began to stir upon hearing the commentary. A new experiment is about to commence. This theme is intriguing. It's bound to be entertaining. I was on the edge of my seat. They were warned that without fishing, there would be no food, yet they chose to fight instead. Now look, they're all going hungry. Seriously, are they really not providing any food? Do you know Xiao Jingxi has a stomach condition? Will you take responsibility if something happens? Isn't it excessive? Even in games, the health of the guests should be ensured. What is this? Shuangrong is already on a diet, eating so little as it is. And now they're refusing to feed her. Utterly absurd. But isn't this the style of the director's show? They were given opportunities beforehand. If they didn't value them, they can't blame anyone else. So it turns out that a realistic show will also face criticism. People just prefer scripted drama. However, they clearly did not anticipate that the production team's limits could sink even lower after the guests pretended to demonstrate their survival skills in front of the camera. The sky suddenly darkened and rain began to pour. The production staff hastily erected a shelter for the guests to escape the downpour, then rushed to rescue the equipment that had been drenched. The scene descended into chaos. Protect the equipment, it's worth hundreds of thousands. If it's ruined, you'll have to pay. What about the gear on the boat? Go check on it, hurry up, move it. The director shouted amidst the rain, his anxiety palpable. The guests sat lined up beneath the shelter, watching the frantic staff scurry in the rain, clutching machines and running back and forth until they eventually vanished. After sitting in the shelter for another half hour, the heavy rain continued, and the beach remained desolate. After the staff took the machines to the boat, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Li Bingxian finally couldn't restrain herself and asked, "Where are they?" In the aftermath, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. After Li Bingxian posed her question, Zhou Qingye could no longer contain himself and dashed into the rain, his figure disappearing into the downpour. But soon, the island reverberated with his furious shouts, "Damn it! The boat is gone!" Now the others could no longer remain seated. Some shielded themselves with leaves, others with chairs, before rushing into the rain to join Zhou Qingye. The sea was indeed empty. The two fishing boats that had just been moored were nowhere to be seen, and the production team had vanished without a trace. Is this part of the filming? Su Shuangrong whispered. Zhou Qingye shouted back, "Does this look like filming to you? Where are the machines? They're all gone." Su Shuangrong flinched at his outburst, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Jingxi shielded her protectively. Perhaps sensing an unforeseen incident had occurred, it was likely that the production team had not anticipated the sudden downpour and might have gone back to fix the equipment. They should at least have informed us if they were going to do repairs. Leaving us here is unacceptable. They must have been too frantic. As they debated, Xie Mi scanned the area for any hidden cameras. Shen Yaqing shielded her from the rain. "What are you thinking? Based on my filming experience, there are no hidden cameras around, so this is indeed an unexpected event." Xie Mi looked at them solemnly. "Everyone, we may truly be stranded on this island." At these words, the group's faces turned pale. Perhaps because Xie Mi usually seemed so carefree, her sudden seriousness oddly instilled a sense of trust in them. "What do we do now? When will they come to retrieve us? It's almost 1 o'clock. And we haven't eaten anything since morning." Xiao Jingxi frowned. Xie Mi gazed out at the ocean, her expression growing graver. "It seems they might not be able to return for a while." "What?" Zhou Qingye exclaimed. "With this torrential rain and strong winds, the waves are massive. Based on my previous sailing experience, it's likely that the director and the crew were not able to sail away but were swept off by the waves." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingye's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. "What the hell? I just came here to film a show. What is going on?" Preliminary assumptions suggest that we are facing a crisis. Rather than wait for an uncertain rescue, we should start preparing. After Xie Mi spoke, she marched toward the direction of the shelter. "Fortunately, the ingredients Shen and I caught are still here. I will share them with everyone. But it won't be enough for all 7 of us. I will ensure proper distribution." The way everyone looked at Xie Mi transformed, as though she were a savior. She was shining. Only Lu Wuxing seemed puzzled. Pondering filming experience, sailing experience, Xie Mi and Shen Zhuangqing carried the bucket of seafood into the woods to prepare the ingredients. Half an hour later, they returned with the processed food for distribution. Zhou Qingye glanced at the slices of sashimi, his mouth opening several times in an attempt to voice his frustration, but ultimately he refrained. "I know what you were thinking." Xie Mi sighed as she stood before them. "The food is insufficient, and thus we must divide it this way. The portions for me and Lao Shen are the same as yours." But Li Bingxian furrowed her brow, seemingly recognizing Xie Mi as the current authority figure, and managed to temper her usual temper. At this rate, we will starve, indeed, which is why I shall lead everyone into the forest to search for food, Xie Mi declared passionately. "Based on my wilderness survival experience, there are numerous edible plants in these woods, and we can certainly rely on them to sustain ourselves for 3 days. What are we waiting for? Let us go." Zhou Qingye immediately responded, having engaged in high-intensity activities all morning, particularly the exhausting diving. Some individuals were already feeling faint from hunger. Upon hearing about food, they disregarded their reservations and eagerly followed in Xie Mi's footsteps. Xie Mi maintained a composed demeanor as she guided them through the forest, foraging for roots and stripping bark from trees. When they voiced their doubts, she would merely pose a cold question: dignity or survival, which do you choose? Consequently, they fell silent and began to gnaw on the tree bark. "Come on, everyone, follow me." Xie Mi joyfully sprinted ahead, resembling the Monkey King leading her band of little followers, that is, until someone pointed out a glaring inconsistency. "Teacher Xia, why aren't you eating?" Su Shuangrong asked. Her brow creased. "Me? I'm full." No, I'm not hungry." Burp. As the others, having alleviated their hunger by gnawing on tree bark, began to regain their senses, they slowly realized something was amiss. Logically, they were in a dire situation. So why was Xie Mi behaving so cheerfully? It was not until a photographer clad in a raincoat burst forth from the ground, shouting surprise, and aimed his camera at them that they were taken aback. Zhou Qingye rushed over and snatched the photographer's phone, opening the live stream. "Ha ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Rich brother and rich sister gnawing on tree bark collectively. What a scene. Xia, be a decent person." Xiao Qingye? The scene shifted back 2 hours earlier, at the beach, while Xiao Qingye and Xiao Jingxi were arguing. Xie Mi scanned the surroundings, her keen eyes quickly identifying a hidden pinhole camera buried in the ground. Director Niao in the surveillance room was briefly startled when his gaze met Xie Mi's, thinking the hidden camera would fail, but Xie Mi abruptly shifted her gaze away, then, with a grave expression, she addressed the others. Based on my filming experience, there are no hidden cameras in the vicinity, so this is indeed an unexpected event. Subsequently, Xie Mi and Xinzhuangqing took the bucket to the forest to process the ingredients. Why did it take them half an hour? Because the two of them had been busy prying open oysters and only returned after satisfying their hunger. Following that, Xie Mi led them in stripping tree bark and foraging for roots. Now, at the present moment, Xie Mi smiled mischievously. Last night, while scrolling through short videos, she had stumbled upon a weather forecast indicating that there would be a storm today, though it would only last for 2 hours. The production team, planning the outing, surely checked the weather in advance, so this storm was likely anticipated by them. The notion of leaving the artists stranded on a deserted island was a foolish lie. Likely only believed by those who were faint from hunger. Xiao Qingye pointed at her in disbelief. You. Xinzhuangqing approached Xie Mi, grinning silently. Lu Wishing also stepped out from the crowd, raising her hand. Apologies, I'm also an undercover. Xie Mi had secretly shared sea urchins with her and reminded her to avoid eating too many leaves. Lai Bingxian, slowly realizing the truth, exclaimed, so you were deceiving us? You even gave me chocolate. When I asked where it came from, you said it was made from cocoa beans. Su Shuangrong's mouth twitched. She even gave you chocolate? Yes, Lai Bingxian grumbled. To this, Xie Mi merely shrugged. Well, this young lady does have low blood sugar. I couldn't let her faint, could I? Chapter 60. New guest appears. Is it a pure-hearted male? After the segment of survival on the deserted island aired, it became a sensational hit, propelling the dating show Love Inspection to new heights in viewership. The scene of Xie Mi leading a group of celebrities and affluent individuals in the forest, gnawing on tree bark, was described by netizens as explosive. Love Inspection. All wild people. Xiao Jingxi gnawing tree bark, Su Shuangrong eating roots, Xiao Qingye letting loose, Lai Bingxuan starving furiously gnawing Xiao Qingye. The trending topics surged one after another, with meme videos and parody stickers being created in abundance, sending the internet into a frenzy of amusement. Xiao Jingxi, Su Shuangrong, Xiao Qingye, and Lai Bingxian faced a collective backlash. To this, they responded, thanks for the invitation. I am considering moving to another planet. Following this episode, the 3-day journey in Nanhai City concluded satisfactorily. Upon returning to Haishur, the production team convened an emergency meeting. They've gone mad, everyone's gone mad, Director Niel lamented. Burying his head in his hands, not only is there no romantic atmosphere, but even our carefully prepared prank segment was unraveled by Xie Mi. She even played us, making our production team a part of her act. The assistant director immediately protested, slamming the table. It's already outrageous to deprive the guests of food. At least teacher Xia had them gnawing on tree bark to supplement their nutrition. Otherwise, what would you do if the guests suffered? Director Niel, in a fit of rage, threw his pen at him. Get out. The assistant director's aide chimed in. Tree bark is indeed edible. I've verified it. Director Niel rolled his eyes in exasperation. You too. Get out. The production team was on the verge of becoming Xie Mi's fan club. In any case, we must restore the tone of the program. We cannot allow Xie Mi to continue her unchecked antics. The Save the Dating Show plan officially launched. Once back from Nanhai City, the guests returned to the Love Inspection Villa. The itinerary had been exhausting, and upon arriving at the villa, the guests each retreated to their rooms for a much-needed afternoon rest. Meanwhile, the official Love Inspection account quietly opened its 8th live stream. Curious viewers flooded in, only to see a young man in a white shirt facing away from the camera, participating in an interview. Welcome to our program. You will be the 8th guest of Love Inspection, joining the villa to live with the other guests. May I ask, are you feeling nervous? The PD's voice resonated from off-camera. The young man readily replied, I am a bit nervous. Actually, I've never been in a relationship before. I usually focus on my studies at school. However, I am very grateful to the production team for giving me this opportunity. His voice was clear and pleasant, brimming with youthful vigor. With this revelation, the audience erupted in excitement. Whoa, a new male guest. Wait, did he say school? So he is still a college student, and hasn't been in a relationship? A pure-hearted male. I'm thrilled. I really like this one. Is there anything my VIP can't see? Turn around and let me see you. With the explosive heat from the Nanhai arc, the production team swiftly announces a new guest. They know how to seize the moment. Ah, have you watched our program before? The PD inquired. The male guest nodded, his clean and melodious voice carrying a hint of youthful bashfulness. Actually, I really like one of the older sisters on the show. That older sister has me dead. Who? So straightforward, I'm shocked. This is a brave pursuit of love on the show. Wait, is this a dating show? As the audience buzzed with curiosity about the identity of the older sister the male guest referred to, the production team deliberately left them in suspense. Alright. As the latecomer among the new guests, You will receive a special privilege. The PD produced a board adorned with the headshots of 4 female guests. You may now invite 1 female guest to dine with you, and you will have full control over tonight's date. As soon as the PD finished speaking, the male guest extended his hand. I choose. The screen abruptly cut to black, leaving the viewers in a frenzy of frustration, while the production team cleverly shut down the live stream. Prompting viewers to storm into the other guest streams to vent their anger, they fortuitously caught sight of the PD knocking on Xie Mi's door. What's up? Xie Mi leaned out her head. Teacher Xie. You have received a special invitation tonight. We need to prepare you for your appointment, and this information must be kept confidential from the other guests. The audience originally present in Xie Mi's livestream was somewhat bewildered. But those who had come from the new guest stream erupted in excitement. Whoa! It's actually Sister Xie. When he first mentioned an older sister, I thought it was Lu Wishing. I didn't expect it to be Lao Xie. This truly surprised me. Wait, Sister Xie already has 2 arrows pointed at her, now she is getting another. The battlefield is about to escalate. Huh, what are you all talking about? Can someone explain what is happening? I don't understand a single word. Just wait and see, you'll know soon enough, haha. Special invitation, dinner, Sammy SI's Brighton.um, something like that. I'm on my way, without a second thought. Xie Mi returned to her room, grabbed a jacket, and excitedly headed to the door. Let us go. Tonight, it is Xiao Jingxi's turn to prepare dinner alongside Su Shuangrong, while Su Shuangrong is quite capable. It is a miracle if Xiao Jingxi, the self-proclaimed brother, manages not to blow up the kitchen. Dining out would undoubtedly be more pleasurable than cooking in such a chaotic environment, wouldn't it? As the PD observes Xie Mi's attire inside. She wears a set of crayon Shinchan pajamas, and over it, a black sports jacket. It is undeniably plain and unadorned. Fortunately, Director Neo is astute enough to have arranged a makeup session. Teacher Xie, please come with me. To avoid being discovered by others, the PD stealthily leads Xie Mi out through the back door. The production team's vehicle transports Xie Mi to an opulent beauty salon in the city center, where she undergoes a series of skincare treatments, hairstyling, makeup application, and finally, the selection of a gown. 3 hours later, the girl reflected in the mirror is adorned in a flowing white gown, her long hair loosely styled with 2 softly curled strands cascading down. Her naturally fair complexion appears even more radiant and luminous, exuding purity and freshness. Aha! I beseech you to make this look permanent on Sister Xie. How fortunate is the new guest to dine so lavishly. Shenru Watching's trap. My Sister Xie has truly transformed into a goddess. Initially preoccupied with the idea of a private meal, Xie Mi now senses an unusual atmosphere. This special invitation, coupled with such extravagant preparations, evokes a sense of déjà vu. She recalls a moment in the original text when Su Shuangrong was similarly summoned for a special invitation and dressed up elaborately. But on that occasion, it was due to the introduction of a new male guest. However, according to the timeline, the last male guest in Love Investigation should still be studying abroad in country M. Chapter 61, The Obsessive, Jealous Youth. But with a grudge at 7 o'clock in the evening, the production team's vehicle halts at an upscale, members-only restaurant. Upon entering, soothing melodies fill the air, and the romantic, elegant dining space is devoid of other patrons. Save for a central table adorned with flickering candles, Xie Mi's dream of dining at Hey DeLeo shatters. She had hoped for hot pot tonight. Miss Xie, please take a seat. The waiter guides her to the table before gracefully retreating. The restaurant's ambient lighting is dim, with only the dancing candle flames providing a warm glow, creating an atmosphere rich with intimacy. Xie Mi recalls a similar scene from the original text when the new male guest made his initial appearance and invited Su Shuangrong. They dined on Thai cuisine. This restaurant, however, evidently serves Western fare. A sense of foreboding washes over her. As the music reaches a crescendo, a figure slowly emerges from the shadows, illuminated by the candlelight. Xie Mi's anxious heart finally finds its rest. Aha, what a handsome younger brother. Oh my, has the production team finally heard my pleas? I have longed for a little puppy to appear. So obedient, so adorable. The youth possesses a fair complexion, gold-rimmed glasses resting on his nose, and his clear, bright eyes exude a natural coolness. Hello sister, my name is Eugene Che. The original antagonist, Eugene Che, who was meant to entangle with Su Shuangrong outside of the dating show, has now replaced the 4th male guest slated for the program. Xie Mi finds herself unable to muster a smile. She had thought Shenru Watching was outrageous enough, but now there is someone even more absurd. It is worth noting that Yu Jin's character in the original narrative is emotionally detached. His involvement with Su Shuangrong arises from a chance encounter when she was filming an advertisement at their school, where he witnessed her discarding a fan's gift in private. He is kind and gentle in public, yet cold and unfeeling in private, which piques his curiosity about her. This thread of intrigue unfolds from there. In essence, the early version of Eugene Che is a boy who would never take an interest in romance, let alone participate in a dating show. According to the timeline, he and Su Shuangrong have yet to meet. So why is he here? Are you not going to acknowledge me today, sister? During her contemplation, Eugene Che has already seated himself across from her. The candlelight casts a soft glow on his features, and his dark eyes curve into a smile that appears gentle but conceals a storm within. Upon hearing his words, Xie Mi suddenly understands. In the original text, Eugene Che is not only obsessive but also holds grudges. The day he greeted Xie Lian at the mall, he had casually called out to her. To which she had responded rather dismissively, "The mystery is solved. It must be because of that incident. That's a bit excessive, isn't it?" Xie Mi chuckles awkwardly. "I was engrossed in a game that day and didn't pay much attention to you." "I primarily didn't want to interrupt your conversation." She certainly would not admit that her intent was to avoid entanglement with the character Eugene Che. After all, he becomes rather unhinged later in the story. "You two know each other?" At first I thought it was a little fanboy trying to win over his idol, but it turns out they are old acquaintances. This dynamic is even more delightful. Does this conversation have a hint of playful rivalry? How sweet. Apologies, but this sibling romance has struck my soft spot. I might just waver. Dame. I'll stand guard for old Shen right here. Let us see who dares to ship them. Is that so? Eugene Che tilts his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. I don't recall. Indeed, he holds a grudge. The director informed me that I could invite a female guest of interest. And the one I find most intriguing is you, sister. Let us enjoy a splendid date tonight. Why Eugene's smile grows increasingly charming. Fine. Xie Mi resigns herself to the absurdity. The plot has already deviated so wildly. With the antagonist from outside the dating show now thrust into its midst, she is no longer surprised. Let us eat then. When will the dishes be served? With a newfound sense of acceptance. Xie Mi turns to glance toward the kitchen. Why Eugene Che gently claps his hands, and a waiter rolls in with a cart. 2 plates of steak are placed before Xie Mi and Eugene Che. Sister, please dig in. As Eugene Che finishes speaking, Xie Mi wastes no time, decisively picking up her knife and fork to begin cutting. With a single slice, juices spill forth. Xie Mi. At that moment, Eugene Che lets out a light chuckle. I prefer my steak rare. I hope you don't mind, sister. In the dimly lit ambience, the sanguine juices on the plate transform the scene from romantic to eerie. Under normal circumstances, one would hesitate in such a situation. Yet Xie Mi retorts instantaneously, I do mind. Your preference for rare has nothing to do with me. She then turns to call the waiter. Excuse me, could you please cook this again? I only eat well done. Preferably charred a bit, thank you. Why Eugene Che? He hadn't anticipated Xie Mi would not hesitate for even a second. However, the staff, having been forewarned by him, do not comply with Xie Mi's request. Miss, those who truly appreciate steak rarely opt for well done. As it wastes premium ingredients, would you consider medium rare instead? Xie Mi smiles in refusal. Well done, please. If your chef cannot manage that, I'll step in and teach him. I only eat well done. Understood. Eugene's facade of compliance nearly cracks. Sister Xie is incredible. What formidable mental fortitude. If it were me, I would have felt inferior long ago. Oh my, he is so handsome. Once, when I ordered an 8-ounce steak, the waiter scoffed and said they only served 7-ounce. My friends tease me for being uncultured. It's infuriating. I'm spending money and still have to endure such disdain. Isn't it just a bit more cooked than 7 ounces? Why is that so difficult to understand? It must be exhausting to look down on others all day long. Indeed, who invented this hierarchy of steak doneness? Eating Western food has made you so pretentious. I have a sensitive stomach. So I prefer well done. What's the issue? Old Xie, you are truly my voice of reason. Under Xie Mi's unwavering stance, the waiter ultimately takes the steak back for further cooking upon its return. It is a well-done steak, slightly charred, emanating a much stronger aroma. Without hesitation, Xie Mi lifts her knife and fork and begins to eat, practically hosting a live eating broadcast, even tempting Eugene Che, who is savoring his rare steak across the table. Eugene Che, in the past, he had employed the same tactic against those naive girls in the academy who pursued him. They would flee in fright. Yet this woman, she not only devours a steak in mere moments but also confirms that the production team is footing the bill for this dinner. Before waving her hand to order a stir-fry, what a powerful inner world she possesses. Chapter 62, Whimper, you won't hold it against me, will you? After dinner, Eugene Che heads to the parking lot to retrieve the car. Instructing Xie Mi to wait at the entrance, although they arrived in the production team's vehicle, the rules dictate that they must return in their own cars. However, after a long wait, Eugene Che still has not appeared. The city center is bustling at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Xie Mi's glamorous evening attire instantly draws the attention of passers-by. That person is stunning. Is she a celebrity? Why is someone filming her? I feel like I've seen her before. Excuse me, are you Xie Mi? The onlookers appear eager yet hesitant, their phones poised to capture the moment. Realizing she can no longer hide, Xie Mi elegantly lifts her skirt and performs a full spin. Offering a slight bow. Indeed, you've discovered me. I am Xie Mi. The crowd stares for a couple of seconds before slowly dispersing. Let us move along. She is not Xie Mi. Perhaps it's just someone impersonating her. I thought it was really her. The imitation doesn't even resemble her. Old Xie is far more graceful. I've unraveled the ruse instantly. How dull. Xie Mi, may I inquire? Let us disperse. She is not Xie Mi. Ah, this is utterly hilarious, old Xie, your self-awareness is rather lacking. Bystanders after the show, what the hell? Woe is me, I'm so envious, I wish to encounter Sister Xie 2QAQ. It seems that even the director behind the camera has grown restless from waiting too long. Surreptitiously messaging Yu Jincheng. Upon receiving a reply, he breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, you mentioned that there had been a minor mishap. But he would be arriving shortly. Xie Mi raised an eyebrow, suspecting that the minor mishap was perhaps a deliberate attempt to intimidate her. He hadn't frightened her in the restaurant, and he certainly wouldn't let that slide. Just as she was lost in thought, a silver sedan sped past her, revealing Yu Jincheng's profile within a wait. Teacher Yu, PD stretched out his hand in vain to chase after the car, only to be met with a mouthful of exhaust fumes. He returned with an awkward smile, thinking that perhaps Teacher Yu had simply forgotten. I believe he has never been in a relationship, he clearly lacks experience with girls. Perhaps he was just too nervous on his first show? Indeed, he is a pure-hearted little pup, Please, do not love him too much. No need to panic. In contrast to the anxiety displayed by several staff members, Xie Mi remained remarkably composed. Is the taxi fare reimbursed by the production team? Well, it is. Then that's splendid. Xie Mi turned and hailed a taxi, abandoning her calm demeanor as she urgently rushed inside. Driver, quickly catch up to that car ahead. That is my wayward and openly gay brother-in-law heading out to meet a male model. I must catch him in the act. The photographer, who had just boarded the car, was taken aback. What? Hearing this, the driver, ignoring the evening radio, straightened up in disbelief. This is outrageous, truly a disgrace to our masculinity. I'll take this job. With a slam of the gas pedal, the taxi surged forward, nearly tossing the photographer's equipment out of the window. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked approvingly, young lady, you're clever to think of capturing evidence. You're destined for great things, good to hear. What the hell? A path I never imagined would appear. Xie Mi must watch a lot about infidelity and coming out. Our driver has suddenly found his youthful spirit, almost becoming a racing driver. Fun fact, never underestimate the driving skills of taxi drivers. The yellow taxi glided effortlessly through the streets, overtaking other vehicles with remarkable smoothness. In less than 10 minutes, they managed to corner the silver sedan at the roadside. Yu Jincheng, as the taxi driver disembarked. A burly man emerged, rolling up his sleeves and cursing as he charged towards Yu Jincheng. It was only when Xie Mi and the photographer, having exited the back seat, intervened to mediate that the man reluctantly returned to his vehicle. What is going on? Yu Jincheng was still trying to comprehend the situation when the front passenger door was abruptly yanked open. Xie Mi leaned against the door, peering into the car with a playful smile. I heard you forgot about me. My apologies, sister, Yu Jincheng replied, his eyes filled with deep remorse and guilt. I forgot we were recording and left you behind. You won't hold it against me. Will you? Of course, I will. You little fool, should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Calmly, Xie Mi settled into the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, then turned to the still silent Yu Jincheng. Aren't you going to drive? I will. Yu Jincheng silently began to drive, embodying a trained obedience. However, this compliance didn't last long. As the barrage of comments raged on, either expressing sympathy for or condemning Yu Jincheng. The car's speed gradually began to increase. Xie Mi donned an eye mask and fell asleep. Yu Jincheng stole a glance, frowning, and subsequently pressed the accelerator harder. They had already merged onto the highway leading to the outskirts. The night road was inherently eerie, with a powerful sense of acceleration and an oppressive silence enveloping them. Xie Mi slowly began to slide down her seat, completely slumped over. Yu Jincheng, she is sleeping far too soundly. After several failed attempts to rouse her, Yu Jincheng decided to roll down the windows, letting a fierce wind surge into the car. Xie Mi's eye mask was blown askew, upon glancing back. She found Yu Jincheng giving her an innocent look. Considering it's quite late, I wanted to get you home sooner. You won't be angry with me, will you? Xie Mi smiled. There's a service area ahead. You should pull over. Yu Jincheng obediently parked the car, turning to face her with a smile. Xie Mi leaned over to open his door and unfastened his seatbelt, then, with a swift motion, she pushed him out of the car. Get out! After being unceremoniously ejected and rolling twice on the ground, Yu Jincheng exclaimed. He was genuinely about to lose it. Why does she always act so irrationally? Well done. Ah, that wasn't necessary. He merely wanted to drive back quickly. He is just a timid college student. Why treat him this way? You up there, still calling out. I ask you, how does opening a window correlate with speeding up? You're treating him like a fool. Clearly he is intentionally messing with Sister Xie. Some people, please don't love him too much, I implore you. The disparity is evident. Mr. Shin is still the better option. When Yu Jincheng finally managed to rise from the ground, covered in dirt, he found Xie Mi sitting in the driver's seat, innocently blinking at him. I was worried you'd be too tired from driving. So I thought I'd help you out. Woe is me, you won't be angry, will you? Yu Jincheng's lips twitched. She had certainly learned how to be annoying. Chapter 63, who digs a hole at the entrance to plant a tree? Yu Jincheng took the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt like a good child, appearing to be tamed at last, yet Xie Mi was anything but subdued. Jincheng, do you know why your little trick just now didn't work? She asked while driving. Why? Yu Jincheng's glasses glinted ominously, yet he maintained a gentle smile. Sister, what are you talking about? Xie Mi turned to him with a slight grin, because you're merely playing with the leftovers I've discarded. Xie Mi's smile could spell disaster. New guest, danger. Next time you appear on the show, remember to prepare adequately, otherwise, you'll end up like this. During their conversation, the car had exited the highway. Winding through the secluded and chaotic roads leading to the villa, before Yu Jincheng could respond, the car suddenly made a sharp turn, causing his head to bang against the window, but that was not the end. The car spun in a 360-degree maneuver, kicking up a cloud of dust, which startled the following production team's vehicles into an emergency stop, retreating to maintain their distance from the passenger seat. Yu Jincheng's vision blurred, feeling as though he were about to fulfill your desire. Yu Jincheng, I'm going to die. At this moment, from the perspective of the car behind, the silver sedan appeared deranged, drifting, spinning, slamming on brakes, and then speeding wildly. After finally halting at the entrance of the estate, it fell completely silent. The production team's vehicle came to a stop behind it, with the director cautiously peeking out. Suddenly, Xie Mi flung open the car door and emerged. The director quickly withdrew his head. What followed was a sight to behold. Xie Mi, adeptly stepping out from the driver's seat, walked over to the passenger door and pulled out Yu Jincheng, who was now frothing at the mouth. Director, the new guest still hadn't done his homework. This show can provoke anyone but Xie Mi. Thank you for the invite. Experiencing Xie Mi's striding skills firsthand was exhilarating. My love for Xie Mi runs so deep, I endure motion sickness just to watch her. I'll swallow any discomfort to see her. I'm already tired of saying how amazing Xie Mi is. Old Xie is so considerate, letting this young man, yet to step into society, experience its harsh realities. Oh dear. After a while, Yu Jincheng finally regained his composure and looked up to see Xie Mi in a white dress under the moonlight. Tilting her head with a smile, resembling a specter come to collect his soul, he wiped the foam from his mouth, and a strong curiosity began to bloom at the corners of his lips. Xie Lian was right, his sister was utterly fascinating. Sister, this is a dating reality show, am I correct? What do you wish to convey? Yu Jincheng removed his glasses, taking out a cleaning cloth from his pocket to polish them. Before placing the now pristine golden-rimmed glasses back on his face, the shadows cast by his thick lashes concealed the intrigue in his eyes. Does this mean I may pursue my sister? What the hell? A confession, Confessing on the first day, even before meeting other female guests, the bravest guest in history has arrived. Incredible, most would have suffered PTSD from such antics. Is this guy a masochist? It's clear that Sister Xie possesses an irresistible charm. Who wouldn't be tempted by her outfit today? I watched the live stream on my knees the entire time. This new guest is intriguing. The upcoming episodes will surely be exciting. Xie Mi's smile faltered slightly. The original text didn't mention that Yu Jincheng was a masochist, young yet full of quirks. Pursuing whom is his freedom, but slapping whom is also mine. Just as Xie Mi raised her hand, she reconsidered and let it drop. Never mind. I fear I might end up enjoying it too much. Yu Jincheng chuckled, his demeanor sweet and gentle as sister. You're quite humorous. From today onward, we'll be living together. I'm looking forward to it. Why Yu Jincheng went to fetch his luggage from the car while Xie Mi entered the estate ahead of him. When Yu Jincheng arrived, laden with luggage, he discovered Xie Mi standing motionless beneath a tree at the entrance of the villa. Approaching with a smile, he inquired his sister, were you waiting for me? Just as he reached Xie Mi, he unexpectedly tumbled into a pit, along with his suitcase. Bang, crack. Xie Mi looked up to see Xinjuanqing emerging from behind the tree, dressed in a gray tracksuit, lazily resting a muddy shovel on his shoulder while the other hand rested in his pocket. Upon seeing Xie Mi, he grinned. Teacher Xie, you're back. I was just idly planting trees. Care to join? Old Shin has become even more handsome after not seeing him for a night. Wait, whose tree is planted right at the entrance? By the way, with such a large pit, are you planning to plant a millennium-old tree? I just came from Old Shin's livestream. I must tell you all what happened to I in the afternoon. Old Shin knocked on the door looking for Old Xie. But upon discovering Old Xie had gone out, he checked Old Xie's livestream. After dinner, he came out with a shovel to dig a pit. I thought he was really going to plant a tree. Turns out he was just waiting for this moment, Whose vinegar jar has been overturned, I won't say. With a keen interest, Xie Mi nodded in approval and then leaned over to glance into the pit. Planting trees is a noble act of environmental purification. It is indeed a good deed, and although someone accidentally fell into the pit, what can be done? Don't you agree? Xinjuanqing was quite adept at acting. He leaned in to peer into the pit, feigning surprise as he raised an eyebrow. Oh no, how did someone fall in? Brother, are you hurt? Brother, are you hurt? Ha ha ha. Enough already. Old Shin's inner thoughts, the knife isn't sharp, and the horse is too thin. Brother, don't think you can compete with me. The main wife is vying for favor, everyone step aside. Yu Jincheng, in a disheveled state from his fall, finally managed to look up, a dirt-smudged face wearing a contrite smile. I don't blame Mr. Shin, he has indeed become a master of tea art. Xie Mi promptly patted Shin Zhuangqing on the shoulder. Did you hear that? He doesn't blame you. Then all is well. Shall we go play video games? Sure, let us go. The two of them, one tall and one short, awkwardly linked arms and walked off, one bending down while the other stood on tiptoe. While Yu Jincheng, still in the pit, could only stare in disbelief when Yu Jincheng finally climbed out of the pit and entered the villa. He found Shin Zhuangqing and Xie Mi engrossed in video games in front of the living room TV. It was Su Shuangrong who first noticed him. You are the new guest. Teacher Xie isn't here tonight. And I was curious where she went. Turns out you went out together. Why? Yu Jincheng withdrew his gaze and smiled, greeting Su Shuangrong. Yes, I am Yu Jincheng. Hello, Teacher Su. You look quite young. Just call me sister. Su Shuangrong smiled gently, beckoning others to come over. Everyone, come say hello. This brother is our new guest and will be living with us from now on. As she said this, she glanced at the two engrossed in their game on the sofa, offering an awkward smile. Teacher Xie's personality has always been this way, carefree and sometimes oblivious to those around her. Don't take it too seriously. Chapter 64. A hairdryer stuffed in his mouth, alternating between hot and cold, being overlooked by his sister signifies that I have yet to impress her sufficiently. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Su. I will strive harder to gain my sister's attention, Yu Jincheng said with a smile. The smile on Su Shuangrong's face stiffened slightly. This new guest, not grasping her subtext, was audaciously self-promoting. It seems your date with Teacher Xie went quite well tonight. No wonder you returned so late. You must have had a wonderful time together. Since Yu Jincheng was not taking the bait, she shifted her focus to a more foolish target. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxi immediately turned to look, his gaze toward Yu Jincheng now laced with animosity. After a brief welcoming of Yu Jincheng, the night passed in relative tranquility. At midnight, all cameras were turned off, and the Love Inspection Villa entered its dormant state. After finishing her shower, Xie Mi was drying her hair when there was a knock at the door. It was Xiao Jingxi, holding a plate wrapped in cling film, smiling gently. Finally, it's my turn to cook tonight, but I didn't expect you to be absent. I even made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. What a pity. Xie Mi glanced at the black lump on the plate. You truly despise me, don't you? What a shame you didn't tea poison me. Xiao Jingxi forced a smile, trying to maintain his composure. Don tea joke. Look, this portion is specially reserved for you. Xie Mi chuckled. So it's leftover because no one else is eating. Xiao Jingxi could no longer maintain his facade. It was rare for him to show kindness. Yet she was so ungrateful. Xie Mi, I know what you're thinking. You probably believe that Mr. Shin has developed feelings for you, and the new guest has extended an olive branch, which has inflated your confidence. But I must caution you, their interest in you is fleeting, merely a result of your recent popularity. They see an opportunity in your rise, yet a persona is just a facade. I know you best. How long can you maintain this act? Once the mask slips, do you think they will still acknowledge you? Xie Mi, you need to recognize your position. Do not let momentary vanity cloud your judgment. Leave this show and return to our previous relationship. That is where you truly belong. Xie Mi listened to him with a smile, then waved him over, thinking she had been swayed. Xiao Jingxi grinned, leaning in with feigned sincerity. In a flash, Xie Mi seized his chin, and as he winced in pain, she swiftly shoved the hairdryer into his mouth, alternating between hot and cold air. Xiao Jingxi was blown away, his eyes rolling back in his head, cheeks puffed out like a gorilla. He staggered back, pushing Xie Mi away, but before he could regain his balance, he was knocked over by a sweeping robot that sped past in the hallway. Bang, roll, roll, roll. Xie Mi watched in admiration as the robot, sponsored by the show's benefactor, rolled down the stairs. I believed in you since childhood. Xiao Jingxi, dazed from the fall, dared not yell in anger, fearing it would attract others. Standing at the top of the stairs, Xie Mi suddenly took a deep breath. Xiao Jingxi's pupils dilated. Wait, what is she about to do? Xiao Bing fell down the stairs. Help! With a thunderous shout, Xiao Jingxi's eardrums nearly burst. Instantly, the villa's lights blazed to life, and dozens of footsteps thundered down the stairs, quickly surrounding him. Guests and staff alike awoke, encircling Xiao Jingxi in a frenzy. Ying Di, are you alright? What happened? Ying Di, did you secretly stuff a light bulb in your mouth? Ying Di, speak to us. Xiao Jingxi's tongue was still numb, and he could only open his mouth in a silent gasp. But then came the deafening proclamation. Ying Di has become a vegetable. Xiao Jingxi, your whole family is a vegetable. A crowd of people hurriedly carried Xiao Jingxi downstairs for medical attention. Wrapping his mouth in bandages, he was effectively silenced. Xie Mi nodded in satisfaction, pleased that this mouth, smeared with laxative, was finally closed. In the face of this sudden incident, others sensed something was amiss but dared not inquire further, harboring a growing suspicion toward Xiao Jingxi. Surely he wouldn't be so shameless as to knock on a female guest's door in the middle of the night? The next morning, Xiao Jingxi appeared on camera, his mouth wrapped in bandages. Under his manager's instructions, the production team explained that he had developed blisters on his mouth from rehearsing lines late into the night. eliciting sympathy from many fans. As he interacted with viewers on camera, his handsome eyes revealed fatigue, yet his long fingers gestured reassuringly for fans not to worry, while fans lamented and clamored to hold his agency accountable. They also expressed their admiration for him. As Xie Mi passed by, she shook her head in reflection. Truly, misfortune seems to target the most unfortunate souls. Shen Zhuangqing, returning from a morning run, chimed in, a pitiful soul. Resilient despite their circumstances, Xiao Jingxi, who had heard it all, thought to himself, "Are you two mocking me? What a disaster." Upon entering the livestream, I immediately heard old Xia and old Shen's familiar sarcasm. Thus, a beautiful day commenced. Turns out I'm not the only one who finds Xiao Jingxi pretentious. I thought you'd have to be a rapper to rehearse lines until your mouth blistered. Were you beatboxing in your room at night? Haha, sometimes I truly find Xiao fans to be amusingly delusional. On the dining table, 7 breakfast plates were neatly arranged. The refined youth rolled up his shirt sleeves. Methodically finishing up in the kitchen, noticing someone enter, Yu Jincheng looked up and greeted with a gentle smile. "Good morning. I had trouble sleeping on the first night in the villa, so I decided to rise early and prepare breakfast for everyone. I hope it suits your tastes." Lu Wishing was somewhat astonished. "Did you make all of this?" The perfectly cooked runny yolk eggs, slightly charred whole grain toast, cleaned blueberries and cherry tomatoes, accompanied by a cup of hot milk with oats, not only looked appetizing but was also nutritionally balanced. Yu Jincheng nodded. Zhou Qingye clicked his tongue. "I didn't expect to find such delicacies in this villa. This line really struck my funny bone. Everyone's a kitchen killer. Su Shuangrong knows a little, but not much. Who understands, Our siblings have also endured hardship before enjoying the sweetness. Yun Ji, the younger brother, is truly captivating. He is both cultured and elegant, and even his culinary skills are exceptional." Sob. Only Xie Mi squinted her eyes and stroked her chin. No, wait, chapter 65, the alarm of war rings out. A duel between Tu Mi and I in the original text. Yu Jinche indeed possesses culinary skills, however, his specialty lies in dishes such as blood rare beef tartare, coconut worms, and chicken blood jelly, if all goes as expected. This would indeed be an unusual meal. After a long absence from finely milled fare, Zhou Qingye devoured his food, feeling disgruntled that the portions were too meager, only for a moment later to have another serving pushed toward him. Xie Mi watched him with a smile, saying, "Let my son eat. I am not hungry." Zhou Qingye's lips twitched violently. The fact that he had to call Xie Mi dad on the show had led to endless ridicule from his circle of friends. Yet Xie Mi held his fate in her hands, and he dared not express his anger. Just wait, he would eventually seize her weakness and retaliate fiercely. Zhou Qingye swiftly pulled the plate closer, stuffing his mouth, and then gulped down the glass of milk that Xie Mi had handed him. "If you don't eat, it's a waste." Just then, another plate was pushed in front of him, and Xinzhuoqing opposite him displayed a benevolent smile. "The child is still growing. Eat more." At Zhou Chengye, "Does he really think he is my son?" However, this person seemed equally untouchable. Glaring angrily, Zhou Qingye took that plate as well and devoured it, until Su Shuangrong suddenly exclaimed, "Is this milk spoiled? It tastes a bit sour." "I think so too." Lu Wishing frowned slightly. "Jinche, did you use the milk from the fridge?" Yu Jinche smiled obediently. "Yes, that shouldn't be. The milk in the fridge was delivered just yesterday. It should be fresh." "Could it be the oats?" Lu Wishing scooped some oats from the cup, and suddenly his gaze froze. "This doesn't seem like oats." "It's ants." Yu Jinche chimed in with a smile. "Yin City black ants. They have a slightly sour taste, but are nutritionally balanced, beneficial for the spleen and kidneys, and invigorate blood circulation." As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant abruptly fell into silence. Everyone ceased their eating actions, and Zhou Qingye, who was on his third glass of milk, was instantly petrified. Yu Jinche tilted his head slightly, a cultured smile in his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "What's the matter?" In the next moment, Zhou Qingye spat out all the milk, while others frantically rushed to the restroom, creating utter chaos. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." When he said the word ants, my blood turned cold. I take back what I said about him being cultured. This is living hell. Whose good person puts ants in milk? Oh my gosh. Thank you, I just ruined my breakfast. Yu Jinche's astonishing act successfully contributed to today's first trending topic for the show. Yu Jinche eats ants for breakfast. Uninformed netizens initially thought he was a ruthless person eating ants in the early morning, only to discover he was the one serving ants to others. As the audience clamored about the new brother's character collapsing, the real instigator, Yu Jinche, remained remarkably calm. He didn't feel he was causing trouble at all. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "Everyone is really quite timid." Having narrowly escaped disaster, Xie Mi clicked her tongue. Yu Jinche's arrival ensured that the upcoming days of the show would not be tranquil. Little did she expect that the one who would deal with him would appear soon. During the leisurely afternoon, Xinzhuoqing, as usual, entered the study, pulled out a romance novel, and began reading. The moment he opened the book, a dark shadow caught his eye. Calmly, he closed the book, returned it to the shelf. And opened another, same issue. He opened another book, and it was still the same. Thus, he left the study, made a phone call, and an hour later, the bookstore owner arrived with a truckload of romance novels parked at the villa's entrance. Xie Mi changed locations, settling in the shade of the garden's umbrella to read, only to soon hear a scream erupt from the first floor room. Everyone rushed to check, only to find Xie peacefully lying on the ground. His bed covered with a mass of cockroach corpses. Lu, terrified of insects, fainted on the spot. Others wore expressions of impending doom, yet Su Shuangrong, suppressing her discomfort, was the first to approach Xie, helping him sit up against her leg. Gently calling Xie, "Are you alright?" Xie struggled to open his eyes, glanced at Su Shuangrong, then turned to look at his bed. He fainted again. "Xie Mi, why don't you move him outside the room and wake him up there?" The viewers in the livestream were equally terrified, especially those who witnessed the entire event through Xie's perspective. "What the hell, you scared me to death. What on earth is happening? There are cameras everywhere in the villa. Who could silently place a bunch of cockroaches under the blanket?" Xie and Actor Xiao are roommates. Xie has been out of the room. Could it be Actor Xiao who did it? Viewers from the adjacent Xiaojingxi's livestream chimed in. "Impossible, Actor Xiao has been lying in bed the whole time. I can vouch for that. I can also vouch, I've been hanging out in my brother's livestream. Besides, my brother wouldn't do something so malicious. Those cockroaches just appeared out of nowhere, I swear." Viewers who rushed over from Xie livestream added, "Whoa, why are there cockroaches here too?" Old Shin saw cockroaches in his books while reading in the study. Several books had them. Thus, viewers pieced the puzzle together. There must be a cockroach infestation in the villa. It's the countryside, with plenty of insects, it's not surprising. This is too terrifying. Have cockroaches been this rampant lately? Only the technical staff managing the surveillance quietly noted. Director Nyo, "It seems several cameras in the villa have been blacked out, and a segment of video has been covered up." Director Nyo, "This show is destined to transition from a dating reality show to a chaotic one, and then to a hacker's paradise. What a headache." An hour later, Xie awoke to Su Shuangrong's concern. Remaining silent, pondering as if he understood something, after a simple thank you, he stood up and left. Xie Mi, who had been eavesdropping from the second-floor railing, watched with great interest, given Xie's vengeful nature. Another alarm of war would soon sound. She tiptoed sneakily down to continue observing. Xie picked up a shovel and busied himself in the garden for a while, then went to the director's room to chat with Director Nyo. While expressing his initial confusion about being on the show, he seized the opportunity to grab Director Nyo's phone and sent a message to Xie in the director's name. "Please immediately head to the garden to meet with Teacher Xie." Afterward, he left the director's room and patiently waited in the living room for a while, only to hear a loud crash from the garden. Xie's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to Xie Mi, saying, "Sister, it seems there is some commotion in the garden, should we go check it out?" Xie Mi, who had been pretending to be busy but was actually waiting to see the action, immediately perked up. Yes, thus, the two made their way to the garden. Xie calmly led Xie Mi to a large pit. Looking down, then his smile vanished. Xiaojingxi, his mouth bound with bandages and unable to call for help, looked up from the pit with a gleeful expression, frantically gesturing to describe his predicament. A pitiable person, steadfast in spirit. A light, airy voice floated down from above. Xie furrowed his brows and looked up, only to see Xie lazily leaning against the third-floor balcony, propping his chin with one hand and smiling down lightly. "Aren't you going to save him?" Chapter 66, "If you don't save him soon, he might just fly out with flower hands." Xie's gaze, concealed behind his glasses, darkened. In past games, he had always been the mastermind behind the scenes, relishing the thrill of the hunt, but this time he found himself as the mouse in a cat-and-mouse game, being toyed with by Xie, the cunning cat. Beside him, Xie Mi was thoroughly enjoying the show, munching on sunflower seeds and leaning in to observe Xie's expression. "Buddy, it's been 5 minutes, isn't your inner monologue finished yet? If you don't save him soon, he is going to spin himself right out of that pit." Xie's thoughts were interrupted, and he instinctively glanced into the pit. Xiaojingxi's hands were moving so quickly that they left after images. If he kept spinning like this, he might genuinely fly out. Xie, he quickly donned a mask of concern, stretching out his hand toward Xiaojingxi. "Actor Xiao, are you alright? I'll pull you up." Xiaojingxi, whose arms were too sore to lift, thought, after being injured and falling down the stairs last night, and now encountering a pile of cockroach corpses in his room, on his roommate's bed. Has he somehow offended the heavens? Xiaojingxi's expression soured, and he ignored Xie's offer. The long-standing grievances of Zhao's fans in the livestream were now directed at Xie. What's wrong with this newcomer? Doesn't he know that people often pass through this garden? What does digging a pit mean? Why must such a person share a room with my brother? Surely he must be foul-smelling, attracting cockroaches and distressing my brother to no end, and now, with this new guest eating ants and digging holes, it seems he has come to stir up trouble. I suggest he be replaced. I find small, playful dogs utterly detestable. It is the aloof flower on the high peak that remains the eternal deity. The screen is bombarded with comments about Eugene Che, while someone stealthily reports to the neighboring livestream, prompting a wave of you fans to flock over. Although Eugene Che has only appeared on the program for a day, his youthful visage and pure-hearted persona have captured the attention of many, leading to a swift increase in followers. I remarked, "You should indulge in something better." Xiao Jingxi is considered the aloof flower. Forgive my bluntness, but if it weren't for Qiu Qingye, he would be the most pretentious one here. Let us express gratitude to Qiu Qingye, for his exaggerated demeanor has provided cover for your brother. I have long harbored disdain for Xiao Jingxi. His fans incessantly boast about his lack of scandals since debuting. Is it not because he has cultivated a persona that detests women? Each time he sees a female star at an event, he recoils as if encountering a ghost, while his fans scream that their brother despises women and is maintaining his integrity for them. I must say, enough is enough. Who now resembles a dog relentlessly pursuing Xie Mi every day. Haha, the sisters upstairs are speaking out. The two factions quickly engage in a chaotic battle, with both livestreams devolving into a battleground. Although Xiao fans numerically dominate, they cannot withstand the eloquence of you fans, resulting in a fierce and unyielding exchange. Present at the scene, Xie Mi is thoroughly entertained, munching on snacks. One wonders, who conceived of Shenru watching? Not only did they adeptly portray the villain, but they also set the stage for a head-to-head showdown between the antagonist and the male lead. Thankfully, the original text lacked the character Shinru watching. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Hey, that person over there grinning broadly. Hearing the noise, Xie Mi lifts her head to see Shinru watching leisurely leaning against the railing. Observing her, the second installment of Ultraman vs. Monsters has been released, and this time it involves saving Xinghua Middle School. Care to join? Count me in. Xie Mi turns to ascend the stairs, leaving the battlefield to the male lead and the antagonist. In the end, it is Eugene Che who diffuses the tension with the words, "I am your fan," and faced with his gentle and innocent expression, Xiao Jingxi finds it difficult to retort. It is not fitting to play the villain on screen. Thus, the two engage in polite conversation, as if nothing had transpired. I must say, as a villain, Eugene Che is quite adept at concealing his brilliance, demonstrating his madness only in the latter part. To appease the guests traumatized by the day's ant-eating experience, the production team compassionately prepares a sumptuous seafood takeout dinner for them. As a rare delicacy within the villa, everyone is thoroughly satisfied, except for Xiao Jingxi, who can only sip his food through a straw. After dinner, Director Niu gathers everyone in the living room once more. Due to our new guest, Teacher Yu's shyness, we have prepared an icebreaker game to help him integrate into the group story chain. Upon hearing the term icebreaker game, everyone's expressions turn awkward, recalling the explosive previous game, particularly Qiu Qingye, whose face turns a shade of green. He has not forgotten that it was his first time calling Xie Mi dad. Sensing the tension, Director Niu confidently reassures everyone that this time, there will be no repeat of last time's debacle. The story chain is a warm game fostering unity and collaboration among the participants. After a day of contemplation, he finally identifies the core issue of the show, the lack of cohesion among the guests. In other dating shows, participants bond swiftly, yet his guests are like a scattered pile of sand. Therefore, they must first become a loving family. Now, I shall announce the game rules. The production team will present an opening line, and you must continue from there, each contributing 1 or 2 sentences to weave a complete story. But, where is Jingxi? Su Shuangrong, showing concern, glances at Xiao Jingxi, yet he cannot speak, merely watching us play. Will he not feel lonely, having endured a day of torment? Xiao Jingxi smiles at Su Shuangrong, who returns his smile. This tender moment of genuine affection ignites excitement among the viewers, who fervently shout for the revival of the Xiao Shuang CP, yet, their moment is abruptly interrupted. Xie Mi interjects, is it possible that he can write? Su Shuangrong and Xiao Jingxi, they truly forgot. In the end, the production team provides Xiao Jingxi with a whiteboard and a marker, and the story chain game officially commences. Director Niu proposes the first opening, I and them. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Shuangrong's cheeks flush as she shyly states, I have been dating them for 2 years, and today they invited me to their home for dinner. Following her, Xiao Jingxi writes on the board, I value this meeting greatly and have made ample preparations to visit. The eternally earnest Qiu Qingye immediately adds, their parents are very pleased with me and want us to marry right away. Observing the discontent from Su Shuangrong and Qiu Qingye, Lai Bixuan is resolutely determined to derail the story. I flipped the table and slapped them, shouting, who do you think you are? Chapter 67, If we do not engage in dating shows, we might as well become monks. Lai Bixuan's remark instantly alters the tone of the story. Director Niu, who was enjoying the sweet moment, nearly chokes on his candy and nearly meets his end, only to be saved by the assistant director's timely kick. Haha, once again, we have a talent. In truth, Miss Lai possesses a rather humorous quality. She exudes an aura of confidence and brilliance befitting a queen. The once mundane narrative takes on a delightful twist. Unamused, she, like Xie Mi, seeks to capture attention. It seems this sister has found the key to online fame. Lai Bixuan, intent on provoking Su Shuangrong, raises an eyebrow and then urges Lu Wuxing, continue. Lu Wuxing is at a loss but reluctantly chimes in. I explain to their parents that I have intermittent explosive disorder. It is not intentional, this is even more amusing. It is evident that Wuxing is trying his best to salvage the story, yet it remains inexplicably comical. Yu Jinche, as a university student, has consumed various online videos. Thus effortlessly adopts a trending meme. Their parents do not forgive me and offer me 5 million to break up. A heartwarming short film transformed into a domineering CEO narrative. Clearly, they have not been surfing the internet for nothing. When it is Xie Mi's turn, she states, I said no, a large sum of money requires a source. Shinru watching ads, because I am a bank employee. Puff, when a domineering CEO encounters a bank employee. It is quite the sight. The phrase bank employee has now been banned, so we restart, still beginning with I and them, to prevent Lai Bixuan from causing chaos midway. This time, she begins, I and them went out on a date. And they asked me how I had been lately. Lu Wuxing smoothly follows, I mentioned I have been facing some troubles at work, but there is no need to worry. Yu Jinche continues to showcase his university-level humor. They said they have connections and can help me rectify my workplace issues. Xie Mi interjects, I said no, because I am in a government position. Puff, it is a double whammy. If one is in a government position, even a domineering CEO cannot do much. What a formidable adversary to the CEO narrative. Stop. Director Neo urgently calls for a halt, sensing the story veering off course. He promptly changes the prompt to I and my crush. I and them allows for endless creativity, while I and my crush surely cannot go astray. As we all know, the atmosphere with a crush is often filled with tension and ambiguity. This time, the order is shuffled, yet Su Shuangrong is still first. She shyly begins, I and my crush went on our first date to the amusement park. Director Neo nods in satisfaction. An amusement park is a romantic and sweet location, making for an excellent opening. Next is Qiu Qingye, who nonchalantly crosses his legs, dismissively stating, do I really need to have a crush with my conditions? How dare he question this? Before Director Neo can respond, Lai Bixuan rolls her eyes, declaring with his average looks he will hardly have a chance at a decent meal in this lifetime. I'll take over. Lu Wuxing, as Qiu Qingye's on-screen partner, lends a hand. We played many rides together and ultimately went to the haunted house. Director Neo's eyes light up. A haunted house is perfect. Couples often generate physical contact in dark, thrilling environments. Yu Jinche, as expected, continues, the crush frightened, hid in my embrace. Director Neo's eyes brim with tears of excitement. Finally, the moment of ambiguity is upon us. However, I twist away and escape through his legs. Director Neo? Silence envelopes the room as everyone simultaneously turns to the culprit of this escape. Xie Mi, only Shinru watching, cannot contain his laughter, asking, Xie teacher, are you a weasel? The story of Runtu and the magpie has driven me to madness. So you're reciting the text here, I initially didn't even realize it, To be honest, it truly feels utterly harmonious. What do you mean by harmonious? Are you implying you are also the one who fled from your crush's legs? Help, help. Seeing the screen filled with laughter, Niu Dao knew that this time's little plan to salvage the romantic variety show had once again ended in failure. Very well, since we cannot salvage it, then let us not attempt to no more romantic variety shows, is it? Then let none be filmed. Niu Dao, now fully consumed by darkness, dragged all the staff to work overtime that night to finalize a new plan. After securing the filming location and all necessary preparations, the next morning, Niu Dao stood in the living room with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Before him sat 8 guests on the sofa. Looking around, aside from the relatively stable connection between Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye, the other connections were as tangled as a ball of yarn, although the show's popularity had long been at the top. Niu Dao, who had already achieved great success in the variety show industry and could master any type of filming, was unwilling to accept his failure in the romantic genre. He wanted to film a romantic show. He yearned for it. I have already sensed that the desire for romance among the esteemed guests is rather weak. Niu Dao maintained his smile that did not reach his eyes, demonstrating his transformation into darkness through action. Since that is the case, then let us abandon romance altogether. The viewers who had just entered the livestream early in the morning were left bewildered. I must still be asleep, time for another nap. What does a romantic variety show need if not romance? Niu Bai, you old rascal, what are you trying to pull? Wait, is this a romantic variety show? The comments were filled with question marks, and Niu Dao continued to smile without genuine delight. I hereby announce that following the Nanhai Tourism Special, the Temple Retreat Special officially begins. Now I request all esteemed guests to prepare for departure. We shall travel to the serene and detached Duanqing Temple. Allow those who are not inclined to engage earnestly in romance to experience the essence of severing emotional ties. Upon reaching this point, Niu Dao finally erupted into a maniacal laugh reminiscent of Guna La's dark deity, completely succumbing to his transformation. Since a positive approach has proven ineffective, he shall employ a negative one. All shall sever their emotional connections. Experience the sensation of yearning for the unattainable, and they shall soon discover the beauty of a romantic variety show. Ah, no doubt. Xie Mi raised her hand to interrupt his incantation and politely remarked, "You have a piece of vegetable stuck in your teeth." The laughing Niu Dao instantly fell silent, as quiet as a chicken. Chapter 68, Duanqing Temple. No interaction between genders. The group trudged along the winding mountain path, utterly exhausted, until they finally heard the distant sound of chanting and the faint ringing of bells. Ahead lay Duanqing Temple. The local resident invited by the production team explained that this was a privately owned temple. Most of the monks inside had suffered emotional wounds and held disdain for human feelings, thus voluntarily establishing this temple solely to isolate themselves from the world and sever all romantic ties. As they looked ahead, they saw the overlapping temple structures nestled among the mountains, adorned with green tiles and red bricks, exuding an antique charm. The environment appeared quite pleasant. Su Shuangrong's face lit up with delight as she smiled at Lu Wishing beside her. "I thought it would be a grueling practice, but it seems different from what we expected." Lu Wishing chimed in, smiling. "What a beautiful temple. It seems like living here would be quite comfortable. The mountain scenery is lovely too. It feels like a paradise." I thought the sudden decision to visit a temple was just Niu Dao's antics, but it seems he brought the guests out for a breather. "Really? I don't believe it." Niu Dao merely smiled in silence. So naive, utterly naive. This was the only non-conventional temple he had painstakingly found among many normal ones after a night of research. The poor guests remained oblivious to the consequences of angering the director. Ahead lay a hellish experience. The local resident led them to the temple's entrance. Su Shuangrong politely knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" Creak, the heavy stone door swung open, revealing a female monk clad in a robe, appearing to be in her 30s, with a kind and gentle demeanor. Su Shuangrong greeted her with her usual warm smile. "Hello, Master. We are from the romantic variety show team, here to check in." The female monk merely cast a fleeting glance at her eyes devoid of desire or need. The awkwardness was palpable. As Su Shuangrong's eager smile faltered slightly, Xie Mi instinctively chimed in, tuning. The female monk's sharp gaze immediately turned towards her, exuding an air of intimidation. Everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid to speak. "Oh no. It feels like the monks here are not easy to deal with. Poor Xie Mi is in for it." Ha, waiting to see Xie Mi face the consequences. The female monk regarded Xie Mi with an impassive expression and slowly said, Xie Mi replied, tuning. The female monk responded, tired. Xie Mi continued, "Sound outside." Wait, are they really continuing the conversation? Old Xie truly brings chaos wherever she goes, even the monk is infected. Clearly, the signal on this mountain is excellent. Just as it seemed the two were about to engage in a full dialogue, Niu Dao hurriedly intervened. "Hello, master, may I ask your name?" Only then did the female monk shift her gaze back, her expression growing somber. "The poor monk's Dharma name is Zhan Nan. You may call me Master Zhan Nan." Zhou Qingye grew more confident. "I know this term well. Don't all girls love to wear Zhan Nan makeup and lipsticks? It means to capture men's hearts, right?" The next moment a broomstick swiftly appeared at his neck and Master Zhan Nan's gaze turned even colder. It meant to literally slay men. Zhou Qingye's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing. Mimi Go lived up to its name. The local resident whispered an explanation. Master Zhan Nan's first boyfriend cheated on her, her second boyfriend came out as gay, her third boyfriend was married, and her fourth fiancé fled the wedding. Since then, she has harbored a deep hatred for men, hence the name Zhan Nan. Zhou Qingye gritted his teeth. Could you have mentioned this sooner? Redefining Zhan Nan? Master Zhan Nan's love history is so tumultuous. After being betrayed by men so many times, she didn't kill any, but merely named herself Zhan Nan. How kind she is. Does this temple even exist? Is this really not scripted? Ha ha ha. Our Qiu Gu is as cowardly as ever today. Niu Dao nodded in satisfaction. It seems the rumors were indeed true. Within Duanqing Temple, there existed formidable individuals. Come with me. Master Zhan Nan expressionlessly led the way. Since you are to stay here for 3 days, strict adherence to our rules is required. Any violations will have consequences. What are the rules? Xiao Jingxi inquired. Having had a night of rest, the bandages on his mouth had been removed, but his tongue still felt numb, making his speech somewhat unclear. His roommate, Eugenia, kindly translated, asking what the rules were. First rule, severing emotions. Master Zhan Nan's gaze swept over them sharply. The distance between men and women must not be less than 5 meters. No eye contact is allowed, no physical contact, and no single conversation exceeding 3 sentences. Zhou Qingye chuckled. How ridiculous. We're filming a romantic variety show. Are you joking that romance participants shouldn't interact? A flower boy like him spending all day with men, was this even livable? Master Zhan Nan coldly regarded him. I do not care what type of show you are filming, as long as you are in our temple. You must abide by our rules, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Zhou Qingye remained unconvinced. Consequences, consequences, let's see how you make me bear them. As he spoke, he reached for Lu Wishing's hand. Lu Wishing cursed in her heart but maintained her smile for the sake of appearances. Just as Qiu Qingye's hand was about to touch her, a swift rabbit struck. A nimble male monk suddenly appeared, kicking Qiu Qingye away, then flipping him onto the ground, with his index and middle fingers pressed together. He jabbed forcefully. 1,000-year kill. Everyone shuddered. Ah. The entire valley echoed with Qiu Qingye's piercing scream. I can't believe Qiu Gu is getting punished. Upstairs, could you organize your language a bit better? This is making me tense. Pain, it hurts so much. The professionally trained cameraman had clearly gained experience this time. The moment the scene unfolded, they immediately raised the camera to avoid the risk of the live stream being shut down. Niu Dao, along with all the male staff, covered their mouths and retreated, all the while displaying a satisfied smile. This Duanqing temple was truly the right choice. Ding, the emotional severance test officially begins at the commentary. Audible only to the audience echoed once more. For 3 days and 2 nights, the guests, who usually cohabited, would be confined to Duanqing Temple, where all interactions between genders were strictly forbidden. Would they exhibit withdrawal symptoms? Becoming anxious, irritable, and emotionally unstable? Stay tuned. Oh ho, so this is Niu Dao's intention. What should we do? I am truly looking forward to it. They usually spend time together, and this time deliberately separating them may evoke unexpected feelings. A distance indeed breeds beauty, and I, Niu Dao, must confess that you are a genius. Chapter 69. This battle is exhilarating. Qiu Qingye selflessly demonstrated the terrifying consequences of breaking rules within this temple. The other guests fell silent, maintaining a 5-meter distance between men and women. Ultimately, Qiu Qingye was carried away, clutching the skin of a swallow, while the others, under the guidance of the monks, retreated to their respective quarters. The accommodations for males and females were situated at the northern and southern extremes of the temple, respectively. In the female dormitory, the 4 young women diligently tended to their bedding. Lu Wuxing leisurely laid out her mattress, adorned it with her cherished pale purple bedspread, and capped it off with a sprig of purple flowers she had picked outside, instantly elevating the ambience. Elegant, truly timeless. My Lu Jie is a versatile lady of refinement. There is nothing she cannot master. Su Shuangrong opted for her fresh daisy-patterned bedding, spritzing fragrant floral perfume to dispel any unpleasant odors, and placed a small aromatherapy diffuser on her bedside, finally positioning her beloved bunny-shaped pillow on the bed. Ah, this is the bunny pillow gifted by my dear friends. Xuanchuang has kept it all this time, and it looks so pristine, a clear testament to its careful preservation. I can only sleep holding my bunny. Do girls really go to such lengths for outings? At that moment, Xie Mi, who was spreading straw on her bed, fell silent. Wasn't the temple only providing pillows and sheets? They had even brought their own bedding and mattress? Fine then. Once the straw was properly laid, she flipped the sheet over and gleefully rolled onto the bed. As the saying goes, a good bed is one that allows for rest, and she resolutely refused to succumb to bed anxiety. The comments in Xie Mi's livestream were a stark contrast. Sister Xie briefly doubted herself, then decisively accepted reality. Old Xie is all about avoiding internal strife. Indeed, our old Xie can sleep soundly even amidst a garden of flowers. Xie Mi, I'm dirty. While the three had made their beds, Lai Bingxian remained motionless. Though she too was a wealthy heiress, she was unlike Lu Wuxing, who had been instilled with virtues from a young age. Lai Bingxian had been spoiled, with her fingers never having touched a drop of labor. She found the task of making a bed beneath her. Even during previous recordings, her 4 domestic aides had always waited outside the villa, ready to assist as soon as the camera was off. Lai Bingxian frowned, her gaze sweeping the room. Let me help you. Su Shuangrong stepped forward, appearing both cautious yet driven by her innate kindness. You, a young lady, surely wouldn't know how to do this. Allow me. As she reached for the box containing Lai Bingxian's bedding, she was abruptly pushed aside. No need for your help, Lai Bingxian exclaimed. Su Shuangrong fell to the ground, her fair palm scraped, a stark red mark marring her skin, which she quickly concealed behind her back. Are you alright? Lu Wuxing hurried to assist her, but Lai Bingxian exploded in anger. Hey, what are you pretending for? I didn't even push hard, Miss Lai, she was merely trying to help you, Lu Wuxing interjected, her heart aching for Su Shuangrong. You are being too much. I said I didn't push hard. It was her own. I'm fine, Wuxing. Su Shuangrong shook her head, her smile tinged with bitterness. Let us not dwell on it. Miss Lai dislikes being criticized. Lu Wuxing frowned, helping Su Shuangrong to her feet. Lai Bingxian is truly insufferable. Seriously, does she need to stir up trouble like this? It's obvious to anyone with eyes that she has been targeting Xuanchuang the entire time. How can the production team be so blind? The rich are indeed a different breed. Our Xuanchuang has fought her way up from the bottom. Naturally, she cannot compare. This world is but a vast game for the affluent. Lai Bingxian took a deep breath. Familiar scenes flashing through her mind, rage surging within her as she lunged forward, seizing Su Shuangrong by the arm, raising her hand high. Su Shuangrong, startled, shut her eyes, the triumph in her gaze swiftly overshadowed. Slap, the hand hovered ominously in the air. Lai Bingxian turned to shout at Xie Mi, get lost. If you all trust her, then I'll take you down with her. I believe you. Xie Mi blinked innocently at her. Su Shuangrong's brow furrowed slightly as she opened her eyes. Lai Bingshuan's furious expression faltered as she regarded Xie Mi. You believe me, the Xie Mi sighed inwardly. Lai Bingxian, the villainess from the original story, raised in pampered luxury. Her temperament, spoilt and willful, had mastered the art of wielding power to its fullest, undeniably deserving of her notorious reputation. However, having been educated in a prominent family, how far could her lack of decorum extend? At the very least, she understood that one must give to receive. In high school, she commanded her classmates to complete her assignments, offering them cash in return. In college, when she sought to join a club that had filled its spots, she would throw money at those already selected to relinquish their positions for her. Too lazy to bend down, she would have her assistant tie her shoes, yet she paid them a hefty salary of 10,000 yuan. But the narrative twisted in public perception. Lai Bingxian was labeled as someone who made others do her homework, stole spots from her peers, and acted entitled, all while she remained indifferent, for those around her only dared to gossip behind her back. That was until Su Shuangrong entered the picture. In high school, Su Shuangrong enrolled in her prestigious school as an exemplary student when she noticed Su Shuangrong's excellent grades and beautiful handwriting. She resorted to her usual tactics, throwing money at Su Shuangrong to have her complete assignments. To her surprise, Su Shuangrong hurled the money back at her, shouting that even the poor have dignity, and rejected her. Lai Bingxian did not pay it any heed. If Su Shuangrong refused, she could simply find someone else. However, from that day forth, Su Shuangrong became the target of bullying, with rumors circulating that she was the mastermind behind it all. Initially, Lai Bingxian was too lazy to respond, but as the rumors intensified, even reporters covering anti-bullying initiatives came to the school for interviews, prompting the principal to summon her for a discussion. She called Su Shuangrong to testify. Yet Su Shuangrong merely looked at her in fear, trembling as she attempted to explain, but her words fell woefully short, drawing even more disdainful gazes from the reporters. For the first time, Lai Bingxian experienced the taste of being wronged, leading her to strike Su Shuangrong in public, thereby solidifying her image as a bully. Subsequently, with the help of an anti-bullying organization, Su Shuangrong transferred schools, eventually gaining admission to a film academy, re-emerging as a star on the screen. Watching the person who had once wronged her thrive so splendidly filled Lai Bingxian with resentment, compelling her to join this program to vex Su Shuangrong at all costs. Unfortunately, Lai Bingxian bore a rather dim-witted label. Su Shuangrong could easily provoke her, and in her rage-driven actions to harm Su Shuangrong, she remained entirely unaware of her own manipulation. To be honest, Xie Mi had initially no intention of involving herself in their conflict. However, having been a black fan of Su Shuangrong prior to her transmigration, she smiled faintly at Lai Bingxian. I know you're anxious, but do not rush. Then she released Lai Bingshuan's grip, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to Su Shuangrong. Slap. Now, this battle is exhilarating. Chapter 70. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for such actions. Slap. With that, silence enveloped the room. Lai Bingxian stared at her in shock, Lu Wuxing's eyes wide with disbelief, while Su Shuangrong bore a vivid handprint upon her face. The audience in the livestream were equally taken aback by Xie Mi's sudden move. The first to react were Su Shuangrong's fans, who immediately unleashed a torrent of curses upon Xie Mi, the comments section overflowing with vitriol. Yet, Xie Mi merely rolled her wrist nonchalantly, a radiant smile gracing her lips that felt good. She had long wished to deliver that slap. She bore no disdain for those who climbed the ranks through their own efforts. But if one ascends by stepping on others, then that is simply unacceptable. Why? Su Shuangrong's eyes reddened, tears stubbornly clinging to her lashes. I have not wronged you. Why do you assist Miss Lai in striking me? Is it merely because she belongs to the Lai family? She cupped her face, feigning a victim's demeanor, yet a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. She had long struggled to find a way to confront Xie Mi, and now she finally had the opportunity to expose Xie Mi to public condemnation. Slap. Xie Mi countered with another slap, disrupting Su Shuangrong's thoughts. I need a reason to hit you. She blinked innocently, a smile on her face, yet her eyes glimmered with a calmness that suggested indifference. Su Shuangrong suddenly panicked, retreating behind Lu Wuxing in desperation. Wait, almost forgetting that Xie Mi was utterly unafraid of public opinion. Lu Wuxing suddenly took 2 steps to the side, distancing herself from Su Shuangrong's plea for help. Su Shuangrong gazed at her in disbelief, while Lu Wuxing merely offered her an apologetic glance. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for acting this way. Su Shuangrong? It's coming. In the meantime, Xie Mi had rolled up her sleeves and was striding toward her, laughing maniacally. Actually, in my next life, I want to be an octopus, as I could use all 8 arms to hit people non-stop. Though I only have 2 arms in this life, I will do my utmost to try to watch closely. Su Shuangrong, in a panic, pushed her away. Unexpectedly, Xie Mi was propelled 10 meters back, rolling twice before crashing into the wall and losing consciousness on the spot. Su Shuangrong, Teacher Xie, Lu Wuxing rushed forward first, her urgency far surpassing her earlier concern for Su Shuangrong. Lai Bingxian immediately grew frantic. Are you crazy? You pushed her so hard, you could have killed her. But I didn't push that hard, did I? Su Shuangrong was left somewhat dumbfounded. The barrage of comments in the livestream had already descended into chaos. Is this a deliberate move? They've pushed people away like that. What a farce. How could my Shuangrong have such strength? Even if she really did push someone, so what? When Xie Mi was frantically attacking my Xuanxuang, why did no one say anything? Huh, wasn't there a crowd just now cursing old Xie? Now suddenly no one has anything to say? Xuanxuang has already stated she didn't use any force. Are you all deaf? Xie Mi did it on purpose, sword or no sword. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Just as Su Shuangrong finished speaking, Xie Mi abruptly opened her eyes, stood up, and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Indeed, you truly did not exert force. I was merely pretending. Su Shuangrong, who had been pondering how to argue her case, suddenly froze, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. No, she had fallen into a trap. It turns out that even a person with mediocre acting skills, when given a gentle push, can still be sent flying 10 meters away. Just like when Miss Lai claimed she hadn't exerted force, yet you fell heavily to the ground. Doesn't that scene feel rather familiar? While this exchange unfolded, Xie Mi had already approached Su Shuangrong, her eyes glimmering with a playful smile. Don't misunderstand, I'm not insinuating anything. Oh my, why does this scene feel so familiar? Familiar? Xie Mi is merely arguing for the sake of it. Just because she pretends doesn't mean Xuanxuang is also pretending. What rationale is there for that? Yet when Lai Bingxian claimed she hadn't used any force, everyone was cursing her. Now that Su Shuangrong says she hasn't used any force, you all say it's Xie Mi pretending to it's always about Su Shuangrong. Isn't it? I see through it now. Old Xie is purely avenging Lai Bingxian, though she is a bit mad. She wouldn't strike someone without reason. Clearly Xuanxuang was the one being bullied. How is it old Xie helping Lai Bingxian? Can you all rationalize your logic? Xie Mi simply dislikes Xuanxuang. I think this all ties back to the earlier CP drama with Xiao Rong. She has been holding a grudge against Xuanxuang since being criticized. 666. All your logic hinges on the notion that Su Shuangrong was bullied, but was she really bullied? Let me analyze the logic. It's known that Lai Bingxian and Su Shuangrong have a poor relationship. However, under these circumstances, Su Shuangrong took the initiative to offer help to Lai Bingxian, even going so far as to assist with her luggage. If Lai Bingxian already disliked Su Shuangrong, it would be reasonable for her to refuse contact with her belongings. Couldn't we interpret this as Su Shuangrong provoking Lai Bingxian? Finally, someone gets it. I wanted to say earlier, regardless of who was pretending during that push, it was indeed Su Shuangrong who instigated the conflict. Lai Bingxian initially ignored her. Forget it, I'll just blindly support Sister Xie. The comments erupted into a frenzy, and both Lu Wuxing and Lai Bingxian began to comprehend the implications of Xie Mi's actions. Only Su Shuangrong continued to feign composure, stubbornly biting her lip as she declared, Teacher Xie, I did not pretend, nor would I stoop to such behavior. It matters not. Xie Mi shrugged. I've already stated that slapping you requires no justification. Just think of it as my sudden whim to slap you. Doesn't that make you feel better? Su Shuangrong's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to argue further, but Xie Mi had already begun to disregard the situation, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. With Xie Mi's indifference towards her image, fame, and the abundance of criticism directed at her, she seemed utterly invulnerable, now that Xie Mi and Lai Bingxian stood united. Su Shuangrong needed to seek allies. Wuxing. Su Shuangrong glanced at her roommate, her eyes reddening. This was the friend she had actively approached since the start of the program, diligently nurturing their friendship, sharing heartfelt conversations each night before sleep. She couldn't. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for doing this, Lu Wuxing declared. Su Shuangrong, what else with this blatant favoritism? Lu Wuxing looked at her apologetically. Shuangrong, it's not that I don't believe you. I am honestly a bit confused. I don't know who is right between you and Miss Lai, but Teacher Xie's actions must have their reasons enough already. Chapter 71. Abbot, Xiao Jingxi passes a note to the female contestant. Teacher Xie must have her reasons for this. Lu Wuxing's favoritism exposed. Turns out Lu Wuxing is also a fan of Xie. No one expected that the conflict involving Xie Mi, Lai Bingxian, and Su Shuangrong would culminate in Lu Wuxing trending on social media. Lu Wuxing's repeated declarations that Teacher Xie must have her reasons quickly garnered attention. Netizens began to comb through previous episodes, uncovering hints of a deeper connection. Some even compiled videos promoting the Xie Mi Lu Wuxing, counting the times Lu Wuxing secretly watched Xie Mi. Featured clips of Lu Wuxing stealing glances at Xie Mi. That glance made my heart flutter. Highlighted Xie Mi's unexpected entrance during a simulated blind date, where she fiercely defended Lu Wuxing against her date. Xie Mi Lu Wuxing, unrequited love is a chaotic affair. Compiled moments where Lu Wuxing attempted to engage Xie Mi but missed opportunities. Xie Mi and Lu Wuxing sweet moments compilation. She's in a frenzy. She's laughing. Collected instances of Xie Mi's wild antics while Lu Wuxing watched with amusement. Thus, netizens were astonished to discover that they had overlooked this undercurrent all along. Upon revisiting earlier moments, it became clear that Lu Wuxing had long held a subtle admiration for Xie Mi, one that even Xie Mi herself had failed to recognize. Little sleepyhead. I've finally found a CP to ship in this show. Is this even allowed? Not forgetting the one who pulls the strings, the false sisterhood, Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing, the genuine sisterhood, Xie Mi and Lu Wuxing, she's puppy, it sounds nice. But isn't it just a backstab? Clearly she usually plays well with Su Shuangrong, yet suddenly speaks up for Xie Mi, how disgusting. Strong bro, stop pretending. I've noticed a detail, during the room selection. Lu Wuxing ranked high and intended to choose a single room on the second floor, but it was Su Shuangrong who suggested they share a room, leading to their current roommate status. All chips gone, at first glance, Lu Wuxing and Su Shuangrong seem to get along well, but it feels more like a courteous sisterhood. Meanwhile, Lu Wuxing's gaze towards Xie Mi reveals genuine concern. I'll make you see stars. Could it be that Lu Wuxing doesn't want to play with Xie Mi? Rather, Xie Mi simply hasn't noticed Lu Wuxing's desire to connect? One punch for you, double the joy for the chefs. I'm a fan of Lu but find Xie's sister quite interesting. If Lu could join Xie's sister, I'd celebrate like it's New Year. Pure-hearted Big Mama Monkey, one can the fans of Xie help summon her? Our Lu genuinely wishes to be closer to her, sob, coriander exploding the earth. Alright Xie Mi. The conflict was instantly overshadowed by the rising popularity of the Cielu CP. As Shuang fans desperately tried to elevate the hashtag Xie Mi angrily slapping Su Shuangrong to trending status, yet they were outmatched by the fervor of CP supporters. Alas, the juxtaposition of a gentle lady fan with a wild celebrity persona is undeniably appealing. Su Shuangrong, hiding in the bathroom to check social media trends, nearly exploded with frustration. Since the program began, she had been investigating Lu Wuxing's preferences and had consistently aligned herself with Wuxing's values. Logically, given the time invested in nurturing their friendship, Lu Wuxing should regard her as the best friend in the show. Yet, why did Lu Wuxing suddenly hold Xie Mi in higher esteem after she defended her against a date? With Lu Wuxing's calm and gentle demeanor, she wouldn't typically be incited by a mere date teacher. Are you ready? The female PD outside urged. Su Shuangrong hurriedly tucked her phone away and opened the door. Saying, alright, I'm coming. The PD, noticing Su Shuangrong's still reddened eyes, couldn't help but sigh. Everyone in the production team had witnessed the ruckus, yet determining who was right or wrong proved challenging. As both sides presented conflicting accounts, making it impossible to take a stance without offending one party. It was now the time for meditation at the temple. The 8 guests gathered in the meditation hall. Forbidden from any interaction between genders, finding their cushions, they began to sit in silence. The abbot sat at the front and beckoned them. Thus, the 4 male guests sat on one side, while the 4 female guests sat on the other. Commencing their meditation. To the abbot's left and right sat 2 monks. The female monk was the one who had led them in earlier, known as the manslaying master, while the male monk, called womanslaying, was likewise known as the womanslaying master. As the monotonous sounds of Buddhist chants filled the air, the 2 masters began reciting sutras. The womanslaying master proclaimed, "The wise do not fall into the river of love. The solitary king strives relentlessly." The manslaying master continued, "Modern women do not bow down meekly for trivial matters of the heart." The womanslaying master added, "If a woman is dependable, a sow can climb a tree. Trust in women, and misfortune shall follow you all your days." The manslaying master concluded, "If a woman believes in declarations of love, I need not read her poem, she shall be divorced 8 times in her life." The crowd, "This is hardly a sutra, it's merely a rejection of romantic folly." Alright, I thought I could meditate, but this has me laughing instead. I see this woman-slaying master has quite the backstory. This is hilarious. Are they really going to come to blows? Just as the words were spoken, they indeed began to brawl. The 2 monks grew increasingly agitated as they recited, abruptly standing and engaging in a scuffle. Caught in the middle and occasionally receiving a few jabs, the abbot appeared quite accustomed to the commotion. After a considerable effort to mediate, he finally allowed the 2 individuals to return to their original positions and proceeded to explain. Under normal circumstances, male and female monks must meditate separately. However, today is an exception due to the filming of your program. This is not our usual practice. At this point, he emphasized once more, we truly do not operate this way. Everyone, continue your meditation, do not let your minds be disturbed, not our usual practice, I assure you. The abbot must be quite exhausted. It's evident this is the temple of severed affections. Enough said, I'm signing my best friend up. As silence descended once more, only the faint sound of Buddhist chants lingered in the meditation hall. Yet, as time progressed, the 3 seated monks maintained their meditative postures. While several guests below began to fidget restlessly, after half an hour, it was clear that most individuals struggled to remain still. The moment Lu Wuxing opened her eyes, she noticed Zhou Qingye casting flirtatious glances in her direction, prompting her to silently close her eyes again. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxi furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Xie Mi and Su Shuangrong. He had heard rumors of a recent altercation, supposedly involving Lai Bingxian and Su Shuangrong, with Xie Mi intervening on Lai Bingxuan's behalf against Su Shuangrong. Given Su Shuangrong's gentle nature, she would never instigate trouble. It was clear that Lai Bingxian had sought confrontation. Perhaps Xie Mi harbored resentment towards Su Shuangrong due to their previous CP pairing. prompting him to lash out. Although Xie Mi acted on his behalf, Su Shuangrong remained blameless. Reflecting on this, Xiao Jingxi seized the opportunity when the abbot was distracted, snatching a piece of paper and a pen from the table before tossing a note towards Xie Mi. Just then, a hand shot out to intercept the note. Frowning, Xiao Jingxi turned to find Xin Zhaoqing smiling at him, rewriting a note right before his eyes and tossing it out. He then declared, "Abbot, Xiao Jingxi is secretly passing notes to the female guests." Chapter 72, The False Victim, Xiao Qingye, the True Victim. Xiao Jingxi. Abbot, Xiao Jingxi is secretly throwing notes to the female guests. As Xin Zhaoqing's words hung in the air, Xiao Jingxi's expression visibly shifted to one of alarm, and he instinctively sought to explain. However, the three seated monks had already turned their sharp gazes upon him. "You little rascal. The case is cracked. Mr. Xin is doing charity to accumulate virtue, given his severe lack of it. Old Shin's accusation has me in stitches. He sounds like a 3-year-old. Why does Xin Zhaoqing always seem to target Jingxi? Is he jealous? I'm dying of laughter. Is old Shin jealous of his height or his wealth?" The abbot picked up the note that had fallen to the floor and unfolded it. Upon reading its contents, he hesitated before reciting aloud, "Xie Mi, let us play 1 2 3 wooden man. I lost because I was moved. Oh my heavens." Xie Mi, seated across, clutched his heart in exaggerated agony, grimacing, "Buddy, you're like a gushing oil field." "Director Niu, can I consider this a work-related injury?" The others bore expressions of barely contained laughter. Xiao Jingxi's face turned crimson, and he hastily protested, "That was not written by me. I saw it, you know." Beside him, Xin Zhaoqing propped his chin on his hand, his dark eyes glimmering with mischief. "So even the illustrious Xiao Jingxi can lie, huh?" The teasing tone was unmistakable. Xiao Jingxi's mouth twitched. "I assure you, I did not write that." "Is that so? Then which note did you write?" "Very well, I've fallen into their trap." During this exchange, two figures loomed over him. Xiao Jingxi flinched, slowly raising his head to find the male and female monks flanking him. Akin to the grim specters of the underworld, poised to claim his fate. "You claim this note is not yours. Then what was the content of the note you originally penned?" the male monk inquired with a stoic expression. Xiao Jingxi fell silent, and after a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. I wrote this note." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt the mocking gaze of Xin Zhaoqing beside him. Nearly biting his teeth to pieces in frustration, the male monk snickered derisively. "Knowing the rules of our temple, you still dared to write love notes to female guests. It seems you are prepared to accept the consequences." Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi recalled something, his expression shifting. "Wait, hold on." The elusive male monk reappeared, delivering a swift kick that sent Xiao Jingxi tumbling out of the meditation hall, followed by the familiar sound of his pained cries. To spare the esteemed actor any embarrassment and due to the inappropriateness of the scene for broadcast, the cameraman refrained from following. However, everyone was acutely aware of what had transpired. To this day, we remain oblivious to the content of the note Xiao Jingxi wrote. Since he dares not speak, it must be more scandalous than old Shin's cheesy pickup line. I genuinely concern myself with whether Xiao Jingxi was truly harmed. After all, he is an esteemed actor. Will he be alright? He should be fine. After all, an actor does not solely rely on his skin for performance. Once the meditation concluded, Xin Zhaoqing tore the note containing the message. "Xie Mi, I'll be waiting for you in the rear hall after recording tonight. We need to talk," into shreds, and discarded it into the trash bin. The guest's ordeal was far from over. After enduring a tedious period of meditation that left their legs numb, lunch consisted solely of vegetarian fare, greens, tofu, and plain steamed buns. They attempted to voice their discontent to the production team, only to be met with a staunch rebuttal, asserting that this was the standard dietary regimen of the temple, rendering their protests futile. Thus, the guests nibbled on their buns before retreating to their quarters for an afternoon rest. Even those unaccustomed to napping were compelled to lie down and rest their eyes. As phones were confiscated during this time, in the afternoon, labor commenced. Each participant was assigned their respective tasks. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing were sent to weed and water the flowers in the backyard. Li Bingxian and Xie Mi were tasked with fertilizing and pest control in the front courtyard's vegetable garden. Meanwhile, the unlikely duo of Qiu Qingye and Xiao Jingxi found themselves digging through the muck behind the temple for fertilizer. Xin Zhaoqing and Yu Jincheng were assigned to greet visitors coming to the temple for worship. "Wait, could you repeat what my task is?" Qiu Qingye's lips twitched in disbelief after enduring the morning's events. His rear still ached, and standing left him trembling, unable to stand straight. Xiao Jingxi, who was leaning on him for support, clearly felt the same, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of composure. Though sweat dripped from his forehead, the male monk cast a casual glance in their direction, delivering the crushing verdict, "Shovel manure. I've truly had enough," Qiu Qingye bellowed, slamming the carrying pole onto the ground and pointing an accusatory finger at the crew behind the camera. "I am done filming. Get someone to take me away right now. I can't stand this hellhole for another moment. Damn it." Director Niu's demeanor remained unyielding. "Mr. Qiu, you signed a contract prior to filming. Guests must unconditionally comply with the production team's arrangements and cannot leave midway. To hell with that. I'm not filming, and that is final." Qiu Qingye tore off his robe and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, stormed out, his protests echoing as the crew scrambled to restrain him, but he was as stubborn as a mule, introducing the male guest who has lost his mind.
Excuse me, is this show called Transformations?
The ensuing plot sees Brother Chio recklessly escaping despite the crew's attempts to stop him, only for them to later find him, whereupon he repents and tearfully embraces the monks.
I'm dying of laughter. You know what I mean.
The aftermath saw Chio Chingye screeching as he dashed down the mountain, while the production team chased after him in a state of disbelief, igniting a chaotic pursuit. However, director Neo showed no signs of panic over the unfolding incident, rather he appeared completely unfazed. He had anticipated the guests' breakdowns when arranging this grueling schedule. The more desperate they became, the more they would appreciate the charm of previous romantic variety shows. As for the matter of Mr. Chio, we will retrieve him. You all carry on, director Neo instructed. Seeing this, the male monk turned back to the remaining 7 guests. We may now commence our labor, Xiaojingxi? Having already been subjected to the indignity of shoveling manure, he now faced the prospect of doing so alone. Given Chio Chingye's departure, perceiving his incredulous stare, the male monk nodded, delivering the fatal blow. No doubts. You will do it alone. Xie Mi, standing nearby, reveled in his misfortune. Unbeknownst to him, the monk continued, hurry up and get it to the vegetable garden. They are waiting for fertilization. Xie Mi, 6.So this manure must pass through her hands. The 4 groups set off to complete their assigned tasks, while Xiaojingxi, feigning calmness yet trembling with each step, bore a particularly dismal figure as he trudged along with the carrying pole.
The false victim, Chio Chingye, the true victim, Xiaojingxi. Xiaojingxi, I truly appreciate it.
Chapter 73, Late Night Snacking is not just greed. Labor time commenced, and each group faced its own predicaments. Xiaojingxi, donned in 5 layers of masks, stood before the manure pit, desperately suppressing his urge to vomit, unable to muster the courage to approach. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing stood helplessly before a patch of weeds. Clearly out of their depth, Shen Zhaoqing and Yu Jinchang welcomed visitors in the front hall, inadvertently causing those seeking to sever emotional ties to forsake their vows on the spot, creating quite a ruckus. Lai Bingxian stood before the vegetable garden, her brow furrowed in frustration, wishing to protest on the spot. It became evident that subjecting a group of affluent young men and women to such labor was nothing short of torture. Yet, this was precisely the production team's intention. However, an unexpected twist emerged. What, if we don't finish our work by 4 o'clock, we won't have any food? Upon hearing this news, Xie Mi gasped in shock. Immediately seizing a hoe and dashing into the vegetable garden, furiously tilling the soil, damn the production team, if you dare to let me go hungry, I'll stick a hairdryer up your behind and alternate the temperatures. At this proclamation, the entire crew instinctively tightened their posteriors, discreetly retreating a couple of steps. Oh, gluttonous child, indulge yourself, who can out-eat you? The temptation of dinner, while others say that pricking is merely for amusement.
Sister Xie claims she truly knows how to do it.
During the frenzied weeding session of Xie Mi, Lai Bingxian remained outside the vegetable garden motionless, her face was a mask of disdain. What nonsense!
Do they really expect me to weed? The production team, fully aware of Lai Bingxian's likely resistance, had prepared to document the ensuing conflict. They watched as Lai Bingxian, grumbling, picked up a hoe and stepped into the vegetable patch. The production team, let's be clear, I'm only worried about not having dinner tonight, don't read too much into it. Squatting beside Xie Mi, Lai Bingxian began to weed though her tone was stiff. Xie Mi looked at her in confusion. What was she overthinking? Nothing. If I'm not mistaken, is Lai Bingxian acting tsundere?
Lai Bingxian, who won't even make her own bed, has begun weeding. Is this not love?
Ah, this shrimp ice Xie pairing, I'm shipping it already. Alright, you will come up with a CP name.
To increase the challenge for each group, the production team deliberately set up minor unexpected situations to delay their progress. Su Shuangrong and Lu Wuxing's group encountered a lost child crying for their mother. Xiaojingxi's group faced a young man heartbroken and about to leap into a dung pit. Shen Ruoqing and Yu Jinch's group came across a quarreling couple. Meanwhile, Xie Mi and Lai Bingxian encountered an elderly lady with mobility issues desperately searching for her spouse. As each group's progress stalled, they were reminded that if they didn't finish their tasks by 4 o'clock, they would go without dinner. The test had officially begun. Did you and your spouse get lost in this temple? Lai Bingxian asked the elderly lady, furrowing her brow. However, the elderly lady seemed hard of hearing. For every 10 words Lai Bingxian spoke, she could only comprehend 1, creating a barrier in their communication. As time ticked away, Lai Bingxian grew increasingly impatient and shouted, I said, do you remember where you and your spouse got lost?
The elderly lady, this is a striking sense of DJVU. Oldshen, is that you Voldshen?
Encountering such situations when pressed for time truly drives one to despair. The production team knows how to torment people. Just as Lai Bingxian was at her wit's end, Xie Mi made a grand entrance, without a word, discarding her hoe and scooping up the elderly lady to run off, leaving Lai Bingxian with a parting remark, stay here.
ILL ride the old lady to find her spouse. Ride what? Support the elderly lady in finding her spouse. The elderly lady was unable to articulate her thoughts, so Xie Mi opted not to pry further and instead took the elderly lady on a thorough tour of the temple. Passing by the front hall, they spotted the quarreling couple, paused to munch on some melon seeds, and immediately intervened to mediate. When they reached the back garden, they noticed the lost child and enthusiastically pointed the way. Claiming to have seen the child's mother near the meditation room, before departing nonchalantly. As they passed the dung pit at the back mountain, they encountered the despondent young man, and without hesitation, Xie Mi set down the elderly lady to rush over and prevent him from jumping into the dung pit. Ultimately, Xie Mi found the elderly lady's spouse waiting in the dining room for their meal, successfully reuniting the couple before triumphantly returning to the vegetable garden. The production team fell into deep contemplation. This teacher Xie, where did she find all that energy? Ha ha, I'm laughing uncontrollably. It appears she completed not just one task but effectively 4. This girl can really run. So it turns out you single-handedly finished the tests for all 4 groups. Production team, may I ask? With Xie Mi's assistance, each group smoothly completed their tasks before 4 o'clock. At this moment, Zhou Qingye was also summoned back by the production team. He showed no signs of regret over his failed escape. Instead, wearing a smug expression, Xiao Jingxi, who had labored all afternoon in the dung, suddenly understood Zhou Qingye had never intended to truly run. He simply sought to evade the dung duty for a time. Leaving all the hardship to others, this realization birthed resentment in Xiao Jingxi towards Zhou Qingye. Observing this scene, Xie Mi couldn't help but reflect in the original text, Xiao Jingxi and Zhou Qingye had become good friends. And later, it was Zhou Qingye who continuously aided Xiao Jingxi in pursuing Su Shuangrong. The plot has certainly taken an unexpected turn. After an afternoon of toil, dinner still consisted of bland vegetarian fare. With phones being collected for lights out at 8 o'clock and a 5 o'clock wake-up call the next morning, breakfast was vegetarian, morning involved meditation, lunch was vegetarian, afternoon continued with labor, dinner was vegetarian, and lights out at 8. This grueling schedule persisted for 2 days, leaving the guests in utter despair. Meanwhile, the audience was thoroughly entertained, celebrity suffering chronicles so captivating. Has anyone compared their appearance before and after? They visibly looked more haggard? Ha ha! The production team has truly gone to great lengths. For these 2 days, the men and women were completely separated with zero interaction, turning a dating show into a monastic retreat. No worries. I will find my own sweetness. Has no one noticed that old Shin has been secretly watching old Xie all along? This forbidden glance under the ban on interaction feels even more shipworthy. Ah. Will they really not meet secretly outside? At 9 o'clock that evening, the temple was enveloped in silence. To align with the temple's schedule, the production team wrapped up filming early at 8 and retired for the night. However, a sneaky figure appeared at the entrance of the dining room. Having developed a habit of midnight snacking at the villa, Xie Mi made her anticipated appearance, but was halted by the chain locking the dining room door. Xie Mi, what else with the 10 locks just because I snuck a few buns last night? Suddenly, a clear laughter echoed behind her, accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves in the breeze. Creating a melodious atmosphere, Xie Mi turned to see Shenru watching clad in a thin sweatshirt, lazily leaning against a pillar, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Teacher Xie is truly disciplined, managing to sneak snacks every night without fail. To this, Xie Mi earnestly replied, some people crave food at midnight because in ancient times, guardians of the tribe had to maintain their strength to fend off nocturnal beasts, thus, those who snack at night are not gluttons but heroes awakened by their lineage. Upon hearing this, Shenru watching could not contain his laughter, his chest gently heaving with amusement. Xie Mi, startled, rushed to cover his mouth. Brother, there are monks patrolling at night. In the distance, shadows flickered, prompting Xie Mi to hurriedly pull in behind the pillar. Her eyes darting around cautiously, they both knew the consequences of breaking the rules in this temple, as Zhou Qingye and Xiao Jingxi had already experienced. Thump thump thump, Shenru watching's heartbeat resonated loudly, as if it would burst from his chest and echo in her ears. Unable to endure any longer, Xie Mi raised her head to speak. If you're truly this timid, don't sneak out at night, you. Shenru watching pressed her head back down. They're coming. At Xie Mi immediately fell silent, remaining as still as a chicken, yet, she failed to notice the flicker of emotions and the slight reddening of Shenru watching's ears in the shadows, when the monk's footsteps finally faded. Xie Mi let out a sigh of relief, glancing regretfully at the tightly locked dining room door. Failed to sneak a snack. I'll take my leave. As she turned to escape, Shenru watching blocked her path. Wait. He smiled, let's continue the midnight snack. In a secluded corner of the temple, Shenru watching effortlessly climbed over the wall due to his height and long legs, extending his hand towards her. Come. Xie Mi shook her head. Then, with determination, climbed up like a gecko, successfully reaching the top. No big deal. Shenru watching clicked his tongue. Alright. He gracefully jumped down and extended his hand to catch her. Come. Xie Mi stood up and leaped down, executing a mid-air backflip before landing triumphantly. No big deal. Shenru watching was left amused. I find you quite interesting. It seems she had mastered the art of being single. Thankfully, he was already accustomed to this. Pursuing others might require good family background, appearance, and character, but pursuing her mainly required a good mindset. Shinru watching led her through winding paths, finally stopping amidst some grass, lifting a cover to reveal a large bag of snacks hidden inside. Xie Mi's eyes sparkled, nearly transforming her into a wild beast on the spot. However, Shinru watching gently pressed her forehead to halt her. You can have some, but I have conditions. Are reasonable, Xie Mi immediately declared. As long as I can have this bag of snacks, I'll agree to anything. Luxury cars, mansions, you name it. Shinru watching chuckled. So you plan to take both food and favors, huh? Xie Mi laughed sheepishly. So what are your conditions? I'll tell you once I think of something. Deal. Though this was a somewhat risky agreement without clear terms, the allure of food was too tempting to resist. Xie Mi eagerly devoured a chicken leg, tears of excitement nearly spilling from her eyes. Where did you get all this? In contrast to her ravenous appetite, Shinru watching casually nibbled on a lollipop. His eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. I secretly asked some patrons to buy them during the day, Xie Mi quickly inquired. I've heard patrons really like you. Shinru watching felt a stir within. A smile curling at his lips. You, so can they bring more tomorrow, huh? The summer nights in the mountains reveal stars more vividly than in the city, the star-studded sky resembling a galaxy woven from fine grains of sand. Radiating romance, suddenly green dots of light appeared in the valley, illuminating the tranquil night sky. With a chicken leg in her mouth, Xie Mi looked up to see fireflies. Shinru watching's eyes flickered slightly as he turned his head to gaze at the girl entranced by the fireflies. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Just then, the girl turned to him with a serious expression. Did you know, fireflies emit light from their behinds? Shinru watching. Wonderful, yet another display of romance shattered into pieces. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the two of them scaled the wall once more, intending to conclude their escapade discreetly. However, an unexpected roar shattered the tranquility. What are you doing? Xie Mi, startled, nearly lost her balance and fell from the wall, but was promptly steadied by Shinru watching's warm hand guiding her back up. It was then that Xie Mi recognized the source of the uproar, Xiaojingxi, yet he stood there, visibly enraged, as if he could pierce them with his glare. Are you two secretly meeting in the dead of night? Xie Mi exchanged a glance with Shinru watching, and they silently agreed to leap down from the wall and approach Xiaojingxi. Xie Mi stuffed a bag of chips into his hands while Shinru watching offered him a lollipop. Xiaojingxi, his anger still simmering, he initially believed they were attempting to bribe him with such petty gestures. However, before he could react, the two suddenly bolted in opposite directions with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. As Xiaojingxi hesitated, torn between pursuing one or the other, they had already vanished from sight, leaving only Xie Mi's loud exclamation. Someone sneaking snacks in the middle of the night. Xiaojingxi? Be a decent person. Instantly, the dark temple was illuminated, and the monks rushed out, surrounding Xiaojingxi, who was clutching chips and a lollipop. What a familiar scene. Let me explain. I'm not. Wait. That night everyone heard Xiaojingxi's anguished cries. The following day, when he appeared on camera with bloodshot eyes, the audience had already made their predictions. Let me say, Xiaojingxi was up all night reading scripts, hence the bloodshot eyes. Ah, the upstairs truly understands. Thus, the 3-day temple retreat came to an official end, and the weary guests finally departed from this merciless abode. When the abbot expressed his sorrow at their departure, they could only manage a couple of awkward laughs, politely declining a return visit. After this incident, everyone became remarkably subdued. Zhou Qingye, who had refrained from female company for 3 days, eagerly pulled Lu Wishing into conversation. Su Xuanrong took the initiative to inquire about Xiaojingxi's recent life. Xie Mi and Shinru watching chattered away, while Eugene Che and Lai Bingxian joined in. Director Niu was so moved he covered his mouth, shedding tears of joy. It worked. The detox test succeeded. With the temple experience as a stark contrast, life in the villa felt like a joyous reunion. The guests, upon returning to the villa, found each other more agreeable, and for 2 consecutive days, no incidents arose. Meanwhile, another live streaming program, Stars in Pursuit, was officially announced on the same platform. With this show featured hunters chasing after stars, with 30 celebrities participating each episode. While completing tasks, they also had to evade their pursuers, surviving within a time limit constituted task completion. Tomato TV traditionally had a practice of cross-show collaborations, and this time was no exception. Consequently, all members of Love Investigation were invited to participate in the first episode of Stars in Pursuit, Chapter 75. Even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me. On the opening day of Stars in Pursuit, fans of the 30 celebrities flooded the live broadcast room in unprecedented numbers. Finally, the long-awaited show has premiered. So many fans are ecstatic. Tomato TV has truly outdone itself, gathering so many stars. I am just concerned about how much the appearance fees cost. Everyone is here to cheer for the stars. Not me, I'm rooting for the hunters. Let us take them down. The 8 guests from Love Investigation don sportswear, blending in among the 30 stars. As Xie Mi stretched, she recalled the original text. The previous special episodes in Nanhai and the temple were not found in the source material, but Stars in Pursuit had indeed appeared before. By this point in the storyline, Xiao Jingxi had fallen for Su Shuangrong.to protect her. He escorted her throughout, even sacrificing many of their fellow guests, ultimately sacrificing himself to ensure Su Shuangrong's survival until the end. In essence, he was a tragic hero. Anyone paired with him was doomed and needed to steer clear. While lost in thought, someone approached her. "Teacher Xie, I'm your fan." Xie Mi took 2 seconds to realize he meant, "Teacher Xie, I'm your admirer. Where are you from?" The boy grinned widely. "I'm from our country. I'm a foreigner." Xie Mi glanced at his name tag, Sangzhen. She remembered seeing him recently on short video platforms. He was a rookie who had just debuted from a talent show, the Chinese representative of the boy band QAQ. Hello. Although this foreign friend struggled with Chinese, he was eager to share, switching between Chinese, English and Japanese, excitedly recounting how he became a devoted fan due to Xie Mi's spirited nature. Though Xie Mi understood only half of what he said, she still engaged with enthusiasm. "Are you getting used to being in Z country? How do you get along with your teammates? Do you need me to give you some good treats?" Sangzhen, "It's too exciting, thank you very much," she replied. "Sangzhen, you are my first foreign friend. I've decided to teach you some knowledge about Z country. Remember, an inch of time is an inch of gold, 3 inches of time is a treasure." Half concealing a peepa with one hand, and hugging 2 peepas, covering the entire face. Sangzhen, "A bit complicated," she added. "Actually, I also know a phrase in Japanese: one momentum builds up then declines, and finally exhausts, for secrets of Marseille." Sangzhen, "Sorry, I don't quite understand." "Haha, old Xie, are you teasing foreigners? What on earth is for secrets of Marseille?" I am dying of laughter. Looks like this kid found some amusement. Among the 30 celebrities featured in the program were actors, singers, models, and hosts, including seasoned veterans and freshly debuted newcomers. After several shy newcomers greeted Xie Mi, an incongruous voice broke the atmosphere. Attention-seeking. The speaker was a seasoned host, Li Yingwu, known for his sharp interviewing style. Now 48 years old, he had frequently criticized the younger generation of stars, claiming that today's traffic artists lacked talent and virtue. Merely relying on their appearances, the newcomers present timidly greeted him, only to be met with his biting remarks. "I despise those who act foolishly on variety shows to garner attention. They're not even real actors." Li Yingwu's words were clearly directed at Xie Mi, and the collective gaze fell upon her, some bewildered, others relishing the drama, and some merely spectating. "Li is a senior, but isn't that a bit harsh? Sister Xie, you've really stirred up some animosity right from the start of the show." "I think Li Gu isn't entirely wrong. Xie Mi became famous by acting silly. And before she appeared on a dating show, I didn't even know who she was." "Haha, Li Gu speaks the truth. Some people are just too sensitive. I say fandom should take it easy. Today's traffic is truly inexplicable." I'm laughing. Isn't Li Yingwu also gaining followers by criticizing traffic? If we're talking about actual talent, he wouldn't rank highly in the industry. He is throwing shade at a female star he has never met before. What kind of person is he? The comments section was in uproar, and the atmosphere on set was tense. Suddenly, a light scoff broke through. "Who says Z country has a low birth rate?" With his height advantage, Shenru watching stood out in the crowd, smirking lazily. Isn't it quite high? His gaze lingered on Li Yingwu, a smile dancing on his lips. Everyone momentarily froze, unable to react. It was the naive foreign friend who asked, "Birth rate?" Suddenly, the truth was revealed. Someone could not contain their laughter and quickly covered their mouth. Fearing any repercussions, Li Yingwu held the highest status among the seniors present, while Shenru watching was a renowned philanthropist. Neither was someone to provoke, but Xie Mi dared to confront him. She boldly approached Li Yingwu and directly inquired, "Excuse me, were you referring to me just now? Wow, this sister is so bold." "Huh, is that something you can say? I've seen many in the entertainment industry speak in ambiguous tones, but it's my first time encountering someone so straightforward." The comments are buzzing about Xie Mi. "Is this girl named Xie Mi? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen her on trending searches a lot lately." Li Yingwu's expression, already sour, darkened further, leaving him at a loss for words. "What's wrong with you?" Xie Mi, unfazed, smiled brightly. "I just think it's not very good for you to keep using terms like first-rate and second-rate. You see, even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me, right?" Li Yingwu's expression shifted drastically. The entire venue gasped in unison. Even the director appeared incredulous. Director Niu, standing next to him, maintained a calm demeanor, as if accustomed to grand scenes, with a hint of pride in his tone. "Yes, our guests are indeed that brave, director. This is just too brave. Even a second-rate you can converse with a first-rate me." Xie Mi confronts Li Yingwu, who says Z country has a low birth rate. On the very first day of Stars in Pursuit, trending topics skyrocketed, and Li Yingwu finally made the trending list after 3 years. Curious netizens flocked to witness the spectacle. "Wow, isn't that Xie Mi from Love Investigation? If I had known she was on this show, I would have definitely watched it." "Well said. I've disliked Li Yingwu for a long time. He has previously criticized my idol, relying on his status to disparage this and that. What's the difference from being an old fogey? Li Yingwu's behavior is nothing short of indulgent. He dares only to berate those newcomers with lesser fame, while he wouldn't dare to confront the top-tier stars. The smaller artists, too intimidated to retaliate, only embolden him further. Yet today, he has finally encountered someone capable of putting him in his place, who is reveling in this. I am, Chapter 76, in the presence of hunters. Everyone is a target. The filming location for this episode is the expansive 75-hectare Heisher amusement park. 30 guests must evade the hunter's pursuit for 4 hours, with survival marking their success. Being caught by a hunter results in elimination, and those eliminated must face severe penalties. After the director's speech, he pointed to the most thrilling attraction in the entire amusement park, the 360-degree swinging pendulum. The penalty consists of riding the pendulum 10 times in succession. As soon as the words left his lips, the audience collectively gasped. Setting aside the deadly height of the pendulum, merely the speed of rotation is enough to scramble one's brain after 10 consecutive rides. Good heavens, is it a washing machine? I tried it once before, and I had nightmares for 3 days upon returning. No joke, this seems quite entertaining, but if you expect me to do it 10 times in a row, forget it. I'm terrified of heights, no way. The guests lamented in unison, yet the director remained unyielding, officially opening the gates of the amusement park as the game was about to commence. What are we supposed to do now? As first-time participants in this show, everyone was bewildered, meandering about at a leisurely pace. I asked that the hunter, a young female singer, inquired. Before her stood 5 large iron cages, within which shadowy figures could be discerned. Above them, an electronic display counted down the seconds. 10, 9, 8. What on earth is that? With a sudden burst, a lithe figure dashed forward with such speed that only a blur remained in the camera's frame. Indeed, it was Xie Mi. Witnessing her swift escape, the others quickly grasped the situation and frantically scattered in all directions, though some were too late. As the countdown concluded with a loud bang, the 5 iron cages swung open, and 5 imposing hunters in black emerged, swiftly capturing several guests who could not escape in time. Was Ziki out, Yu Xiang out, Lin Yanyan out. The rapid elimination of 3 guests at the outset placed immense pressure on the remaining participants. Wait, what? Was that so fast? My brother Qi survived for merely a second? You must be joking. I specifically came to see Sister Xiang. No. Yan Yan. There must be a way to revive them, right? Don't chase me. Please, I beg you, I'll kneel before you, hunter brother. Peeking out from behind a garbage bin, Xie Mi observed a male model being relentlessly pursued by a hunter, unable to suppress a smirk. If memory serves, this fellow had been striking poses since the start, hands in pockets, exuding coolness. Now, he was reduced to a mere target, his arms flailing as he sprinted. It became evident, in the presence of hunters, everyone is a target. Why on earth is this girl hiding in a garbage bin? I thought the one hiding on the roller coaster was impressive, but this takes the cake. Girl, you really don't mind the dirt, do you? Old Xia has also become a girl now. Heart emoji. Sisters upstairs, I understand you. I just came over from the love show and was momentarily confused by the barrage of comments, nearly forgetting that Xie Jie is just a little girl. Teacher Xie. A familiar accent rang out. Xie Mi turned to see a foreigner named Sangzhen peeking out from another garbage bin. His eyes wide and innocent. Teacher Xie, can I hang out with you? How did you know I was hiding here? Curious, Xie Mi inquired. Sangzhen proudly replied, I'm your loyal follower, even if you hide in a latrine, I can find you. Thank you, Sangzhen, but please don't say that next time. Embracing the principle of friendly relations, Xie Mi accepted this foreign friend, as the game indeed did not favor solitary players, with subsequent tasks ahead. Teamwork would yield a significant advantage. Just as they prepared to hunker down together, a commotion erupted nearby, and another garbage bin was lifted. Hey, Teacher Xie. From the bin emerged a girl with beautiful almond-shaped eyes. My name is Peng Lingdang, just call me Lingdang. Peng Lingdang, a short drama actress, had greeted Xie Mi at the start and was a delightful little girl. Hello, I'm Xie. I really appreciate it. Next to them, Sangzhen peered out, looking puzzled, and noticing this, Xie Mi enthusiastically introduced him. He is Sang, the one who raps in the tree. Peng Lingdang's eyes lit up. Hello, Teacher Sang. Are you two really going to greet each other from inside a garbage bin? Rapping in a tree, who gets my random humor? Recyclables, kitchen waste, hazardous waste. Got it. Xie Mi had acquired 2 little followers, and the trio formed a temporary team with no immediate tasks at hand. Their primary objective was to avoid being caught by the hunters, so they remained securely hidden in the garbage bin. Feeling oddly reassured by the stench. As the production team assigned personnel, a phone notification rang, signaling the commencement of the first task at the Heisher amusement park. Comprises 6 zones, but currently only the carnival zone is open. To expand the activity area, you must immediately head to the entrances of the remaining 5 zones, pull down the gates, and unlock the area. A 30-minute time limit begins now. If you fail to unlock all zones before the time expires, 3 additional hunters will be deployed in your current zone. Accompanying the task was a map of the park. Xie Mi opened it for inspection. They were currently situated in the carnival zone at the heart of Heisher Amusement Park, with the remaining 5 zones surrounding it in a circle. Since the opening, 6 guests had been eliminated, leaving 24 guests who must evade the hunters while racing to the 5 zone entrances to pull down the gates. This was no simple task. Ding ding, someone created a group chat for all the guests. Li Yingguo, everyone, please report your locations in proximity to the zones. I'll assign tasks accordingly. Xiao Jingxi, I'm near the jungle adventure zone, but there are hunters nearby. Once they leave, I can go. Fan Jin, Xiangyingdi, let us go together. I'm nearby and will head over immediately. Tianwen, I'm at the magical theater. Bai Yan is with me too. One by one, the participants began reporting their locations. And Li Yingguo officially assigned tasks, mapping out the 5 zones clearly. Li Yingguo, this is a team collaboration game. Shirking tasks to hide solely for oneself is selfish. I hope some of you can grasp this concept. Li Yingguo, many have reported their locations, but some have not. I trust you know who you are. Li Yingguo, when others complete their tasks and you enjoy the fruits of their labor, I hope you don't feel too comfortable. Having reached the entrance of the Rhythm World Zone, Xie Mi observed Li Yingguo's sudden outburst in the group chat, not paying it much mind as she reached to pull down the gate. Li Yingguo, Xie Mi, must I tag you? Whoosh, the gate is pulled down. All participants received a notification from the production team. Guess Xie Mi has pulled down the gate to the Rhythm World. The Rhythm World Zone is officially open. Finally, Xie Mi had a moment to relax and replied with a simple question mark. Xie Mi, Li Yingguo retracted a message. Chapter 77, Sangzhen vowed to protect teacher Xie. The audience, observing from a godlike perspective, witnessed Xie Mi's unconventional journey through the park. With only the carnival zone open and 5 hunters simultaneously searching, the density of hunters made it nearly impossible for anyone to move freely. While others deliberated strategies in the group chat, Xie Mi had already led her 2 little companions through the greenery, crawling stealthily. 1212, a hunter appears, into the flowers. Crisis averted, they resumed their crawl. There is an obstacle ahead. Sang, check if anyone is around. Clear, let us go. To the left, a hunter is lurking. Let us change our route. There is a dog hole up ahead. Dive in. Through this venture, Xie Mi directed her companions with precision, and they executed her commands with determination, their gazes resolute as if they were pledging allegiance. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream were in stitches. The stray dogs in the park wouldn't even think of this route. You truly are a talent, huh? Are these 3 here for comedic relief? The show's entertainment value is through the roof. That boy is so adorably clueless. What does he do? He is the only foreign member of the newly debuted QAQ boy band. His name is Sangzhen. Please support QAQ. Though they're still newcomers, the future is bright. I remember Pang Lingdang transitioned from being an internet celebrity to short drama acting. I wasn't too fond of her at first, but she is surprisingly funny. Haha, these 2 newcomers are truly lucky to be following Xie Mi. Ultimately, they successfully reached the entrance of the Rhythm World Zone and pulled down the gate. Xie Mi observed Li Yingguo's erratic comments in the group chat and responded with a single question mark. Xie Mi, Li Yingguo retracted a message. Xinzhuangqing, image, Xinzhuangqing shared a screenshot of the previous chat, publicly exposing Li Yingguo's retracted message. This time, the others could no longer contain their amusement. However, constrained by the fear of directly offending Li Yingguo in front of the camera, I could only strive to recall the saddest moments of my life, forcing my lips downwards. To deepen the audience's sense of immersion. The chat interface of the guests was broadcast in real time, allowing the entire internet to witness this public execution scene. Ha, Mr. Shin is so ruthless. Li Yinglu's retreat was already hilarious, but Shinru watching's performance had me in stitches. Li Yingguo is indeed the one who excels at nothing yet considers himself the leader, absurdly assigning tasks while he himself remains hidden. How can he have the audacity to criticize Xie Mi? Fortunately, Xie Mi pulled the lever, or he would have been berated. This girl is being targeted. It's truly unfortunate. Isn't this just bullying in the entertainment industry? After successfully pulling down a gate on Xie Mi's side, other messages began to trickle in. Guest Shinru watching has activated the Scream Zone gate, officially opening the Scream Zone area. Guest Xiao Jingxi has activated the Jungle Exploration gate, officially opening the Jungle Exploration area. Guest Tianwen has activated the Magical Theater gate, officially opening the Magical Theater area. Guest Su Shuangrong has activated the Dreamland gate, officially opening the Dreamland area. Fan Jin out. Lan Feiying out, Ji Shen out. Although all gates were successfully pulled down within 28 minutes, 5 guests were eliminated in quick succession, leaving only 19 guests remaining. Xie Mi discovered the intricacies of the situation. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong had separated, contrary to the original text where they acted together throughout. However, the difference was that those around Xiao Jingxi continued to be eliminated. The one named Fan Jin was part of the team with Xiao Jingxi in the group. Indeed, one cannot team up with Xiao Jingxi. With 5 new zones opened, the scope of activities greatly expanded, yet the hunters remained at 5, granting the guests a significant advantage. Nevertheless, everyone dared not let their guard down. Diligently hiding, the second task was announced. Each guest has been set with a timed alarm. Please find the contact person within 30 minutes, provide the code, and deactivate the alarm, otherwise, the alarm will continue to ring for 30 minutes until captured by the hunter. The code has been distributed throughout the area. Please search for cards to obtain the code and find the corresponding contact person. Upon the announcement of this news, the group erupted in lamentations. If the previous task allowed for some leeway, this time it was impossible. Failure to complete the task would result in the alarm sounding, essentially locking onto the guests as targets for the hunters. With only 30 minutes to find both the code and the contact person and ensure they corresponded, it was exceedingly difficult. Pang Lingdang displayed a troubled expression. Sang Zhan looked towards Xie Mi with wide eyes. Teacher Xie, what should we do? Xie Mi decisively replied, given the limited time, we must split up, brothers. This is farewell. May we meet again in the future. She turned and stealthily scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was watching before leaping from the bushes and sprinting away. When she reached her next location and looked back, the two little followers gazed at her with wide eyes. Xie Mi, Pang Lingdang pounded her chest. I am a fan of Teacher Xie. I would live and die for Teacher Xie. Sang Zhan let out a soft howl. I sang out yen about to protect Teacher Xie. Xie Mi, please stop with the cliches. Seeing that the two had no grasp of the situation's severity, she could only helplessly explain that the probability of all three of them finding 3 cards simultaneously was far less than each searching for 1 card separately. Splitting up was the wisest choice. No, I've made up my mind. Pang Lingdang stepped forward to grasp her hand, her fervor palpable. With my lackluster abilities, I wouldn't last long without Teacher Xie. I'd rather stick with Teacher Xie a little longer and help her complete the task first. Don't worry, Teacher Xie, I'll leave right before the alarm rings. Xie Mi was immediately touched to the point of tears. Who says there is no true friendship in the entertainment industry? Sang Zhan excitedly chimed in. Me too. Emotion momentarily paused. Those who had shown Sang Zhan funny videos were dragged out for a beating. Watching a variety show has gotten me all fired up. The trio team, let's go. Today, I'll be watching you all the way. Don't split up, for goodness sake, you three have such great chemistry. 3 little teams, I'm cheering for you. In gratitude for this sincere camaraderie, Xie Mi made a decision that defied her ancestral teachings. 30 minutes, 3 codes, the ultimate challenge officially began. Not a single member of the trio could be absent. Chapter 78, If I don't survive the none shall. In the Rhythm Heaven area, the trio lay prone in the greenery, exposing only their eyes as they observed discreetly. Suddenly, a tenor singer screeched past, chased relentlessly by a cloaked hunter. Once they were a safe distance away, Xie Mi sharply withdrew her gaze. Wait here. As soon as the words left her lips, she dashed from the foliage, sprinting towards a tree on the opposite side, using all 4 limbs to scale it with remarkable agility. Her 2 little followers gazed at her with admiration from the greenery. Pang Lingdang, Teacher Xie is so cool, like a fierce bull. Sang Zhan, I think she's a flying cockroach. That compliment was not great. Please refrain from such praise next time. Not a single good word. Old Xie has at least 10 years of tree climbing experience, right? Sister, what are you doing with that beautiful body? You're a female celebrity. The female celebrity Xie Mi crouched on the tree trunk, her gaze darting around. The original text mentioned that the Rhythm Heaven area had 6 code cards, and the production team often hid them at elevated locations. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly identified several suspicious spots: streetlights, the roof of a newsstand, and floating balloons, all potential hiding places for the cards. With a target in mind, she prepared to descend when she suddenly spotted familiar figures concealed behind a statue. This card is mine to take first. Why should I give it to you? Lai Bingxian clutched the card tightly behind her. Zhou Qingye, voice low with anger, retorted, I saw it first. You suddenly rushed out to snatch it. Lu Wishing, standing beside Zhou Qingye, remained silent, evidently accustomed to such scenes. The rule is that whoever grabs it first owns it. I'm taking this one, so you two can look for the next. Lai Bingxian refused to back down. Zhou Qingye pressed harder. I won't let this card go. If you don't hand it over, I'll just take it. You dare. The barrage of comments was equally lively. Aren't they all from the same variety show? Is this an internal conflict within a romantic variety show? Is it possible they were never united? To be honest, the wisest choice right now is to quickly find the next one. Arguing here is only wasting time and drawing the hunter's attention. But it was clearly the girls who found it first. The boys saw it later. I witnessed it myself. Just because someone sees it first doesn't mean it's theirs. This is a competitive game. The girls got it, why should they give it up? I still think this girl comes off poorly. This world is just a huge Edinburgh. As tensions escalated, Zhou Qingye reached out to snatch the card. In a swift motion, Lai Bingxian headbutted Zhou Qingye's chin and then shoved the card into her mouth. Lu Wishing, who had been observing, hurriedly intervened. Miss Lai, you can't eat that. No, I love this, spit it out. Zhou Qingye lunged to pry open her mouth. Lai Bingxian was no pushover. She retaliated by seizing her shoe and striking Zhou Qingye's head. And soon they were engaged in a fierce struggle. Male and female contestants brawling? Aren't they supposed to be on a romantic variety show? Why are they so fierce? What romance? This is clearly a wild variety show. Regular viewers of romantic variety shows have grown accustomed to this. They'll behave once the hunter arrives. The barrage accurately predicted the outcome. Their commotion attracted the hunter. As the hunter approached, the three immediately panicked and fled, with Xiao Qingye sprinting especially fast, disappearing in an instant. The hunter would prioritize targets that were closer, and thus the unfortunate Lu Wuxing was captured. Lu Wuxing out. Wait, I recall this guy said at the start he would protect that ponytailed girl, letting her follow him the entire time, yet when the hunter arrived, he ran faster than anyone. This is hilarious. Xiao Qingye isn't protecting Lu Wuxing, he is using Lu Wuxing as a shield. Ha, aren't they supposed to be a couple? I saw the previous comments shipping them, yet here we are? Stop it, I'm a fan of the Xingqing couple, my heart is shattered. Leaving Lu Wuxing behind, Xiao Qingye felt no guilt and even expressed disdain for Lu Wuxing's slow pace. Shaking his head at the camera. We could have both escaped, if only Lai Bingxian had been caught, she was just too slow to keep up with my thinking. At this point, he peeked out from under the table. Surveying the surroundings, the hunter had left, but Lai Bingxian was nowhere to be found, leaving him to seek the cards anew. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He saw Lai Bingxian approaching him from a distance, closely pursued by two relentless hunters. Xiao Qingye quickly ducked back under the table, covering his mouth in glee. With two hunters on her tail, Lai Bingxian wouldn't stand a chance, yet in the next moment, the table Xiao Qingye was hiding behind was pushed aside by Lai Bingxian. Xiao Qingye, Lai Bingxian stood directly in front of him, no longer fleeing, and the two approaching hunters swiftly captured both of them. Lai Bingxian out, Xiao Qingye is out. Realizing the situation, Xiao Qingye was furious. Lai Bingxian, are you out of your mind? Lai Bingxian scoffed coldly. If I'm not living, then neither shall anyone else. Ha, this sister's mental state is quite splendid. What just happened to make me feel so exhilarated? She intentionally lured the hunter here, I thought it was unnecessary. You had no obligation to join in. Let her play however she likes. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Mi, who had been hiding on the roof of a newsstand, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Seizing the opportunity while the hunter was distracted, she swiftly leaped down and dove into the bushes. She then extended her hand to retrieve a balloon hanging on a bench. Amidst a barrage of laughter in the comments, is this sister a ninja? She keeps darting around. I saw a figure flitting about in Miss Lai's livestream just now, and sure enough, it was Sister Xia. I suggest a background check, she must have a side job. Bang! Xie Mi crushed the balloon with her bare hands, revealing a card inside. She gleefully tucked the card away, ready to regroup with her minions. When suddenly a hand parted the bushes, Lai Bingxian, Xie Mi, they stared at each other in shock. Normally hunters wouldn't bother to check the bushes, so she hadn't thought much of it and had simply popped the balloon. Little did she know, it had caught Lai Bingxuan's attention, who wondered, is someone hiding there? Xiao Qingye glanced over. He was in a vengeful state of mind after being eliminated, wishing for more people to be out. Xie Mi thought quickly, realizing the predicament, as Lai Bingxian closed the bushes, declaring, no one is here. As Lai Bingxian turned to leave, she muttered softly, wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree. Xie Mi instantly understood, it was the code from the card Lai Bingxian had obtained. Chapter 79, Xiao Qingye has brothers, not really, children, your old son has returned. Xie Mi came back loaded with two codes, ready to distribute them. Lingdong's code was wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree, while Xiao Sang's code was love you walking alone in the alley. You two should head out to find the contact person. I just saw NPCs by the coffee shop and the merchandise house. Sangzhen was in awe. Teacher Shui, you are incredibly impressive. And what about you, Teacher Xia? Pang Lingdang chimed in. Xie Mi shrugged nonchalantly. I can still find it, but time is running out. You should first get rid of your alarms, and we'll meet at the coffee shop in a bit. No way, Teacher Xia should go first. Sangzhen realized, confused. Does Teacher Shui not have a code yet? Then I won't get rid of mine either. Xie Mi lamented dramatically, once a leader, always a father. Since you all acknowledge me as your father, I must protect you. Pang Lingdang hesitated, not officially recognizing her as a father. If I can't even protect my teammates, can I still be considered a qualified father? Pang Lingdang protested. I really didn't acknowledge, Sangzhen interjected, father. Pfft, the depth of friendship among teammates has turned into a father-son bond. Ha, this sister knows how to create a show. You still don't understand her. Do you think she is just putting on a show? She genuinely wants to be a father? Xiao Qingye, you have brothers now. Not really, who understands? Originally, it was just a casual visit between different live streams, but this one has kept me locked in for half an hour. Same here, this sister is both entertaining and kind-hearted, selflessly sharing codes with her teammates. But I really don't want her to be eliminated. Sob sob sob. In the end, Xie Mi left the codes and departed, leaving her two minions as the stay-at-home children. Sangzhen was still making gestures at Xie Mi's departing figure. While Pang Lingdang helplessly asked, "Do you know what father means?" Sangzhen, with innocent eyes, replied, "Is it butterfly? Teacher Shui hopes we see her as a beautiful butterfly. No, it means father." At that moment, Xie Mi had already moved to the magical theater area. She was not a saint, she shared the codes because she was confident in her ability to find new ones. These guests were recording this program for the first time and were unfamiliar with its setup. But as a reader, she had already encountered it in the book and was well aware of some of the production team's tactics, even if the original text didn't detail where the cards were hidden. She could roughly guess. For instance, right now she was crawling in the shadows beneath the theater seats, crawling in the dark, rolling, intensely moving, twisting, spasming, eerie low growl. "Sorry for intruding, is this a horror film being shot? I'm laughing so hard my fingers are cramping, this is just pure entertainment, huh? I came in from the rankings. No wonder this livestream has the highest viewership of all, it's hilarious." The second one is also quite exciting. The hunter has been led on a wild goose chase for 10 laps, and the comments are going wild. Eureka! Xie Mi finally spotted a card and was about to reach for it when suddenly a piercing scream echoed. Xie Mi was taken aback, nearly blinded by the volume. "Sister, are you a siren? Teacher Xie, it's you scared me to death. Why are you crouching here in the dark?" Standing before her was Su Shuangrong, who had entered the theater to evade the hunter. 3 minions followed Su Shuangrong, their gazes directed at Xie Mi with an inexplicable hostility. Xie Mi remained unfazed, discreetly pulling the card from her pocket and standing up. Brushing off her pants. "I'm hiding from the hunter." One of the actresses, named Zhu Chanchan, quietly remarked, "I feel like she's looking for something." Upon hearing this, the other 2 male idols became vigilant. This area surely had cards, but no one had come here to search, so it must still be. "Sister Shuangrong, shall we search here as well?" Su Shuangrong remained silent, tacitly agreeing. They immediately began searching, their speed suggesting they were afraid Xie Mi would get there first. Having already gotten a head start, Xie Mi was preparing to make her escape when Su Shuangrong grabbed her wrist. "Teacher Xie, it's dangerous to be alone, why not join us? You probably haven't found a code yet. Once we do, we'll help you." Her gaze was fervent, seemingly warm-hearted yet revealing a penetrating insight. Smart as she was, Su Shuangrong suspected Xie Mi had already found the card and was deliberately stalling her from reaching the contact person. Xie Mi remained calm, engaging her in conversation. "Did you all come in here to avoid the hunter?" Su Shuangrong nodded eagerly. "Yes, there was a hunter chasing us outside. They shouldn't be far, it's very dangerous." "Do you remember when you screamed just now?" During Su Shuangrong's moment of distraction, Xie Mi swiftly pulled her hand away and bolted, only to hear Yu Chanshan's agonizing scream, "The hunter is here." Su Shuangrong and her 3 companions immediately fled, but the hunter entered through the main door, which was blocked, leaving them clueless about the back exit. Seeing Xie Mi running upward, they instinctively followed. Soon, they found Xie Mi cornered in a dead end, who leaped onto a chair's back and grabbed the railing of the second-floor stand. Swiftly climbing up, the 4 below were left dumbfounded. "Dude, are you a monkey?" As the hunter closed in, one male idol, eyes shut, bravely opened his arms to shield Su Shuangrong. "Catch me." Predictably, he was caught. Kai Siyuan is out. The comments in Su Shuangrong's livestream erupted without praising this brother for being so obedient and loving. Su Shuangrong herself was deeply moved to Siyuan. "Thank you," grateful for the goddess's acknowledgement. Kai Siyuan had no regrets, and before leaving, he earnestly asked, "Sister Shuangrong, I'm Kai Siyuan from TAT Boy Band, can you follow me on Weibo?" Su Shuangrong pretended not to hear. "Siyuan, thank you." Having successfully escaped, Xie Mi quickly located the contact person corresponding to her code and successfully deactivated her alarm at the 25-minute mark. The production team also announced the good news that Sangzhen had successfully deactivated his alarm. However, Pang Lingdang remained unresponsive. Just as she was about to message for an update, she saw another announcement from the production team. Guest Li Yingwu successfully found the contact person for wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree and deactivated their alarm. Xie Mi, ISNT that the code she gave Pang Lingdang. Ding ding, a message from Sangzhen arrived. "Sangzhen, Teacher Shui, Lingdang's code was overheard by Senior Li, who then preemptively used it." Chapter 80, if you're not good at it, just practice more. If you can't handle it, don't play. Li Yingwu snatched Pang Lingdang's code, successfully deactivating his alarm. However, Pang Lingdang was caught by the hunter after her alarm went off when the task time expired. Pang Lingdang is out. Despite the low viewership in Pang Lingdang's livestream, her fans expressed their condolences and criticized Li Yingwu's behavior as despicable. "This is outrageous, stealing someone else's code. This was given to Lingdang by Teacher Xie. What right does he have to take it? Isn't this the same as someone who avoids tasks while stealing others' hard work? Sounds familiar, doesn't it?" But soon, Li Yingwu's fans retaliated. "Ladies, this is a competitive game, don't play if you can't handle losing. Who says you can't steal codes? If you weren't paying attention and got overheard, you should reflect on your own issues." Indeed, it is no surprise that she hails from a background of internet fame, with a fanbase consisting predominantly of a group of spirited young women. The matter is quite evident, it was indeed theft. And if not, why not report it to the authorities? Li Yingwu, a seasoned veteran in the industry, stands in stark contrast to Pang Lingdang, a mere newcomer from the realm of internet stardom, where both her fan demographic and stature are overwhelmingly inferior. Consequently, despite being the victim of elimination, Pang Lingdang finds herself mercilessly criticized, her livestream inundated with disparaging comments from Li Yingwu's supporters. Conversely, Li Yingwu basks in a triumphant atmosphere, surrounded by praises from his entourage. Proclaiming Brother Wu is brilliant, only fools scurry about completing tasks, while Brother Wu employs wit to outsmart them. Comments like, "That woman cannot handle defeat," her fans are lambasting Brother Wu in the livestream. How amusing, and is it possible that someone truly breaks down upon being eliminated? Circulate among the viewers. Upon glancing at Weibo, it becomes apparent that the woman possesses only a little over 1 million followers. What audacity does she possess? Within the program, Li Yingwu was seen boasting about his experience alongside a few sycophants. Who can he blame for his lack of vigilance? This is inherently an individual competition. And she must bear the consequences of her folly. His lackeys shower him with flattery, affirming his intelligence. It is no wonder Brother Wu is successful, adeptly navigating the rules. In truth, this predicament may serve her well. Having been in the industry for so long, a mere few seconds of shared screen time with Brother Wu is a significant boon for a newcomer like her. Indeed, Brother Wu has even assisted her. This flattery pleases Li Yingwu, who feigns modesty while his eyes betray his pride. Suddenly, a tap on his shoulder interrupts him. Emerging from beneath the table, he discovers Xie Mi, who has stealthily taken a position atop their hiding spot. "Hello, second-rate Li Yingwu," she greets with a playful smile. "I shall now initiate a random inquiry. Do you understand the essence of this game?" Li Yingwu pauses momentarily, then scoffs derisively, adopting an air of disdain towards Xie Mi. A sentiment echoed by his entourage. Unperturbed, Xie Mi maintains her radiant smile. "If you are unaware, then allow me to demonstrate." As her words conclude, she leaps from the table, propelling it away with a swift kick, and shouts, "Come catch me, hunters!" The reactions of Li Yingwu and his companions are one of sheer astonishment. The hunters, alerted by her call, rush forth, while the group, bewildered and cursing Xie Mi's insanity, scrambles to escape. Soon enough, Xie Mi finds herself laughing triumphantly. As a woman, she cannot match their speed, ultimately being the slowest to be captured. Her ploy to lure the hunters towards them backfires, resulting in her own elimination. "Brother Wu, she is clearly targeting you," his followers assert. Li Yingwu merely scoffs. "She truly overrates herself. Are you speaking of me?" The Xie Mi questions casually as she leisurely rides past them on a bicycle. Glancing back with a faint smile, "Do be cautious, the hunters are in pursuit." Li Yingwu exclaims in alarm, "Brother Wu, watch out." The hunter swiftly seizes Li Yingwu, unceremoniously eliminating him from the game. Li Yingwu was out. In that instant, Li Yingwu's composure shatters, and he erupts in fury, pointing accusingly at Xie Mi, demanding to know why she possesses a bicycle. "What is the production team doing? Isn't anyone monitoring these violations?" Seizing the opportunity while the hunter is still in cooldown, Xie Mi nonchalantly rides back. Which rule states that one cannot ride a bicycle? This is merely a clever exploitation of a loophole in the rules. With that, she leisurely cycles away. Li Yingwu, fuming, continues to curse, while his livestream is flooded with angry comments. Where did this foolish woman come from? Has she lost her mind, deliberately causing others to be eliminated? How despicable! Clearly, she's just seeking attention. Any form of notoriety is still notoriety. Just then, Xie Mi returns on her bicycle, disregarding the vitriol directed at her by Li Yingwu, and turns her smile towards the nearby cameraman. Is this the live footage of the second-rate Li Yingwu? The cameraman, caught off guard by her sudden smile, blushes and nods vigorously. Xie Mi's smile widens as she flashes a bold middle finger at the camera. "Lost dogs, cease your barking. Not if you're lacking skill, practice more." The cameraman gasps, astonished by how she delivers the most outrageous statement with the sweetest smile. This is a nationwide live broadcast. As anticipated, the viewers in Li Yingwu's livestream are momentarily stunned before erupting in rage. Their screens filled with expletives, wishing to curse her entire lineage, yet Xie Mi remains unfazed, turning away and cycling off. "How can we tolerate this? Let's flood her Weibo and livestream with insults, teach her a lesson." The fans of Li Yingwu employ the same tactics, rushing to Xie Mi's livestream to hurl abuse. To their surprise, they are met with a different scene. "Folks, the lost dog has arrived. Let's give her a warm welcome." "I maintain my stance. If you're lacking skill, practice more. If you cannot handle defeat, do not engage." Could it be that someone genuinely breaks down upon elimination? I checked Weibo, and the second-rate Li Yingwu boasts over 10 million followers. Yet his daily retweets barely reach a tenth of Sister Xie's. Could they be zombie followers? Is the second-rate Li Yingwu attempting to ride on old Xie's coattails? Li Yingwu's fans are left bewildered. Facing a collective onslaught, not only in Xie Mi's stream but also in Li Yingwu's, where his supporters are utterly decimated, their comments are drowned out, replaced by a flurry of middle fingers. This incident has indeed backfired on them. In a fit of rage, Li Yingwu's fans take to Weibo, launching a frenzied attack on Xie Mi, inadvertently triggering a new trending topic. Li Yingwu critiques traffic. This trend arises from a netizen compiling all of Li Yingwu's past derogatory remarks regarding internet fame and tagging all the individuals he has insulted, along with their fan communities and related organizations. Consequently, long-standing grievances among small-time internet celebrities fans culminate in a collective backlash against Li Yingwu's Weibo account. It is rumored that the netizen responsible for the video compilation is a fearless supporter of Xie. Chapter 81, The Agile Old Deng. Not only was Li Yingwu eliminated from the show, but he has also been cast out by netizens and reality.as. The criticism mounts, his sordid past is unearthed, leading to his downfall. Netizens indulge in the spectacle. You say, why did you provoke her? I recall that it was Xie Mi who exposed Ruan Feng's scandal. This time, her fans have taken down Li Yingwu. Goodness, the fighting spirit of her fans is formidable. Admittedly, I found a certain pleasure in watching her flash the middle finger at the camera. This sister represents the strongest fighting spirit in the entertainment industry. Her fans are not far behind. It is quite commendable. They are unafraid to confront challenges head-on. Can we have more of this kind of spirit in the entertainment industry? Li Yingwu's downfall leaves his sycophantic followers floundering, their livestream overtaken by an avalanche of insults. Meanwhile, the innocent Pang Lingdang finds refuge under the formidable protection of Xie. When Pang Lingdang's fan Xie Dingdang is unable to withstand the onslaught from Li Yingwu's supporters, a thunderous sound reverberates through the air as Xie makes her grand entrance. Useless beings, retreat behind me. Having survived 3 keyboard warrior competitions, my lack of decorum serves as my finest resume. Bring it on. Unleash your insults. Who let the dogs out? I'll tie you to the children's channel's merry-go-round and spin you around. The tides of battle shift dramatically as Li Yingwu's supporters are utterly overwhelmed. Retreating in disgrace, Xie Dingdang and her companions erupt in joyous cheers. A sister, you are my one and only sister. Thank you, Sister Xie. Thank you, supporters of Xie. Whoa. Our Lingdang has also been caught up in this, Sister Xie. I'll acknowledge our Lingdang as your child. Collectively, Xie Dingdang proclaims, Father. In the interim, Pang Lingdang lets out a resounding sneeze. Who is thinking of me? At this moment, the game has entered its final stage. Only 9 participants remain. Xie Mi, Shenru watching Xiaojingxi, Su Shuangrong, Yu Jincheng, Sang Zan, Yu Chanshan, Cui Hang, and Ran Jun. Among the 9, 5 are from Lianxia. The combat prowess of Lianxia is indeed formidable. It is no wonder they were trained by Director Niu. They are unlike any other. Are you certain they were trained by Director Niu? No. They were trained by Xie Mi. Xie Mi successfully reunites with Sang Zan at the CAF, awaiting the announcement of the final task. With his phone running low on battery, Sang Zan decides to charge it at the CAF, inquiring with the staff about a power source. Excuse me, do you have a power outlet? He asks. The staff member replies, hello, I'm just a clerk. Sang Zan clarifies, I mean one that can be plugged in, and the staff member retorts, sir, please maintain your composure. Xie Mi observes the exchange, her expression one of mild disbelief. Ding ding, the final task is announced. An additional 20 hunters will be deployed within the park. The way to reduce the number of hunters is to locate weapons that can eliminate them. Participants must strive to survive in this final stage and achieve victory in the game. Upon hearing this, Sang Zan is left dumbfounded. 5 hunters are already quite formidable. With an additional 20, that totals 25 hunters, doesn't it? In contrast to his astonishment, Xie Mi, already aware of the plot, remains unfazed, with 25 hunters pursuing 9 participants. Mere hiding will not suffice. The best strategy is to find weapons to eliminate the hunters. However, dangers lurk everywhere outside, and to venture forth, one must be well disguised. 5 minutes later, an elderly lady and a gentleman emerge from the merchandise store. The elderly lady, unsteadily leaning on her cane, ambled along, while the old gentleman maneuvered his wheelchair with great effort, turning the wheels with his hands. The hunter approaching them displayed a clear look of confusion but ultimately decided to pass by without interference. Wary of the potential repercussions on his salary should he make a mistake. A wicked smile crept across the lady's face. Xie Mi, as she thought success, the 2 disguised figures swaggered through the park in search of weapons, only to catch sight of 2 fleeing silhouettes, Su Shuangrong and her devoted follower, Cui Hang. With keen eyes, Su Shuangrong noticed Xie Mi and, startled, rushed towards her, exclaiming, Teacher Xie, run, the hunter is coming, with her identity compromised. Xie Mi retorted, thank you. Meanwhile, Cui Hang was in a state of panic. What should we do, Teacher Xie? Just as the hunter approached, Xie Mi flung her cane aside and shouted, what else can we do? Run. With that, she executed a sudden roll forward, exclaiming, the rolling old lady. Cui Hang grabbed the wheelchair and slid after her, shouting, the sliding old gentleman. They both performed flips, somersaults, and wall jumps, dazzlingly disappearing from the hunter's sight. Su Shuangrong was left bewildered. Ultimately, it was Cui Hang who shielded Su Shuangrong, allowing her to survive. The barrage of comments went wild. What the hell, ha ha ha, are you too serious? The agile old man. I nearly laughed myself to death in class. Help. The determined old lady, tossing her cane, is like a soldier. The hunter must be terrified out of his wits from this show. Right? Despite their successful escape, Xie Mi and Sangzan ended up separated. Well, there was little point in regrouping with the remaining time. Survival was the paramount objective. Xie Mi gazed at the haunted house area before her and resolutely stepped inside. Xie Mi, a familiar voice unexpectedly echoed from the dim corner as Xiao Jingxi emerged, his face lighting up with surprise. It's you. I can't believe we met at this final stage. It seems like fate. Xie Mi, however, immediately turned and fled. Anyone who partnered with Xiao Jingxi had been eliminated. This was a curse. Why are you running, Xie Mi? Xiao Jingxi pursued her closely, like a relentless specter. Xie Mi twisted and turned, eventually losing him in a dilapidated laboratory. Just as she contemplated searching for weapons, she encountered another familiar face. Sister, Yu Jincheng beamed at her. Are you here to find me? Xie Mi recalled the numerous messages he had sent her, claiming he was safe hiding in the haunted house, urging her to join him. However, she had merely glanced at them before blocking him. You continue hiding here. I'm leaving, she said, turning away. Shi Wun-Ti mentioned that in the last 10 minutes, the hunters would begin sweeping the entire area, leaving no refuge for those who thought themselves safe. Sister, Yu Jincheng suddenly grasped her hand, his expression sorrowful. I joined the show to spend time with you. Why won't you give me a chance? Before Xie Mi could respond, a low, languid voice interrupted them. Because sister doesn't tea like green tea. Chapter 82, Desperate Lovebirds. All eyes on them. The tattered curtain was drawn aside, revealing Shen Jiaqing, clad in black athletic wear, his sleeves casually rolled up, appearing as though he had just engaged in vigorous activity. A sheen of sweat glistening on his neck and collarbone. Shen, you finally came to find your wife. Xie Mi's fans are ecstatic. Those tuning in for the ship are left bewildered as no reunion occurred throughout. Ha, sister doesn't tea like green tea. Shen understands. Observing the man before her, Xie Mi fell into contemplation. She had just heard from the crew that someone had managed to evade the hunters for several laps. Could it possibly be this guy? Normal individuals would wish to hide from the hunters, yet here he was, flaunting his evasion skills. Shen Jiaqing naturally nudged Yu Jincheng aside, positioning himself before Xie Mi with a smirk. Teacher Xie, you truly made me search high and low for you. Xie Mi snapped back to reality, puzzled. What do you want from me? Shen Jiaqing was amused by her serious inquiry. I'm bored. Old Xie, I hate that you're so dense. Even Shen is left speechless by this. No wonder Shen hasn't tea hidden. He has been looking for old Xie all along. I'm shipping this. Oh, Xie Mi playfully smacked his arm, squeezing his bicep. You just want me to protect you, right? I get it, I understand. Yes, you're truly clever, he replied, his smile widening. As the two engaged in their flirtatious banter, Yu Jincheng's expression turned inscrutable. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the haunted house concealed his shadowy feelings. Mr. Shen, your repeated interference in my conversations with sister stems from a lack of confidence, doesn't it? For someone like Shen Jiaqing, a prodigy, this form of provocation was evidently the best tactic. He patiently awaited Shen Jiaqing to crack, only to be met with a languid chuckle. Indeed, I am quite self-conscious. Yu Jincheng was taken aback. Disrupting other suitors' advances was a despicable tactic, yet he never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. After stating this nonchalantly, Shen Jiaqing unexpectedly shoved Yu Jincheng back, just like now. Thud. Why Yu Jincheng's back was caught by a pair of hands, and upon turning, he found himself confronting a hunter who had entered the haunted house unbeknownst to him. Why Yu Jincheng, you're out. Yu Jincheng turned in disbelief, only to realize that Shen Jiaqing and Xie Mi had vanished without a trace. He had lost again. In the final 10 minutes, the hunters entered a frenzied state, and the sounds of eliminations echoed continuously. Even Xiao Jingxi could not escape his fate. Xie Mi dragged Shen Jiaqing as they sprinted, successfully escaping the haunted house. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Diving into a patch of greenery, Xie Mi felt as if she had returned to a joyful sanctuary. Completely unwinding, you reacted swiftly too, pushing Yu Jincheng out in a flash. Shen Jiaqing, who had also slipped into the foliage, inquired with interest. Did I do well? Extremely well, Xie Mi replied, her eyes sparkling with relief. As they huddled close in the confined greenery, Xie Mi remained vigilant, yet was suddenly struck by the sound of a rapid heartbeat. Glancing back, she noticed Shen Jiaqing's expression was calm, but his ears were inexplicably flushed. Actually, I wanted to ask you about this since the last time at Duanqing Temple, she said, studying his face intently. I guess your heartbeat due to fear or nervousness. Shen Jiaqing's gaze flickered, slowly meeting hers. The sincerity in her eyes, combined with her delicate features reminiscent of his memories, caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced through the air as Su Shuangrong stumbled and fell. Her gaze locking with Xie Mi's from the greenery, a bad premonition washed over her. Predictably, the next moment, Su Shuangrong shouted, Teacher Xie, run, damn it, Su Shuangrong, are you trying to expose me even as you get caught? With Su Shuangrong's elimination, the other hunters took notice of the commotion and began converging towards them. With only 5 minutes remaining, survival was the only objective, if they could endure for these last moments. Victory would be theirs. Are you ready? Shen Jiaqing suddenly asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Xie Mi understood his intent, gritting her teeth, hard steel. To hell with it. They burst forth from the greenery like a pair of fierce bulls. Charging ahead with unyielding momentum, dozens of hunters simultaneously locked onto their position, racing towards them. Drones hovered above, capturing this exhilarating scene from above. A man and a woman sprinting hand in hand through the amusement park. Pursued by a horde of fierce hunters, with new hunters joining the fray, culminating in a total of 25 hunters. 2v25, an unprecedented spectacle. Looks like it's just these two left, 25 hunters chasing, oh my. In the end, the two strongest were left standing. One specializes in evading hunters, the other is acrobatic. This is hilarious. Wait, they actually know each other. I was shipping Xie Mi and Sangzan at first. Sisters, don't ship incorrectly. These two are the true couple in this show. Go check out the materials on Xie Mi and Xinjiaoqing, and you'll thank me later. What else with this vibe of desperate lovebirds? Ah. I can't imagine if they were to divorce, who would I be assigned to? Then they'd be sentenced to a lifetime of solitude for love. Amidst the barrage of ecstatic comments, the show reached its climactic conclusion. Hand in hand, they dashed towards the largest square in the amusement park, where all the eliminated guests were gathered. The sight of two figures in athletic were sprinting towards the center, pursued by a mass of black-clad hunters, left everyone in shock. What was happening? Were they attempting a direct escape? Oh my, how many hunters are there, Mr. Shin? Teacher Xie, go for it. Seemingly inspired by this electrifying scene, the crowd erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, the final countdown echoed through the air. 10. In the midst of the pause, the eliminated contestants erupted in excitement, chanting 7, 6, 5. At that moment, the recently ousted Su Shuangrong arrived at the pause area and was taken aback by the scene before her. The daring duo at the center of the arena, the relentless hunters in pursuit, and the cheers from everyone in the pause area. All eyes were fixated on those two individuals. Why did she suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of déjà vu? Ding! The female protagonist's awakening progress. 20. Chapter 83, The Devil awakens to find his ranking drop. 3, 2, 1, as the final countdown echoed, the multitude of hunters who were perilously close to Xie Mi and Shinruoqing suddenly halted their chase. A resounding sound of celebration filled the amusement park, and colorful ribbons descended from the sky. Xie Mi and Shinruoqing stood at the heart of the square, basking in the spotlight of victory. Did we win? The game enthusiast, known for her fierce competitiveness and easily provoked emotions, was overwhelmed with joy, turning to excitedly pat Shinruoqing. Old Shen, we won. Ouch! Shinruoqing, feeling the sting from her exuberant gesture, placed a hand on his shoulder, yet a charming smile played at the corners of his lips, indicating that Xie Lasher need not be on guard anymore. What are you saying? I am famously composed. Yes, alright, what if you keep this up? Random bystander curiously inquires, have they started dating? Is no one speaking? Then I might as well start spreading rumors. Who would have thought that while watching a competitive variety show, I would stumble upon a ship? This powerful duo is so sweet. Wait, do you all always ship so well? Clearly, you bystanders claimed our show was chaotic, yet you want us CP fans to enjoy some sweetness. I feel wronged. Sweet is the only word, I will say it just once. As the game concluded, the director presented rewards to the victorious pair. The prize for their triumph was a privilege. They could choose to cancel the punishment for the eliminated contestants or double the penalty. Upon hearing this, all the contestants in the pause area were electrified. They could cancel the punishment, so they wouldn't have to endure that massive swing that could rattle one's brain. Consequently, they collectively showered praises upon Xie Mi and Shinruoqing. Xie Lasher, I am your fan. Mr. Shin, you are my idol. I have never seen anyone more outstanding than you two. Amidst this clamor, one voice distinctly reached Shinruoqing's ears. These two teachers are simply a match made in heaven. Shinruoqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the actress named Pang Lingdang, a smirk gracing his lips. You certainly know how to flatter. Pang Lingdang instantly blushed with excitement. However, Shinruoqing continued, too bad I am rather timid and lack the authority to speak. As his words fell, he languidly turned his gaze towards Xie Mi, who was lost in contemplation over the striking resemblance of the current scene to a certain moment from the original narrative. Why did it feel so familiar? Wasn't this identical to the scene in the text? In the original, Xiao Jingxi had taken Su Shuangrong's hand and rushed to the center of the square, only to be caught by the hunters at the last moment. To protect Su Shuangrong, Xiao Jingxi chose to sacrifice himself, allowing Su Shuangrong to emerge victorious. Ribbons danced in the air, and Su Shuangrong became the focal point. Opting to cancel the punishments for everyone, the crowd rallied around Su Shuangrong, who shared a knowing smile with Xiao Jingxi. The Xiaorong CP thus gained popularity, and Su Shuangrong garnered attention as the only surviving female contestant in the competitive show, resulting in an influx of endorsements from sports brands. Now with the plot rewritten, she and Shinruoqing had survived until the end, yet this scene perfectly mirrored the original. Was it mere coincidence? Ding! Suddenly, a cold mechanical female voice echoed from somewhere. The female protagonist's awakening progress. 20. Xie Mi paused momentarily, instinctively glancing in the direction of the sound, only to lock eyes with Su Shuangrong. The shadow in Su Shuangrong's gaze transformed into sincere blessings and a beaming smile upon meeting Xie Mi's eyes. Xie Lasher, you're amazing. Xie Mi scratched her head in confusion. This fictional world, it wouldn't be harboring something akin to a system, would it? Xie Lasher, have you made your decision? The director's voice interrupted her thoughts. Xie Mi returned her gaze and grinned widely. I have. The director also smiled. While this program primarily emphasized thrills and excitement, he truly did not dare to subject these pampered stars to 10 rounds on the giant swing. Hence, this segment had been meticulously planned to provide the production team with an easy way out and to avert any grievances from the celebrities. In front of the cameras, most would seize the opportunity to appear benevolent, undoubtedly opting to cancel the punishments, leading to a happy resolution, then let everyone's punishment be doubled. The director's smile vanished instantly. What? The previously jubilant stars also collectively froze, only Shinru watching, unabashedly laughing as he patted the director's shoulder. Remarked, see, isn't she quite amusing? The devil awakens to find his ranking dropped. You two are living hell, aren't you? Just moments ago, the audience was lamenting the production team's inability to handle this mechanism. Now found themselves in fits of laughter. I almost thought it was another glitch happy ending, but unexpectedly, the plot took a sharp turn. While I believe her choice has made the show more exciting, I am a bit concerned about her being criticized by other fans. Xie, I love your response. Remember to turn off your DMs. No way, though my brother will also face punishment. We won't blame this sister. She's so entertaining, we won't either. We can handle it. However, the production team was not so resilient. The director forced a calm smile, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Xie Lasher, are you certain? I am certain, Xie Mi replied, beaming. The director mechanically turned his head, casting a murderous glare at the off-camera Niu Dao and the assistant director. Those two rascals were stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Mother of, fortunately Xie Mi finally relented. How about this? To prevent them from being turned into fools, let us change the punishment from riding the giant swing 20 times to experiencing every attraction in the amusement park instead. Shinru watching raised an eyebrow, immediately discerning that Xie Mi secretly wished to enjoy herself. The director hesitated slightly. After all, the amusement park boasted over 30 attractions, which would mean experiencing them all over 30 times, whereas the giant swing required only 20 rides. However, upon hearing this option, the eliminated contestants could hardly contain their enthusiasm. That's it, I accept it. Anything but 20 rides on the giant swing. I can handle anything else. To this, Xie Mi merely flashed a devilish smile. This was what one called increasing acceptance. By initially proposing a more outrageous option, the subsequent, slightly less daunting choices would be willingly accepted. She boldly declared, I am willing to endure the punishment alongside them. At her declaration, everyone was moved to tears. Xie Mi also unwittingly fulfilled her wish to experience every attraction in the amusement park without the need to queue. Chapter 84. To cross Mimi Gu is to cross cotton. The first episode of Stars Accelerating concluded with all 29 stars having enjoyed every attraction in the amusement park. Viewers were surprised to discover that Xie Mi, dubbed the accompanying punishment, was, in fact, the one having the most fun. The mystery was solved. She simply wanted to play. However, thanks to her, audiences witnessed a heartwarming scene of 29 stars joyfully enjoying themselves in the amusement park. P.S. The absent contestant had been forced to withdraw early due to public pressure. Following this incident, the CP of Xie Mi and Shinru watching skyrocketed to fame, no longer confined to the dating variety show but fully breaking into the mainstream. The dynamic of two strong yet eccentric personalities made many netizens swoon. Niu Dao stared at the trending topic. Xie Mi and Shinru watching her so sweet, lost in self-doubt. Could it be that this program was the true dating show? I can't take it anymore. Upon returning to the villa for the dating show, it was already evening. The contestants all retreated to their rooms to wash up and prepare for rest. Meanwhile, the production team secretly issued a special task to the male contestants. Tomorrow, they were to prepare breakfast for their desired female contestants without letting them know who prepared it. If she ate the breakfast they made, it would signify that the two had successfully paired up. The successful pairings would experience a romantic date arranged by the production team, while those who failed would have to head to the northern suburbs pig farm for a day of agricultural assistance. Goodness, so those who don't pair up will have to clean pig pens? The production team really knows how to create a scene of conflict. I wish for Xie Mi and Shinru watching to pair up. The Xiaorong faction is caught in a dilemma. Is there any chance, although Xingcheng faced a tragic end in the previous episode? You are still my favorite CP, go for it. Does no one appreciate the sweetness of the Xiaolu CP? The innocent little puppy and the rebellious big sister are truly delightful. Enough already. The Xiaolu faction is doomed from the start. Can I ask why only the male contestants can make breakfast? Why? Upon the announcement of this rule, the expressions of the four male contestants varied. Xiao Jingxi's lips curved into a confident smile, while Yu Jincheng remained docile, wearing a pensive expression. Zhou Qingye, brimming with confidence, reclined against the backrest, exuding an air of effortless ease. Only Shen Jiaoqing, after the director announced the rules, curiously inquired, "What if multiple male guests prepare breakfast for a single female guest simultaneously?" Director Niu found great satisfaction in this query, deeming it a rather contentious scenario. In that case, the male guests who are not chosen will have to take a back seat. Shen Jiaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly, implying, "What if the female guest consumes all the breakfasts?" Director Niu was about to respond with, "That shouldn't happen," but suddenly recalled something, sealing his lips in silence. There indeed existed such a possibility if it involved a certain someone. Consequently, he hastily interjected a new rule. The first bite taken by the female guest will serve as the deciding factor. Mr. Shen, thank you for bringing up this crucial point. I can't believe that as soon as old Shen spoke, I knew exactly who he was referring to. Director Niu, I was taken aback. I almost let a loophole slip through. Indeed, Mr. Shen knows Sister Xie best, he. The following morning, the female guests rose one by one. Lu Wishing was the first to awaken. She entered the kitchen, intending to grind a cup of coffee and toast some bread as usual, only to be halted by a producer. "Miss Lu, here is your breakfast." A female producer hurriedly entered with a plate of breakfast, setting it down before swiftly departing. Lu Wishing stared at the lavish combination of bread, caviar, prosciutto, and red wine before her, momentarily taken aback. So extravagant for such an early hour? It even included red wine. Although puzzled, she assumed it was a segment arranged by the production team and, ever compliant, sat down to partake. The second to rise was Su Shuangrong, who, upon entering the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast for herself, chuckled upon seeing Lu Wishing's breakfast. "Wishing, trying a new flavor today?" Lu Wishing smiled wryly. "Let's call it a change of pace." Observing Su Shuangrong starting to fry eggs at the cooking station, Lu Wishing furrowed her brow. Glancing towards the staff's quarters, "Why hasn't anyone come to deliver breakfast?" The third to emerge, Lai Bingxian, was similarly perplexed, expertly heating dishes prepared in advance by her family's renowned chef. Still, no staff appeared to deliver breakfast. Lu Wishing frowned slightly, unable to decipher the production team's intentions. Finally, the last to rise, Xie Mi, made a dazzling entrance. Unlike the other three, who were all primed and ready, she had not even changed out of her pajamas and appeared in a daze, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she floated into the kitchen, preparing instant noodles. Lu Wishing stifled a laugh. "Looks like Teacher Xie lost another game last night. Teacher Xie, your breakfast is here." The female producer reappeared, this time pushing a small cart laden with 3 breakfasts, placing them at Xie Mi's seat. "The production team has finally shown some consideration by preparing us breakfast?" Xie Mi was instantly awakened, abandoning her noodles to dash over, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Shuangrong and Lai Bingxian exchanged puzzled glances. "The production team prepared breakfast. Why didn't we get any?" Even Lu Wishing displayed a hint of confusion. "Why are there 3 servings?" Xie Mi, oblivious, brazenly pushed the breakfasts towards the center of the table, declaring that the production team had finally acted like decent people. "Come, let us share." "Wait, something's off. Where's the 4th serving?" The female producer awkwardly retrieved the breakfast she had pushed forward. "There are indeed 3 servings, and they are all yours, Teacher Xie." Su Shuangrong paused, glancing at the breakfast in front of Lu Wishing, which was unlike her usual taste, then at the 3 servings before Xie Mi. Suddenly, she grasped the situation, her teeth clenched, yet her expression remained unchanged. Xie Mi proceeded to unveil the 3 breakfasts in succession. Meanwhile, in the director's monitoring room, the 4 male guests sat observing the happenings in the dining hall. Zhou Chenye was especially pleased. "See, Wishing didn't even hesitate to eat the breakfast I prepared. Those of us from affluent backgrounds all share similar tastes." The others merely smiled faintly, opting not to expose him. However, there was always someone keen on dismantling the facade. Isn't it because there was only 1 serving? Shen Jiaoqing casually toyed with the cup in his hand, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Zhou Qingye choked slightly, shooting a fierce glare at Shen Jiaoqing from behind. "Dare to insinuate about my Mimi? Good, you're finished. You'll reap the consequences of that glare. You've certainly provoked the cotton candy now." Heart emoji, Chapter 85. The script is unfathomable. This is Xie Mi in the dining hall. Xie Mi opened the 3 breakfasts one by one. The first was a light meal: black coffee, boiled corn, boiled eggs, and boiled broccoli. In the monitoring room, Xiao Jingxi smirked. Knowing Xie Mi's preference as well, since they had known each other since high school, her consumption of junk food on the show was merely to maintain her persona, but in reality, she had been on a long-term diet favoring healthy light meals. This was something others were unaware of. As Xie Mi unveiled the second breakfast, the fragrant snail noodles, fried egg, pig trotter, and iced cola wafted through the air. Yu Jincheng chuckled silently. He had inquired about Xie Mi the previous night, and according to Xia Lian, she had cooked a pot of foul-smelling noodles on her first night home, laughing maniacally while eating, which had kept Xia Lian up all night. That package of noodles was indeed the XX brand of snail noodles, and he had specially acquired the same brand, pairing it with the ideal accompaniments of fried egg and pig trotter. It was evident that Xie Mi would find this temptation irresistible. The dining hall was soon filled with the odorous aroma, prompting the three female guests to wrinkle their noses in unison. Li Bingxian even gagged audibly, yet Xie Mi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she opened the final serving: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and seaweed wontons. She paused momentarily. Why does it feel like Yu Jincheng is going to win? Sister Xia's eyes lit up at the sight of the snail noodles. Isnt, this directly hitting Sister Xia's sweet spot. My CP is in jeopardy. Old Shen's preparation seems so ordinary this time. Based on my understanding of Sister Xie, this simple fare is completely out of her usual selection. Yu Jincheng seems quite observant. He has only been here a few days and has already discerned old Xia's preferences. Sweet words have made the Yu faction ecstatic. Seeing Shen Zhaoqing as his greatest competitor, Zhao Jingxi and Yu Jincheng exchanged knowing smiles. In their view, they had already secured victory. Shen Zhaoqing, however, was not in a hurry to reveal his emotions, his fingers lazily gliding over the rim of the cup, his abyss-like dark eyes fixed intently on the girl on the screen. It was only when she reached for the bowl of seaweed wontons that the previously taut expression in his eyes suddenly softened into a smile. What? This can't be scripted, can it? Is the production team also part of the Xie Mi fan club? How could Sister Xie choose the most ordinary option? What on earth? Could it be that Sister Xie isn't accustomed to the stench of snail noodles? Though she usually enjoys instant noodles and fast food, the aroma of snail noodles is certainly not for everyone. No way, Sister Xie nearly drooled at the sight of the snail noodles. As a fellow fan of snail noodles, I recognized her gaze instantly. So why did Sister Xie precisely select old Shen's serving? Even Zhao Jingxi and Yu Jincheng in the monitoring room displayed unusual expressions as they turned to Director Niu. Clearly suspecting him of having orchestrated something, Director Niu innocently waved his hands. You all know, I only play at real. To be honest, he was equally astonished by Xie Mi's choice, Zhao Jingxi and Yu Jincheng. In the dining hall, Xie Mi, through her actions, provided the answer. She tasted the broth of the seaweed wontons, her eyes lighting up, giving the female producer a thumbs up. Less salt, more seaweed, and more shrimp. This broth is the freshest. The production team clearly knew their craft. After savoring a few wontons, she eagerly dipped the crispy fried dough sticks into the soy milk, taking a big bite. The sweet soy milk-soaked fried dough stick was something she had longed for. As she ate, she praised, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. This was because there was a fried dough and wonton shop right at the entrance of her neighborhood, making her adore the combination of soy milk and fried dough sticks since childhood. The wonton broth, with less salt and more shrimp and seaweed, was a precious insight she had gained after years of eating wontons. She never expected that today, by sheer coincidence, the production team had replicated it perfectly. What bliss, Sister Xie is actually enjoying it so much. Isn't it true that Chinese breakfast is eternally the best? Is this really hard to comprehend? Why do you all assume Sister Xie would pick snail noodles? Isn't snail noodles more suited for late-night snacks? If it were me, I'd also choose old Shen's. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are the ultimate combination. Didn't I just finish breakfast? Why am I feeling hungry again? I must say old Xie would do quite well as a food vlogger. I'm standing right here, let us see who dares to claim it's scripted. This script is utterly unfathomable. This is Xie Mi. A realization dawned upon them: such a script should never be assigned to Xie Mi. Thus, the doubts were effectively dispelled, and the impeccable chemistry of the Xie Mi and Shen Zhaoqing pairing drove the CP fans into a frenzy. After finishing one breakfast, Xie Mi, as expected, began indulging in the snail noodles, which affirmed Shen Zhaoqing's earlier prediction. As breakfast time concluded, the production team finally revealed the astonishing events of the morning to the female guests. So that is how it was. No wonder the production team suddenly prepared breakfast, Lu Wuxing exclaimed in realization. Su Xuangrong smiled slightly. Teacher Xie is indeed quite popular. Li Bingxian, however, rolled her eyes dismissively. So what if they did? I have no interest in these stinky men anyway. Only Xie Mi fell into deep contemplation. The soy milk, youtiao, and seaweed dumplings, were they prepared by Shen Wanqing? Then the way Shen Wanqing called her Lulu before was certainly not a dream. She could not believe that one person could have so many coincidences. With this thought, Xie Mi gazed intently at Shen Wanqing. What secrets are concealed within you? As the morning pairing concluded, Shen Wanqing and Xie Mi, along with Qiu Qingye and Lu Wuxing, two couples, boarded a luxurious stretch limousine, setting off to experience a customized date arranged by the production team. Meanwhile, the remaining guests were reluctantly seated on a bus. Heading to a pig farm in the northern suburbs, the joys and sorrows of humanity are indeed disparate. Inside the luxurious car, Director Niu handed 2 tablets to the two couples. Please choose your first destination. The tablets displayed 2 options: a luxury yacht and a fireworks alley. Luxury yacht, Qiu Qingye exclaimed hurriedly, fearing he would be too late. A luxury yacht was still somewhat befitting of his status. What on earth was this fireworks alley? It looked smoky and chaotic, and he hoped it wouldn't tarnish his extravagant attire. In response, director Neo added, "No need to rush, this option can be repeated, meaning it's perfectly fine for you to choose the same one. After all, it's a customized date, entirely based on your preferences." Zhou Qingye immediately felt anxious again. Wait, choose the same one. An image of Xie Mi kicking him off the yacht inexplicably flashed through his mind. On the side of Shen Wanqing and Xie Mi, however, they did not rush to make a decision. Xie Mi attentively examined the introductions beneath the two options, while Shen Wanqing leisurely awaited her choice. The luxury yacht offered a French feast prepared by a Michelin chef, while the fireworks alley featured a variety of trendy delicacies. What was there to hesitate about? I choose the fireworks alley. After both pairs made their selections, they parted ways. Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing headed to the dock, while Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing ventured into the bustling alley of the marketplace. It seemed there was a school nearby. With students frequently passing by, as well as many young couples, the alley was brimming with life, filled with various food stalls and boutique shops that dazzled the eyes. Teachers, there are quite a few people here. We might need to disguise ourselves. The PD handed over hats and sunglasses. Just as Xie Mi donned her disguise, she turned to see Shen Wanqing, also dressed and ready, yet he wore a casual black hoodie. With broad shoulders and a long neck, the sunglasses failed to conceal his extraordinary looks and instead added an air of pretentiousness. I think this won't do, Xie Mi decisively declared, rummaging through her bag to produce her pre-prepared disguise tool. You should wear this instead. 5 minutes later, chaos erupted in the alley. A passers-by, who had been leisurely shopping, scrambled away, shouting, "There's a robber, terrorist attack, run!" Standing at the entrance of the alley, Xie Mi, wearing a black face bikini that exposed only her eyes and mouth, pondered thoughtfully. She turned to meet Shen Wanqing's gaze, who was also wearing a face bikini. This shouldn't be happening. It should be. It absolutely should. Lao Xia, are you here to rob a bank? Stop it, I was startled myself. If you ask me, Xia Jia, you've overdone it. Next time, just wear a pair of stockings, much more convenient. Haha, if I saw two fools in face bikinis on the street, I'd definitely take a second look. Disguise, terrorist attack. The PD hurriedly pulled them into a car, allowing them to change into sunglasses and hats, restoring peace outside. In the end, Shen Wanqing made a grand entrance. Strutting like a male model, with broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, the alley transformed into a runway, drawing gasps of admiration from onlookers. After just a few steps, he sensed something was amiss and turned back. Xie Mi was peeking around a utility pole, stealthily glancing about, then promptly rolled forward to hide behind a nearby trash bin. Peeking out again, Shen Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, amusement dancing in his eyes. Teacher Xie, who has wronged you? Shoo. Xie Mi raised her index finger, speaking in a frantic whisper. Didn't the PD just say there are many people here? If we're recognized and cause a scene, we'll have to change locations. With so many food stalls yet to explore, she didn't want to abandon their position so easily. Shen Wanqing cooperatively crouched beside her, following her line of sight. But isn't there a possibility that we might attract even more attention this way? Every passerby glanced their way. After establishing eye contact with 5 pedestrians, Xie Mi muttered, "Sorry, it's my first time being a star. I am not quite used to it. Actually, I have a more convenient method," Shen Wanqing suddenly said. Before Xie Mi could inquire about this method, Shen Wanqing took her hand, pulling her up from the ground. Their palms clasped together, the sleeves of the black hoodie and her delicate, fair wrist unexpectedly intertwined. There were many young couples around. Shen Wanqing's voice was melodious, with a languid tone. "So we just need to disguise ourselves as an ordinary couple to blend in. Do we need to hold hands the entire time?" "Of course." Xie Mi clicked her tongue, narrowing her eyes at him with a knowing look. "You little rascal, you're quite ambitious." Shen Wanqing's lips curled into a smile, offering no rebuttal. Where did this youthful and charming college couple come from? I'm in love. I'm directly startled back to life. This is the dating show I've been waiting for. Such natural sweetness, it's incredibly smooth to ship. Lao Shen finally took a firm stand. This hand-holding is exhilarating. Eagerly awaiting the moms in the super topic to produce content. Next, the two of them, like an ordinary college couple, sampled various delicacies in the alley, browsed through small shops, painted plaster dolls, and even took silly selfies, looking at the poorly painted plaster doll and the hilariously distorted selfie. Xie Mi fell into self-doubt. How could Shen Wanqing, such a big shot, still enjoy these childish things? As she pondered, Shen Wanqing naturally reached out to take the 2 items, a smile playing on his lips. "Teacher Xia probably wouldn't like these, so I'll just take them back to collect." Take them. Xie Mi waved her hand dismissively, her interest shifting to the stamp card from the milk tea shop instead. "Where are we having lunch?" Although they had indulged in a morning of eating, for Xie Mi, who had a stomach capacity of 1 TB, eating more would not deter her from lunch. As she passed by various barbecue and hot pot restaurants, her head spun with choices, so she decided to leave the decision to Shen Wanqing. "Would you like something different?" Shen Wanqing asked with interest, immediately nodding in agreement. Xie Mi replied, "Sure, you decide." Thus Shen Wanqing led her through the alley and across the street to Xinghua Primary School. Gazing at the entrance of the school, which resembled a setting from a game where Ultraman fought monsters, Xie Mi couldn't help but marvel. Inspiration truly comes from life, but do we really have to rob? As it was lunchtime, the students poured out of the school, some clutching bread, others holding rice balls, and some carrying lunchboxes prepared by their mothers. As Xie Mi contemplated whether robbing elementary school students was a reasonable act for someone of her uncouth nature. She felt a gentle tap on her head. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Wanqing brought her to the entrance, greeted the gatekeeper, and then they boldly walked inside. Xie Mi suddenly realized they were going to the classroom to rob. "You truly are something." Shen Wanqing seemed exasperated by her wild imagination, his hand hovering for a moment before gently tapping her head. "The cafeteria is where we eat." Xie Mi's eyes lit up. So, Shen Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "Of course, we're going to the cafeteria to rob." Hiss, "I almost thought Mr. Shen was a normal person. It turns out it was just my illusion." What a seamless connection, wearing face kini to create panic in the alley. Then robbing elementary school students, what a smooth plot. Are you two committing a terrorist attack on elementary students? Robbing my younger brother, he is in the 3rd grade at Xinghua Primary School. He likes to sit in the 3rd row by the window on the left side of the cafeteria. Let us rob him. Ha ha ha, the sister above is solid proof. The two adults sat at the small tables and chairs in the primary school cafeteria. And while Xie Mi fit in well, Shen Wanqing's long legs made him appear like a giant. The giant stood at the window to get food. The giant walked over with a tray. The giant sat down, and the giant began to eat. Xie Mi couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she chuckled to the giant. Chapter 87. In this world, there are always those busily searching for treasures. After finishing their meal, Shen Wanqing took Xie Mi for a couple of laps around the playground to digest, and then they sat together on a bench beneath a large tree, observing the joyful children running around on the playground. Xie Mi began to stroke her chin in contemplation, stealing glances at Shen Wanqing's profile. That he was smiling as he watched the children play, his eyes filled with warmth. Xie Mi looked around, noticing a photographer hiding at a distance to avoid drawing attention, and leaned closer to Shen Wanqing, whispering, "Is your son here?" It is said that wealthy tycoons often conceal their children's information for protection. Shen Wanqing, a grown man, suddenly brought her to a primary school for lunch and was so familiar with the gatekeeper. Could it be that his son attended this school? Under the pretense of filming a show, he was secretly here to see his son. "Teacher Xie," Shen Wanqing's voice disrupted her train of thought. His striking peach blossom eyes gazing at her without a hint of concealment. In truth, you can be quite dur at times. Xie Mi squinted, preparing to retort when Shen Wanqing swiftly shifted the topic. "Nevertheless, I am grateful that I can finally keep pace with your whimsical thoughts." Xie Mi paused, yet before she could contemplate the meaning behind his words, Shen Wanqing was abruptly called over by a group of elementary school students for a duel. The children clamored, declaring themselves the most handsome in the school, insisting on a fierce showdown with Shen Wanqing, and thus began an intense game of marbles. Xie Mi doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach as she collapsed onto a bench. "Sister, can you help us?" A clear-eyed little girl in a school uniform tugged at her sleeve, pointing to a nearby tree. "We found a treasure beneath it, but it's buried too deep, and we can't dig it out." "Treasure?" Xie Mi sprang up from the bench with a sudden burst of energy. "Once we unearth it, we'll split it 70-30. The little girl nodded eagerly, then excitedly shouted to her struggling friends beneath the tree. "I've found a super strong helper." Xie Mi thought to herself, "Little girl, do you have any manners?" However, since she had been designated as the super strong helper, she felt compelled to fulfill the role. With a fierce battle cry, she charged forward, seizing 2 shovels, and began to dig furiously, nearly scaring the 2 little girls to tears. "Sister, please stop, I'm scared, I found it." Xie Mi cackled as she unearthed the treasure from the ground. Just as she turned to show it to the little girl, only to see 2 small figures fleeing, covering their faces in tears. "What? Sister has mutated. Being invincible is indeed lonely," she understood, with no one to share the spoils. She gazed at the treasure in her hands, feeling momentarily lost. After a moment's thought, she resolved to open it and take a look. This time capsule-like object was clearly something buried by children. She wouldn't just leave it as is. After inspecting it, she would tuck away a couple of small toys and bury it again, waiting for the children to grow up and unearth it, thus shocking their materialistic worldview. With a click, the time capsule was opened, and a crumpled, yellowed note fell out. Xie Mi unfolded the aged paper, revealing the childish handwriting. "In 10 years, I want to become a great hero like Sister Lu." Below it, a hasty scrawl read, "To hell with it, crossed out, just go for it." Xie Mi froze in surprise. Sister Lu, it was merely a commonplace title, and encountering a similar name was quite normal. What truly left her astonished was the handwriting below. It bore an uncanny resemblance to her own haphazard scrawls. It couldn't be. Before Shen Wanqing returned, she meticulously reburied the time capsule, then resumed her seat on the bench. Her expression remained tranquil, yet her mind raced with thoughts. The series of strange coincidences made it impossible for her to regard her experiences as simply an ordinary foray into a book. The mysteries surrounding Shen Wanqing only deepened. There was no choice but to continue probing. In the afternoon, the production team once again presented two options: a baking house or a palace CAF. Xiao Qingye's group undoubtedly opted for the latter, while Xie Mi, driven by a desire to enhance her culinary skills, dragged Shen Wanqing to choose the former. Thus, they stood resolutely in the baking house, their expressions grave as they began to craft a cake. If we succeed this time, we shall be the two with the highest culinary skills and the most normal food in the villa. Do you have confidence? Xie Mi asked Shen Wanqing solemnly. Shen Wanqing nodded gravely in response. Let us begin, Teacher Xie. The baking instructor chuckled lightly at their seriousness, encouraging them to relax, for making a cake was not as difficult as they imagined. It was quite simple. 20 minutes later, the first oven exploded. Two individuals standing before the oven, their faces blackened, simultaneously turned to the baking instructor, their eyes shockingly clear amidst their soot-covered faces. Aha! The baking instructor awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, attempting to ease the atmosphere. It's normal for mistakes to happen on the first try. Other students experience similar issues, so don't be disheartened. Let us try again. Goodness. 10 minutes later, while carrying a bowl brimming with cream, Xie Mi slipped and skidded 10 meters across the baking house, the cream splattering in an arc on the ceiling. Lying on the ground, Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing, who rushed over to help her, both turned to the baking instructor, their eyes impossibly clear. The baking instructor was drenched in sweat, wiping his brow as he awkwardly reassured them. It's alright, it's a bit slippery on the floor. Just be cautious from now on. You can re-whip the cream. Bang! As Xie Mi furiously whipped the cream, her hand slipped, sending the mixer soaring in a perfect parabolic arc, striking the baking instructor on the head. Nei, teacher. The baking instructor completely lost composure. I take back what I said earlier. I'm going to fight you all. The production team staff exchanged awkward glances as they escorted the frantic baking instructor away. After a session of economic compensation, the instructor managed to regain his smile. There are no students who cannot learn, only teachers who cannot teach. All students are kind and lovely little angels. I will definitely teach you all, there is no helping it. The production team provided too much. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You two are truly unsuited for the kitchen. How about we stick to the ant meal set? Xiaoyu is truly the only one in the villa proficient in culinary arts. These two really create a show effect just by standing together. Wait a minute, where's the sweet baking house I envisioned for the two of you? In the end, at the Palace CAF, during their date, Xiao Qingye and Lu Wuxing were presented with a small cake sent over by the head chef. Looking at the haphazardly shaped cake, Xiao Qingye was not only unperturbed but explained with a look of familiarity. The more peculiar the cake's shape, the more expensive it is. True chefs do not fixate on the surface of the food. Let me take a bite of this extravagant cake. He elegantly scooped a spoonful and took a bite, only to find his throat ablaze and his eyes turning crimson in shock. Indeed, this was the very cake that Xie Mi and Shen Wanqing had ultimately created. Chapter 88, Livestream version of the King's Game. The final stop on their date was a farm-style dinner. This time, there was no choice between options. Both groups boarded the production team's vehicle and headed to a pastoral farm in the northern suburbs. The farm owner warmly prepared a lavish spread, with a 3-meter-long wooden table laden with an array of dishes, a whole roasted pig particularly standing out. Xie Mi's jaw dropped, and it was only thanks to Shen Wanqing that she didn't hit the ground. Xiao Qingye, however, surveyed the surroundings with disdain. We're eating out here, there is not even a roof. Lu Wuxing found it somewhat novel. Eating in a farmhouse for the first time is quite an experience. Just as they were about to take their seats, a pig burst through the courtyard gate, squealing in a heart-wrenching manner. The few people chasing after it seemed vaguely familiar. Stop, don't run! Li Bingxian brandished a broom and shouted angrily, while Eugene Che ran alongside her, holding a syringe. Just give it a sedative and it'll calm down. Next, Xiao Jingxi emerged apron-clad and wearing a headscarf, wielding a pitchfork. I'll subdue it. Finally, Su Shuangrong appeared full of compassion. Don T hurt the piggy. The pig dashed wildly around the yard, while the four pursued it relentlessly, each employing their own unique tactics. The courtyard descended into chaos. Xie Mi pondered for a moment. Could this be the pig pen we're supposed to clean today? Blind student, you've uncovered the highlight. I was wondering why this place looked so familiar. Isn't this a delightful crossover? This is outrageous. Let the date group enjoy dinner while the punishment group has to clean the pigpen. Isn't that a cruel twist of fate? The punishment group truly is in a living hell. Cleaning the pigpen, chasing pigs, mixing pig feed. Let us count how many times they've nearly gagged throughout the day. This is terrifying. Ultimately, the production team could no longer stand by and intervene to regain control of the chaotic scene. After 3 of their staff members were knocked over by the frenzied pig, they barely managed to subdue it. It turned out that assigning them to clean the pigpen not only drove them mad but also sent the pig into a frenzy. Once the punishment group's 4 guests changed into fresh clothes and returned, dinner officially commenced. The 8 guests sat in a row, ready to savor the sumptuous feast of the whole pig. Let us dig in, everyone. Xie Mi couldn't wait to tear off a piece of roasted pig leg and began to devour it. Shen Wanqing skillfully poured juice into her empty cup to prevent her from choking. Your uncle spoils her. I want to rest in peace until I find a boyfriend like Lao Shen in this lifetime. To be fair, Sister Xia really enjoys her meals. I'm drooling just watching. Why do I feel like the 4 members of the punishment group are also eating quite heartily? Indeed, the usually graceful and reserved individuals were now voraciously devouring their food. Even Su Shuangrong, who claimed to be on a diet, was hastily chewing away. Goodness, they must be starving. After a whole day of cleaning the pig pen and only having a bread for lunch, anyone would go mad. Just then, our socially inept Mimi Go, covering his nose, asked, "Who smells like pig dung?" The 4 individuals, deeply engrossed in their meal, stiffened. Su Shuangrong awkwardly chuckled. It's inevitable to have a bit of odor in a farmhouse. I don't think that smell is from the courtyard. Zhou Qingye, unconvinced, stood up and began to sniff, and as he followed the scent, he found himself next to the punishment group. Lai Bingxian, unable to bear it any longer, slapped Zhou Qingye on the head. If you're hungry, go eat dung in the pig pen. Zhou Qingye, instantly enraged, grabbed a long bench and charged at her. Originally seated on a bench, savoring a meal in tranquility, Xiao Jingxi found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground when the bench was suddenly withdrawn. Polite Xiao Jingxi, are you serious? He exclaimed. Laughter erupted. Ha, Sister Lai truly shows him no mercy. Mimi Ge's emotional intelligence is also rather lacking. After all, they spent the entire day cleaning the pigsty. What's wrong with a little odor? Bravo, well played. Overcome the entire scene. Thus, a chaotic dinner came to a close. After the meal, the production team tidied the table but did not require the guests to change locations. Instead, they replenished the table with an array of alcoholic beverages and snacks, announcing that the next activity would involve drinking games. This evening would see the guests residing directly in the farmhouse, allowing them to indulge freely in libations. For a show that permits drinking so openly, this was indeed a first for Liansha. Still simmering with indignation, Zhou Qingye seized a can of alcohol, ready to drink, but then recalled the absurdity of his previous drunken escapade by the sea, causing him to set it down quietly. The others shared his sentiments, while the prospect of drinking freely was enticing. The consequences of inebriation during a show were daunting. The production team, well aware of the guests' hesitations, remained patient and unhurried, stating, "The game we will play is the live-stream version of the King S game." The 8 guests would draw playing cards to determine their numbers, while the audience in the livestream would issue requests, such as having guest 1 and guest 8 gaze into each other's eyes for 5 minutes. The production team would randomly select demands from the barrage of comments, prompting the guests to perform the corresponding actions. Of course, guests could refuse, with the consequence being the consumption of a drink. At this juncture, Xie Mi's eyes brightened suddenly. If she could manage to intoxicate Shen Wanqing, perhaps she could extract some information from him. With this thought, she chuckled mischievously, her gaze turning dangerous as it landed on Shen Wanqing. He looked at her, amused. What's the matter? Just thought of something amusing. The first round of the game commenced, and the guests drew their cards in turn. The barrage of comments in the live stream had never scrolled so rapidly. As the audience collectively buzzed with excitement, we can interact. Director Niu, I declare you the most amazing director. How dare the production team let the audience hold the power of life and death? Guest 1, I command you to bear a child. For guest 2, guest 4 nibble on guest 5 zero for 30 seconds, guest 7 and 8 give me a passionate kiss for 5 minutes. Let us consider another option. Why not do it live instead? The director's team was drenched in sweat as they sifted through the plethora of outrageous comments to find a relatively normal one. Guest 4. Princess carry guest 6 and perform 10 squats. As soon as the words left their lips, the 8 guests exchanged glances. Xiao Jingxi, with a bold demeanor, raised his hand. I'm 4, who is 6? He instinctively glanced at Xie Mi, who remained calm and composed. It was Yu Jincheng beside her who raised his card. I am. Someone in the crowd began to cheer, and soon everyone joined in, chanting, Princess carry, Princess carry, Princess carry. Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched in discomfort. Xiaoingdi, if you are unwilling, you may simply choose to drink instead, the director hinted, grinding his teeth. Xiao Jingxi replied, no, I will do it. There might be even more outrageous demands later. He couldn't possibly skip every time by drinking. The thought of becoming intoxicated again brought back memories of his previous drunken confession to Xie Mi by the sea. If you don't want my love, then just try my hate. He had been ridiculed for an entire week after that. As the atmosphere reached a peak, Xiao Jingxi stiffly lifted Yu Jincheng into his arms, the live stream bursting with excitement. While Yu Jincheng sat forlornly in Xiao Jingxi's embrace, rising and falling with his squats, Xie Mi, unable to contain her excitement, abandoned her sunflower seeds, exclaiming, stoic, muscular mommy versus innocent younger puppy, this ship is sailing. Zhou Qingye sprayed water across Lai Bingxian's face, earning himself a slap in return. Meanwhile, upon hearing the phrase mommy, Xiao Jingxi nearly dropped Yu Jincheng, who swiftly clutched at his collar to steady himself. With a rip, Xiao Jingxi's well-defined chest was suddenly exposed. While Yu Jincheng's hand, seemingly drawn by fate, landed squarely on his torso, both fell silent. Oh my, that is quite a chest. Yu Jincheng, you're so lucky, this pairing is hilarious, old Xia, I hope you're not referring to that yellow thing. Wait, how come I never noticed Xiao Yingdi had this attribute before? We want mommy. Xiao Jingxi was known for his dedication to chest workouts. There was a memorable scene in which Su Shuangrong accidentally grabbed his chest during a struggle, and the author elaborated on Xiao Jingxi's impressive physique. Leaving a lasting impression on Xie Mi now, that very scene was being recreated with Yu Jincheng Ding, the female lead as Awakening Progress, 25. This time, it was Xie Mi who was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock as she glanced at Su Shuangrong, who was staring at Xiao Jingxi and Yu Jincheng with rapt attention. Wait, is this really an awakening? Su Shuangrong, you must be starving. Before the atmosphere could become too charged with excitement, Xiao Jingxi and Yu Jincheng quickly distanced themselves by 2 meters. Xie Mi, don't say such things. Yes, I absolutely do not like mommy figures. The two straight men explained their positions with stoic faces, awkwardly returning to their seats, one at the head, the other at the tail of the table. Xie Mi shook her head in exasperation. In youth, one does not recognize the allure of a well-defined chest, only in old age does one lament. Suddenly someone beside her remarked, it seems I too should work on my chest. Xie Mi turned to Shen Zhuangqing, her eyes wide with alarm. You want to be a mommy too? He wore a look of resigned compromise, unable to resist the allure of Xie Laoshe's affections. This time, Xie Mi did not refute him. She placed her hand solemnly on Shen Zhuangqing's shoulder and said, if you achieve it, do let me have a taste. Shen Zhuangqing smiled, isn't this a little strange? Old Xia, why are you playing such peculiar games behind closed doors? I must also have a taste. Hey, I'm not so sure about that. Wouldn't that be excessive? I could easily consume 100 tastes. Wait, what is happening here? Mr. Shen's reputation is being unjustly tarnished. After several more rounds of drawing lots, the guests were assigned various tasks including Zhou Qingye and Xiao Jingxi performing a duet in Latin dance, Li Bingxian and Yu Jincheng confessing their feelings to each other, Su Shuangrong and Xiao Qingye competing in a staring contest, and Lu Wishing and Shen Zhuangqing singing a duet of love as offering. Next, guests 4 and 7 act as a couple for 10 minutes. Xie Mi, who had been anxiously waiting for her name to be called, exclaimed, it's me, I'm 4. Finally she, the live audience member, could participate in the game. Xiao Jingxi, seizing the moment, stood with his playing card and softened his gaze. I am 7. The atmosphere shifted to something extraordinary. As Director Niu, ever the instigator, inquired if Xie Mi wished to drink. She waved her hand dismissively. No need, let us go. Shen Zhuangqing hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. What does this mean? Is this unlikely pairing finally coming to fruition? I'm staking my claim on the Mishi pairing. Wait, do you all genuinely ship this? Have you forgotten the ugly fights they had previously? Fan wars have nothing to do with the main characters, they barely knew each other before this show. Xiao Yingdi was later captivated by Xie Laoshe's charm. It's perfectly reasonable, my foot. Old Xia was initially the target of online harassment because of Xiao Jingxi, had he not said not familiar. Old Xia wouldn't have faced such harsh criticism. What am I to do as an All Xia supporter? As the comments flew back and forth, the production team observed with bemusement, Xiao Jingxi had already entered the spirit of the game. A smile playing on his lips as he approached Xie Mi, extending his hand in invitation. Let us perform a theme. Would you prefer a young couple experiencing their first love, or a deeply in love couple? Or, smack, Xie Mi stood up and delivered a sudden slap. Why are you with a man behind my back? So we have a couple caught in a love triangle. Laughter erupted from the audience. Xiao Jingxi, momentarily stunned by the slap, barely had time to react before Xie Mi continued her assault, still in denial. I saw him grabbing your chest. You even princess carried him. Yu Jincheng, caught off guard, protested. Wait, why am I being dragged into this? Xiao Jingxi, overwhelmed, could only stammer. Let me explain. We're just friends. Friends who grab your chest. Friends who princess carry each other, right? You dare to treat me as a fool? Xie Mi scolded him while simultaneously launching a flurry of playful slaps. Fueled by her inexplicable confidence, let us see if I can knock some sense into you. The audience watched, wide-eyed, rather than portraying a couple. It seemed Xiao Jingxi was enduring a one-sided beating for 10 minutes. One must admit, Xie Mi's acting was superb. Her slaps were imbued with genuine emotion, making it seem as though Xiao Jingxi was indeed a cheating scoundrel. As the 10 minutes concluded, Xiao Jingxi's previously jovial demeanor faded. Shifting the focus to Xie Mi and Shen Zhuangqing, perhaps this was the law of conservation of energy. After several more rounds of games, with guests fulfilling their tasks and consuming their drinks, as they began to feel pleasantly tipsy, they finally reached an eagerly awaited pairing. Guests 2 and 6 apply lip balm on each other. Throughout the entirety of the event, Xie Mi, who was pouring drinks for Shen Zhuangqing, almost found herself intoxicated first as she gazed at the number 2 playing card in her hand. The elegant, deep voice of a man echoed in her ears. Teacher Xie, it is finally our turn. Entire venue, stand up. The main couple makes their entrance. Everyone clear the way. After waiting all night, I finally got to see this, though it's not a passionate kiss, but applying lip balm on each other rounds up to a kiss. Right? What the hell, why are there suddenly so many people in the livestream? Xie Mi and Shen Zhuangqing stood face to face in the center of the courtyard, each holding a tube of lip balm. The situation was undeniably awkward. Xie Mi, who had a fair sense of self-awareness, knew that if she continued drinking, she would surely become tipsy. To avoid being more inebriated than Xinjiaqing, she had to accept the task at hand. I shall begin now. With a serious expression, Xie Mi raised the lip balm. Xinjiaqing lowered himself to meet Xie Mi's gaze, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with amusement. I have been waiting for quite some time. Teacher Xie, Chapter 90, Xinjiaqing, have we met before? Xie Mi grasped Xinjiaqing's chin with one hand, suppressing the urge to utter the cliché-line woman, you are playing with fire, while bringing the lip balm closer with the other. Truth be told, when Xinjiaqing was not smiling, his demeanor exuded a cool and noble aura, his black hair gently cascaded over his forehead, with eyes that flowed like painted landscapes, a high-nosed bridge. And exquisitely shaped lips, his skin as delicate as fine porcelain. Sometimes Xie Mi found it hard to comprehend why, with someone like Xinjiaqing around, Xiao Jingxi was the male lead. Teacher Xie, feeling the warmth of the girl's fingertips against the cool balm. Xinjiaqing spoke softly, his gaze warm. It seems you were applying it incorrectly. Coming back to her senses, Xie Mi realized she had inadvertently drawn a large turtle on Xinjiaqing's handsome face. The pale pink turtle on his striking features only enhanced his allure. I really should not have expected anything. Alright, this is the Xie teacher I remember. Good. Wait, how can old Shin look so handsome even with that turtle on? Is there no justice? Xie Mi chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. After checking the mirror, Xinjiaqing smiled, adorned with a turtle on his face. It's quite alright, teacher. He lifted the lip balm in his hand. Hinting at his imminent retaliation, acknowledging her own fault, Xie Mi resigned herself, but not without making a request. Draw a green one for me. I prefer the fresh and healthy vibe of green. Xinjiaqing raised an eyebrow. I will do my best. His slender fingers gently cradled her cheek. Compared to her earlier rough grasp, Xinjiaqing's touch was considerably softer. Whether it was Xie Mi's imagination or not, his cool fingertips gradually warmed against her skin. Xie Mi stared intently at Xinjiaqing, yet, as he unintentionally met her gaze, he averted his eyes for a moment, either to concentrate on applying the balm or to deliberately avoid eye contact. But Xie Mi insisted on locking her gaze with his, determined to see through him. Old Shin, are you nervous? He maintained his composure, responding, not at all, old Xie. Yet, the application of the lip balm paused for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Mi ventured, have we met before? I've always thought you looked familiar. Xinjiaqing's motion stilled momentarily, a fleeting flicker of unrecognizable emotion passing through his eyes, meeting Xie Mi's earnest gaze. He concealed his peculiar feelings, smiling as usual. What prompted such a cliché pickup line? Xie Mi's lips curled into a smirk. The attempt had failed. This fellow was far too vigilant. In the end, Xinjiaqing refrained from drawing a turtle on her face. Opting instead to perfectly outline her lips, Xie Mi's cheeks were already flushed from the alcohol, and with her lips painted a vibrant red, she appeared even more alluring. However, the audience's focus was not solely on her beauty. Old Xie, what are you doing with that gorgeous face? At first glance, Lin Daiyu, second glance, Lin Daiyu punches Jun Guanxi. In the program, with her radiant features, Xie Mi stood with one foot on a stool. Gripping Xinjiaqing's chin with one hand while forcefully pouring him a drink with the other. Drink. Today we shall become sworn brothers. If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, you must drink. Seeing their intimate interaction, Xiao Jingxi rushed forward to pull Xie Mi away. Xie Mi, if you won't drink, I'll feed it to the dog. Xie Mi retaliated, shoving the bottle into Xiao Jingxi's mouth. Xiao Jingxi, are we recreating a classic scene? The event concluded with the guests collectively tipsy, and the production team arranged for them to stay at a quaint farmhouse. As the guests returned to their rooms to rest, the crew packed up and departed, leaving the courtyard in serene silence. Still not ready for sleep, Xie Mi lay amid the fields, crossing her legs as she gazed at the starry sky, letting out a deep sigh. Xinjiaqing was truly difficult to read. Initially thinking she would merely indulge in the pleasures of life, she was unprepared for the enigma that was Xinjiaqing, and recently, the peculiar system voice that had echoed around Su Shuangrong was equally strange. This world seemed to be evolving in an odd direction. Teacher Xie, a handsome, refined visage suddenly appeared before her. Startled, Xie Mi quickly sat up, looking at Xinjiaqing, who had silently approached her. You haven't slept? I couldn't. Xinjiaqing sat beside her, his gaze fixed on her directly, a stark contrast to the earlier awkwardness. Xie Mi returned his gaze. You aren't drunk, are you? His eyes appeared less clear than before, after she had poured him drinks for quite some time. He had remained composed, almost leading Xie Mi to believe he was impervious to alcohol, only to discover he was merely experiencing a delayed effect. Feeling emboldened, Xie Mi employed her previous tactic once more. Old Shin, I find you quite familiar. Have we met before? Xinjiaqing continued to gaze at her, the corners of his eyes tinged with a slight blush, a crescent-like smile gracing his lips. You truly haven't changed at all. Ah, you haven't changed a bit, Xie Mi, bewildered, eagerly inquired. So when did we meet? Please elaborate. However, Xinjiaqing refused to elaborate, mimicking her earlier posture as he lay back on the grass, the inky depths of his eyes reflecting the brilliant night sky. Teacher Xie, shall we stargaze together? Forget stargazing, let's continue our previous conversation. Please do tell me how we came to know each other. Before Xie Mi could finish, he pulled her down, enveloping her in his warm embrace. The intoxicating scent emanating from him surrounded her, his arms gently encircling her above them. His melodious voice floated down. Teacher Xie, do you remember the wish you owe me? I want to stargaze with you. Not just tonight. By some strange twist of fate, Xie Mi found herself gazing up at the night sky. The stars twinkled brilliantly, resembling a magnificent galaxy strewn with tiny diamonds. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Xinjiaqing, who exactly are you, Xie Mi? She bellowed as he stormed in, furious as he yanked Xie Mi from Xinjiaqing's embrace. Another late-night rendezvous. Xie Mi, don't tell me you two are actually together. Startled by the sudden pull, Xie Mi's vision blurred momentarily, but her sharp tongue remained intact. Not at all, buddy. Are you a police dog, patrolling every night? Chapter 91, Friends Who Frequently Commit Murder. No, Xie Mi. I will not allow you to be with anyone else. I have yet to agree to our breakup, and you are cheating. Xiaojingxi's face flushed with anger as he seized Xie Mi to leave. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Xinjiaqing's grip captured her other hand. Xiaojingdi, are you dreaming again? He seemed to have sobered up, his expression nonchalant, now regarding Xiaojingxi with a smirk. The veins on Xiaojingxi's forehead throbbed with fury. He had been enduring due to Xinjiaqing's status, but Xie Mi was undeniably his girlfriend. He suppressed his rage. Mr. Xin, this is between Xie Mi and me. Perhaps you are unaware, but our relationship is even more amusing than you might imagine. Xie Mi couldn't hold back, interjecting. Xiaojingxi, I beg you, please don't go around advertising that you're my ex. I fear I might die from embarrassment. Having dated Xiaojingxi was her greatest shame. Xiaojingxi's expression darkened considerably. Xinjiaqing raised an eyebrow. An ex, qualified ex ought to be treated as if they were dead. Of course, the word like can be omitted. Xie Mi admired him, thinking they shared the same sentiment. Xinjiaqing. So in this desolate wilderness, at such a late hour, Xie Mi, it's a perfect opportunity for murder and concealment. Xinjiaqing, friends who frequently commit murder are well aware. Xie Mi, murder is easy, disposing of the body is the challenge. Xinjiaqing, yet now it is, Xie Mi, a fortuitous opportunity. After their banter, both turned to Xiaojingxi, revealing sinister smiles. Just moments ago Xiaojingxi had been flushed with anger, but his face turned pale as he stepped back, releasing Xie Mi's hand. What are you planning? Wait, you two. Can you act normally? In the fields, Xie Mi was engrossed in a hunting game when suddenly, a sound echoed near her ear. Ding. Female protagonist awakening progress 50. Not her friend. She turned around and only caught a glimpse of a white skirt fluttering away behind the distant house. Su Shuangrong was wearing a white dress today. A thought struck Xie Mi. She recalled a scene from the original narrative where Xiaojingxi and the second male lead, Yu Hongxian, competed for Su Shuangrong's affection in the fields. This realization dawned upon her. If a similar situation unfolded before Su Shuangrong, it would undoubtedly stimulate her awakening progress. Though the rationale behind her hearing this system notification eluded her, an instinct told her that Su Shuangrong's awakening would lead to extraordinary occurrences. Wait, why did she suddenly feel an exhilarating sense of anticipation akin to collecting progress bars in a game? The following morning, the ranch owner treated them to a sumptuous farmhouse breakfast. After their meal, the director gathered them in the vast fields. This morning, they would engage in several games to determine their mode of return to the villa. The first place would ride in a luxurious car, the second in a bus provided by the production team, the third on an electric bike, and the last would have to cycle back. A friendly reminder, the distance from here to the villa is approximately 20 kilometers. Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations erupted. 20 kilometers, on a bicycle, are they insane? Li Bingxian gazed in disbelief. Yu Jinja pondered thoughtfully. The average speed of a regular bicycle is roughly 15 kilometers per hour. Meaning 20 kilometers would require a continuous ride of about an hour and 20 minutes, continuous riding for an hour and 20 minutes, provided one possesses the stamina, of course. Lu Wuxing smiled slightly. It seems rather difficult for us. Su Shuangrong displayed concern. A production team, how could you be so cruel as to make my delicate baby cycle 20 kilometers? Do you not realize that Shuang is currently shedding weight and has low blood sugar? Wait, are we really engaging in extreme sports now? Director, be reasonable, it's entertaining. Some individuals earning a meager salary of 3,000 per month lamenting over someone earning 3 million. Spare me. No way, let my sister Xie ride. She is a fierce one. Your sister Xie is truly ruthless. The team formation would be determined based on the real-time popularity of their fanbases. The highest trending CP, Xie Mi, and Xiaolu formed one group, the second Xingchang another, the fourth Xiaorong yet another, and the eighth Bingyu formed the last group. Once all four groups assembled, they donned hats of various colors. The assistant director then announced the rules for the first game. The male contestants would carry their female counterparts into the arena, where the females needed to snatch the hats off others while safeguarding their own. If a hat fell, that contestant would be eliminated, and survival until the end would signify victory. This interactive game is commonplace in various variety shows, yet with the romantic dynamics of this particular cast, it seemed to take on a different significance. Carrying one another implies physical contact, and the ensuing tussles would likely intensify that connection. Should any sparks of flirtation inadvertently ignite, it would undoubtedly delight the audience. Come on, Lao Shen, eager for competition. Xie Mi was already rolling up her sleeves. Leaping onto Shen Ruoqing's back, which she caught with ease, instantly jealousy and admiration surged within her. Is the view really that expansive at 185 centimeters? Shen Ruoqing, showing no humility, remarked, if teacher Xie enjoys it, I might consider carrying you a few more times. Oh great, a compliment has gone to his head. Meanwhile, the other three groups were also preparing. Xiao Jingxi and Xiao Qingye, both accustomed to fitness, found it relatively easy to carry their female partners, but the frail Eugenia struggled. In the original narrative, he was depicted as a gloomy, delicate youth, and merely carrying Lai Bingxian proved taxing. Lai Bingxian scolded him sharply, "Can you even do this, weakling?" A flicker of hurt crossed Eugenia's clear eyes as he bowed his head. Silently enduring the insults, the commentary flooded with sympathy for Eugenia, but only Xie Mi understood. This little one would surely hold a grudge. As the whistle blew, the four groups formally entered the designated area. Yet none dared to make the first move. After all, a simultaneous engagement invited the risk of being targeted. The most prudent strategy was to survive until the end, but there were always a few restless spirits. I'm charging straight in. Confident Xiao Qingye took the lead, without hesitation, carrying Lu Wuxing as he charged towards the weakest group. Wuxing, grab her hat. Lu Wuxing, taken by surprise, hurriedly reached for Lai Bingxuan's hat but was thwarted as Lai Bingxian ducked and retaliated with a slap. Smack! A bright red handprint appeared on Xiao Qingye's face. Xiao Qingye, what the hell? Unable to endure further, he bellowed in fury, am I a mount or what? Chapter 92, Sliding Tackle, whipping the belt, smacking the chest muscles. Infuriated by the slap, Xiao Qingye charged towards Eugenia. His powerful charge sent Lai Bingxian and Eugenia reeling. The Bingyu CP was eliminated. Lai Bingxian shouted angrily, Xiao Qingye, are you a truck? Our mount has successfully risen again. Xiao Qingye, the blade is not sharp, and the horse is too thin. What do you have to compete with me? Seeing Nini's spirit lifted so beautifully puts me at ease. Is there even one normal person in this show? With one group eliminated, Xiao Qingye's confidence soared, and his gaze swiftly shifted to the remaining two groups. Xiao Jingxi cautiously retreated 2 steps while carrying Su Shuangrong. Eyeing Xiao Qingye warily, yet Su Shuangrong suddenly suggested, shall we collaborate? Xiao Qingye, intrigued, replied, oh, let's take down the strongest group first. Su Shuangrong's gaze fell upon Xie Mi and Shen Ruoqing, while Xiao Jingxi narrowed his eyes. Still harboring resentment towards Shen Ruoqing for the previous night, thus tacitly agreeing to the proposal, only Lu Wuxing hesitated. Isn't that a bit unfair? However, Xiao Qingye disregarded her concerns and charged once more. Go! Xiao Jingxi followed suit. Su Shuangrong extended her hand, aiming for Xie Mi's hat. Xie Mi executed a dramatic headspin, her head whirling like a windmill, evading several of Su Shuangrong's attempts. Lao Shen, sweep him! Shen Ruoqing adeptly crouched, sweeping his long legs beneath Xiao Jingxi's feet. Xie Mi called out the skill's name. Autumn wind sweeps the leaves. Xiao Jingxi was sent crashing down, landing with Su Shuangrong in a heap. They exclaimed, shocked by the underhanded tactic. Xiao Qingye scolded, what a despicable move. Xie Mi could hardly contain her laughter. Come on, dude, you just knocked someone out and you're lecturing me. Less chatter. Xiao Qingye, evidently holding a grudge, seized the opportunity to launch an all-out assault on Xie Mi, yet Xie Mi was no pushover. Her intense gaze fell upon Xiao Qingye. Lao Shen, slide tackle. Shen Ruoqing, as a mount, was undeniably competent, his greatest advantage being that carrying Xie Mi did not impede his agility. After autumn wind sweeps the leaves, he can still slide tackle. Lao Shen, your balance is impeccable, stable and powerful. You all aren't going to mention it? Well, neither will I. With Shen Ruoqing executing a slide tackle, the gravity of the situation escaped the group until Xie Mi, in a swift motion, seized Xiao Qingye's belt. Click, whoosh, the sound of the belt unclasping resonated sharply, followed by the smooth sound of it being drawn out. Everything transpired so rapidly that the perpetrator, Xiao Qingye, was left bewildered. He charged towards Xie Mi, but as he took a step, whoosh, his pants fell, causing him to trip. Alongside Xiao Qingye's wail, gasps erupted from the female contestants and staff. The sight was scandalous. Xiao Qingye's bright red, snug-fitting briefs, seizing the moment of stunned silence, Xie Mi swung the belt towards Xiao Jingxi's chest muscles. Smack! The unexpected blow caused Xiao Jingxi to lose grip. Instinctively, Su Shuangrong wrapped her arms around Xiao Jingxi's neck, pulling him back with such force that his head tilted backward, eyes rolling. In a state of panic, he frantically attempted to pry Su Shuangrong's hands away. Let go, let go, let go. The entire crew stood in shock. And after a brief moment of stunned silence, the commentary erupted. Xiao Qingye is actually wearing tight-fitting briefs? My mom just slapped my phone out of my hand, insisting I was watching something inappropriate. Wait, why did she smack Xiao Jingxi's chest? I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Jingxi is on the verge of suffocation. Both Xiao Qingye and Xiao Jingxi are losing face and possibly their lives. What a seamless combination of moves. Truly the prowess of Xie Mi. At this moment, the Bingyu group is undoubtedly relieved to have been eliminated. Xie Mi chuckled, but then heard the director's voice from outside the arena. Xie Mi, Your hat has fallen, the Xie Mi and Xia Lu group is eliminated. Xie Mi's laughter faded as she turned to discover that in her fervor, she had inadvertently flung her own hat off while striking Xia Jingxi. Thus an unusual method of elimination was born. Xie, both inexperienced and playful. Ha, what a case of joy turning to sorrow for you, Lao Xie. Xie Mi's maneuvers were impressive, she just lacked a bit of cunning. In the end, the embarrassed Xiao Qingye, filled with rage, retaliated by sending Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong flying, securing victory in the match. The scores for the first round were as follows: Xingcheng Group 4 points, Xiaorong Group 3 points, Xie Mi and Xia Lu Group 2 points, Bingyu Group 1 point. The second game would be a blindfolded tag couple edition, within the confines of this circular arena. For groups of individuals will draw lots to select one group as the ghost. The ghost, blindfolded, must seek out the others within the circle. Any individual touched by the ghost will be eliminated. As this is a couples edition, all 4 groups must remain hand-in-hand throughout the game. Any separation will also result in disqualification. This time, Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian have drawn the role of the ghost. Teacher Xia, Shinjuqing extended her hand, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Come on, let's go. Xie Mi clapped her palm down, their hands clasping together, warmth radiating between them. For now, let us try to stick to the edges. They have difficulty gauging the size of the area while blindfolded, so staying close to the perimeter will make it harder for them to catch us. She continued to elaborate on their strategy. While Shinjuqing's gaze lingered on their tightly intertwined hands, amusement dancing in her eyes, with a slight squeeze, she tightened her grip on the soft hand, with a time limit of 15 minutes. The game commenced. The ICU group's moment of vengeance hunting begins. Brother Jincheng, charge ahead, mom's watching over you. Lai Jia, go for it, Lai Jia, charge. Xie Mi, unleash the fury, my CP cannot be defeated. Reunion group. Let's go, as my earliest shipping pair, you must win. Starchun group, oh never mind, show good, do as you please. As the first group eliminated in the previous round, the ICU group clearly bore a grudge. At the sound of Director Nio's command, they surged forward without hesitation, launching a blind pursuit. The nearby Xiaorong group found themselves in a precarious situation. They dared not make a sound, cautiously crouching and inching away. Xie Mi watched the unfolding drama, when suddenly Zhou Qingye hurled a stone their way. Hearing the noise, Yu Jincheng quickly turned in her direction. Xie Mi, upon glancing back, Zhou Qingye let out a cold laugh. Evidently harboring resentment over her previous actions. As Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian approached, Shinjuqing led Xie Mi to a safer position. Just as they settled, Zhou Qingye flung another stone. Xie Mi? Is this fellow a stone-throwing machine? Chapter 93. With a flurry of swift maneuvers, the rankings were revealed to be dishearteningly low. Zhou Qingye was somewhat peculiar, having collected a pouch of small stones before the game began. Intending to exact revenge on Xie Mi once the game commenced, his plan was succeeding splendidly. Wherever Xie Mi and Shinjuqing went, stones followed, causing Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian to relentlessly pursue them. I can smell my sister, Yu Jincheng declared, reaching out towards Xie Mi. Xie Mi cursed under her breath. Their position was not conducive to evasion, and retreating further would take them out of bounds. In a split second, Shinjuqing leaned down, his long arm effortlessly lifting her up, executing a one-handed princess carry while still holding her hand. The crew outside could not help but gasp in astonishment. Ah, lol, Shin is incredible. How can Mr. Shin manage this so effortlessly? My boyfriend nearly dropped me when he tried to do it last time. This physique, I am utterly enamored. Xie Mi clung tightly to Shinjuqing's neck. Keeping a wary eye on Yu Jincheng, the frustrated Yu Jincheng furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. She could still detect her sister's scent. I didn't expect Xie to maintain some dignity and wear perfume. She mused, what scent does Sister Xie wear? I'm so curious, perhaps something fragrant. Lai Bingxian posed the question to the audience, what scent? I didn't catch any perfume. Why Yu Jincheng, blindfolded, replied earnestly, it smells like medicinal oil, Lai Bingxian. Xie Mi, in a state of bliss, closed her eyes and nodded. Indeed, medicinal oil. The scent provided her with a sense of security, as she had applied 2 bottles of the oil that morning to ward off mosquitoes in the field. I shouldn't have had any expectations, baby, you smell like a delightful and cooling medicinal oil. This aroma undoubtedly gave Yu Jincheng a significant lead, and he began to follow the scent towards Xie Mi. Quick as a flash, Xie Mi leaped from Shinjuqing's embrace and took off, hand in hand with him. Stealth was no longer an option. It was time to rely on raw determination. The moment she spoke, Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian simultaneously locked onto their position and charged at them without a second thought. As Xie Mi ran, her keen eyes caught sight of a black garbage bag at the edge of the circle. When did a garbage bag appear here? The bag distinctly outlined 2 figures. Looking around, she noticed Zhou Qingye and Lu Wuxing had vanished. Realizing the situation, Xie Mi sprinted towards the garbage bag, tearing it open with fervor. Show yourself, little darling. The sudden exposure of light nearly blinded Zhou Qingye, who exclaimed, what the hell is wrong with you? Lu Wuxing frantically tried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Starchun group eliminated. Due to Zhou Qingye's loud outburst, he was promptly caught by Yu Jincheng and eliminated in glorious fashion. The instigator, Xie Mi, gleefully gave Zhou Qingye the finger. You messed with me, and now you've really stirred up trouble. Though soft, it's quite disgusting. Zhou Qingye's mouth twitched wildly, and now only two groups remained in the arena, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, who cleverly remained silent at the edges, avoiding trouble and staying secure. Xie Mi and Shen Zhuqing dashed about, skillfully evading capture by slipping beneath their opponent's armpits. After several rounds, Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian adjusted their strategy. Lai Bingxian, spread your arms wide, we'll employ a surrounding tactic. With arms outstretched, they formed a broad net, lowering their stances to prevent any escape through their armpits. Maintaining this formation, they slowly advanced towards Xie Mi and Shen Zhuqing, who were perilously close to being forced to the edge of the circle. Xie Mi exchanged a glance with Shen Zhuqing, initiate super transformation. Shen Zhuqing understood her intent, immediately dropping to the ground in a push-up position. His broad shoulders and defined muscles elicited a flurry of comments from the audience. Ivy signed up for Shen's classes. I wonder if I'll be accepted to sister. What about you? However, in the next moment, the comments ceased as Xie Mi also dropped down. At her signal, the two began moving in unison. Crawling side by side. 1-2-1-2. Before long, they emerged from the ISU group's encirclement. In ancient times, there were 2 men with 3 legs. Today, there are 2 men with 3 arms. I see this as 2 pairs of arms. Even the fans could not hold back their laughter at the sight. Such stunning chemistry between the handsome man and the beautiful woman. Bursting with hormones and romantic tension, they had countless ways to ignite sparks of affection. Yet they chose the most unconventional method, crawling in the shadows. The two became almost addicted to this crawling. Not content with merely escaping the encirclement, they headed straight for the Xiaorong group. Xie Mi, immersed in the game, wore a devilish grin. This chilling scene startled Su Shuangrong, who instinctively recoiled. Xiao Jingxi hurriedly pulled Su Shuangrong away, and upon hearing the commotion, the ISU group quickly pursued. Only 5 minutes remaining. Director Niu's voice rang out from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxi decided to run with Su Shuangrong, prepared to make a final dash in the last 5 minutes. Lai Bingxian grew anxious. Time was running out, and this was the final round. If they ended up last again, they would truly have to cycle back. Cycling 20 kilometers would be a devastating blow for these two weaklings. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Jincheng suddenly pulled out a bag of flowers. Xie Mi, are you Doraemon? With a swift motion, Yu Jincheng tossed the flower into the air, instantly obscuring the vision of the other two groups. While Xie Mi internally condemned Yu Jincheng for wasting food, she and Shen Zhuqing began their escape. However, now that their vision was compromised, they found themselves at the same level as the ISU group. The ISU group quickly pinpointed their location based on sound. Xie Mi's group eliminated, Xiaorong group eliminated. Congratulations to the ISU group for achieving the final victory, as Director Niu announced the outcome. 6 individuals, clad entirely in white, emerged from the circle, their eyes sparkling with clarity against their pale faces. Yu Jincheng, have no sense of fair play, Xie Mi remarked, clicking her tongue. Why Yu Jincheng wore an innocent smile. Exploiting loopholes in the rules, it's something I learned from my sister. Well learned, but refrain from doing so next time. As the second round concluded, the cumulative scores were as follows. Starchung group 5 points. ISU group 5 points, Xiaorong group 5 points, Xie Mi's group 3 points. With a flurry of impressive maneuvers, the rankings revealed a dismal standing. Xie Mi could not muster a smile, wishing nothing more than to deliver a punch to Yu Jincheng. Chapter 94. Sister, I understand you. I used to be a green T2. The final game, which would determine the ultimate victor, was aptly named. Do not get caught. The venue shifted from the expansive fields to a quaint farmhouse courtyard. The rules were as follows. The assistant director would stand at the entrance of the courtyard with a camera, counting down from 10. During this countdown, the participants must conceal themselves as best as they can to avoid being captured on camera. After 10 seconds, the shutter would click, and those not appearing in the frame would earn a point. There would be 3 rounds of photography, and then the game would begin, at Director Niu's command. The assistant director positioned himself at the courtyard entrance, camera aimed at the 8 standing in the yard. I will begin the countdown now. 10-9. As the countdown commenced, the 8 participants instantly sprang into action. Frantically searching for hiding spots, however, given the limited spaces available, the competition for concealment soon escalated. Zhou Qingye and Lai Bingxian simultaneously spotted a large water barrel nearby and made a beeline for it. Squeezing in together. At last, Zhou Qingye, leveraging his physical advantage, forcefully shoved Lai Bingxian aside and slipped into the space. Infuriated, Lai Bingxian ceased to evade and scooped water from another large vat to douse Zhou Qingye, instantly chilling him to the core. Yu Jincheng, Lu Wuxing, and Su Shuangrong scrambled behind a stone mill, though it could accommodate no more than 2 individuals, leaving at least one person exposed. Xiao Jingxi swiftly grabbed a cool mat and draped it over himself. Sinking into a makeshift slumber, Xie Mi stepped upon Zhou Qingye's head, using the leverage to deftly climb atop the roof. Upon glancing back, she noticed Shen Zhuqing still standing motionless. Alarmed, she realized that Shen Zhuqing, being the tallest, had little recourse for concealment. The courtyard's hiding spots had been nearly exhausted, rendering him virtually unshielded. With a click, the assistant director pressed the shutter, accompanied by Xiao Jingxi's anguished cry, "What are you doing?" The captured photograph depicted Xiao Jingxi sprawled on the ground like a stranded fish, desperately reaching out as if to grasp something beside him. A mat stood vertically, perfectly concealing the standing Shen Xiaoqing behind it. Xiao Qingye, meanwhile, was forcibly yanked from the vat by Lai Bingxian, landing awkwardly in a corner. Yu Jincheng found himself half exposed from behind the stone mill. The director announced, "The individuals caught in this round are Xiao Jingxi, Xiao Qingye, Lai Bingxian, and Yu Jincheng. These four will receive no points. The rest will each gain one." A splendid performance indeed. Xie Mi gave Shen Xiaoqing a thumbs up, marveling at his cleverness. Shen Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. A lazy smile gracing his lips. "Well said." Xiao Jingxi turned crimson on the spot. "Ha, for these 10 seconds I didn't know where to look. I'm dying of laughter." Old Shen just yanked the mat off Xiao Jingxi. "What a steal." Sister Lai also went down with Xiao Qingye. "How did my brother Jincheng end up squeezed out by 2 women? Maybe he should hit the gym." Old Xie. "Are you determined to conquer every rooftop, climbing in the villa, now continuing here?" Isn't anyone going to praise Sister Xie's fluidity of climbing? In just 10 seconds she was up faster than the gecko on my wall. In the second round, the venue was upgraded to the living room. This time, there were no large vats or conspicuous hiding spots like the stone mill, clearly elevating the difficulty, yet, the hiding time remained at 10 seconds. Begin. 10-9. The abrupt start caused a few to panic, scattering in all directions. Some dove beneath tables, others hid behind curtains, some covered themselves with blankets, while a few even used buckets to shield their heads. "Come here," Xie Mi reacted swiftly, grabbing Shen Xiaoqing's hand and rushing to a wardrobe. They opened the door, slipped inside, and closed it in one fluid motion. In the dark and cramped space, their breaths intertwined. Shen Xiaoqing felt a stir within, his ears tinged with crimson, when suddenly, the wardrobe door was yanked open. Outside stood Su Shuangrong, her face a mask of shock. "I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was inside." Click. The shutter sounded at that precise moment. Shen Xiaoqing and Xie Mi were caught red-handed in the open wardrobe. Xie Mi chuckled, Good. Su Shuangrong continued to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Teacher Xie, I was just too flustered. I really didn't expect you to be hiding in there." "No need for explanations," Shen Xiaoqing interjected with a knowing smile. "I appreciate a good bit of cunning. I understand." Su Shuangrong's expression stiffened. Su Shuangrong, you, the house isn't that large. When Sister Xie pulled old Shen into the wardrobe, her shoes flew off in her haste. With such a commotion, does Su Shuangrong dare claim she was unaware? From Su Shuangrong's perspective, it was clearly visible. She said she was too anxious. Isn't it normal to panic in such situations? No need to escalate it. Even if it was intentional. This is a competition. Sabotaging one another is part of the game, right? Can we not criticize? Could it be that the netizens are not condemning her for opening the wardrobe but rather for feigning innocence despite her clear intent? Sister, I understand you. I used to be a green tea too. The director announced the results. Those caught this round were Shen Xiaoqing, Xie Mi, Su Shuangrong, and Xiao Qingye. These 4 received no points. And the rest each gained 1. In the final round, the venue changed once more. As they made their way to the final location, Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong analyzed the current standings. Currently, they were tied for first with the other 2 groups. Securing first in this final round would grant them ultimate victory. Su Shuangrong nodded. "In this last round, we must hide well. That is our hope for first place." The Bingyu and Xingchen groups clearly shared this sentiment. As the 3 teams were tied for first, they had identified each other as their greatest rivals, dismissing the last place Xie Mi's team entirely. Walking at the back, Xie Mi and Shen Xiaoqing exchanged glances upon overhearing the discussion ahead. Instinctively sharing a smile, the final round's venue was surprisingly challenging, located within the pigsty that had been cleaned by the punishment team yesterday. Despite the thorough cleaning, the small pigs wandering about and the pervasive fragrance remained somewhat unbearable. Especially for Xiao Qingye, who was bewildered at the thought of hiding among pigs. "Are you asking me to lie on a ground that has once been sullied by pig waste?" He confronted the director. The director retorted, "You could also choose to ride a bicycle back." Xiao Qingye executed a swift maneuver, returning to the group, another classic moment. Why is Xiao Gu so inconsistent? I'm dying of laughter. What do you know? My Mimi Gu knows to be a pragmatist. Chapter 95, Who Scares Whom? The final game commenced. The hiding spots in the pigsty seemed limited to behind the small pigs. Yet their unpredictable movements rendered them unreliable. We can exploit the visual difference. Let us lie in parallel behind those sleeping pigs. That way, we won't be photographed, Yu Jincheng whispered to Lai Bingxian. Su Shuangrong devised a strategy as well, suggesting that the pig feed bags could conceal a person. The more, the better. Xiao Qingye promptly removed his stylish long coat and lay down with Lu Wuxing. As each group executed their unique strategies, the assistant director began the countdown with his camera ready. Yet, Xie Mi and Shen Xiaoqing showed no inclination to hide, just as the staff presumed this group had given up. Xie Mi suddenly lunged forward, kicking the pig feed bags off Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong, dramatically unveiling Qiu Qingye and Lu Wishing beneath the coat. Xin Zhaoqing then strode confidently to the assistant director. And in a shocking display, wrapped his arms around the director's legs and lifted him effortlessly. The director found himself soaring to a height of over 2 meters, his camera inadvertently capturing the moment. Click. At a height of 2.5 meters, the entire pigsty was captured in one frame, and Yu Jincheng and Lai Bingxian, hiding behind the small pigs, were caught in the act. Except for Xin Zhaoqing, everyone else was photographed. The scene was quite humorous. 6 individuals lay on the ground, eyes wide in terror as they stared at the lens above, while Xie Mi stood beside them, cheerfully giving a thumbs up to the camera. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, folks. I knew you two couldn't hold it together. When Old Shen suddenly lifted the assistant director, I lost it. Old Xie embodies the principle of if you don't bother me, I won't bother you, if you do, I'll retaliate against humanity. Ha ha ha. Su Shuangrong, why provoke them? When it comes to exploiting loopholes, the ancestors have spoken. Ultimately, the Xie Mi team claimed victory in this round with a 1-point lead, while the other 3 groups, tied in scores, entered overtime. Without the fierce Xie Mi team, Qiu Qingye assumed control, wreaking havoc, but Lai Bingxian was there to counter him, leading to the Xiao Shuang team benefiting from the chaos and emerging victorious. The final results were as follows. The Xie Mi team secured first place with 4 points, the Xiao Shuang team came in second with 3 points, the Bingyu team obtained third with 2 points. And the Xingqing team finished fourth with 1 point. After tallying the cumulative scores, the rankings were: first place Xiao Shuang team with a total of 8 points, tied for second place Xie Mi team and Bingyu team, each with 7 points. Fourth place Xingqing team with 6 points. Qiu Qingye's face fell immediately, and Lu Wishing appeared equally crestfallen. After leaving the ranch, the 4 teams boarded their respective transportation according to their rankings. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong settled into a luxurious stretch limousine, indulging in air conditioning and high-end fruits as they comfortably headed towards the villa. Xie Mi, Xin Zhaoqing, Yu Jincheng, and Lai Bingxian shared a bus provided by the production team, less comfortable but still air-conditioned. Meanwhile, Qiu Qingye and Lu Wishing faced a grueling 20-kilometer ride back to the villa under the scorching summer sun, akin to a purgatory. Anticipating their exhaustion, the production team had thoughtfully arranged a medical team to be on standby for emergencies. It's nothing, just a casual 20-kilometer ride. For someone like me who works out regularly, this is a piece of cake, Qiu Qingye insisted, stubbornly, showcasing his masculinity. Wishing, if you tire, just sit on my back, even with a passenger. I can manage effortlessly. He said this before waiting for Lu Wishing's response. Already pedaling off on his bike, Lu Wishing internally sighed, her expression maintaining the usual gentle smile as she pedaled to catch up. After an entire morning of competitive gaming, everyone was exhausted. As soon as Xie Mi boarded the bus, her head tilted to the side and she began to doze off, her head occasionally thudding against the window with the bus's jolts. As someone who had long been accustomed to catching up on sleep during bus rides, Xie Mi clearly had grown used to it. As long as she wasn't knocked unconscious, she could sleep soundly. Yet, in her hazy consciousness, she faintly sensed a warm hand slipping through the gap between her head and the window. The soft palm replaced the cold, hard glass, and she instinctively nuzzled against it. Sinking deeper into slumber, Xin Zhaoqing gazed down at the girl, who resembled a sleepy kitten, a smile deepening in his eyes. When the atmosphere turned quiet, she was remarkably obedient. Sitting next to them, Yu Jincheng ruthlessly pushed away Lai Bingxian, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on his shoulder, and cast a penetrating glance at Xin Zhaoqing and Xie Mi. His phone vibrated, and he pulled it out to open a chat. Due to the anti-peeping screen, the camera couldn't capture the chat content. Xiaolian, just finished class, saw the message. Xiaolian, it's quite simple to handle Xie Mi, just scare her. Xiaolian, she is rather easily frightened. Previously, we had her so spooked she developed paranoia, convinced someone at home was out to get her, which was one reason she ran away. Xiaolian, although her courage has slightly increased, her essence remains unchanged. Xiaolian, just scare her, and ideally frighten her back into insanity so she never dares return to the Xie family. Xiaolian, if you can manage that, I'll give you my collection preserved in formaldehyde. After gathering some useful information from Xiaolian, Yu Jincheng's lips curled into a slight smile, his mind forming a plan. That evening, a package of books was delivered to the villa. While Yu Jincheng took it back to his room, contentedly stroking the book's cover, the horror novel The Cursed Wraith. Xiaolian had said that Xie Mi was not afraid of physical things, she feared ghosts. For this reason, he had specially ordered this novel, reputed to scare the living daylights out of people. Intending to read it in one night and gain experience to frighten Xie Mi that night, the villa was occasionally filled with the terrified screams of a young boy. On the third floor, Xie Mi, who had been gaming all night and hadn't slept, couldn't help but pull open the window to take a look. She noticed a faint light coming from the windows of Yu Jincheng and Xiao Jingxi's room on the first floor. Naturally, she was exceptionally curious. Having lost a game and feeling a bit down, she decided to step outside for some fresh air and made her way to the back garden on the first floor. Inside the room, Yu Jincheng sat trembling at his desk, engrossed in the book. Xiao Jingxi was not in the room, having been disturbed by Yu Jincheng to the living room sofa for a nap. Under the desk lamp, the boy's fingers shook as he flipped through the pages, suddenly feeling a chill wash over him. He looked up, and there, outside the window, were a pair of bright eyes. Yu Jincheng fainted on the spot. Outside the window, Xie Mi blinked twice, utterly puzzled. Oh no, she was just about to greet him. Young people these days are so carefree, they can just fall asleep anywhere. Chapter 96. I'm here to find you the next morning. Yu Jincheng sat in the dining room with dark circles under his eyes, eating breakfast, appearing utterly distracted. Several people greeted him, but he did not respond. After finishing his meal, he vacantly picked up his plate and left. Just then Xie Mi, who had come over with a bowl of instant noodles, noticed his forgotten phone and picked it up to hand it to him, saying, "Your phone." Buzz, the phone received 2 messages, lighting up the screen. Xia Lian, so did you scare her? Xia Lian, is the horror novel I recommended thrilling enough? Xie Mi stroked her chin, revealing a knowing expression. So that's it. She returned the phone without alteration and continued slurping her noodles. Just as she took a mouthful, someone whisked her noodles away and replaced them with soybean milk and soup dumplings. Xie Mi stared in horror at Xinjiaqing. Did you do this? They had agreed to be kitchen assassins together. Yet he had secretly leveled up. While her own defeat was regrettable, her friend's success was even more heart-wrenching. Before she could lament her misfortune, Xinjiaqing tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? I bought this while I was out for my morning run. Well, that's a relief, huh? I mean, I'm grateful for you. That morning's agenda was to tend to the garden. The 8 guests gathered in the villa's back garden, pruning plants, watering flowers, and playing a few interactive games, all very pleasant. Just as Yu Jincheng felt relieved about the terrifying events of the previous night, he suddenly received a text message, anonymous number, I'm here to find you. The boy instantly felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The novel from last night told the story of a protagonist who suddenly received a mysterious text message and was subsequently cursed. Yu Jincheng feigned calmness as he tucked his phone away, dismissing it as a prank. After completing the gardening segment, today's chefs, Xiao Jingxi and Lu Wuxing, went to prepare lunch, while the others were free to engage in activities. Due to a lack of sleep the previous night, Yu Jincheng returned to his room intending to catch up on rest, only to discover that the horror novel he had placed on his desk now had a sticky note affixed to its cover. The note read, I'm here to find you. Yu Jincheng, horrified, tossed the book into the trash. He checked the surveillance with the staff and discovered that no one had entered or exited his room all morning. Not even Xiao Jingxi. While his heart raced, he continued to act nonchalant since he had already thrown the book away. It should be fine. Lunch was ready. Lu Wuxing, who had been scolded by her family for not showcasing excellent culinary skills on the show, had spent time honing her cooking abilities. At the very least, she could now manage simple dishes like pan-seared steak and boiled pasta. Xiao Jingxi, dubbed the versatile film emperor by fans, had also secretly practiced since the last embarrassing incident at the beach barbecue. This time, he prepared a fish soup with tofu that turned out quite well. Xie Mi felt both pained by her companion's progress and took a sip of the fish soup. She then set down her spoon and grinned at Xiao Jingxi, showing her teeth. Thank you, Xiao Emperor, for not slaying us. The others, confused, took a taste of the fish soup, then collectively set down their spoons and bowed to Xiao Jingxi. Thank you, Xiao Emperor, for not slaying us. He could have added a whole packet of salt to suffocate them, yet he had only used half a packet to render them half dead. That he truly, I'm in tears. Xiao Jingxi is just suited for serving food in the cafeteria. He can sprinkle salt without trembling, and just like that, half a packet is gone. The presentation is fine, but the taste is also acceptable. Lu Jie is really something. It hasn't been long, and she already knows how to make Western cuisine. Who remembers Lu Jie's Oreo omelette from the first day? Haha, are you talking about the one charred on both sides with a white center? After lunch, Yu Jincheng returned to his room. Upon seeing the table, he was taken aback. The book he had thrown in the trash had returned to the tabletop, accompanied by a different sticky note. The note read, Do you think you can escape me this easily? Yu Jincheng stumbled back 2 steps, and once he regained his composure, he immediately picked up the book and threw it outside into the trash bin. He watched as the garbage truck took away the trash from the bin before returning to the villa. Inside the villa, it was a leisurely afternoon. Lu Wuxing and Qiu Qingye sat in the small garden's pavilion, sipping coffee and chatting. Xie Mi and Xinjiaqing were watching a movie in the projection room, fearing that they might have some time alone together. Xiao Jingxi also stayed in the projection room. Su Shuangrong, under the pretense of helping Xiao Jingxi pursue Xie Mi, joined them in the projection room. Meanwhile, Lai Bingxian, who had come on the show to annoy Su Shuangrong, naturally followed her around. Thus, the 5 of them gathered in the projection room. How lively! Yu Jincheng opened the door, offering a compliant smile to Xie Mi's sister. May I join? Before Xie Mi could respond, Su Shuangrong smiled sweetly. Of course, little brother Jincheng, come sit in the middle. Saying this, she vacated the central seat for Yu Jincheng. The comments showered her with praise for being kind to her juniors. As Xie Mi paused while selecting a film, a wicked smile suddenly spread across her face as she turned her gaze slowly towards Xinjiaqing. Shen Zhaoqing raised an eyebrow and got up to lock the door. Why are you locking the door? Lai Bingxian asked. Shen Zhaoqing smiled lightly, answering smoothly, to prevent the production team from barging in to issue tasks. We ought to enjoy a movie uninterrupted, as expected of you. Production team, so? Hearing him say this, the others seemed to agree. Being able to slack off during the recording of the show was undoubtedly a good thing. Since the door was locked by Shen Zhaoqing, they felt no guilt, thus, they all readily accepted, and so it began. Xie Mi drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and then excitedly plopped down on the lazy sofa. Beside her, Shen Zhaoqing stuffed popcorn into her arms, and the viewing commenced. The others also prepared to enjoy a leisurely afternoon of watching movies, but soon realized something was amiss. It seemed to be a horror film? On the big screen, the protagonist, a young boy, sat under a dim desk lamp, receiving an anonymous text message, "I'm here to find you." The boy, startled, threw his phone away and locked himself in the bathroom. Yet, on the bathroom mirror a line of blood-red letters slowly appeared, "I'm here to find you." Bang! A terrifying ghostly face suddenly appeared. Ah! The group screamed in terror, rushing towards the door only to find out that Shen Zhaoqing had locked it. In a rather unique manner, he casually jingled the keys in his hand, leaning back on the sofa with a smile. We have to finish the movie. Chapter 97. Did Yu Jincheng provoke her again? Fortunately, the production team did not display the footage on the big screen. Merely hearing that sound nearly sent me into a panic. You two daredevils, do try not to frighten this group of timid souls to death. How naive, otherwise they wouldn't have entrusted the selection of films to teacher Xie. Ha ha ha, yet another delightful meme has emerged. As Xiao Jingxi and others were trembling in fear. Yu Jinja merely stared at the big screen, his face as pale as a ghost, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Xie Mi rested his chin on his hand, watching him with great interest. It seems that Brother Jinja has quite the fondness for this film. Why? Yu Jinja, stiffly turning his head, asked with an unnatural expression, "Why did you choose this film? It was right at the forefront." I picked it up casually. I've heard it's an adaptation of a very famous horror novel called The Cursed Wraith. Yu Jinja's pupils dilated in shock, under the authority of Shen Ruoqing, who held the key to exit. No one could leave until this movie was finished, thus, they could only endure and watch, their hearts heavy with despair even in such dire circumstances. Xiao Jingxi did not forget to display his gentlemanly demeanor. Extending his hand to shield Xie Mi's eyes, Xie Mi frowned, shifting slightly to the side. Xiao Jingxi stretched his hand further, blocking her view once more. As Xie Mi moved down, his hand followed suit. As Xie Mi moved up, his hand mirrored hers. He was determined to block her vision from every angle. Eventually, Xie Mi could no longer tolerate it and slapped his hand away, exclaiming, "Are you looking for trouble?" Xiao Jingxi, clutching his face, was confused. "This is not how I envisioned it." Su Shuangrong, feeling sympathetic, shielded Xiao Jingxi and reproached Xie Mi. "Teacher Xie, you cannot resort to violence." "Indeed, old Xie," Shen Ruoqing interjected leisurely. Su Shuangrong felt a surge of joy, thinking Shen Ruoqing would support her, but to her surprise, his next words were, "One should not strike a dog without considering its owner. The owner must surely be heartbroken." Xiao Jingxi's expression shifted, as he evaded Su Shuangrong's concern, saying, "I'm fine." Su Shuangrong's lips twitched slightly. Old Shen's words are sharp as a blade. Wait, why does Xie Mi have the audacity to hit Xiao Jingxi? Is no one going to intervene? Are you blind? Didn't you see Xiao Jingxi deliberately preventing Sister Xie from watching the movie? Xiao Jingxi is just afraid she'll get scared. He's trying to help her out of kindness, alright? Who is truly afraid here? My friend? Unable to counter, this was genuinely indefensible. It was evident that Xie Mi was engrossed in the horror film, while Xiao Jingxi was the one shrieking in terror. Xiao Jingxi protecting Xie Mi? How absurd. No faults found, ha 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 ha. As the film concluded, Yu Jinja, still rattled, returned to his room only to discover that the cursed book had reappeared on his desk. The note read, "You shall not escape me." The youth let out another scream. He dashed to the backyard, tossing the book into the fire pit until it was completely incinerated. Qiu Qingye, sipping coffee in the pavilion, gazed at Yu Jinja in bewilderment. Wondering why he seemed so peculiar today, Lu Wuxing pondered, could it be a rebellious phase? After burning the book, Yu Jinja returned to his room, his expression grave. Upon seeing the empty desk, he finally felt a sense of relief. Exhausted, he collapsed into bed, but before long, he was awakened by a staff member. "Teacher, you have a package." Irritated by the disturbance, Yu Jinja frowned slightly as he opened the anonymous parcel. Inside lay a charred copy of The Cursed Wraith. A note accompanied it. "Did you really think you could rid yourself of me this easily?" Kikikikek. The youth completely lost his composure. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw his phone screen light up with a message from Xiaolian. "Xiaolian, I saw the livestream. What happened? How can Xie Mi watch horror films with such a straight face?" "Xiaolian, the intel was incorrect. Don't read that book yet." "Thank you, I've already finished it." "Not only did I finish it, but I've also been haunted by an unrelenting spirit." "Xiaolian, just wait. Teacher you. Quickly summon the medical team." The audience in Eugenja's livestream was rife with speculation. Ah, this is terrifying. What is happening with that book? Why does it keep reappearing? Isn't the title something like The Cursed Wraith? Does that mean reading it leads to a curse? Could Brother Jinja be encountering ghosts? Whoa, I'm just a timid person who watches dating shows. Why is this happening to me? Meanwhile, the viewers from Xie Mi's stream began to invade, causing further chaos. This stream has devolved into utter chaos. Better catch it while it's hot. So glamorous with that watergloss skin. What's the hype in the entertainment industry? Just placed an order, don't let it go to waste. The older one is the daughter. Right, I think the second image is the best. What do you sisters think? The comment above is killing me, too many factors at play. What a classic case of one party in distress while the others add to the turmoil. The viewers in Eugenja's stream began to sense something amiss and rushed to Xie Mi's stream for clarification. In the live stream, Xie Mi sat comfortably in the living room, sipping afternoon tea brewed by Shinru. Watching as time drifted by peacefully, something was off. Eugenja's fans, not easily swayed, searched for the replay of Xie Mi's livestream on Weibo. They didn't even need to wait long for results. The trending topic had already emerged. Eugenja has provoked her again. Clicking on it revealed a short video that meticulously edited Xie Mi's entire day of mischief. Why Eugenja tossed the book into the trash, and Xie Mi retrieved it. He discarded the book outside, watching as the garbage truck took it away, only for Xie Mi to chase the truck down and retrieve it. He incinerated the book in the fire pit, but Xie Mi extinguished the flames to reclaim it. Why were there no recordings of Xie Mi entering or exiting Eugenja's room? Because Xie Mi had been slipping the book in through the window in the garden. Eugenja's fans collectively fell silent. They had been played. The comments section was ablaze. Although I don't know how Eugenja managed to provoke her again. What on earth prompted you to annoy her? After waking, Eugenja learned everything from Weibo, sitting in silence on his bed for a long time. Buzzing. A message from Xie Lian arrived. Xie Lian, I saw the trending topic. Did Xie Mi trick you? Xie Lian, she is becoming increasingly irrational. We must find a way to deal with her. Xie Lian, don't worry, I'll think of another method. She has other weaknesses. Eugenja, just wait. Xie Lian? You have been blocked by the other party. On the small balcony, Xie Mi sat cross-legged on a rattan chair, savoring a sip of jasmine tea. Who would have thought? The originally sickly sweet antagonist, unafraid of blood and gore, turned out to be terrified of ghosts. This revelation had allowed her to successfully find his weakness. Chapter 98. How embarrassing after this incident. Eugenja settled down considerably. Meanwhile, trouble brewed on Xie Lian's side, as he lamented in the family group chat, stating that he had been inexplicably beaten at school and was now lying in the hospital. Xie Mi turned to glance at Eugenja, seated on the nearby sofa, raising an eyebrow slightly, likely guessing the cause. Attention, esteemed guests, Director Neo announced, stepping to the forefront of the living room couch where all 8 were gathered. 3 days from now marks the annual drama festival, and our program has received an invitation. We will require all 8 guests to perform a play. Xie Mi's eyes brightened. The drama festival was a pivotal moment in the original story where the relationship between the male and female leads intensified. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were cast as the leads in the play, and throughout their rehearsals, their feelings blossomed. On the day of the performance, Xiao Jingxi, in a moment of spontaneity, transformed a staged kiss into a genuine one. The ensuing uproar on Weibo brought the platform to its knees, with fans fervently shipping the couple and Xiao Jingxi publicly declaring, "Yes, I like her." Thus began a fervent pursuit by the male lead, leading Su Shuangrong to ascend the heights of the entertainment world. With the plot now so unpredictable, how would this scene unfold? Xie Mi was filled with anticipation, after Director Neo finished announcing the rules and departed. The 8 individuals sat in the living room, exchanging silent glances. In 3 days, they were to present a complete play, and the production team would provide nothing beyond the script. Are we really going to the drama festival? If so, I will buy tickets. By the time you uttered those words, the tickets had already sold out. Ah, really? I was just a moment too late. How can these netizens be so quick? Am I the only one worried about how to produce a play in 3 days? Aren't 5 of us outsiders? Surely, they want the film emperor to direct. After all, he is the film emperor. Finally, my Jingu will have a chance to shine. The fans of Xiao Jingxi on the bullet screen were the first to erupt in celebration, convinced that this segment was tailor-made for their idol. Xiao Jingxi appeared to think the same. However, he did not reveal it, instead feigning innocence by asking, "A director is needed for the play. Who do you all think would be suitable?" In his view, no one here was more qualified than he. Among those present, only Xie Mi and Su Shuangrong had performed on stage before. Xie Mi had never played a leading role since her debut, and although Su Shuangrong was a rising star, her experience was still limited. As the film emperor, he undoubtedly could take on the role of director. Others recognized this logic as well. They would surely nominate him. I will. The ever-confident Qiu Qingye raised his hand without hesitation. Proclaiming that directing a play was no great feat, Xiao Jingxi was taken aback. On what basis do you claim that? I believe I can do it too, Li Bingxian declared, unwilling to be outdone. Insisting that directing a group of people was merely about following the script, Xiao Jingxi was left speechless. Xie Mi also joined in the chaos, exclaiming, "Let me take the reins, forget the script. Let's have all 8 of us perform as the Calabash brothers. You 7 can play the leading roles, and I will take on the role of Grandpa Xiao Jingxi." This group of individuals seems utterly devoid of self-awareness. Ultimately, it was Su Shuangrong who promptly put an end to this farce, suggesting that Jingxi should take the lead, for he is the best actor among us and possesses the most experience with exceptional directors. Xiao Jingxi's expression softened somewhat. As the most seasoned performer present, it is my responsibility to shoulder this crucial task. Since Shuangrong has spoken, I shall take on the role. Thus, the decision was made, and, as in the original text, Xiao Jingxi was to assume the role. Next came the allocation of roles. The play features a total of 8 characters: the crown prince, the heroine, the scholar, the maid, the wealthy merchant, the general's daughter, the emperor, and the empress. This tale unfolds as the crown prince and the heroine develop feelings for each other, facing societal opposition, and through numerous trials and misunderstandings, they ultimately attain love. It may be a cliché narrative, yet it remains captivating to many. Upon reading the script, Su Shuangrong's eyes glistened with tears. A love not blessed by the world is truly despairing. Fortunately, they eventually become a couple, and Xiao Yang must be very pleased as well. Xiao Yang is the name of the heroine. Lu Wishing offered a tissue. Su Shuangrong seemed to suddenly realize her emotional display and hurriedly turned to wipe her tears. I apologize. I tend to become deeply empathetic with the characters after reading the script. And before I know it, my Shuangshuang possesses extraordinary professional abilities. She can instantly immerse herself in the role after merely glancing at the script. Who else can do that? Acting requires not only skill but also a correct understanding of the character. In my view, Shuangshuang is undoubtedly the best candidate for the heroine role. Surely no one would dare to compete with Shuangshuang for this role, right? Xiao Jingxi was the only male actor present. Making the male lead role is by default. However, there were 2 female actors, and naturally, the leading female role would spark debate. Shuangrong's fans were eager to support their idol, fervently listing examples of Su Shuangrong's impressive acting skills while simultaneously downplaying Xie Mi's. Yet Xie Mi, who was self-aware of her acting abilities, had no interest in the leading lady role and was instead intrigued by the maid, which involved fewer lines and less work, signifying the opportunity to leisurely enjoy her time while still being compensated. Anyone who dared to compete with her for this role would face her wrath. However, before Xie Mi could voice her thoughts, Xiao Jingxi, the bold one, spoke first. The heroine should indeed be portrayed by someone experienced. As he uttered these words, his gaze shifted toward Su Shuangrong. Upon meeting his eyes, Su Shuangrong's cheeks still bore a flush, yet her lips curled into a faint smile. Xiao Jingxi's gaze then moved past her to Xie Mi. Su Shuangrong's smile faltered slightly. With 2 female actors present, Shuangrong had experience playing the leading lady, yet Xie Mi's appearance aligned more closely with that of the heroine, thus I believe both should compete for the role. Xie Mi, I concur. A composed yet assertive female voice resounded. Su Shuangrong, slender yet remarkably resilient, bore a look of determination on her delicate face. Though she understood her chances were slim, she was resolute in giving her all. Just as she did each time she vied for a role. Let's do our best. Xiao Jingxi regarded Su Shuangrong with admiration, then turned to Xie Mi, encouraging her as well. You too, do your best. I believe in you. His eyes held a glimmer of delight, seemingly relishing this moment, or perhaps, the sensation of having 2 women vie for his attention. Xie Mi could no longer contain herself. You're playing the male lead. Right, Xiao Jingxi did not deny it. The male lead had substantial screen time and bore the weight of the narrative. I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. Then why should I compete for the female lead? Xiao Jingxi, Xie Mi's expression turned earnest. Isn't that rather embarrassing? Chapter 99, the maid's outspoken nature, yet a bit too talkative in Xiao Jingxi's estimation. Su Shuangrong's acting surpassed that of Xie Mi. And her understanding of the character was deeper as well. The leading lady role was undoubtedly meant for Su Shuangrong. However, he graciously granted Xie Mi a chance to compete, a privilege for which she should be grateful. Yet, Xie Mi boldly declared, acting alongside you, do I have no sense of dignity? That would be quite embarrassing indeed. Xiao Jingxi's expression darkened abruptly with a chuckle. Xin Jinqing's lips curved upward, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained amusement. It is no wonder Xiao Laoshi is so clever. She is not easily fooled this time. The others could not hold back their laughter either. The wit of these 2 was truly sharp for Xie Mi. I am trying to help you, do not be ungrateful. Xiao Jingxi fumed. Xie Mi was unyielding. Is it possible that my desire to perform with you is what you call helping me? Not wanting to perform with you is merely adding to the chaos. Did I ever say I wanted to play the heroine? I wish to play the maid. Thank you. To assert her determination to play the maid, Xie Mi abruptly stood, proclaiming loudly, with a thunderous sound from the heavens. The loyal servant makes a dazzling entrance. This startled Su Shuangrong beside her. What a spirited maid. No issues here. She didn't even say she wanted to act, yet you took it upon yourself to help. Isn't that simply adding to the chaos? It's clear Xie Mi is very eager to play the maid, her eyes are full of longing. I think she knows she can't compete with Xuangrong. So she is saying this to save face. What, Xie Mi is afraid of losing face? You think Xie Mi is afraid of losing face? The monkey plays in the water, the zombie rises from the grave. 3 steel forks on its head, a Nanhai native cost makeup. Try saying Xie Mi is afraid of losing face again. In the end, the roles were assigned without contention. Xiao Jingxi would portray the crown prince. Su Shuangrong the heroine, Yu Jincheng the scholar, and Xie Mi the maid. Xin Jinqing would play the wealthy merchant, Lu Wuxing the daughter, Zhou Qingye the emperor, and Lai Bingxian the empress. Each actor received their respective scripts. Gazing at the 2-page script in her hands, Xie Mi revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed she had indeed chosen the right role. With the roles assigned, rehearsals commenced officially. The production team had rented a rehearsal hall. Conveniently located a 20-minute drive from the villa, due to the minimal lines for the maid, Xie Mi's rehearsal experience unfolded as follows, while Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong poured their hearts out on stage. She leisurely enjoyed her time off stage. When Zhou Qingye angrily slapped Xiao Jingxi on stage, she remained off stage, relaxed. As Xin Jinqing and Lu Wuxing engaged in a battle of wits on stage, she was still off stage. Unwinding, noticing her idleness, Su Shuangrong remarked with a gentle smile, "Teacher Xie seems to be earning her pay effortlessly, as if she hasn't done anything at all." In response, Xie Mi simply shook her head enigmatically. "Work is earned through labor, leisure is the real way to make money." Su Shuangrong's smile faltered. Xie Mi clasped her hands in a gesture of utmost sincerity. A person who enjoys leisure can hardly be all that bad. This is my moral perspective. Su Shuangrong found it hard to smile. How peculiar. Well said. If a person doesn't even enjoy leisure and pretends to be indifferent upon hearing about it, always proactive in whatever they do while disregarding their colleagues, that person might very well support the 996 work culture. Having a colleague who enjoys leisure is crucial. As soon as work hours begin, they bubble up, and at 6 o'clock, they vanish. Truly the modern-day Cinderella. The moment I see no one chatting in the group today, I know the weekend has arrived. May leisure endure forever. Hands clasped together. Enough already, you bunch of lunatics. After enjoying their leisure time, it was finally Xie Mi's turn to perform. With such limited lines for the maid, the script mostly provided a general idea, leaving the rest for Xie Mi to improvise. For instance, in one segment, after shedding her identity as the heroine, Xiao Yang is, in fact, the neglected daughter of the general's household. Learning that the crown prince is in danger that evening, she is torn between wanting to save him and fearing exposure. Worried that he might come to despise her true identity, thus she hesitates. Maid, comforting Xiao Yang, requiring improvisation. The performance begins. Su Shuangrong, filled with sorrow, reluctantly seeks help from those around her. Lianer, tell me, if a man suddenly stops loving you, is it easier to accept than if he were to suddenly die? Xie Mi replies, as long as he doesn't suddenly get rich, I can accept anything. Su Shuangrong, in another scene, having been confined, Xiao Yang attempts to sneak out at night to meet the crown prince. Maid, preventing Xiao Yang, requiring improvisation. The performance begins. Su Shuangrong, with determination in her eyes, states, Lianer, it's useless to stop me. I must meet the crown prince tonight. Xie Mi sighs in resignation. The undeterred daughter of a concubine. Su Shuangrong, yet another scene. Xiao Yang and the crown prince argue in the rain. Their misunderstandings deepening, yet neither is willing to clarify. Maid, meddling, requiring improvisation. The performance begins. Xiao Jingxi, furious, exclaims, Xiao Yang, why are you so malicious? You pushed your legitimate sister into the water. You clearly have feelings for me, yet meet with other men. When I was hurt, you didn't care if I lived or died. Su Shuangrong, filled with sorrow and anger, retorts, if you say it, then it must be true. Did you not agree to marry my legitimate sister? You didn't show up on the day we agreed, and you claim to despise women like me. Xiao Jingxi bellows, if you say it, then it must be true, with a dramatic slide onto the stage. Xie Mi interjected, wailing, Your Highness, you are mistaken, my lady did not push her sister, she jumped into the water herself. My lady's affections did not shift, it was the emperor who threatened her, on the day of your injury. It was not that the young lady of my household refused to rescue you, rather, she was confined by her father. You have misunderstood, dear lady, the crown prince was compelled into an engagement and harbors no affection for the legitimate young lady. The crown prince's absence that day was due to the emperor's envoy detaining him. The harsh words he directed at you were born of jealousy and frustration. You are all mistaken. Xiao Jingxi and Su Shuangrong were currently being tormented by this unrelenting plot. Their audience scratching their heads in vexation, their bodies itching with discomfort. Oh, so this is how you choose to perform, is it? Good news, the plot is thickens. Bad news, the dialogue has become tedious. If any tragic romance drama featured such a maid, it would drag on for over 200 episodes. I found it amusing enough to scratch my backside. In the audience, Xin Zhaoqing was already laughing uncontrollably, while others struggled to contain their amusement. Even the crew occasionally erupted into laughter. Xiao Jingxi finally recognized the gravity of the situation after perusing the 2 pages of improvised script filled with Xie Mi's annotations. He decisively revised her character, thus Xie Mi received the amended script. When Xiao Yang is sorrowful, the mute maid provides comfort through sign language. When Xiao Yang attempts to escape, the mute maid gestures to prevent her. During an argument between Xiao Yang and the crown prince, the mute maid intercedes with gestures. The bad news: the maid can no longer speak. The good news: the maid has transformed into a ninja. Chapter 100, The serfs rise to sing For My Life Is But a Thread. The forcibly silenced Xie Mi stood on stage as quiet as a chicken, resorting to hand signs when faced with uncertainty. Portraying an exemplary ninja with remarkable finesse, Xiao Jingxi was somewhat taken aback. It is a well-known fact that actors dread having their lines cut. He had expected Xie Mi to argue, yet she uttered not a word of complaint. Indeed, she still harbored feelings for him. After Xie Mi's scene concluded, she stepped off stage to indulge in leisure and sunflower seeds. Suddenly, Xiao Jingxi approached and sat beside her. Is this your first time performing in a play? Are you adjusting well? Xie Mi slowly shifted her seeds to the other side, eyeing him warily, wishing to enjoy her own purchase. Do not jest. Xiao Jingxi, unfazed, wore an expression that suggested he had seen through her thoughts. You harbor no grievances over the lines I cut. In truth, you do not dislike me, do you? I truly do not dislike you. Xiao Jingxi smiled. I wish to see your demise, Xiao Jingxi, at some point. Xin Zhaoqing had taken a seat beside Xie Mi, casually grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. The understanding of this esteemed actor remained rather shallow, noted. Xie Mi concurred. The two continued munching on seeds. Thoroughly engrossed in their enjoyment, Xiao Jingxi's facial muscles twitched slightly upon seeing him. Xie Mi instinctively moved her seeds away, questioning why Xin Zhaoqing could partake. Unyielding, he reached out to grab some. Consequently, Xie Mi swiftly lifted the seeds. And Xin Zhaoqing swatted his hand away, engaging in a series of protective maneuvers over the seeds of Xiao Jingxi. He was determined to seize them. On stage, Lai Bingxian furrowed her brow, perplexed by their squabble. What are they fighting over? His sunflower seeds? Are they that delectable? There is nothing remarkable about them, Zhou Qingye replied dismissively. Of the last time I tried one while watching Xie Mi, I felt as if I couldn't breathe. As if someone had tightened their grip around my throat. Lai Bingxian eyed him skeptically. Surely, you exaggerate, Zhou Qingye. I do not exaggerate. I came to my senses only to find Xie Mi grasping my neck. Demanding to know why I had eaten her seeds, Lai Bingxian, that day I was also present. Brother Qiu stole Sister Xie's seeds and was immediately choked by her. How could Mi recount this incident so humorously? Xie Mi, whoever touches my seeds shall perish. Wait, I am amused again. No one can touch Sister Xie's seeds except for Olshan. Might it be possible that these seeds were purchased by Olshan? The truth is revealed upstairs. The director possesses the authority to modify the script at will. In the original text, the role of director was undertaken by Xiao Jingxi, who thus added numerous ambiguous scenes between himself and Su Shuangrong. He was playfully teased by netizens for his impure intentions, as they suggested these were merely his methods of wooing. Both he and Su Shuangrong reveled in the attention, providing ample sweetness for their CP fans. However, this time Xiao Jingxi made no alterations to their scenes but rather introduced additional plotlines. To heighten the drama's conflict and tension, I have added certain developments. You may take a look. Xiao Jingxi handed the revised script to them. Xie Mi merely glanced at it and revealed a subtle smile. Very well, the mute maid had long been smitten with the crown prince, secretly lamenting each time she witnessed him with the female lead in blissful moments. She even sought out the crown prince behind the female lead's back, declaring her intent to become his favored maid. After being rejected by the crown prince, the maid embraced him from behind. Weeping profusely, only to be slain by the crown prince's guard. I must inquire, what is this? In response to Xie Mi's questioning, Xiao Jingxi adopted a lofty demeanor, enhancing the conflict between the female lead and the maid will enrich the emotional narrative. This segment is essential. Xin Zhaoqing chuckled upon seeing the script. When the wealthy merchant presents gifts to the female lead, the maid encounters him and, dissatisfied with his pursuit, slaps him 10 times, Xiao Jingxi explained. This showcases the maid's passionate nature, rendering her character more robust. Such a narrative element is vital within the drama. He spoke these words without a hint of shame. In his view, he was the sole film emperor present. With a level of theatrical mastery beyond the reach of the others. To avoid appearing as if he were targeting Xie Mi and Xin Zhaoqing, he also made revisions to the scripts of others. While some expressed dissent, any objections were promptly countered by him. His professionalism rendered all others obliged to heed his words. Xinggu is incredibly dedicated. Even in a mere play rehearsal, he puts forth such meticulous effort. Thoroughly examining each person's script, he truly brings me to tears. Indeed, both professional and dedicated, he is unmatched in his charisma within his field. Xiao Jingxi is the most handsome. I have said this ad nauseum. I advise these individuals not to be ungrateful. He is kindly revising their scripts yet they dare to complain. Xiao Jingxi's livestream chat was inundated with flattery. However, within the livestream, Xie Mi simply set down the script. rose to stretch, and then, to the astonishment of all, flipped the table. The serfs rise to sing "For My Life Is But a Thread." The 6 guests were startled by her sudden outburst, their ears ringing. While only Xin Zhaoqing expertly covered his ears. "Since you disregard our suggestions, then do not proceed," she declared passionately. "Brothers, join me in rebellion against this vile capitalist." Xie Mi's fervor was palpable, her indignation evident. Xiao Jingxi was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure regarding Xie Mi with indifference. Su Xuanrong was the first to defend him. "Teacher Xie, Jingxi is the film emperor. His expertise is unquestionable. While I acknowledge your talent, it is somewhat inappropriate to challenge Jingxi." This was a veiled insinuation that Xie Mi's skills paled in comparison to Xiao Jingxi's. This praise clearly pleased Xiao Jingxi. As a smirk graced his lips, however, that smile soon faded as the fans began to chime in. "Teacher Xie must have her reasons for acting as she does." Lu Wishing turned to Xiao Jingxi. "Speaking earnestly and deliberately, though I am entirely unversed in acting, I serve as a director in my own company and possess some knowledge of management. I understand that, under any circumstances, one must respect the will of the majority and cannot dismiss the voices of the lower tiers." Her expression was delicate, in stark contrast to Lai Bingxian, who was much more direct. Pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Jingxi, she exclaimed, "What gives you the right to add a scene where I am presented with poison wine by the emperor? I have shown him courtesy." Qiao Qingye immediately objected. "Receiving poison wine is too merciful. If you are unwilling, then let the plot be changed so that I strangle her with white silk." "You dare." None had anticipated the scene would spiral so out of control. Just moments ago, Xiao Jingxi had been calm and composed, but now he found himself at a loss for words, unable to interject with his professional insights. At that moment, Yu Jincheng deployed a moral constraint. "Xiao Jingxi, could you remove the scene where I cross-dress? I am rather bashful, and it would leave a lingering shadow in my heart." Xiao Jingxi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Only Xie Mi remained silent, smiling at the chaos. "Vile capitalist, never underestimate the bonds among the serfs."